playoff destined base. Astralis in their campaign for playoffs complete is adamant here from FaZe Clan.
It's time to show the world what legends are made of.
Double trouble!
We are here to make history.
This is Counter-Strike.
That's sensational!
Make some noise. We are here to take it all.
Oh! Denied!
Who's ready?
One more! Great critical!
No way! Let's go!
Greetings, esports fans, and welcome to PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. We've got 8 of the best teams in the world competing for that trophy on your screens right now as we enter the playoff stage to see who will be crowned champion. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, incredibly happy and proud to be here. A return from 10 years ago, which we'll talk about in just a moment. But first, joining me on the desk, we've got Blair, we've got Pimp. Guys, you must be excited for this one.
Oh, super excited. I mean, and also the legacy, as you pointed out, right? Cluj-Napoca, 10 years ago, a major, and I'm just very happy to be here.
Yeah, it's awesome to be back. As you said, Richard, we were both here 10 years ago, and it's been quite some time since we last visited Cluj-Napoca. So to return inside this arena is a pretty cool feeling.
I mean, look, some of us have aged better in those 10 years. I'll say that, Jake.
Yeah.
You've definitely got
I tend
better.
to agree.
Yeah, you are a fine wine compared to my carton of milk. Let's talk about it, though, because I think one of the super cool things about CS as an esport, we do have that incredible history, and Cluj played a massive part in that. It was one of the biggest majors at the time. For me, low-key a sleeper to be one of the best of all time. I think it had an amazing storyline. And obviously, we can take a look at the talent that we had back then. Obviously, there's not many of us still around from 10 years. Let's have a look and see who we've got. Let's see if you can spot any of these names. See if do you remember these guys? Look how young we, except me.
You look the same.
I'm kind of the same, actually. That's kind of all right. But yeah, you can see some of the names there. Thorin, no longer with us. Sadakis, no longer with us. So many greats.
Well, they're still alive, you know. You're talking about them as they're deceased, you know. They're just not here today, Richard.
They say you die 1,000 deaths in esports, bro. So,
okay.
But also as well, I mean, let's talk about some of the teams and some of the players, because there are still some players around, incredibly as it might seem, from back in those days. Yep. I managed to remember 4 of them. Obviously on FaZe, which we'll see later today, we've got Rain and Karrigan, the veterans. Rain was on that G2 lineup that went on to become the core of FaZe. He's the only guy that's been around that entire time. As I said, he's played such a ridiculous amount of maps during that time. And obviously Karrigan as well. Super young.
Super young, and you can't forget, like, this was TSM before, you know, they got picked up by Astralis. I think one of the most questionable decisions to let go of this particular team. We didn't know what they would be achieving down the line, of course, but yeah, Device, man, you kind of forget how long his career has been, and he still has quite a bit in the tank.
Consistent, he'll always be in the GOAT conversation, simply because of how consistent he's been over all of that time. Now, obviously, again, we're going to see Device playing a little bit later on. It's a very different period in his career, isn't it, Jacob?
It is, and that's what we always praise them for, the longevity of how long they've been able to stay at a high level. Obviously, for Device, it's been a long career, and there's been ups and downs. He's been in and out of the game. Karrigan as well, he stayed on top for pretty much all that time since, you know. So it's been very impressive to see these players hang around. And, you know, as you said, Richard, some age like fine wine. I'd say Karrigan and Rain are still playing at the highest level for Device. It's a little bit different with the current iteration of where he's at with his team at the moment, but still, they've been around for plus 10 years playing at the high level. It is remarkable.
It feels like a fever dream almost, right? We're watching Guardian and Kenny S go up against each other. Obviously, Kenny S eventually winning the event right there, and this brings back memory for me, Richard. Lots of good memories.
It brings back the memory of how to have a better version of Train.
I miss that Train so bad.
I know, right?
It's so good.
What was wrong with this? Whatever.
I don't know.
Anyway, I mean, Envious, obviously, the eventual winners, able to overcome an RV team that didn't really ever get its time. You know, Guardian, probably the greatest player never to get a major. Envious, the French guys, they were sort of kind of the young upstarts. They were brought into a big North American organization. High expectations, and they were able to deliver on that right here in this stadium.
I mean, Envious obviously winning the entire tournament was a bit of a surprise, especially, you know, considering the fun fact that coming into the tournament, the team was technically dead. They already had agreed that they would split up after the event. They weren't doing well coming into the event. They weren't necessarily best friends, all of the players, and coming in as a dead team, they ended up winning the entire tournament. And we do have a team coming into this playoff as well that's kind of in the same scenario. You know, different names, different caliber of players, but SAW is technically also a dead team, and somehow, some way, they managed to make the playoffs. So maybe there's a dead team buff when it comes to Cluj-Napoca.
Yeah, I mean, also as well, worth noting, you were a player back then. You were still competing.
Yeah.
I think we looked for photos of you and we just couldn't find any. So.
He deleted all of them.
I deleted all of them, yeah. There's a couple of photos, and we did technically play, just not for long. You know,
this is
yeah, this is actually from
you
after we
had fans back then.
I had fans. I had a couple of them. I think this is after we lost to CLG. We lost to an American team and actually got knocked out of the tournament. So I tried to forget everything that was happening here as a player. But
yeah, I was going to ask you to tell some stories, but obviously when you're two and now,
dude, 2 games in and out. I think we were here for 2 days and then home. So
yeah, and Stunner, who was obviously the co-host for the show, he's at home now. He was a coach back then as well. He was actually coaching Cloud9. I say coaching, I call it babysitting when you do like an NA team. But there you go. This is back in the tank top summer era.
I do love the story Trace told us about when, someone came up to him, hey, you want to put on the headphones and just stand behind the team? He's like, hell yeah. And that's exactly what he did over here. Some might even say they lost because of him, but we'll never know.
He still does the same way. I feel like Stunner here, Stunner on the disc.
He's another guy who's aged well, man. He's a fox right now, isn't he?
He is.
So there you have it. I mean, look, as I said, it's great to be back after all of this time, but now we can turn our attention to the present day and the 8 teams we've had make it this far. It's kind of crazy to think about some of the names that aren't here, but first, let's look at the ones who are. Obviously, you can see on your screen already, we're going to have Pain versus MOUZ will be the first quarterfinal. But probably neither of these teams are among the favorites. I think one name stands out, maybe above all the others, and that's FaZe. Obviously, a new look roster for them. They're going to be taking on Source, so they've got a heavy advantage in that one, you would think. Obviously, Blair's team, the MongolZ, they'll be taking on Astralis in the second series of the day. And low-key, MongolZ, obviously contenders as well, it's got to be said. And then Falcons, Eternal Fire, the most one-sided rivalry in World Counter-Strike right now, I think. So lots of interesting names. What leaps off the page for you guys?
I think for me personally, it has to be Falcons, Eternal Fire, right? I think pound for pound, that should be the matchup of the day, if you ask me. Clear favorites. Otherwise, I think FaZe should be an easy one. That should absolutely be MongolZ against Astralis. I don't know, Astralis kind of struggling a bit right now, Jacob. They've been having a bit of a nightmare the past couple of weeks, and the MongolZ are a real opportunity to finally win an S-tier trophy.
I was just about to say, this is a massive opportunity for teams like the MongolZ, like FaZe for that matter as well, but also Eternal Fire to win a trophy, to win a tier 1 tournament, to go in, and hoist a trophy. I think the sooner or the later we get into the season as well, is only going to get steeper in terms of the competition. So if you want to win a trophy, if you're the MongolZ, if you're EF, now has to be the time. And I think that's additional pressure onto a team that is not necessarily dealing with pressure that too well, which we saw back in Katowice as well.
Yeah, we got some time before we really need to start dialing in on MOUZ and Pain. Let's talk about, obviously, Astralis. I know we're going to do that a lot more later. But what's kind of interesting is they've had that kind of disastrous qualifier while they've been here, trying to get to Dallas and only getting 5 rounds in 2 maps against Heroic. How's that going to affect their mentality, Jacob, in a must-win game? Because for them, too, like so many other teams, this is a tournament that they could realistically be thinking about, maybe we could win this and get our VRS points.
See, they should be thinking that. Astralis should be in a scenario where they could realistically, have aspirations of winning a tournament of this caliber. But that's not the fact of the matter right now for Astralis. For them to just, I guess, stabilize, get some points, and make sure they don't miss a 5th major in a row, that should be the only focus for Astralis. You're right in saying that they did play yesterday against Heroic in a game that could have qualified them for IEM Dallas, and I believe they got 5 rounds over the course of 2 maps. They didn't only lose the game, they got absolutely destroyed. And does that affect them coming into this quarterfinal? Yeah, I think it takes a bit of that confidence out of them, especially considering you're facing the MongolZ. But I think the broad conversation when it comes to Astralis is that it got to be one of the biggest and most mismanaged teams that I can potentially think of in history of Counter-Strike, which saying that out loud is ridiculous, but knowing the budgets, knowing the player material they had to work with, and knowing how little they got out of that the past 5 years, I mean, a win against the MongolZ today will help in that conversation, but wouldn't change the narrative.
And just quickly, Blair, my sleeper pick, I think Eternal Fire win this tournament. Just tell me what you think about those.
I don't think they're necessarily my pick to win a tournament. I feel like their trajectory is very similar to what we've had with the MongolZ, right? Where they find a new ceiling, and then you figure out, okay, we're going to stumble here, but then they're able to make it up in the next event. And that's what you saw in Kato. They choked. They said it themselves. They choked in the arena. Now is an opportunity for them to get a win. Right, to get the win, get used to the arena, get used to the crowd, and potentially make a deep run. Can they make a deep run? I believe so. I think for me, I'd pick them as the slight favorites with the Falcons, in all honesty. But can they win the tournament? I'm not quite sure yet.
I think they're one of the gnarliest teams in terms of raw firepower in the world right now.
Right now, yes.
I mean, we were talking about it on the desk with Madja, and I was saying, now that you've got a 4th player that realistically can carry games in the form of Jota, what aspirations do you set yourself? And he said, 25's got to be our year. We're never going to get a better roster than this. We have to win tournaments. So I'm very excited to see if they can convert on that promise.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's having high aspirations for them as well. I think just what they've done so far this year, the fact that they've established themselves as a team that we talk about being a potential winner of the tournament is already making it. You know, I don't think it's fair for having, you know, the expectations for every team out there to win tournaments. Everyone is saying it, yeah, we play to win and they should play to win, but realistically there's 5-6 teams who can go into a tournament and think to themselves, we are going to win this tournament or we should be winning this tournament. I don't think Eternal Fire is one of those teams yet, but they've established themselves as a team we have in the conversation. That in itself is a massive achievement.
I mean, as the old adage goes, right, you aim for the stars, you're probably going to land on the moon. I think they'd be very happy to land on the moon right now. And I agree with Jacob. I feel like they're a team that eventually are going to be like, we are going to be vying for these trophies, but you've got to have the belief from the get-go, stumble a little bit here and there, and eventually they potentially might get it.
Right, well, I've been quite deliberate in how I've constructed this test segment. I haven't been talking about MOUZ as title contenders, because we're going to talk about them now. Obviously, they're taking on Pain, the best team in Brazil for me. But, you know, we'll be spicy later on. Let's talk about MOUZ first of all. A very new era for them. They have taken out a experienced, I guess you would say now, tenured and accomplished in-game leader, replaced him with someone that has never done the job before to try and maybe negotiate a firepower upgrade. We've seen the good and the bad on their journey to get here. What have you made of the Brolan era?
It's been very much hit and miss so far. They've had some decent games. They've had some games where you think to yourself, all right, this project is going to take some time before we see it come to fruition. But the fact of the matter is for me that all the players have had showed up from an individual point of view. And that's the first step, as you said, Richard. They made an upgrade in raw firepower, bringing in Spinks instead of Shuhei. And that raw firepower we've seen at certain of the tournaments or certain of the games as well. Now, the T sides have looked okay at times and they looked atrocious at times.
Yeah.
CT sides the same. So I cannot point towards one thing where I feel like this is where Brolan is not making his mark or this is where he's not having his impact just yet. It's been very much hit and miss as you kind of would expect for a new team.
Oh, absolutely. And I feel like the wins they've had thus far, right, it's been just because of the firepower. You can't deny the fact that Torji is having a hell of a tournament. Exertion's just doing things at will. Spinks as well, seemingly looking very comfortable right now in the team. And you're just looking at the results, you look at the first two, Big and 3D Max, it was an easy game, right? The firepower just completely overwhelming the opposition. But against FaZe and Falcons, that's when Brolan's, well, his newness to being an IGL, to being on the reins of this team was kind of taken advantage of. Like,
the Falcons game, I mean, both times, but I'd say the Falcons game kicks in cold circles.
Oh, absolutely, and that's the worrying thing. I mean, I wouldn't say worrying, but that's a learning experience. The T side we clearly knew was they were struggling against FaZe, but the CT side just absolutely just read like an open book by Kixon. And I feel like it's a harsh lesson. I'm not going to be too critical, obviously, considering it's his first event as an IGL, but these are lessons you can definitely learn from, and I'm sure MOUZ have learned a bit.
I will say it's a big point of conversation, obviously, having Big Zero going up against Brolan. Big Zero being a guy that's been, I guess, rumored towards Furia. We all wanted to see him move on, getting to a better team. As Richard said, you could argue that Pain are now the best team in Brazil, so maybe he's exactly where he's supposed to be. I will say, though, just to give it a bit of nuance in this whole in-game leading conversation, in-game leaders are, by the public perception, I think slightly overrated in the sense that we hear more and more teams talk about it's a joint role. You see in FaZe Clan, who's calling on the CT side most of the time? Elish. Who's calling on the CT side in G2? Well, that's Hunter. It's not the in-game leader, right? So it's a joint responsibility, which is why I think that, yes, we can have a lot of focus towards Brolan, and maybe we can make certain conclusions saying that he's not ready on a stage. Maybe he was being called around in circles, but it's a responsibility within the team and also with the coach in Cyclone to help him feel comfortable as he's only calling half the time on the T side. Yeah,
and to talk about Pain for a moment, obviously NQZ has had probably his best tournament so far.
Yes.
Really looking like a genuine talent for Brazil right now. He's in peak form.
He's the only upper coming out of Brazil right now that can play at a decent level, which is why I think Pain is to be argued as the best Brazilian team as well. He's had an awful lot of impact. He does it with the rifle, does it with the op, and his clutching ability play. We've seen it throughout the tournament. It's at a high level.
He's playing lights out, absolutely. And I got to say, considering it was a bit of a grind for them to make it here to the arena, he has been a difference maker. My problem is not NQZ. He's been phenomenal thus far. It's just about his supporting cast who have kind of gone missing right now. I'm looking at Kawes. Taking Imperial Valkyries aside, Kawes is the lowest rated player in the tournament.
Oh, wow.
And that is problematic. Then I look at Snow, you know, a young upstart who's been looking better and better with the Pain jersey, and he is in the bottom 10 rated players as well in a tournament. These are big questions that have to be asked, because it can't just be Davideus, it can't just be NQZ, especially when you're going up against, especially when you have aspirations of beating a team like MOUZ. Now, to contextualize this particular matchup, you're looking at MOUZ, you're looking at Pain, right? For MOUZ Brolan, your first event in an arena as an IGL, that's pressure on you right there, buddy. For Pain, first time in a big arena, mind you. Biggest is first time in a big arena in his entire career, which is crazy to say, but now the pressure is on all the 5 players of Pain. For the side of MOUZ, despite the struggles that Brolin's going to have as an IGL, but the pressure is going to be creeping in, the other players have that arena experience, and that's where you have to lean the way of MOUZ. So now for Pain, you can't afford to crack. But the thing is, I haven't seen much from Snow. I haven't seen much from Cowards thus far. Are they going to wake up here? I don't think so.
Well,
honestly.
Talking about arena experience, I don't know if experience is the right word, but MOUZ have obviously been criticized in the past for not doing their best work in stadiums. But one player definitely does, and that's Torji. I've probably been a little bit unkind, I guess is the way you could frame it. I've said...
Doesn't sound like you.
No, not at all, right? I didn't think he should have been in the top 20. I thought Nertz was kind of robbed. But so far in 25, he's playing like a top 20 player right now. Like, I think he is really, really elevating his game, and he's going to be critical of MOUZ's chances.
He is going to be critical, and he has been critical so far at this tournament for MOUZ. As you said, I think he's the 8th highest rated player coming into this game. He's a very aggressive AWPer as well, a very assertive AWPer. He's not afraid of taking duels, and one thing I love about Torsi that makes him stick out a little bit compared to some of the other AWPers, when he's having a rough game or having a rough half, he continues to do the right thing. And what I mean by that is that he's continuing and sticking to what he knows he's supposed to do, which means that the players around him doesn't get affected of him having a bad game. You often see AWP players, you know, missing a couple of shots, and then they won't buy the AWP, they play the rifle, they play different positions, and not only does that affect them as an individual, but all the players around them that usually could count on you having the AWP or locking down a certain area of the map will now have to adjust to you having a bad game as well. Torsi doesn't do that, so look out for that. Even if he goes to a bad start, even if he's not getting the kills that you want him to get, he's not necessarily affecting the players around him, and for that I like Torsi.
And just before we start getting ready, we're about 2 minutes out. The big story, Spinks. We have to sort of talk about it. Obviously, he was the player essentially brought in to replace an IGL, even though he is not the IGL. He's the new guy on the roster. Looked like he wasn't going to get picked up incredibly. I thought he was so good on Vitality. The prospect of him bench warming for 6 months was absolutely insane. MOUZ are the team that are the beneficiaries, and so far so good, right?
And he even said as well, coming to this MOUZ lineup, he was like, I was looking forward to it because he's kind of the veteran age-wise on his team because of how young the entire team is. And thus far, I don't think he has really been tested much so far, apart from obviously the FaZe and the Falcons game, because he's coming in and MOUZ making him feel comfortable. Hey Spinks, you want to play the same spot you played in Vitality? There you go. He's just slotting in, just hot swapping into this team and looking very comfortable. But I feel the real tests hasn't quite come yet, and that's where we're going to see, you know, some of the, the rough edges trying to assimilate with this MOUZ team. But so far, so good.
Yeah, you spoke about it. You said the MOUZ have a bit of a repetition for maybe not performing at the stage, etc., etc.
I think it might be overdone now.
It's overdone a little bit now. Yeah, they've gotten that experience, but you're not wrong in saying it has been a conversation, and I think that conversation completely dies when you bring in a guy like Spinks as well, who has an awful lot of experience with Vitality, who, let's be honest, 2 years ago, we were talking about him as if he were a top 5 rifler in the entire game of Counter-Strike. He slowed down a little bit in terms of individual output. We even spoke to him during this tournament and asked him, are we going to see the end Spinks ever coming back? And he said, most likely not. You know, I'm not that kind of player anymore, but I want to perform at a high level. So, as you said, so far so good, and I think Spinks will be able to elevate MOUZ, at least when it comes to the raw firepower.
Yeah, and just before we get ready to go over to the stage, this is a tournament I think MOUZ have to have designs of winning. I think they need to look at the teams that are left in it and think, with the way VRS works now, we have to win this overall in Cluj.
I don't think they're ready. I just don't think they're ready, especially when you have someone like your new IGL coming in who doesn't have that experience, so to speak. I think it's a bit of a tall ask, especially when you might be going up against your MongolZ, especially when you're going to go, especially their nemesis that is FaZe, for example. But if they're able to pull it off, man, that's going to be something special.
I agree. They should have aspirations of winning. They are a team with a lot of great players. They are a team who's been in deep playoff runs at big tournaments before. They're taking down some of the best teams in certain arenas as well. I think for them to beat Pain, that's a must. They need to win this quarterfinal. They need to be in the semifinal. And as you said, Richard, they need to believe they can win the trophy. But I do tend to agree with you. They're probably not ready to go all the way yet, especially when you consider the MongolZ or FaZe waiting in that final.
All right then, guys. Thanks for your thoughts. Now we are ready to introduce the teams. We're going over to James Banks on the stage.
Thank you very much, Richard. That's right. We're getting ourselves into our opening games. And you guys sound real good considering it's so early in the morning. How are we feeling? 10 years after the first elite Counter-Strike event, you finally returned to Romania, and we're back in Cluj-Napoca. Are you ready for some great Counter-Strike? That's what I'm talking about. Well, let's bring on our first team. They were a team who were almost making playoffs again and again. They beat some very tough opposition in order to qualify for the playoffs of this event. But now, the real test begins. Make some noise for Pain Gaming! And their opponents looking to show us what they can do with a new IGL that they changed up at the beginning of the season after just one event. They bring Spinks in to add that extra experience. They're looking to make some damage here. And like the Des said, they are a team that should be looking at that trophy at the end of the tournament. Give it up for MOUZ! Well, our teams have taken to the stage and soon the battle will begin. This battle for you though, BTarena, is something you've been chasing for a long time, to be on this stage, to get this opportunity. What's the team feeling like ahead of this?
I think right now everyone here is so excited to play. I think it's not just, we don't have the pressure right now, we just want to play and enjoy the moment, you know?
And you will certainly enjoy that moment. It's a lot of fun when you get on this stage, but how do you expect everyone to handle this kind of pressure? Because it's very different now from going from the group stages to an arena like this.
I think I'm trying to keep them calm all the time and say good words. I think this is the key of to keep the mind calm, you know? I think we just have to play.
Well, I look forward to seeing it go down. For you, Brolan, you go through the group stage losing to FaZe, you lost to Falcons as well, but you still made it this far. It's your first time as an IGL to be going through this. What do you make of this group stage performance you had?
Overall, I think it was pretty good. We went 2-1 in the Swiss, and when they went 3-2, we had 2 losses for FaZe and Falcons, as I said, and I think we played really decent, and yeah, I'm just looking forward to show it in playoffs as well.
And are you finding yourself growing and developing each and every game? Do you see the change and how you're adapting as an IGL now?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I take as game, but I'm just feeling more comfortable by game, and yeah, just try to get more experience now. And the first time on stage as an IGL as well, so I just need get more experience for playing basically, and then we'll see.
All right, we'll see how it goes. Guys, shake hands and go and take your seats as we get ready for the game. Pain making their first arena. Brolan looking to lead by example and try and find glory for MOUZ. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I love that. I love what Brolin was saying. I'm just taking it one game at a time. That's what you have to do when you're in new IGL, you know?
Listen, I don't buy what BTarena said there. He said, you're not really feeling the pressure, you're just going to have fun. You're not going to have fun if you can get beaten down by this MOUZ team, right?
Yeah, you can ask Astralis about that later.
Well, just catching strays, right? Look, for Brolan, you gotta say this, right? Your first test in an arena and you get an opponent like Pain, I think that's I wouldn't say it's easy, but you've been a little lucky. If it was an Eternal Fire, for example, if it was potentially a FaZe and whatnot, I think it'd be a much more different story altogether.
Yeah.
This is a good way for Brolan to warm up into a potentially deep playoffs run, especially against a team like Pain.
I think the nature of this game is that on one side you have MOUZ, who arguably have way better individuals, way sharper tools in the toolbox, and should have the firepower to win against Pain Gaming, regardless of Brolan calling a good game or not. Now, where he comes into the picture is that is it going to be a landslide? Is it going to be MOUZ showing that they are much, much better? It could be if Brolan is having one of those games where everything comes together, but it is Pain going up against the firepower.
I want to know what the new map pool for MOUZ is going to look like. We're about to get into the veto. Obviously, there is a reality that it should change, right? Because a new IGL is going to want to do things differently. You've got a new lineup, you've got new players that have different specialities.
You're not going to try to playoffs game, especially for the very first time, right? So I think this one's going to play out in a pretty boring way. The usual bans getting out of the way. I think Mirage, the pick should come in from MOUZ. Dust 2 should be for Pain. That's actually a surprise from MOUZ. Inferno. I mean, why don't you just go with Mirage, a map that you're very comfortable on? Have you been really shocked by FaZe? Are you not confident on your very map here?
No, but listen,
turns out you get it anyway.
Yeah, you get it anyway. That's the issue right here. If you're MOUZ, I understand why you're taking Inferno, because Pain Gaming have shown their willingness to play Mirage and Dust 2 throughout this tournament, and they get to do exactly that by picking into Mirage versus MOUZ. And then you have Nuke as a third deciding map, which for Pain Gaming has been a little bit hit and miss. It's not a bad map, but it's definitely not their best map either. So for MOUZ to ban Dust 2 in the second wave, that's probably the smartest thing Brolan could have done.
Oh, they 100% should have banned it, but I'm also surprised why Pain didn't go for it, right? Dust 2, I think it's a map they've looked pretty good so far, despite a couple of close losses here and there. So maybe they've cooked up something here, Rich. A bit of a curveball being thrown by Pain.
I think you have to. I mean, listen, I get it. You don't want to necessarily move out of your comfort zone for a playoff game, but the beauty is when you have a few days off, you do get to strategize and plan. Quite famously, that's what Karrigan has done with his teams historically. He comes into the playoffs with curveballs to throw at you, and maybe this is Brolan doing that. I think they probably had a bit of time to analyze, what's good, what's good, what's working, what isn't, and how we can get the most out of this new look roster. So very interested to see how this veto plays out, because yes, it's not the most bold thing they could have done, but it's pretty bold.
Also the Inferno pick is just a bit surprising for me from MOUZ, right? Considering it was such a close affair against VP. So it's more like, I guess, they're just bringing out all the playbook very early in the playoffs here.
But it is two teams that share the same map pool, right? They like to play the same map, so I don't think neither of the two teams are not comfortable with this current map pool. I think in terms of Mirage coming into it as well for Pain to pick that, we have seen MOUZ struggle an awful lot on that map, especially on the T side. You remember the FaZe game where they couldn't get anything done whatsoever on the T side. So if I'm BTarena, if I'm Pain, I probably saw a couple of weaknesses that FaZe were able to exploit, and they believe in themselves. Right? We've seen that from Pain Gaming. It's a team that is winning, as you said, Blur, as a team. You have two of the lowest performers in the team in terms of individuals, but that doesn't really affect the way they're playing Counter-Strike. They play as a unit, they play as a structure, so if you've seen something you can exploit, you're going to go for it.
I think for Pain to even stand a chance to see map number 3 coming up, I need Kawis and Snow to really pull up the pants and start fragging out in the server right now, because group stage, fair enough. Playoffs in an arena, now you need to deliver.
Yeah, and look, just final thoughts as we're about to get into the action. I mean, MOUZ are favorites for this. We've given a lot of credit to Brolan and how he might have a curveball. Don't rule out BTarena. Never sleep on him. I think he's a smart cookie.
I think BTarena and Pain Gaming is one of the teams at the tournament with the most synergy. They have an awful lot of team play, which is why they're able to play at a high level despite having two players who are not showing up individually. So I think you're right. You would make a mistake if you're sleeping on Pain, but I have MOUZ winning this game, no doubt. They have too much firepower.
I think MOUZ is going to take this 2-0. The nerves are going to be too much for Pain.
All right, guys, great stuff. We're ready to get into the action. It's going to be MOUZ versus Pain, brought to you by Sponge and Machine.
Oh, Richard knows how to make us feel welcome, as does Cluj-Napoca, Chad. We are going straight into the action with Inferno as our first for this quarterfinal. And, I mean, the desk clearly favoring MOUZ after their discussions.
Yeah, experience is going to be a big talking point of this one, but let's get things underway. T-side start for MOUZ and their map choice. So Pain wanting to defend. Davideus, the new addition with Big Ysera, both poking their nose down Banana, and a little bit of information taken. Big Ysera's seen enough to start talking an awful lot. Through the mid-lurk smoke, trying to play on the fade.
Yeah, a lot of responsibility falls to Cowes. Out long side. Snow with a flash to respond, swings through, and already slipping Arch. Big Ysera will combine with Snow to remove Brolan, but it's a wrap into B. Davideus has got so much work to do. Spinning around, bit of damage onto the flank. Another one from Davideus. Solid haul. He's made a round out of this after all. Bomb across, throws it, but costs him his life. Torji plucked from the sky. A lovely headshot. Pain bringing just that to the pistol.
And Rix, the coach, actually getting really animated off the back of that pistol win. We have a great view from the casting box to be able to take in all the action from the stage. And speaking of stage, well, it's been spoken about once, it's been spoken about twice, but it is going to be part of that experience conversation for Pain. Big Ysera, the franchise player, 6 years in this jersey. First time he's getting to play in an environment like this.
Oh yeah, it must mean everything to him.
But the thing that was there, the little bit of information that they took in Banana, he called that rotation immediately. So whether he thought it was going to be an A play or the mid to B, regardless, had the rotation in the right point. We'll see MOUZ go into an eco. So MOUZ on the other side, obviously, more experienced player for player, but it's the Brolan conversation, how he's going to be able to control the troops in this situation. And then exertion. In the big games, tends to go a little bit missing, whereas this man, Torji, does not.
I love that they're not really playing too scared in this anti-eco.
Yeah, look at how much space they've just taken off of MOUZ, and not allowing them just to whittle down the clock. Everyone loves these rounds, right?
Yeah, I think
everyone's favorite type of Counter-Strike rounds, the full ecos.
These are the rounds where the crowd goes absolutely mild.
There it is.
There they are.
But at home, when they're playing in their pugs, they're all just running and dying, or they're all force buying.
Yeah, it's because humans are naturally quite impatient, you know? But these professionals, they're paid to be a bit more patient, and, well, you know, slowly but surely, it is coming to its logical conclusion. Even preserving some of their nades there. Like, respect to Cowes, has a full belt of util.
Respect to Pain. They made that one quicker than I think MOUZ wanted it to be.
True.
So here we go. A classic on Inferno. Big conversation is going to be about this exchange in Banana. Big Ysera and Snow, two defending on that side of the map. They'll have the support of NQZ or Davideus. And then fighting for that control on the T side will be Exertion, Brolan, and then Torji to chip in, as the likes of Jimmy and Spinks will be taking that second mid control. But here we go. Type of tempo are MOUZ going to approach this with?
I mean, Xertion does look like he's going to be setting his sights towards early control of Banana. Molotov throw now. Davideus flirting with aggression. Look at the deep nade. Swallowed by Torji. And Brolan as well, wobbly. 23 points of health, a strong connection from the HEs of the defenders, and a bit one back. Similar. Snow, he's not shy away, though. He will continue to spam away at the boards, fighting for this control with Xertion towards that Logs position.
All right, well, they do get the control after all, MOUZ, but they took a lot of damage. Those 4 HEs, couple from mid, couple down Banana, flash at the ready for Big Ysera. Snow looking to set up his in-game leader.
Yeah, they are going to time it well. Xertion was pushed up and eliminated comfortably. There's an opening kill. Now with the man advantage, everything indicates this should be Pain's round. The only exception to that being the 60 seconds MOUZ have to claw a way back in.
Well, first 3 rounds and first 3 opening kills going in favor of Pain.
They're staying active. You can see the comms. NQZ's been sent over to spawn with a flash cocked. I guess they're waiting for a sound cue.
And they have full mid control. Cowes could see nobody was home, so... Another, yeah, look at that. 20 seconds going to be left after this. They don't have a HE to be able to break on the T side. They might just have to go through it.
With no HE, an incendiary... Ooh, there's diligent util right now from Pain.
This one's looking done already.
It is, isn't it? There's no HE to break, so you're running through a smoke. Snow hidden out. Good flash. Oh, a second one catches him, though. Brolan, low HP, still finds Snow, swinging out. Big Ysera not able to convert it. Awkward now, can't finish off Brolan, and the bomb will go down. And QZ, not in a position to disrupt it, spots that cross from Torji. Backs are turned on one, but covered by the other. Brolan's forward position, he's buying time, waiting before he commits. To up from this Banana side. A nice burst from Davideus. Brolan watching Torji, half health from that early HE, and it's a messy spray. Davideus brings him down, but it's Spinks. New addition in the jersey to close it out and secure it. MOUZ on the board, clutched up by Spinks, 3 in the round, and a lovely recovery. The smoked off, 20 seconds left in the round, and still they prevail.
Comes down to wobbly aim from that B defense. So Snow, look, BTarena gets the first where the flash comes in. Then when they're entering the site, BTarena gets a little bit wobbly. Sure, he's blind on that kill, but it feels like he should have been good for a third, or Snow to grab one. That B defense, they were able to go essentially 2 for 2. The rotation point far away, only the MP9's in hand, and that one was snatched away. So MOUZ, they still won. Money's still there for Pain. This one's not a bonus anymore. Up Banana for the fight.
Quick fight this time in the sandbags. Overcommitted is Snow. Xerxon will bring him down with ease. BTarena alone and with a lot of responsibility. Do MOUZ try and punish this? Do they have the audacity to commit? Little to no, do they know that heavy lean towards the A side of the map for Pain. At
the moment, Pain might just have to gamble one of these sides, and definitely so now. BTarena gone. Xerxon, fantastic work from him. Bomb to be picked up. And the B finish most likely at this point. So it's going to be just about a minute worth of feeling out before we see too much more action.
I mean, they're not to know, right? Could be that gamble stack, new box boost. They just don't know exactly how Pain approached this round.
Both of those kills came relatively quickly within the round, so no spam through, no flashes, nothing. You're now expecting the save, and you still have that safety net of Jimmy set up. So if you do want to try and hunt, take away these rifles early. Now that the bomb gets punched in, 40 seconds thrust onto the clock, you definitely can. You could send a body or two after this. But this looking like a bit of a punish pick from MOUZ into Pain. Pain had played this 7 times with Davideus, only won it twice. The most recent match was a win, but feels like they're looking to punish a weak Inferno. Looks like everyone's going to get to hold on to their goodies. 3 players from Pain staying alive. Loss bonus is not built to a point where there will be drops available, at least of the rifle variety, and the crowd happy with that one. Second round for MOUZ, tying things up 2-2. Could drop Famises, but you'd be lighter on U2. Could just take the save across the board, get a rifle round into the next, and allow these 3 rifles to play. A tactical timeout taken.
Going to be interesting to see who in these playoffs.
Oh, we got a case opening. Oh, we had a case opening. We might come back. We'll probably be too late by then, but we'll see.
This is a golden opportunity for everyone in attendance of these playoffs.
It's going to be up Banana again.
Molly's to start. Bronan will potentially combine with a nade and Molotov towards that sandbag position, trapping anyone that was feeling the brunt of that HE damage.
They have so much banana controls so early.
It's a bit suspicious. It's suspiciously quiet. 2 saved rifles on this site. 1 to be boosted up. No, not anymore. They're actually completely... Ooh. Not ideal. BTarena, the bait. Goes down to Xerxon. Another opening from him. Early doors.
If you do a full executes, it's hard to see this one going wrong.
I don't really see a world. Then QZ and Kawaz both being here is something. Okay, he controls the spray and removes Brolan. Keeps us level. Nade hurts. But this crossfire and the unknown entity of NQZ, maybe there's more to be said about this. MOUZ still committing in, not overly cautious. 45 seconds, Spinks pokes in, removes NQZ, and as easy as that, they wipe the site clean.
On Davideus, you better back off, you better get out of dodge and try and hold on to this.
It's funny watching Jimmy on the minimap. You see that dot?
Yeah, just sitting second.
He's just like, yo, Apps is still clear,
no one's pushed, guys. I'm having a good time over here. He's just hanging around with his Galil.
Yeah, it's nice over here.
Trying to stay locked in case anybody does peek onto his screen. But a nice handful of rounds now for MOUZ. To get worrying there for a moment. He is being hunted. Pushed through CT spawn. Davideus in library position now given up. Noted. And Torji spins and takes him down. Everything removed. It's going to be a buy regardless. We'll see if some MP9s come out instead of the M4s to take this banana control. It's tough map tempo-wise as well for Pain. If you want to get in and be a bit brawly and take a few more risks, Inferno's not the place you want to find yourself.
Would you characterize them as brawly by their nature?
I think they're a team who likes to take a couple of risks, especially with Davideus and BTarena. But also, heads-up Counter-Strike is one way to get yourself warmed. right? Having to actually play a gambly game or more of a patient game. The Inferno Enforcers can slow things down, especially on a stage debut.
Okay, we've got progression at Banana once more. Will Pain try and fight for this? Every time we've seen MOUZ get to this half wall, it's either resulted in an opening kill for MOUZ or free control. God, that was risky. Big Uzera spotted out, throws out a deeper smoke.
I'm sorry, this is so tough for the B defenders. They're under so much pressure 15 seconds into the round.
Oh.
Look, you're already going through all your util. You didn't force them back, you didn't do any util damage. They're already top Banana pressuring you, they're fighting you 15, 20 seconds into the round, and then your A defenders, they want to rotate because they're hearing the comms, they're hearing the pressure. You're going to have to do something about this, Pain, because you can't just sit on your haunches in the sights.
They are cycling through their utils so fast, they just threw a block smoke
Exactly.
back.
This just tells you how much pressure they feel they're under, which is fair enough.
Yeah, well, there's certainly pressure from being in the top 8 of $1 million, $1.2 million tournament. And more smokes available for MOUZ. So we've got Torjis and Brolans for the finish. Lined up now for a long side take. Well, the body's in the right place this time, Pain. How do they handle this? Flash, Cowes has vision. Tucked into the side, concedes long. Responsibility now of the pit player. NQZ on Mini. Up and over on the barrel. Torji removes Davideus. QZ back turn, desertion just puts him down, and just too comfortable to just waltz into the A site piece by piece. And the job's a good one.
Yeah, just that a pitter-patter, right? It's not coming at you as just a big surge. They're taking their time, they're managing the clock, and 4 on the trot. So Exertion and Torji playing well is something to be extremely scared of, and Spinks in the clutch. That feels like a recipe for success. Jimmy and Brolin haven't really been called upon just yet. That's all right, we can tell you what. Oh, we're back. Don't worry, guys. Snow, the last man standing. And he gets a nice little double up. So Snow adding to his frag tally. That's all right.
He wants that AK so bad, it might cost him his life. Torji takes him away. Solid haul from MOUZ. Their T side is looking very scary from the Pain POV.
And the problem is, as just mentioned, going into that last round, they had to choose weapons or firepower, right? So, sorry, or utility. And they went for the weapons. The next gun round, which will be in a round's time, they'll have everything they want. They'll even have the NQZ AWP. So it's going to allow them to be a little bit more aggressive on the map. And they will take a tactical timeout to bring Coach Ricks into the conversation.
Well, I'd like to bring Coach Birchall into the conversation. This conceding Banana this early and this convincingly and comfortably, perhaps a product of the absent util that you've already highlighted.
For 2 of those rounds, yes.
But there has to be a solution. We can't see that happen again, this pitter-patter finish of, oh, we got Banana, we've got all of our nades.
The problem is the Ts are going to be able to take it just because of the util advantage on a time delay anyway. So the question is, do you want to go all in and try and win or lose the round in the opening stages? You could set this man up in the middle of your screen right here next round with the AWP, and you could look for picks elsewhere. You could try and unravel the default in second mid, or at least get information based off of where Jimmy and Spinks are. You just need to block B early. You could have 2 extra players come over, donate utility, so you could do standard opening Banana utility, then do a second wave of it. So there's plenty of options. It really just depends on what MOUZ throw your way. And they know they've been getting Banana control for free. So because they're aware of that, next round either they're going to be heavier or lighter based off of what response they think you're going to throw.
And they're already 2 rounds away from Pain. Solid 4-2-2 scoreline looks to be a 5th.
Yeah, a couple of issues to worry about if you're MOUZ in this one. We can see some light upgrades, some 5.7s, MP9, Deagle in the mix. And this is where an individual for Pain will need to happen if they want to convert. Or if MOUZ take too long as far as the time's concerned. If they walk in contact, this boost is going to get unraveled very quickly.
Yeah, you can almost see a double spray on the horizon. Of course, the 5.7 at that range, very potent. It's about that pre-aim, really, and how they swing. Wide from Brolan, comfortably dispatched. In fact, is actually mid-air as NQZ on the top drop.
Reboost. This is going to get sketchy now.
Especially if Jimmy falls down. Cow is activated. It is sketchy, Chad. It's absolutely far from comfortable here for MOUZ. Sneaking across, understandably cautious of players that could be on the site. Spinks is holding for that play around the smoke, but he can't control it. It's Big Uzera's P250. And now just what's he supposed to do? He's got 20 seconds. He's got a very expensive weapon in his hands that very likely is going to be ripped away. Door is locked. This frag is everything. Cowes to contain the escape of Torji. Oh, and and there it goes. Of all the rounds for Pain to convert, it's P250s and a 5-7.
That's a confidence builder. It's going to add a lot in this context, right? Because it's not a full rifle round. You're getting it done. It was those risks, pushing through smokes, and the initial kill coming their way, no trade potential whatsoever. Here it is again. Starts dropping, gets the frag. Cowers activates in Boiler, catches Jimmy. And then Big Zero with the wrist through the smoke. Some great shooting on the P250. So it's extra cash to work with. Should buy them a residual gun round, Pain. Get a chance to tie things up right now. So what was the Banana approach? They're starting 3B.
Early smoke deep Banana. And look at them go, they're fighting! Flashes are in the air. Half-wall smoke, he spammed all of his bullets. Snow needs to stay back. Doesn't dare reload in the open 5-2, he has to leave. Molotov forces his hand, he's very stubborn about this. He is stubborn about this. Break of the smoke exposed with a combination of the flash, and down they go! Banana defense disrupted.
Well, that's based off the conversation they had in that tactical timeout before, and we were saying that they need to fight for some of this control. See how premeditated it was with the car extinguished, but they didn't get what they were looking for. And MOUZ, after a bit of a fumble, straight back into the winning ways.
Now, I know it may be simple, certainly for a professional Counter-Strike team, but just the synergy of a smoke break and a flash, just in perfect unison, it's sexy Counter-Strike.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
A lot of harass utility going on there from MOUZ. They knew that that push was coming through. Obviously, footsteps helping telegraph that conversation. We'll be able to get a drop across the snow. Big Zero can by himself, and they can try again.
Good job they earned themselves an extra buy.
Yeah, and I think the initial exchange utility was good, but just how stubborn they stayed. So if they'd been donated a bit more, right, you do that same opening, you extinguish their smoke, you put a little pressure on with utility, land a couple of good nades, stall it out, so you're buying yourself 15 to 20 seconds, then you throw in like a second stage Banana retake. So a deep smoke,
right.
Molly half wall, maybe another Molly logs. Does mean your A defenders will be lighter on utility.
Oh, those headphones are tight. You got the Brolin glass strat. And a real opportunity for Brolin to kind of build his confidence into leadership, a T-side haul that they'll be proud of.
Yeah, I think one of the keys with a map like Inferno for the T-side is it can be so systematic, especially with how you use the utility in Banana. There's still risk versus reward with some of the plays, but just these configurations of double mollies or HE combos.
Well, this is a difference. MQZ bringing the Zoom banger to B.
See that there? Because they've been taking Banana so confidently, you've gone for deep nades. So you get a bit of chip damage in, but it hasn't slowed them down.
This could be the difference maker. How much are they accounting for this? Retake util, and they have the half-wall response. That's nice. Really quick thinking here from Brolin and Xertion. But NQZ's patience could very well be rewarded. Scoped up on the line. An anti-flash setup, but note that they're just cutting noise. They're expecting a CT reaction here.
It's actually going to flash for Brolin to take a pick. It's a HE instead, doesn't land.
And patience rewarded. All of that for that. Brolin cut down, out of the round, a man advantage for the defense.
Well, they're moving on A right now. Spinks and Jimmy both out of Boiler, trying to apply a bit of pressure. But that's to force a rotation and has done so. Exertion maintains top Banana control, rotation back over 45 seconds. Utility for the execute, smokes are plenty.
This is far from comfortable for the B defense now. The CT smoke just gets thrown out.
Oh, doing a couple of those.
Yeah, not ideal for the incendiary. A little too shallow. Spam is going to be his best bet, timing everything. Good damage onto Jimmy, but it's Snow that's got to find something with the flash. NQZ arrives in time, or at least his flashbang does. 20 seconds, they need this frag. He's not giving it to them. Big Uzera spams Torji, but there's Spinks. Oh, there's Spinks again! On the B-bomb site, Jimmy, 12 seconds made, but Spinks can't be stopped. Another triple kill. The round can still be theirs, though. Despite Spinks' best efforts, he's faked it. There's no chance, no time. Saving the AWP his best bet, and Pain, regardless of Spinks, will convert.
All right, nice round right there. Very competitive stuff. Really positive sign in a round like that for Pain. Even though they lose a lot of bodies and they're scampering over, getting peeled apart by Spinks. Still liked how they pieced that one together. Flash from NQZ came in clutch.
Can't help but feel there was a time as well. Just by the time that they got into those sites and those frags did come through, you didn't have time for Jimmy and Spinks to piece something together together.
The thing is, if Jimmy was able to get the bomb down a little bit quicker, I don't think he's expecting Spinks to get 3 kills in that quick succession.
Yeah, fair. And the battle rages on. for Banana control.
Giving it over this time, so knowing they're likely starting 3B, now they're going to be poppy towards A.
Good angle for NQZ. He had a sound cue, a misstep, and a good frag. Spinks down. NQZ in the right place in back-to-back rounds. Snow maintains Arch. Jimmy, he still finds NQZ, but an immediate knee-jerk trade out of Davideus. Noted on site. An important fight, and Kawes gives it up. Could be awkward now. A 2v4 goes 2v2. Zershan strikes twice. And Snow thrice from Zershan.
Little patches of multi-kills, but BTarena is still in the play.
Can he cook anything here? That trajectory implies he's not being held, and he does try and profit and poke and sneak and torch. He's not looking. He knows where they both are. Spotted the barrel on sight. Now they know he's in trouble, and it's MOUZ's round. Zershan, quad kill in it. 11 total, just walks into the A site. Oh man, I can't help but point fingers at Kawes there. The desk were worried about his performance on this big stage. It was an important engagement. You had a 2 versus 4, and it slips through your fingers.
It looks good. It started very, very well. Kawes over towards Moto, and yeah, Davideus as well. So they're offering up 1v1s, no trade potential, exertion, isolating all of these fights, knowing he can't let BTarena get to Torji, defends his honor, gets the 6th, secures at least 50% of the rounds in the first half.
So with Spinks and Zershan in this form, they are a team to be feared.
Yeah, and Torji also had some decent contributions earlier, so these 3. Half-wall smoke lands.
That's guaranteed. Damn, BTarena and Snow, there is a ringing after that one.
Well, they've been able to slow down this Banana onslaught, at least for now. Jimmy and Spinks have made noise in app, so they were noted, and now definitely so. It's the type of round, if you're MOUZ, you want to feel it out.
Well, especially if you can work out that NQZ is equipped with that AWP. Ooh, oh, wow. Tight line held by Zershan, and he does hit the headshot through the wall. BTarena stabilizes for Pain.
That might force them into A.
It certainly could. NQZ's in the right place once more. He's been having a great tournament.
He's on his own, completely on his own.
He needs this, and he needs to get away. 33 points of health. He's going to go down, or does he stand his ground? Pieces out, supported by the util.
Action again.
It's a lot of work for NQZ to do here in the pre-aims. Beautiful from Brolan. Does remove the AWP from the equation. It's only really down to this defense on the site. Cowering in there is Davideus. Kawes pushing through, trying to catch a timing. Does contribute. It's Davideus with 2, and that's BTarena. Ties it up. Important frags from Davideus, cowering on the site with just a 5-7.
As far as rifle rounds are concerned for Pain, it hasn't really been their means of success. You got the pistol, the conversion, 2 of these lighter buy or forced buy scenarios, and then 1 gun round of the 5-round spread. But 5 on the CT side, I think they're going to be quite happy with this. They've broken the money of MOUZ late, so they could even tie things up going into the halftime break. Can see how late they are at a spawn. MOUZ just working out what utility they need or what they can get. AK2 Galil's Tech 9, Mac 10, and yeah, the util is the biggest problem for this moment.
Oh, they're starving for nades.
I'm going to try and be quite explosive on Banana. They're going to go through the smoke on the second flash, just as it begins to fade.
Oh, you just heard that util as well. Top Banana might buy you a little bit of time to walk on up. Behind the flames, it's actually going to be BTarena to block and spam. It's a dangerous game he's playing. Logs boost from MOUZ. Spam from BTarena. Oh, and it's a smoke connection from Torji. BTarena gone. Jimmy catches one on the aggress. It was Davideus activating an abs.
It's 2 on B.
Yeah, but Snow's so low, plays close. Trying to catch a smoke walk. It won't necessarily be rewarded. Backs away into the site.
There's a timer on this, so as that smoke starts to fade, he needs to pop on out and has done. He's going to have to be Kawes' big contributions. He has a flash to try and alley-oop again. Smoke some flashes for the execute. Here's the go.
The smokes land, pressure applied. Jimmy walks out of A, saying it's a bit quiet here, but
they're committing. No
should
time.
Confirm this, and into B they go. What can you do? Snow, clean conversion of the first, needs a multi here. He is on his own, and he still stands his ground for another. Finally brought down 10 seconds left. If they could stop the plant, and Cowes, yeah, he's hoping on a prayer. He could have disrupted that plant, doesn't take the risk. Play for the retake. NQZ cheats over from CT. Is he considering this position? It's going to have to be pure reactions or a diligent clear. And it's the opposite. Oh, not ready for the forward position.
Smoked off.
Hang on. Cowes, does he have the audacity to just stick it, just hold it in front of their faces? It's a ninja on the stage! Runs on in, diffuses in front of two. That will get the energy flowing in the right direction. That's a big win for Cowes.
A bunch of cheeky rounds you've lost, and tilting rounds for MOUZ, right?
True.
You could have absolutely owned them in this half. You lose like a couple of P250 kills from the likes of Big U0. There's some 5-7 frags in another round.
That smoke, was that the one NQZ threw as he was running up?
Yeah.
Ooh, great smoke, actually. Upon review.
All worked out in the end, didn't it?
Oh.
Okay, well.
So you lost to 5-7s, you lost to the P250.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a tilting way to end the half. You know that could have been much stronger. We've tied things up 6-6. Payne got the pistol with the conversion. Then the rifles came out. They got the bookend rounds. But if we take a look down the stretch, they managed 4 out of the final 6. So they are building a bit of confidence. And the type of rounds that they're winning as well, sure, you're not going back and going, oh, this is the most comprehensive Counter-Strike we've ever seen, but it doesn't matter how you get there. Not in this environment. You just need to get there. Flash did come in clutch. Snow managed to double up, so he did very well on that low HP, sustaining the damage early.
And that's the smoke grenade thrown. Just a little bit of second guessing from Spinks. Understandably, he wasn't in a position to be traded, didn't want to feed a 1v1, 2 Cowes in the clutch, but has the audacity to hold a 5-second defuse in front of 2.
Lots of utility, an awful lot of utility for the T side. We're talking 3 sets.
What?
It's a hefty investment.
Okay. We've got 2 Kevlar vests on this T side pistol.
Well, there's just brawling on B right now, has a smoke and flash to drop, looking for info on the jiggle, and gets exactly that. 4 players studying towards A in the staunch position from MOUZ, so they are forward in boiler and mid. They know there's no real pressure on that side of the map. A rotation now liberated to head on over. Pretty heavy of 3.
You can see the game plan set.
I think they have to go through.
Yeah, but with that flash cocked as well, if they do go through, Molly lands, forces away Nubox, removes it as an option. They have boost for vision. Another Molotov lands. They break and go. Still feels threatening. So many bodies here from MOUZ and spam it away. Just a frenzy of USPs. Sending them back to spawn, split the pistol down the middle. Everyone standing. Smiles back on the faces of MOUZ.
We'll see if this is where they can start to take over on the CT side. No plant going down. I doubt we'll see a force buy from Payne. Well, this just feels so desperate, doesn't it? They even had that extra smoke to be the contingency once they're in, but they couldn't even get in. Jimmy closes the door, removes any possibility, and
it's just the fact that you hear a HE, 2 Molotovs land on site. You're kind of safe in gambling B.
Oh yeah. Well, look, also based off the information they had in second mid and mid.
Right.
So there's more than enough signs that it was going to be the B finish.
Oh, that looks like it could have been juicy. Just bounced it towards the other side of the stairs.
He's looking for the jump up as opposed to the crab walk halls. But all 5 going to waterfall out. Jimmy's going to get to farm this one.
Are they all Jimmy's? Does he just walk away with all 5? He's already wasted 5 of his bullets. In fact, just the 1 so far for Jimmy. Going to get overwhelmed. Just 2. Amadeus will be happy to have found a Glock frag there on the full eco.
All right, well, Rifle's about to come out. Now it's back in the lead, 2-round difference, 8-6. See if MOUZ want to leverage their individuals and go all in for the banana control. Half-wall smoke being lined up, and with the way that Payne is starting, looks like they will give over the banana control early. It's going to be more focused towards getting this boiler and holes control.
Damn, Zershon, look at him go. He wants to be the canary in the coal mine. He will be reporting if banana is lost or under scrutiny whatsoever. So that's a valuable asset to the MOUZ team.
Brolin can re-smoke deep as well. That's just landing now.
Control maintained for another 20. Snow already forward position in the apartments. Flash, smoke, Cowes pokes, and that was what he was waiting for. Catches the Torchy retreat.
Very well done. Manufacturing a kill, forcing the rotation. Nade right on the doorstep of Spinx as well. Now that the banana utility has subsided, BTarena can call his players into late control. Spinx flushed out as well. You want to do that so they can't keep any of this mid position. Bomb to be picked up, and look at the radar. Nobody's home. Nobody's home whatsoever. MOUZ, by losing that opening kill, are forced into a gamble. By the time they go back, feel safe enough to get the mid control. It's too late. The round's over.
What's impressive to me is you didn't fall into that trap of thinking, well, they have deep banana, that they're just going to remain static there.
That's the conversation we have an awful lot, right? In the sense, if you can't get banana control early, you need to get either boiler and halls, which will help facilitate the brackets control, and then you can go back to banana late. It's just the ping pong. You want to keep the CTs guessing, keep them moving, denying information on one side. You can't not have brackets / boiler halls and not have banana, right? You need to have one of the two on the CT side to have some form of information. So the smarter option from MOUZ. But we know with Inferno, we go through these motions, we go through the paces, and then when it gets down to the final few rounds, they have to go for the retakes, get into overtime, and well, all bets are off. We had that extremely exciting game between, I think it was Wildcard and MongolZ throughout the group stage of PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. And Senzu's back in fine form. Can't wait to see him taking to the server up after this one against Astralis.
Yeah, I mean, we've got one hell of a Friday, haven't we?
It's a long day.
It's going to be a lot
Plenty
of
of damn Counter-Strike.
My goodness, 4 best of 3s coming to you and your screen throughout the day of play. That's why we're up so early. Pain and MOUZ still bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for a day of play. A semi-final being vied for. Starting with 3B for the CTs. Early smoke's been thrown out from both sides of the server.
Give it to him again.
Same fight, same approach. Does he dare risk it with an M4? Yes, he does. Exertion is very stubborn for this banana control, but it's vulnerable to the break. Goes both ways. Davideus down.
It might have to force the hand of Cowes and Snow to start looking towards A. Previously, Snow very aggressive hauls. Double P, Cowes, beautiful for the first.
Yeah, trade necessary from Jimmy. Oops. Throws out and drops out.
Yeah, that tells you that he feels like he's under a bit of pressure. We can see that's not the case. 3v4 situation. Pain are looking, well, thought they were looking to group up. Just going to donate that utility, so BTarena will try and be the facilitator in this situation.
Is he returning solo to try and take
Could just be a moto smoke and a flash for pit.
Yeah,
Could be something as simple as that.
He is having a look. Xerxion's playing for info, so as long as he can keep him blind, you know, force him back, as he has walked away.
Guess he caught something on the jiggle.
Still walking into a stacked site, and look at Brawlan on the map. Look at number 6, just starting to maneuver backwards. BTarena may have done enough to sell something there.
Might need to get a move on, 35 seconds.
Okay. Jimmy and Spinx with a lot of work to be done. 30 seconds, Pain. Will they be able to overcome a 3 versus 4 situation? A big round, good flash, but Jimmy stubborn. That's the crossfire working perfectly. Any chance they may have had now just falls and disintegrates before their very eyes. BTarena accepts defeat. Solid hold from Jimmy and Spinx.
You see that just slightly ahead of the flash.
Just
Jimmy
a moment.
has vision when he's taking the fight, then he's blind mid-duel. So just a little bit early on the swing out of the apartments. But if the player's in bike, right, what you're kind of hoping to do in that situation is if they see the flash coming, a little bit more telegraphed if you're playing from the bike position, that they would duck away and then you take the space, so when they come back out, you're already established. It was weird that they were playing more open pit side. You catch it again from Jimmy's perspective in the highlight package. Here it is.
Yeah.
It's only just, right? We're talking a split second.
And then the dream for Spinx is that he's trading someone that's got their back turned to him, hunting Jimmy. 9-7.
They're fighting for banana this time.
Yeah, it's a change up, isn't it? And already Jimmy's the one to change it up. He just goes fighting mid. Cowes cut down. Rough game for him so far. Boost half wall. Looks like the retake util's on its way. T-Molly will outlast it, so you can't really make a play off of this. Good timing on that. Davideus, look at him, cheeky.
Yeah, the CT Molly not landing either. He's going to fight.
Oh my god, they are going to fight. Zertian wants blood. He swings in dry, still nails the headshot. Messy spray for the second. It's Brolan onto Davideus. NQZ will retrieve the bomb, and there's a lot of time left in this round. However, incredibly separate. Snow and NQZ.
Tough decision to have to make. 2,400 is the loss bonus going into the next, so it's not going to be enough for a bite. Do you want to hold on to the AK so you keep something threatening, or do you want to try and give this round a go? You know, if you group up, you can likely give yourself a 2v2 exchange on either side. And Brolan in decision.
Perfect embodiment of the numbers game. Ooh, Spinks gets a freebie there. No trade potential. Snow, what have you got, mate? 30 seconds, clean headshot, anticipates for the transfer. Rotation's on its way, he knows time-sensitive mission ahead of him. Smokes for CT, will be able to isolate this duel, but Brolan, no slouch with the M4. Snow, fake, worried about new box, isolates, good second frag. Punches in the code, Jimmy and Torji up against Snow, and a lovely break. Again, these breaks are getting better and better. The power of a well-placed HE.
Good attempt from Snow. 1v4 situation, gets 2 kills, gets the bomb down. So with that loss bonus, gives his team a whole lot more to work with. Can invest a little bit more to be threatening in this one if they don't shove all in.
Yeah, he's not looking like he's consumed by the stage and the pressures it comes with it.
A good little environment to do so as well. First game on a Friday. You walk out, you're taking on MOUZ. You've had a pretty good run. You look at the run that Pain had throughout the group stage. They were taking down some big names. Availability if they wanted to bring out an AK on one of these Pain players, and that's the conversation they're likely having now. Snow and NQZ, they're in that ballpark. Davideus, BTarena, Cowards could also invest in something worthwhile, but they're going to play it down the middle. Loss bonus has been accrued to a point where they can full buy into the next, but still stay threatening in this one. NQZ will have the key piece of the purchase. What are they going to try and facilitate? Where are they going to go searching out for these frags? It's hard to go all in on Banana when you don't have the mollies and nades to soften up the aggression for the CTs. But also, okay, well, nobody's in second mid. Spinks is fortunate. It's not going to change the time. This is going to be Poppy, it looks like, with the type of util they're lining up.
Shows presence there.
They're going to try and push on this.
Indeed, yeah, that's a CT smoke thrown from T-Stairs. Zertian will block. Look at that, he's read it perfectly.
Coming
if you push through, you are going to be burning. Singed by Zertian's incendiary and other bullets. A hail of them onto 2. Big Izera Davideus cut down NQZ with that hero rifle already. Hamstrung in his chances. The spam even puts Snow low.
He may as well stay and take some jewels. Like, what other options do you have? So smoke fade, hope it doesn't get replenished, try and take the fight. Oh, and that another one will land.
It's just deep enough as well that the bomb is on the other side of it. Yeah, that's rough. Hidden behind the cone. Bit of a non-starter.
Yeah, you can see the idea, but not getting caught off guard by that MOUZ whatsoever. Good response from Exertion, having a good map. 15 kills for him, 13 for Jimmy, 11 for Torji, 14 for Spinks. Brolan just calling the shots.
Oh. Yeah, and hitting some as well through the smoke. AK is recovered by Cowards. I don't fancy his chances of getting out of this one.
Needs to go down, needs this loss bonus.
And he's gone. 11 for MOUZ, 2 away from taking their map pick. Pundits framing Inferno as a bit of a punish, and it's certainly looking that way.
Yeah, with Mirage up next, so another comfortable map for MOUZ. That's why the prediction of the 2-0 was in play.
Wow. Looking fly, my guy.
All right, well, here comes the Pain buy. What feels like it is going to be their last real chance to extend play.
Oh, look at this. This is such a cheeky CT aggress to be thrown into the mix when you're so close to closing. Spinks set up for success in middle. Davideus boosted up on log side. He is trying to get a little bit of a cheeky one here. Held. Good awareness from Cowards. No conditioning with that smoke. First time you've thrown it, Cowards understandably on high alert. An advantage for Pain in a must-win round.
Important gamble to take here for MOUZ. They want to take this territory back. They will claw forward with the AWP.
Oh, wow, that's just too easy, isn't it? Davideus forced anti-flash. Torji in combination. It's, oh, no! Pain Gaming, you got the pick. And it's already fallen through your fingers.
That fight came to them. No opportunity to reroute off the info. Snow's taking a lot of space. Means the bomb needs to be picked up by NQZ.
Yeah, Snow's going to be saying, I've got a lot of room here.
He might have a kill depending on how far Torji pushes the issue. Jimmy will have communicated that this is a possibility, but there's also a part of this of how much do you truly believe?
Like Snow's communicating a lot. He knows that there was a flash there, which maybe gives him the info as to where Jimmy was.
Well, you're going to be telling NQZ to come through apps because that's how you were able to get the space. But then how do you get out past this AWP?
Oh, you know, it's all about timing. Does he take the fight or will Torji just kill NQZ before he gets a chance?
Auto smoke lands.
And then Snow activates. This 2v4 starts to take shape. A second smoke thrown out as well. They're being so cautious, using every resource, and time is one of them. 15 seconds left, starts to plant the bomb. Brolin wants to disrupt, and Xertion's with him on that side. So much pressure applied from every front. NQZ, it's not a plant for him. He's the one that has to play next. Snow must live, bides time, slips grave. Time slipping away. Smoke will fade, headshot hit, look at him go! It's Snow once more! A stunning sequence, an active lurk, a triple kill, and Pain Gaming's must-win round! Taken by force, it's Snow! He's an entertainer! Bringing his A-game to Cluj-Napoca.
Should enjoy that one. That's a class moment there from Snow. Really well handled.
Oh, got me a little bit of the shivers.
Gets the information, communicates the play, lets NQZ know how this one has to finish. And he essentially has to do it all. NQZ is just a bomb delivery package. Hey, bring that one across. I'll plant it. I'll take them all down. Don't you worry about that. And the young gun getting fired up.
That's got to be a great feeling for Snow and for Pain Gaming. They were on the ropes there.
Well, win another one. You can break MOUZ.
Battle wages on. Davideus forward position. You can say the same about Torji. Look at this. It's a two-man apps push set up for success. And it's none other than Snow himself. Is he really ready for an angle like this? Crouches into the AWP. Both of them fall. Snow and Cowers have to watch.
From high highs to low lows, 3v5 number disadvantage. Looking to boost. It's might actually cost them here if they go for this.
I mean, Xertion might be in a primo position to punish.
No, this isn't the pre-aim.
Oh, he seems to have a great idea. What is this awareness? Xertion's a demon for 18 frags. Big Uzera waltzes past the corpse of Snow. Torji long gone now, and they stay active. They know they just have to find Big Uzera. They're on an intel mission. Searching. And Torji holding his shot from the AWP, or at least just into the legs. Big Uzera given a chance to stretch his. 1 versus 5 with no bomb.
He's so boxed in.
No
he has
teammates.
To be aware of it.
What's a man supposed to do?
The door's closed, 30 seconds. Fight will come his way eventually. Hoping there's more overstepping of the mark from MOUZ. And that'll be that. Jimmy secures 12. MOUZ looking good to pick up map number 1, their map choice. And when you look at the type of rounds that they've lost, it definitely hasn't come too much in the rifle department. A lot of these lighter buys or saved guns, crazy clutch moments. Spinks managed to get a big one of his own in the first half, but that's going to be the third of 3 tactical timeouts now taken by Pain. You've got them, you may as well use them.
Yeah, sure, you got timeouts, but have you got guns?
Well, look, there's going to be enough money for Big Uzera and Snow to get into Galils with utility. Davideus has already done that. Cowers is probably going to have to be a Tech 9, and NQZ operating with the Mac 10. So definitely not stuck to the teeth. Have util to work with, sure, but going to need these fights to go their way. Time subsided, freeze time now, 5-4, 3-2 and 1. Looking like this should be it for MOUZ. Mirage up next, Nuke is the third and decider if we need it. But a good start and a solid start from likes of Exertion.
Half-wall smoke deployed by MOUZ. Excuse me, by Pain. Nade thrown out towards those stairs. Doesn't do too much. Davideus lives on comfortably. Galil spamming away. Setting up Cowes for success. Clears out Boiler. An important, valuable asset to their information game. This does look like a potent setup though, doesn't it, Chad? 3-man mid-hold for brackets. Spinks ahead of that smoke as well. Everyone will have vision on NQZ and Davideus. One flash, not enough. A quick flick out of Torji, but hang on! Hang on! Davideus, he starts. Big Uzera removes Torji.
Likely just to see the save from MOUZ. They just need one more round. There's no point going for this and giving away everything. Play the long game. Keep it sensible. No need for any crazy heroics just yet. It's a good brute force to break in.
One flash, 3 people, go.
Sometimes it's just about the spacing, and even with Torji hitting a nice shot on the opener, they still were able to take that room.
Okay.
Prepared for the fights, it all collapses. One of the positives, I would say, for MOUZ at this point is they've lost a couple of silly rounds or a couple of rounds to like lower buys, and they haven't gotten frustrated just yet, so I don't think that's going to start accumulating here. They know that they just need the one more.
Yeah, an extra valuable asset in the AK-47s for that CT side.
And everybody's had their moments, right? Exertion's been good on the opening, so he's been good overall. Had some good multi-kills. Sinks with the clutch. But Jimmy also being able to find that impact. And Torji felt like his was coming a little bit earlier, but now that the AWP's out on the CT side, this is where an AWP can tend to do some of their better work on Inferno. Jimmy's a fan favorite, apparently.
Yeah. A lot of love for Jimmy Salo.
Well, the drops work out. Famous for Brolin. Plenty of util defuse kits in play. Now, Pain have already put MOUZ in a position of breaking and couldn't do it. This is round 2. Let's try again, shall we? This one means an awful lot more.
Deeper smoke.
Yeah, but look at the call from MOUZ. Starting 4 players over towards A, and they're just leaving this cache of utility available for Exertion to block Banana.
Okay, so he has to puff up his chest and act bigger than he is.
Yeah, but look at the call from Pain.
Well, it seems like a perfect call in
They're
hindsight.
going.
Yeah.
They are going.
Screw you, we're coming. Oh, Exertion's in so much trouble. Burning down to 70 and empty-handed. Is that how you get your 10th?
And that's going to have to be MOUZ saving. They can't risk giving away all these guns because of the loss bonus situation. So perfectly called from Pain.
Yeah, all those nades, a little freebie cash.
Hey, add that up, right? That's 12. Oh, no, they're only 500 now, right? So,
Quick maths.
Yeah, it's about 1,600 bucks worth right there.
Oops.
That feels real good. And I know that it's late in the piece, but to be able to make a call like that, with your backs against the wall, you've had some heroic moments to get you to this point, but now if your in-game leader can really outmaneuver the CT side, you're in a great spot. And it might have to be save after save if MOUZ can't get it done. The hunt is here. Big Uzera knows what ripping these rifles away could mean.
There's a little bit of time left. The setup is just solid. You're running in loudly. Nade could be good, especially in combination with a couple of bullets onto Jimmy. Big Uzera does remove one. Jimmy's down. Torji's on next as well. It's only Spinks to prevail. He's the only man to bring something through. A single M4 is all MOUZ bring into round 23.
That's a massive hunt. Now it's going to have to be this eco. Big streamer around these parts. Brings all the Counter-Strike action to the Romanians. Yeah, but this is massive. This hunt is huge. It means they're just going to have this M4. Everybody else on MOUZ needs to take the save.
This leads to a bit of a discussion about overtime.
You'd hate to fumble right now, wouldn't you?
Oh gosh, yeah, no, not against just this. It's only Spinks, a Kevlar vest and an M4 and a single flash on newly crowned IGL Brolan.
Well, this would be one way for Spinks to really earn his stripes.
True.
Make a statement. It's all going to come down to the finish.
I mean, MOUZ have lost some silly ones. For Pain, this would be the silliest of them all. And a boost isn't a bad idea.
I don't think you're going to see anything over the top of that, are you?
No, very diligent. That's info on the M4, Big Uzera.
And then you question, is it going to rotate?
Mm-hmm.
Well, obviously not just yet. He's still peppering away. Rotation on the way. Top Banana presence being shown. Brolan's just hanging around, but he has this flash. You feel is the key piece of utility. 50 seconds.
Ooh, Snow down. Did damage though. Spinks very, very down.
Davidas is taking space on B. Bomb can come back over.
There's no way Brolin can really disrupt this, is there? He's only got the USP and a flash.
He needs to stay alive, because they can still give this one a go, based off of the nature of the round. So once the bomb comes in, start planning, Brolin can flash of some variety.
Force back. Bomb across. Conversation has been had and an attempt will be made. Flash is given to Brolan. Jimmy maneuvering forward with that recovered AK from Snow's corpse, and vision on the fade. Spinks caught out, plucked from the pack by the NQZ Orb. Those are the Brolan flashes. Good dodging, missed shot, but no problem. It's just Jimmy and Torji, and their weapons taken away from them piece by piece. It's BTarena's turn. Farms up 4. Last round of regulation. Pain Gaming are still in it on the supposed punish pick.
Okay. This is where an argument of maybe holding on to those 2 rifles that you just had from that round could have really helped out with a bit of extra util. Tactical timeout being called on the CT side. This is the first that Cyclone has had to initiate. That's how, I don't want to say easy it's felt, but he hasn't felt under pressure or needed to adjust anything.
Ooh. He's going to rent them, guys. He's going to get every single one for a week. It's fine.
Well, 10 seconds. About to get the final round of regulation underway. Only 1 defused kit. Keep your eyes on that. Brolin has been the investor. He's gone for the famish yet again. Do we see MOUZ go back to their old tricks? They've been giving over the banana control a little bit more in these last few. We might see them go all in. Big damage.
Oh, they lost a
huge
great deal of health. Double nade.
Second wave.
Destroyed. How are you supposed to overcome this? BTarena's, NQZ, even Davidas could go down with a stiff breeze.
Snow's still alive. He's made a big play so far. Let's see if he can do it with the crew, and they're rerouting very quickly.
Okay, it's not a bad call. It's not a bad timing. You can see Spinks is running as fast as he can, knife out,
Exhaustion's going to push through that smoke. Exhaustion's pushing through that smoke.
That's the balls on this guy. Eyes on the radar, trying to catch his timing, trying to catch his window, thinks second guesses it now. Realizes that this could be a bit smoke and mirrors. A smoke in the air from BTarena's towards the arch side. Molly on quad, trying to keep those A boots planted. Xerxes stays active in pursuit of information. And he is going to get more than information. He can block. Oh, they're playing with them. Playing with their food. Timing on that is perfect. Davidas down. More where that came from. Aware of the flash. Oh, Xerxes so ready. Locked in to close this out in regulation. He's played that to perfection. And look at NQZ and BTarena's. We talked about the nade damage. Now it's only those 2 and Kawes, who's had a very rough go of Inferno. And there's an adjustment. This is inspiring Counter-Strike out of the CT side here. Xerxes striking that perfect balance of repositioning and remaining active. And oh, this could be the end for BTarena's. Torji throws it out, bounces it off of his face, does not connect, but Xerxes does! It's MOUZ's map! Starting as they mean to go on in this quarterfinal, 1 map away from the semi-final of PGL Cluj-Napoca.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
flicks into 3.
Pain came through, pushing hard and achieved a huge goal for the whole team.
They're gonna go for mid holds. They're gonna try to get their kill towards mid, but Matt just dies.
Now he just needs to leave.
They come running at him and they get it.
After 6 long years, BTarena finally makes it to an elite playoff event in front of a crowd. Something that this team has never experienced. And now with Davideus, they finally break the curse.
Davideus is setting up utility right now.
Nico's gonna see the trajectory. Oh, he's walked past.
No!
Davideus gets the gun out, and now CT's caught out in the open. Smiles across the board, so close all the time, and finally, they push this the distance.
Yes, welcome back. The first map is in the books, and we were nearly served up something very special indeed here between MOUZ and Pain. We're going to break it down now on the desk. I really thought we were going to see overtime. I'm not going to lie. The crowd were into it as well. Great to see. What did you make of that one?
Never a shadow of a doubt. I knew MOUZ was going to close it out. Look, listen, valiant attempt by Pain. I think we saw some huge individual plays coming out from some of the young guns on the lineup. But man, I have to say, MOUZ came in. We had a couple of questions for Jacob. We were like, is this map pick for MOUZ? Is it going to be, working against them, especially starting on the T side? But they had a playbook ready to go, and it looked phenomenal, at least in the beginning.
Yeah, I think the T side was pretty good for MOUZ. Again, I feel like that was the story for the entire game for them, though, that they were the better team. They had a good understanding of what they wanted to do, but they kept slipping up. They kept losing rounds they were supposed to win. They kept losing focus. They kept allowing Pain getting back into the game, where you look at the scoreboard and you think 13-11, that was an incredible close game. That could have gone into overtime. That could potentially have been Pain maybe even stealing away the map, but I'm still standing with a feeling saying that MOUZ were by far the better team. They just lost focus a couple of times in the game at crucial moments that allowed for Pain to come back into it.
And well, also great individual moments from Pain, really. There were a couple of moments we'll talk about later that kind of made this closer than it could have been. MOUZ were in cruise control, but the worrying thing I would say, Blair, is that obviously this new IGL and losing focus. This is not the first time it's happened
and
especially at this tournament.
Absolutely. And the problem for me is when you're going to be having this against a team like Pain, where you potentially go up against, let's say, your nemesis that is FaZe or a MongolZ or even Eternal Fire, even Falcons for that matter, you're going to get punished even more. In this scenario, they're able to steal the win 13-11 right there, but to easily have flipped to the other side, right? So that's worrying for me, but I do want to say that the prep work they put in the T side, it looked phenomenal. Also helped out by the fact that Exertion, he came to kick ass today.
Oh, sure. I mean, having a great tournament, just low-key, he's been one of the players that have really stepped it up. And great news for MOUZ is if you've suddenly talking about Torji being a Lanimal, turns up on the stage, you've got Spinks, we know he does it on the stage, and then you add a third player in the form of Xerxen to it, then there really are no excuses for MOUZ anymore in terms of winning tournaments. But as I said, yes, you've won your map pick. Yes, that pick was a gamble, but it just kind of wasn't as comfortable as you would want.
No, I agree with that. I think that's sort of the notion they're leaving us with. I think for MOUZ, they don't really care, right? They won the map, but I think you're right in saying that it should have been more comfortable, especially when you have your most influential player on the server playing as well as Exertion did. People have to understand that when you're the entry fragger, when you are an aggressive rifler, one of the reasons why he's been taunted to be this guy that doesn't always show up on the big stage is that he's also playing arguably the hardest role in Counter-Strike.
Sure.
To be as aggressive as he is and find consistent impact is nearly impossible unless you're named Dunk or Nico or whatever. He did it in this game. 110 ADR, had an awful lot of impact, especially towards Banana. He won that duel. We saw that in the very last round as well. So when he's playing that well, I would agree with you, Richard. MOUZ should have won this game in a much cleaner fashion, but at the end of the day, especially when you get into a playoff, a win is a win and they can move on.
Oh, absolutely. And I think the Exertion question, I mean, I wouldn't say it's necessarily been answered, but I was looking forward to seeing the Exertion we saw on the group stage, right?
Sure.
On the T-side, man, he's going for like 40% of T-side attempts on for this MOUZ team, which is ridiculous. These are like art-esque numbers, except he's actually finding more impact, right? And the fact that he's able to translate it on towards an arena game, Yes, there's a caveat. Pain is an easier opponent, so to speak, but if he's able to build on this and build into it, heading into potentially the semifinals, that's a great sign for MOUZ making a deep run.
And listen, what I will say is, I actually don't think Pain are a million miles away from MOUZ. The problem that they've got, unfortunately, and it's never nice to single anyone out, but we've seen Kawes now have a couple of like maps that are, it's just below the standard. You know, 3 kills in the first half, 3 kills in the second half. It's not all about kills, but then you look at the ADR, you're not doing the damage. You think about the utility damage as well. These stats are all low. You are actually having a 0 impact game, and you can't do it at this level.
The problem is he's consistently not getting it done. You know,
Yes.
I agree with you. It's never nice to single someone out, and you can say he even had impact in the first half with the diffuse, you know, winning a 1v2 clutch, you name it. Overall, though, I will argue that it's been an ongoing trend for a long time. So I think it's fair enough that when we get into the playoff, when we get into a scenario now where, you know, you're in a quarterfinal, you're supposed to really fight as hard as you can to win it, and everything and everyone is looking at you, then we gotta point it out that it's been a consistent trend for him not showing up when he's needed to be. So I agree with you, the firepower all around within MOUZ is so much stronger than Pain Gaming, and one of the reasons is Kawes. And, you know, at times, Snow not showing up, he obviously had a great game here, but for Kawes not to show up, that's been an issue for Pain now for almost a couple of months.
We've seen improvement from Snow. That's the key.
I mean, he had some, you know, almost game-defining rounds over here, and this is a kid where he's had a bit of a rough group stage, but I've seen enough from him in the past few months since he's joined his Pain team that I can believe in him being the future for this team. But Kawes, man, like, I don't remember anything from him in his group stage apart from the diffuse he pulled off. A little fortunate, but apart from that, at the end of the day, you need to deal a little bit of damage. You pointed it out as well, Richard, like 35 ADR across in a 13-11 map. Fingers have to be pointed, and as Pim said, when you've been doing it consistently like this throughout the entire tournament, I feel some questions need to be asked.
Well, we can take a closer look at some of the key rounds that went across the game. So just talk me through what you've got for me here, guys.
Yeah, I think we're starting with round 3, which is going to showcase MOUZ getting off to the good start. We spoke about it on the T side. They lose the pistol, they lose the conversion, but the very first buy round, they have a good idea of what they want to do. Even after losing the opening kill, they brute force their way into the bomb site thanks to Spinks. Now, Spinks, we haven't spoken much about him in this specific game. He started off very, very well. Big part of the reason why MOUZ came into it. He's winning a 1v2 clutch, and he's basically making sure that MOUZ is getting off to the good side and the good start that we were speaking about. Spinks have an awful lot of impact in the first 6 to 7 rounds.
Absolutely, and the thing with MOUZ, they were in complete cruise control and we're just conditioning Pain with his early B hits, right? Such fast banana control, and Pain really didn't have an answer. And this is where I want to give a little bit of praise to Broland. The moment he realizes, and we're going to see this round coming up right now, later in that first half, we're going to see them go for a 3-man stack towards B, because Pain are like, we can't keep losing banana control like this. And what do MOUZ do? We're going to see it right now in the screens. They're going to go for a fast A hit. Despite that, Pain are actually able to take down a couple of players from the side of MOUZ, but then the man of the hour, the man of the match, that is Exertion's gonna pop off here. This is lovely from MOUZ. A minute and 30 on the clock, they hit this A bomb site, they lose players. Pain do a pretty good job, and then Exertion happens. Single-handedly, he gets a 3-kill here. Great maneuvering, great read of the situation, knows how to isolate the duels, and in the end, he just gets a 4K and finishes it off. That's what I love from this MOUZ team. They had a great plan, it fell apart, and then Exertion just becomes a hero, and we see this time and time again from this MOUZ team.
And that's what distincts, you know, good teams from less good teams in a way. Even though you're making the wrong call, even though you're getting caught off guard, even though you're getting into a scenario where it's a 2v4, when you have a guy like Exertion who can then pull something like this off, you can always fight your way back into the rounds.
There were heroics from Pain at certain moments. We've got another round to kind of highlight it. It was looking a bit scary getting towards the end, kind of on the back nine, so to speak.
And I think this particular round highlights the small little gaps that MOUZ are making. What they do here is they go for a very heavy lean towards B, leaving a big window of opportunity for Snow to sneak on in here. But what I love from Snow is, man, considering how young he is, Pimp, just the maturity in the game to navigate a situation and win what should have been an unwinnable 2 versus 4.
Yeah, it was very well done by Snow. He's playing the smokes to perfection. He's playing his position to perfection. And you could even see in the player cam as well that throughout all this, he was communicating to his teammate what he was doing, what he wanted the teammate to do. And then he gets the job done almost by himself. himself. He's the one getting all 4 kills. And that was the moment in the game where you thought to yourself, okay, MOUZ, you could have won 13-7. The narrative would have been MOUZ, you're way, way better. Pain were never in the game, but he kind of kept them alive and pushed them all the way into using all 24 rounds to get it done.
And that's the thing with the CD sides, right? There are these periods when you try to go for control towards one part of the map. There will be holes in the defense, but you need to factor that in, saying that that's a dark area. At least when I used to play, we used to call it a dark. That's in dark. We don't know what's happening over there. Don't make any assumptions. And I feel like MOUZ made a small bit of an assumption right there that no one's on that A-bomb site. They lose around and could have easily been overtime, right? So these small little mistakes, Rich, that's where you get punished when you go up against a top 5 team.
We can spend some time taking a look ahead to the next map. Pimp, I'll start with you. One that you thought they might have picked, and that's going to be Mirage. Why did you think they might have picked it?
Because I think Pain Gaming so far has looked good on Mirage, but I think MOUZ have shown weakness on the map of Mirage as well. We all remember the FaZe game, the Falcons game as well, but in particular in that FaZe game, it felt like MOUZ could get nothing done on the T side. Now you look at how they approach it on the CT side as well. Exertion playing in Connector, he is the point of conversation. He is hyper aggressive, and you're going to see Exertion take fights in middle 24/7, and he's going to be faced by Devadeus, who has been the best player and the best performer together with NQC for Pain throughout this entire tournament. So that duel in itself is going to be super, super interesting. Now, one of the weak points on the MOUZ side has been Brolan on the A-bomb side. He hasn't been able to step up as much as he has recently, and I think it plays into part that he's probably a bit more focused on the in-game leading stuff. So individually speaking, Brolan could be targeted, he could be singled out, and that's where we need to see Chaos have impact.
And the thing going the way of MOUZ is they're going to be starting the CT side. And I'll tell you this CD side on this map is phenomenal. It's very solid. You go back to the game they had against VP right there, where they were able to kind of exercise their demons of the losses they had against FaZe. And the CD side, what I like a lot from them is how Brolan does work in that mix. When you have Exertion and Spinks and Brolan just duking out at mid, it's really hard to really crack that mid control. But one thing which was abused, as you pointed out, Pim, was the A-bomb side. So you need to have a few layerings and a few fakes coming out from the side of Pain. Force him to take those mid fights, maybe go for some fast A hits off of that. That could be the answer.
The T side as well, that's where the weakness was shown against FaZe Clan. That's where they couldn't get anything done whatsoever. Brolan was trying, Spinks were trying, especially this whole mid-control portion of the map. It just didn't work out. One thing I've seen from Pain Gaming in this particular tournament is that if they don't have any information on what's going on, let's say that MOUZ are playing far back in the beginning of the rounds, Big Ozera have no issue whatsoever pushing up middle, taking the fight, and or find the information. So you're going to see a slow-paced T-side potentially come in from MOUZ, and then you're going to see the instant reaction from Pain Gaming as well, trying to get information and figure out whether it's going to be an A hit or B hit. Now, if MOUZ can punish that aggression from Big Ozera coming in, the playing field is going to be so much easier for them. If they can't, it's going to look like against FaZe, where they could get nothing done whatsoever.
And that's the thing, that the guy who was a problem for MOUZ when they played against FaZe was Elish, right? Playing a connector position, the CD side caller as well. And now you have Big Ozera, who, by the way, despite that game being a loss, he was the highest rated player for the side of Pain. He's like, all right, I'm going to get this one done. So if he's able to frag out the way he did on Inferno, and if he's able to watch whatever Elish was dealing to the side of MOUZ, I can definitely see a world where the T side could crumble a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, what you're really looking for here from Pain is someone is going to have to put in that carry performance right now. I've watched enough MOUZ to know they are very comfortable on this map.
NQZ, he needs to wake up.
Yeah, well, listen, it can't all be him all of the time. I've got to say, I wouldn't want to put too much pressure on him. One of these, you know, as you like to use the phrase, the supporting cast, you got to come. You got to come to these tournaments ready, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. And for me, Cowards, man, I know it sounds like a broken record, but at this point, with the tournament life on the line right now, everyone needs to kind of pitch in a little bit.
All right, then. It is time for the action. We're going to see who are the MOUZes and who are the men. It is Machine and Sponge.
Let's find out. I wonder if this needs 3. I really do. I wonder if we even get a chance to see the third and deciding map, Mirage, live from Cluj-Napoca, Romania.
Positive sign. Pain could have drawn that to overtime very well so. Now this is their turf. Mirage. They execute with Big Ozera up through Con as the late piece.
Maybe Davideus taking first friction now. That Jorbaret is dark and torchy. Okay. Comfortable, composed clicks. It's fallen by the wayside for Pain. Big Ozera kicks up a bit of a fuss. Okay, Big Ozera goes huge with 3. Always needs to live. He just needs to be alive, and he's not going to be for much longer. But oh, Zershan thought he finished it.
Off the ace.
Despite Torchy's best efforts, it's Big Ozera who does one better. Hang on, it's Brolan. 1 versus 2. A bullet. Enough to remove either of them. And they cut noise. Last seen jungle, last seen ramp, bomb picked up, Cowards is on the run, on the move.
BigUzera's got the rotation. This is perfect. They'll be able to get the bomb down.
There's no way Brolin can get past BigUzera, right? He's held. His positioning alone is perfect, but Brolin will have to take this fight. Has the health advantage, so BigUzera, perfect! Leading from the front of the pack. Torji hits 2, he hits all 5.
An ace to kick things off. That's going to put the smile on the faces. Huge work for BigUzera.
Bro! You'll see this again, like after these shots hit, and I think there's a third in the feed as well. Yeah, Xerxon onto NQZ, and then BigUzera, 2 versus 5. This one, instant to the head, converts on the body, and then he calls a lovely little retreat out of Cowards. And I love that he takes this fight. He stays active. If he's cleared, if Brolin's the one bringing the fight to him, he's a dead man.
Force bite, mid-control taken for the CTs, but that's the wrong decision for now. Can rotate back in as the A execute about to land.
Just Torji here with an MP9 tucked behind default. Could be susceptible to a Molotov, but they are just going to run through. Surging, nice find from Torji. Needs to go down. Somehow he's still alive, and it looking good from Brolan. Keeps it disrupted hard on the USP. He has support from Xerxon though in a 2v2. This is not something you can let slip. Cowards dunks on Brolan. It's the AK-47, and he knows where Xerxon is. They cannot let this one go. They cannot afford to concede. You won the pistol from your leader, and now Cowards is the only one that can save your second round. Oh. He's done it. Just enough from Cowards to keep Payne with that 2-0 and to convert all of that hard work in the pistol.
Damn, that was a brawl, and you could see immediately there as it came down to the 1v2 situation. We've got an Astralis fan in the house. Maybe the only one. But as it came down to that brawl, they're looking towards connector because that's where Xerxon plays, right? So they're so worried about that, he's able to... Oh, hold up a second. Never mind, we ain't done. The fight's going to keep on coming. MOUZ. They know it came down to just one player surviving. They got lots of money because of the kills of the MP9s. So 2 M4s, 2 MP9s, and a scout to work with.
And then they're making no secret that there's a buy. Silenced bullets fired out early. Block smoke thrown out by Jimmy.
Going to be lots of pressure on Jimmy. The question is, do Payne decide to go before it fades? Or do they feel that they can wait this out?
He's actually going to play forward.
He has to, doesn't he? Spinks isn't playing with him. And they're backing off, rescinding control of the B apartments. Down through underpass. So BigUzera changing the round based off of what they've been met with. What was probably just going to be an execute into what they thought was going to be a respectful eco is the disrespect of the back-to-back force buys.
Ooh, okay. MongolZ going to be lining up a bit of fakery. You can see the A smokes thrown out from B side.
He's missed a couple.
Don't think that was the target.
No, he missed one on the pistol and he's missed one there that could be key.
BigUzera, this is an important fight. Xerxon just pulls his crosshair away. Timing favors BigUzera, and now a lurk smoke and a push through. Torji, the only man to respond. Brolin on window side. QZ did take down Brolin, so now Torji's scout not really going to be a voice in this one.
Might even just be a save by the looks of things.
Yeah, you want to save this M4 at the bare minimum on Spinks. Didn't get a chance to utilize it. And does this put MOUZ in a hole?
Not really, because the loss bonus is building.
And the save.
And it would have been a save anyway. So it's more about, do they lose everything right now? And do they decide to drop M4s into the next? Because it's going to be 2,900 loss bonus. So that's a moment of time where I think Cyclone might want to take the time out to confer.
But as you said, that's if they save. Spinks has lost his M4. Now can be retrieved. Torji will grab hold of that one. Is there more to be said about this? There's still a bit of time. Do you really want to keep forcing the issue? You will be taking a 3-0 lead.
BigUzera is feeling confident after that pistol round, isn't he? 8-1 already, and we're just 3 rounds deep. So now that might shift the conversation, because if 3 of them stayed alive, we could have had likely 4 M4s. Now it might just be 2 M4s with some upgraded SMGs, or take the save and get the full buy into the next. It just means you're going to establish your gun rounds a little bit later. And with some light investment starting to take shape, it does look like they're going to go for the full gun rounds into the next. So frustrations from the pistol round, like we should have converted that. There's no way that BigUzera should have been acing us in that situation. Then how close the force buy came into the next, likely informing the decisions to go for back-to-back force buys. Still a tough round to get past if you're Pain.
As he's walking into the crosshairs of Torji's forward position.
Torji will have to move. He can't stay here forever. As soon as the connector smoke fades, he has to move. It's happened now. So his responsibilities have changed. Mid-control utility now lobbed out from Pain. Connector is theirs. Davideus confirms it alongside a Big Uzera.
Oh, and that's a miss from Torji's scout, forcing them back. Excuse me, Spinks is the one with the scout on the short side. It's Torji that's playing on the other side of this, and ooh, he's gotten Davideus down. Cowes can't find the response. Yeah, that was a golden opportunity. Squandered.
Might just get spammed.
Yeah, it could very well.
Can't have gone far.
Look out, look at his HP. Oh, how's that combination of shrapnel and bullets? Good one back. Brollan's 5-7 was perfectly suited to the task. NQZ, another. Double kill, now down to the USP, and Brollan's 5-7 is a problem. Oh, they need this. They need this now, and it's Snow that bails them out, but hold on, hold your horses. Jimmy is in a position to win it. Just a 5-7 and a scout to his name, but Big Uzera ensuring the round, pivoting all the way around. Snow, oh, did he get spotted? Did the tip of the head show? Jimmy's not acting as he did, but maybe his teammates relaying information. Time sensitive, no kit, perhaps he doesn't even go for it. The AK is such a delectable treat for the next.
Damage is okay, right? If he could take them down with the bomb here, just delay this. Sure, holding onto the AK is nice. You get another kill or two, make sure they have to rebite. It's on the exit now, looks like Jimmy's just gonna walk away with the AK-47. Can't get a kill to get himself on the board. But there it is. Woo. Pain have looked sloppier in moments, especially NQZ. He looks like he's suffering a little bit from the nerves so far. But Big Uzera isn't. Snow as well also had some good impactful moments. That multi-kill just there on the M4, but finally into a full gun round, and that's the first time you can say that for MOUZ. Yeah, so Torji was always trapped in that position. This double from Snow, essentially securing it. Spinks looking desperate, coming through that smoke, trying to find the trade, but here we go.
First real golden opportunity now for MOUZ. Everything you need, every bell and whistle. NQZ's tasked with trying to maintain that mid-connector fight. Blocked now. Cowes was flirting with some aggression with Snow as his partner. It implies they're going to do something as a unit.
I'm curious if they were just waiting to see what type of pressure they felt in middle. But this does feel like it has a split potential. Someone will have to head back after they garner this mid-control to get the bomb. Because they're lining up the molly to flush out the vent room, try and push someone into the line of sight there of Davideus, the combo there with the HE.
Ooh, very nice.
So just going through their paces. This is a good default to get the space. But as mentioned, someone will have to go back A ramp. Looks like Snow's being tasked with that for now. That's something they will have to be worried about. Have the T's pushed up, have the CTs pushed up, have they taken that space?
Torji, this is a powerful position.
He's in trouble if they do execute A, but right now, looking at the radar, doesn't appear to be the case. So a longer rotation point to help out the likes of Jimmy and Spinks, who also have a passive setup on the B site. So the conversation for MOUZ has been, let's not fight mid, we're not trying to disrupt the default, we are playing for the late round. We're playing for the sites, so once they execute in, you have to go 1 for 1 at a bare minimum.
Delayed by a couple of seconds from that incendiary. You can see they're in the darkness here, but Spinks the unknown entity. Jimmy, he is going to engage, controls the spray, just the one. Still looking good for MOUZ, especially with Spinks in his power position. Oh no, now they know! Nothing from Spinks!
Safe. I said you get it 1 for 1.
Yep.
Couldn't do that. Torji gets 1 for free on the catwalk position.
Oof.
It's either going to be a multi-kill from one of the two individuals, or you have to make sure you're trading there, and Spinks fluffs his lines. That looks ugly. 5-0 for Pain.
Yeah, that's going to be one of those rounds where Spinks will attribute it. He'll say, I know I needed one there. Minimum.
I think because it was on a little bit of a time delay, he's thinking, well, will they come in and clear me now? Because no one's running just to start planting. So he's trying to be ahead of the play. Catches 2 players in transition, gets caught off. can't hit the shot, and now Brolin and Torji having to save. But the biggest positive for MOUZ right now is the loss bonus maxed out 3,400 into the next. Drops are available. Jimmy will be able to buy, thanks to that saved AK-47. But this is a great start for Pain. The Brazilians, 5 consecutive rounds. Their map choice, T-side, running away with things. And it all started with a Big Uzera 2v5 ace. You want to show everyone the Romanian you've learned?
Yeah, I've been working on it.
You've got one word.
I only have one word, but I think I'm getting better. Mulțumesc. That's pretty good.
That's all we
it's
got.
Not bad.
Hey, you get a round of applause for that. They were happy with that.
I said thank you.
You might have to learn a few more words.
Yeah, I should. Or you can say merci.
Yeah, that works too,
They like
apparently.
merci.
We might need a translator.
Maybe these are some suggestions I should learn.
Okay, just start saying them. Who knows what we're saying to the stream and everybody at home.
I think I'll just repeat what they say.
That was a nice one.
That was a nice one.
That
one sounded
you can
good.
repeat that one. All right, here we go. MOUZ, you need a round and you need it now.
Oh, well, how's that for a start?
What's he even seen there?
I don't know.
Was there a gap on the smoke plume or?
I think his vision just turned red for a second.
Well, we're going to have to check that one out again, aren't we? Exertion up mid, looking for a fight. Gap in the smoke is what Jay's highlighting.
And this is Big Uzera, just as he swaps to his nades. Great timing on their aggressions. Everyone profits. Spinks, doubles up. They know where you are. Snow is a dead man walking to his demise. It's clean. It's swift. It's MOUZ on the board, round 6.
That's different from the last full gun round attempt, right, where they were more passive. And that doesn't actually play into the playbook of how they started this map. They were very aggressive, especially on the force buy rounds. Back into that aggression, and they will profit immediately. One more of those, they can break the finances of Pain and start bringing this back into contention.
Yeah, don't think they can count on a Torji opener like that, though. Just a smoke spam, perfect opening. Oh, look at the call out of the gates. This reads differently immediately. Deep incendiary. Brolin blocks Palace.
Yeah, they're focusing for middle again, so they're trying to punish this Pain.
Roland, oh, he's done very well there. Removes Snow from the pack and confirms an early commitment.
Still in a retake setup.
Davideus wise to the trick. Second HE from him. They're fighting for CT control, but Davideus has lost an awful lot of health. Peeking the AWP could be a death sentence. Kawes, an important kill. Can't convert. Zertian double. And it's up to one man. One man who's already aced in this map alone. Jimmy just creeps on in.
Some signs of disrespect and confidence there as well. Right? Tunneling in through that connector smoke. They didn't want to get bottlenecked. Had to make the play. Was exertion coming through. They decided they were going to fight, and now they have broken the bank. So likely just to see a partial investment from Paint. Maybe some deagles. Nothing too crazy. I should be able to turn this into a 2-round game. And you can see just how conservative it is. Just $1,400 worth of investment between NQZ and Kawes. So the two of them essentially being given the license to search. Tough to see how this one goes wrong.
Hurry up and wait. Kawes going to try and hold out. See if that deagle can connect after the smokes do fade.
Yeah, the utility subsiding now.
How's that? Ooh, good catch. Double nade. Torji does remove one of the deags.
Blended top mid with the run boost.
And then QZ is going to swing off of this destroy.
Oh. Well, they tried.
Well, a little slippery.
That's all you can ask for.
Boost. Hey, Snow got one. Spinks won't be happy with that. But MOUZ will be happy with 3.
Okay, so we won't be seeing an NQZ AWP come out into the next. It is just going to be rifle heavy. And then they lost out with the mid control and then into an A execute. So we'll have to see what Big Uzera has been cooking up.
5-0 to 5-3. Guns back out.
I think the thing with this T side is the fact that you already have 5 is pretty good. The biggest issue you're worried about is losing momentum and allowing MOUZ to start establishing a lot. So if these rounds can still be close, you can bring it down to 1v1s, 1v2s, keep the pressure on. Sure, the rounds will keep tallying, but you're still competitive.
Ooh, okay, Xerxin. He's going to need some support eventually. Oh, wow, he's heard Davideus already crossing. Wow, so aware is BTarena. Brolan backing himself. The nade could be good. Kawes, could he catch again? Miss Molly from Snow still prevails. And another from BTarena all the way from downtown catches Brolan. Davideus dead. Spinks making this 2v4 into a 2v2. How's that? Takes down Snow, a crazy smoke spam. Torji, though, he's got him dead to right. Oh, the flash. The flash has actually saved his life. He brings the fight. BTarena punishes Torji. Triple kill from BTarena. He's not giving up this quarterfinal. He's not bowing out of this one.
Spinks needs a kit, has a smoke.
And that smoke on the bomb will get him nervous, and there's a kit right beside it. Fakes the drop-off, hoping to force BTarena into a flustered fight, but he's not giving away any more sound cues. They seem confident that this is their round, and they're right to think so. Spinks no longer playing for it as a 6th. Never mind 5 being good, how's 6?
Oh. I'm curious if Davideus running up cap, because what Xerxin was trying to do, by looking straight up or straight down, trying to make his body seem smaller than it is, so that if a player was fast on underpass, he couldn't be seen.
No barrel, right.
Well, I think it's also the legs, right? Because the way that you orientate the body is going to change the way that the model stands.
I see.
So I wonder if in that situation, as Davideus ran straight up cat, if he saw the barrel sticking up, because BTarena was just looking straight at him when he peeked into that fight.
I did wonder about that.
So
Staring into the
immediate.
sky. Yeah, it was such good awareness from BTarena. Maybe it was calmed. Now Xerxin tries his hand at aggression. There's the Torji pick. Is there a way that Pain can claw their way back into a round where this mid-take is so successful? Anti-flash staring at the floor is Brolan. If they dare try and disrespect the smoke, they won't.
They're coming back over, so rerouting very quickly. Grouping up, juggling util, setting up for an execute. Kawes is going to go around towards Palace, so likely to see his Molotov land on the balcony or in dark. Brolan is in a strong position and unlikely to be Molotoved or flushed out.
Yeah, a Molly sandwich would be an incredible.
They have the util, but I don't know if they're going to throw it. It's a bit of a luxury, really. You'd be focusing more for bench and sight.
Yeah, Davideus has to clear. Hey! Oh, wow! Perfect synchronicity between the two of them. Xerxin and Brolan both engaged simultaneously. Another quick one. Torji, if he keeps providing openers, MOUZ are going to keep closing these rounds.
Davideus having a real tough time. He's currently 0-9, which seems wild to say considering they're in the lead 6-4 at the moment.
Yeah, that's uncharacteristic of Davideus. Haven't seen an underperformance like that until this stage.
And that's because he's one of these players who's taking an awful lot of space. So need him to be activated for the CT side. With the 6 rounds they have right now, you can completely forget about the fact he doesn't have any kills. It's not really pertinent to the matter.
Oh, that run boost. He's actually ahead of the util, so there was a little opportunity to potentially have removed Jimmy with that dig, but opportunity squandered. And a 5th round imminent for the MOUZ defense. Maybe this is Davideus' first kill, guys. Maybe. Little something just to get the juices flowing into map 2. You could deagle headshot on Orpa. That would make you feel a whole lot more confident. Flash does connect, and so does the bullet. Sorry, I got excited for him. That's Davideus on the board, folks. And MOUZ will make it 6-5. Just happy for him, okay?
You're very happy for him.
I'm just happy for him.
Very happy for him. If you got the second one,
yeah, okay.
Then they're going to really get going.
It's always good. Sometimes your first is extra special.
Here it is. You won't forget that one anytime soon.
No, absolutely not.
Right, final round, first half, map 2. We did tie things up 6-6 on Inferno as well. And we had split pistols over there. Let's see if it can happen again. First, we got to put the cap on this one. This time, no CT mid-aggression out the gates. Torji's orb starting towards A, telling they are expecting more of a search on that side of the map.
Look at him go.
Snow through the smoke, support. All 5 essentially bearing down on middle.
Vision obscured for Torji's orb. Exertion. Wow, Big Uzera's looking great. Such good awareness. That's multiple times he's had Xertion's number. Torji the one to stamp his ticket, though. Puts us into a 4-on-4. Look at this. Brollan.
Yeah, and look, with the bomb filtering back, Brollan might even catch a really good timing. Sure, Cowers has the rotation.
Oh, important for Spinks to not die. And he will not. In combination with Jimmy, they're making light work of this one. Just the last two standing. It's Davideus up against the wall. Finds his double kill.
Surely Brollan has this.
Oh, even the incendiary makes things awkward. No, it doesn't. Smoke to play around as well. Can Davideus do anything? That smoke will obfuscate from Brollan's flank. Will he be able to find him upon the fade? Time ticking. Davideus moving. Oh, Torji! He ain't scared. He ain't playing shy.
Just whips out the 5-7, starts making noise. Clears close, bang, dead. So Torji, good action from him throughout, but salvaging the half. MOUZ managed to win 6 out of the last 7 rounds of play. It was the 5-round streak for Pain to start things off. Remember, it was a Big Uzera ace to get them going. Some really good moments from the in-game leader, 13 and 8 overall for the half, topping the server at the moment. But we did split pistols on Inferno. We'll have to see if the same comes to fruition right now. T-sides, well, and CT sides, just MOUZ in general have been under the microscope, right? Seeing them on debut at this event with Spinks in the roster. There's all the question marks about Shui no longer being the in-game leader, Brollan taking that over. You look at the head-to-head history, well, every time that these two teams have played, MOUZ have won, but Shui's been the leader. So you were going to question, well, is that going to be the difference maker? So far, so good for Brollan's campaign.
Yeah, and as far as teams they've taken down on their path, you know,
it's been good names.
It's notable names, right? Already.
Oh, I think like if you're looking at the MOUZ run, right, Big and 3D Max, Big should be a certainty. 3D Max is one that you could say, hey, that's going to give you a harder time.
Yeah.
Lose to FaZe, lose to Falcons. The Falcons won, you're going into that matchup probably at a 50-50 at the time. Win over VP, it was a 3-map affair. You blew them out, get the 3rd map, and that is Mirage. I actually think Pain have had a very good run too. Taking down Astralis, they beat Falcons, they lost to MongolZ, but they beat VP. So, considering the field, not too shabby. No Julies on this CT side. Got a kit and a nade for Cowers. HE for Big Uzera, smoke and a flash in the hands of Snow. So nades are ready for a B pop. They're already out mid quite fast, very fast.
I mean, presumably that's just posturing.
Well, yeah, it's going to be an A split.
Okay. Flashes in, wrapping in NQZ and Snow with a lot of work to do. Oh, hard to track, and Jimmy, he does prevail. NQZ down, playing retake, but Spinks brings the fight. Flying Glock onto Snow. Oh, important back. Big Uzera, HE could do some good damage on the planter, and Jimmy actually gets off of the plant. Thinks twice about it.
They have to just cancel now.
Yeah, the smoke will fade. And Cowers coming in from Con. There's the support. Oh, he needs to hit that head. Covered as the bomb gets planted. Torji trifling with 2. Davideus does finish off Jimmy. Light on ammo. Same could be said for Torji. Tucked and being cleared here on Tetris. He's only got 5 HP, Chad. It will all come down to Brollan. And Cowers even has a kit. That sound terrifying, holding a 10-second defuse, and if they could just hold him, keep him pinned, he will not be able to isolate this. Julia has to swing into them, and it's a Pain pistol. There was only 2 CTs to receive them as they pincered and flooded into the A site. And yet still Pain come out on top.
Yeah, denying or cancelling the plant the first time behind the smoke because the HE comes in. I think just worried about getting spammed, but if just punched it in right there, they would have been able to have some stronger post-plant positions.
This shot was great.
Unfortunate for NQZ, Jimmy's decided to go down the ladder. That one from Davideus was a must hit, and then Cowers making sure that Brollan can't get his eyes on the diffuser. But the bomb did go down and they did get some kills, so MOUZ can force. Same as the first half.
Yeah, will they have the same result? 5-0 start in that first half. Can Pain continue to build a strong defense this time? Oh, certainly can with shots like that. Big Uzera not playing scared, needs help. Pressure from lots of multiple fronts. Davideus down, M4 retrievable. 3 versus 3. Free smoke on the window. Coward's position noted a burst. He's seeing ghosts. Snow departing his bomb site. Red carpet rolled out for Torji with the bomb on his back.
Just 180 degrees worth of angles they have to worry about at A. That's the problem.
Ooh, CT smoke might delay them further.
Pain try and play their hand. Now they silently creep in. When does Snow activate?
Still so much time. Actually, Xerxion's seen that smoke as a bit of an invitation. He walks up close to it. It's NQZ.
Fading now.
Likely to be that next test. You can see that 180 degrees you talk about. Xerxion does try and isolate, and successful. Cautious of ramp. Jimmy on the stairs can provide the covering fire. Torji to punch in the code. Now they know. Snow spotted. Cowes coming in as well from jungle side. Biding his time. The smoke and kit on Cowes is keeping me interested, but not the range for that. Not the range! Okay, maybe it is. Torji's low. Just the Tech 9. Oh, long range! Oh! Torji, stunning! Backed into a corner. Low HP, 1v2. Tech 9 taps to secure it.
That's where the Hungarian does his best work when the pressure's on. He's been stepping up massively. He's 6-0 in the opening kill department, but add that clutch to the tally.
Huge.
And that's a statement round, tying us back up 7-7, but it's also going to break the CTs going forward. They will have to force buy back in of their own, and it feels miserable. You worked hard for that pistol round, and then you go and drop the ball with that one.
Anything to be said about the Force? Let's find out. Oh, they're targeting that.
They did win rounds like this on Inferno, remember?
Yeah, but it's just a scout, really. And the MP9 hears him. Cowes, what can you do to support BTarena? They hear that scout licking his lip. Okay, Cowes. Okay, delivers in combination with BTarena. It's all collapsed for MOUZ. Torji left alone, wondering where it went wrong. How did that just go so south so fast?
You could see that from Cowes' perspective. Looks like his view model had it covered the first player scaling out. So by the time he even addresses that, MOUZ aren't worried about that position anymore. So then the comms are going to be chaos because he gets that kill, he activates, Painter rotating in.
It's like an accidental trigger discipline.
And it's all just worked out for them. So what felt bad is now feeling really good, and Torji had to clutch out the last one.
Well, that's someone's new desktop wallpaper.
How's that even happen?
I don't know.
What's going on there?
I've never seen that before in my life. Well, well, well.
Yeah, I think for Torji, it is just about holding on to this. For Payne, it's going to be about scooping up as much as you can.
I just can't get over BTarena. You know, we talk about fragging in-game leaders, and sometimes I forget. Sometimes I forget.
Yeah, but he's one of the best fragging in-game leaders in the world, I reckon.
Yeah.
Going to be in like a conversation at least.
Oh, 100%. I mean,
he's always in the good position, so you have to be. But he loves making a play, always very confident in himself. He's had huge impact in this game. An ace on the pistol. We had some other impactful rifle rounds. Right now, as well, in the right place to help out that of Cowes.
Yeah.
There you go, Alex.
Oh, I'm glad we got our best investigators on the case. But yeah, I mean, talking fragging in-game leaders, I think our next game features another man in that conversation. We got any MongolZ fans in the building? No? Okay, just worth checking.
No, we've seen one at least.
Oh, we have seen one.
We have seen one.
We have seen one.
We've already got proof.
It's definitely a Pain fan. Look at that. Beautiful art. So what does this mean for the grand scheme?
Force by wars continue.
Okay.
So saved AK means that Torji's got the biggest gun. Still on the server right now. Everybody else limping in. Spinks into a Galil. Pistols for the rest. Util's going to be the problem. Torji get them another opener. Been successful every time he's gone looking. 6-0, yet to concede one. Exertion, on the other hand, 0-5.
Oof.
The flash is just a scare tactic. Nobody coming through the underpass. It'll slow the scaling of the default spread. Window smoke in the air, lands to perfection. And in exchange, the CTs will block connector. So going through the traditional rhythm of Mirage.
Good timing on the incendiary. Actually separates Brollan from Spinks. Torji making no secret of his occupation now of ladder. BTarena blocks on Cock, tries to provide some support over the top. Still good territory maintained by BTarena, constantly keeping tabs on that potential window boost. Ladder room occupied. A CT smoke I see bouncing off.
Yeah, that should be for Pala, so Jimmy will be blocked.
Okay.
They can focus fire connector.
And Snow still maintains ramp as well.
30 seconds, they're on the way.
They're in trouble. MOUZ Gonna need someone to be the hero here. That AK has yet to draw blood. Torji equipped with it, and piece by piece, they're falling apart, shredded so far. There's Torji up on the stairs. Snow finds Jimmy on Palace from behind. Cowers will get it done.
That one's worth 2. Important round from Payne, very well handled. Lots of pressure on Davideus and BTarena with the mid control, so just keeping the information, making sure you're talking about the gaps. Hopefully Exertion's talking about the next round and not the one that just was. No point bringing those frustrations forward. You will be conceding double digits. You have to eco. Getting enough of the loss bonus to buy into the following. But really well done, right? So you saw that smoke bound off. NQZ just blocking Palace. It means that Snow, sure, he has to be worried about the leak that he catches there, but less of a risk. Deagle Torji looking to search. To come out late, top middle, everybody else the pack roll of the Glocks through the underpass. Doing all the info. Bomb will be found. Jimmy will be on the way in. Davideus just needs to hold them at the door. He has support from NQZ. And the line drawn in the sand. Davideus, one and done. Jimmy will get the bomb down now. This is looking like a good eco for MOUZ. Business handled.
Yeah, you'll take the plant. A silver lining. But a strong case, and you can see a little bit of belief on the face of Payne.
I wonder if we see Cyclone take a tactical timeout right now. This would be a good opportunity, knowing you go into the guns next. It's only 3 rounds required for Payne to get across the line. And because of the loss bonus, talking 2,900 into the next. So a bomb plant feels like a minimum at the moment for MOUZ into this next round before things get too late. But it does feel like the opportunity and the best moment to be taking this. Obviously, under the microscope again is the T-signs from Brolin being the in-game leader. So if you can get the coach to come in and confer, everybody can get on the same page for this call. Don't see much talking going on at the moment, so looks like we're going to be going into a technical while we sort out the issue, get Synchron on the mic to be able to confer. Slowly filling up.
Yeah.
Why wasn't everybody not at work?
They're working on enjoying their Friday.
Yeah, I know, but it's like, what, do they have to do sick notes?
Yeah, everyone just got a weird bout of...
It's still winter.
Yeah, a little bit of flu season. Do they really just love Jimmy here?
It's a good name to say.
It is a good name to say.
See, no one's worrying with his actual name. Everyone just calls him Jimmy.
I feel like you might have played a part in that.
You've just got to call him Jimmy. Yeah. It's a great name.
Isn't that his actual name?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I feel like they got the issues sorted.
Let's see if MOUZ can as well. Important round. If they want to finish this into a clean conversion into the semi-finals.
Well, they're not brawling for middle. Window smoke, cat smoke. Late connector smoke in the air.
Good Molotov.
Now they're going to take control.
Okay, yeah, Brolin progressing.
It's a B split.
Asking questions of the B defender, Cowes, and NQZ removes Brolin. An opening kill for the Orpa as they're trying to push forward. They're trying to punish him. I think they spotted a whisper of Cowes. Can he get away with one? He needs help. Davideus just about arrives on time. Cowes empty-handed. Just the one from Davideus they're in. MOUZ have the sight. Do we see the retake attempt? Looks like Xertion's got the door locked. A ballsy position from Xertion as the bomb goes down.
They have to clear him out before NQZ can move. BTarena's coming to help. He'll find him.
And then the retakes conversation is on. Back of their head. BTarena puts Xertion dead. Snow, a big fight coming his way. None other than crowd favorite Jimmy. Takes down Snow. Flash for the short progression as well. Do you continue to fight for this? NQZ and BTarena, they're thinking about it. BTarena clears out close, but time is against them. And MOUZ successful into the B site will make it a 10-8 scoreline.
Yeah, that B defense got to do a little bit better there. Cowes needed one to make that possible. BTarena looking to punish on the way out. Going to stay cheeky with it. Just misses the timing. But the position of the orb, this is something that's tougher to account for MOUZ. NQZ was in the right place. He completely stops that short crawl. It's the trade work from MOUZ heading out into the B bomb side that was the difference maker there. It's making it look simple.
Yeah, you're right. It's a different round if Davideus arrives and Cowers and him both.
Spinks to get this one. And then there was the trade.
Yeah.
If Cowers gets the first, then he goes down, then Davideus gets a kill. Maintain that number advantage. Or at least extend it. Still enough money for the buy. This time quicker tempo on middle.
Oh, let's go. Let's go. Head to head. The flash is perfect. Snow sets up BTarena for another opening.
But now you know it's not middle. You've cleared out exertion. There was no follow through, no extra spam, no extra utility. And he's ready to help out A.
Yeah, and they are committing. This is fast from MOUZ. Jimmy already in the sight, now down. Snow doing everything he can. And up and over, down to Spinks. There's another one.
Oh,
a flurry
no.
of frags. Cowers has naded Davideus. Team nade. Don't think it should haunt them, though. BTarena very low. A wallbang towards that box could put him down. Bomb on the side. Brollan! He's getting clutchy. 2 of the 3. NQZ has to drop off. No, he doesn't play scared. He doesn't shy away from the engagement. Takes the fight to Brollan, drops off the box and saves them.
Imagine if that nade did cost them after all.
Oh, God. If I'm Cowers, I'm biting through my fingernails watching that one go down into a 1v1. But 11, 2 away from taking us to a third map in Nuke.
Yeah, wild from NQZ as well, right? He opts for aggression in that scenario. He doesn't back down. He goes, I know where he is, I'm going to take this fight. That could go wrong in so many different ways, but didn't want to allow Brollan to play out the round. And 12 looking very likely for Pain. Just the partial for MOUZ, straight into an A execute.
Important incendiary to isolate the attackers. They may push through this. In fact, Jimmy has. Jimmy is in the sights! No!
Oh, no.
Oh, no! 99 damage! NQZ on the back foot, retreating and gets away. Still, now bombs down. This is not a comfortable retake if you lose Cowers. You need the healthy rifles to do damage here, and a break of the smoke is important. Spinks will finish off the AWP. Oh, no! MOUZ stealing away around with just Tech 9s flooding into the A site. Davideus and BTarena got to get out of there. Massive round for MOUZ. The conversation reopened. Have a 2-0 here.
And they're now back in a very strong position. If Exertion can take away another one of these rifles, we're talking 1,400 lost minutes into the neck. So Davideus down. Now it's just BTarena. Bomb goes off. 7 seconds on the clock. Are they even going to give this one a look?
Job done.
Yeah,
round 1.
Looks like you'll get to hold on to it. Probably see the force by now anyway, which could be a glass cannon AWP for the likes of NQZ, which he invested into immediately. You have one saved M4, everybody else can get into some 5.7s and head armor, or if you want to go for Kevlar with a little bit of util to work with that, options on the table too. But Jimmy was the difference maker this time round. The first was great. The dink was good. Wow. Okay, Spinks. And then on the clear is able to course correct into the double.
Yeah, it looks effortless.
Well, Payne won the second round of the map with less. Sorry, second round of the half.
Trying to maintain info is BTarena. The T's haven't smoked him, and so he'll try and maintain as long as he can. Throws out a smoke deep towards the connector side. Oh, it's deeper than he may have liked.
MOUZ win this, they can tie things up 11-11 before Payne can get guns out again.
Yeah, a golden opportunity thanks to Jimmy, and then it's fast Tech 9 in the previous.
But MOUZ have struggled against rounds like these.
Yeah, certainly have already conceded one in the first map of play. NQZ does have a glass cannon AWP, and they're not expecting that. Oh, important from Jimmy. The trade. And now a Molotov to Snow. He's going to wish he could extinguish. It just goes down to Spinks leaping out from the balcony. BTarena next victim. That nade looks good. Ooh, just a tiny bit too short. Feels like the retake is just a pipe dream at this point.
Orp's just there.
Oh,
if they
yeah.
can get this.
Oh. Orp retrieved. Getting away with the AWP would be a very valuable asset to next round.
But look at Exertion's position already. Has just made sound, which may have been picked up by the market players, but he's in a very strong position to at least corral them.
Oof. Yeah, Exertion is definitely going to be able to take something away, isn't he? Oh, maybe not anymore. They're on high alert. An AWP and M4, valuable assets, now one away. KaWe's trying to hold on to the AWP. Exertion down. Understandably bloodlusting to remove the AWP, but regardless, an AWP saved.
Okay, well, that's all it's going to be. It's just going to be this AWP, and then maybe KaWe still has a residual pistol. Yes, he does have a 5.7. So all in all, there's not really a lot to boast going into the next round, but still something. So it won't be as easy as MOUZ were hoping for. But do they just go into a full execute? We've seen them try that before. Probably the safest, right? Okay, we know we're up against an AWP. There's only so many picks available. Let's not give him one of those for free. Make sure we use our utility, smokes, flashes, and also, I was going to say, wait for it to plume before you start running out in the open there, but Exertion just at the right time and hoovers up an awful lot of space very, very quickly.
Oh, he's let that one go. Spinks, it's a costly mistake.
Well, they keep going in this direction, Alex.
Oh, a chance. Squandered. Not a second one on the repeak.
That's ugly.
Oh, that is ugly. Like Cinderella stepsister ugly.
Part of that is being in the right place, and he was. And then you've got to hit the shots. They could have just completely gone to the other side. You could have been well out of position. So MOUZ gave you an opportunity there, NQZ. Got to be able to take those. Bomb goes down. 40 seconds on the clock, and just KaWe's having to look for something. But MOUZ have tied things up 11-11.
Okay, if he could somehow get his hands on that AWP, yeah, I don't think that's happening. Neither does Exertion. Ensuring that AWP is maintained. Oh,
it all worked out. Look at that juggling.
Yo, the MOUZ circus is in town.
Brolin threw the AK to Exertion. Brolin picks up the AWP, and they walk away with their prized possessions.
Just want to draw everyone's attention to BigUzera leading in frags and opening duels for Pain. He's doing everything within his power to secure a third map for his boys in this quarterfinal stage. However, MOUZ now forging quite a convincing path into finishing this here. Head-to-head of the AWPers as well on screen. NQZ, it's not like he hasn't been present and correct. He's been delivering in the opening department. But regardless, that round there did slip by. So a couple of AWP shots missed. 3,900 left for him. I think he's got that gift waiting for him. An M4 and a smoke to defend his honor in round 23.
This feels tough. They don't have everything they need for the defense. They're missing mollies. It means it's going to be harder for them to block right now. If MOUZ play out this round at a standard default, they should have all the utility advantage. So they're feigning the same mid presence.
And Brolin on that warpath goes looking. Oh, he's committed to that spray. Does a great deal of damage. Snow lucky to get away. Brolin, high alert. Great find. BigUzera down. Now awkward. Pain have to do it without BigUzera. Their top fragger. First to fall. NQZ towards the connector, trying to maintain that space. There's a lot of pressure coming Snow's way. And the boost up over does relieve a lot of pressure. Huge combination. Okay. Pain Gaming. A lovely flurry of frags across the map with Jimmy now out sandwiched. Trade not available. Snow so low thanks to Brolin, and the flames will spread.
2v2.
Awkward, very uncomfortable. Clawing their way back in. It's Davideus and KaWe. Smoke to guys the plant. Spammable. Very spammable. Does he jump up? Yes, he could. No, he doesn't. Okay, KaWe's unable to connect. Retake on. Don't see the kit. 10-second defuse is brutal. In a 2 versus 2, Torji playing for the round. It's planted well for... Actually, it's planted behind default. If they can kill him, it gets awkward. Jimmy once again will strike. And Torji missed shot on his AWP this time, and Jimmy in the 1v1. Can he do it? KaWe doesn't have the bullets! MOUZ take the lead and can finish in regulation after all.
You feel that's going to be it?
Yep.
It's 4 in a row for MOUZ on this comeback. Kawes not understanding how many bullets he had left. Swings back out with the M4. Can't hit the shot. Goes to the pistol. Absolutely no chance in hell.
It's cool to see T-side impact from Jimmy. Not saying it's, you know, infrequent, but very impressive. It's nice to see, closing out rounds, opening them up with the Tech 9 as well.
Well, cobbling this one together. MOUZ are the ones actually taking the tactical time out to have the conversation to getting this done. They don't want to allow this one to go into overtime. They do not want to give a chance for Pain to reset. Come out onto this stage, BTarena, a franchise player, has been in that Pain jersey for 6 years. It's brought these young upstarts in a position to push themselves deep, but they can take it to OT on their map choice. Oh. And the belief has to be there that they can win a round like this. They already have throughout the series multiple times. We're talking 2 Famouses, 3 MP9s, the utils there, there's no defuse kit. Have to hope for a chaotic finish. BTarena staying brave, taking the duel at range, exchange of smokes. Exertion taking the control towards middle quite quickly.
The amount of pressure on this round for Pain cannot
oh my God.
be understated. Oh, it's all riding on this. A very risky maneuver. Exertion quicker on the trigger. 12 points of health, but regardless, the opening is found. And an equalizer given. Davideus actually finds Exertion with his spam on the MP9. A quick reposition. They left gaps. They gambled, and they're arriving just in time.
Well, they can't cross the side if Toji stays posted.
He's drawn this line in the sand. Does Kawes overlook this possibility? It's not the weapon for the job. Comfortable. MOUZ just need to remove the remaining 3. Davideus cautious. Toji, he's so aware. Catches a leg shot onto the cross of NQZ. And Davideus forced into the fight. It's disintegrating for Pain. Quarterfinals is all they can muster. It's MOUZ to send them packing. 2-0. MOUZ securing the semi-finals. The first team to do so. They will see Saturday.
Nice gritty win there for MOUZ. Important stuff in the early stages of this new roster with Brolin at the helm. Spink's addition, and the contributions for all of them were felt today. Pain pushed them on 2 maps back to back, but Pain's run will end here. In the Swiss stage, able to take down the likes of Astralis, Falcons, a loss to MongolZ, VP to secure the stage. But the run will be stopped short by the plucky MOUZ. Brolin, the Swede, a whole new role for him. Being able to contribute early, this will build the confidence. Still early on within the season. This is only the 3rd tournament of 2025.
Yeah, good signs of life for Pain. You can see frustrations definitely visible, knowing they could have perhaps forced Nuke if it wasn't for some shortcomings. Snow, I have to say, one of my biggest takeaways was that he didn't seem flustered by the stage environment. That Inferno, that 2v4, inspiring.
Yeah, has been up and down for them throughout the season so far, but we've got Exertion on the stage with Banks for the winner interview.
MOUZ come through with a 2-0 to start off their playoff run. But it certainly wasn't easy. You were tested in that one quite a lot. How did it feel getting under this stage again? And obviously with Bronan leading you through this all.
It felt good. It felt really nice to have Lotan with us. I think he has a lot of experience. Yeah, overall I'm happy we won, but I think that we could have played a bit better in some situations, of course.
You were certainly pressured on Mirage as well. What was the turning point for you on that? Because it looked like they kind of had your number.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we threw the pistol. We had like 5v3, and BTarena did an incredible round from Con. He killed 5. So, yeah, I think a combination of us maybe whiffing a bit, not playing the situation the best, and also them doing a good job, of course. So, yeah, I mean, for me, there was not really a turning point. We just started to play good CS, basically.
And in terms of playing good CS, you are looking like you're kind of rejuvenated at the moment in this with some better positions for you, some better way to play. How is it feeling for you right now in this version of MOUZ?
Well, it's definitely early on to say that maybe I'm rejuvenated or I'm playing really well or something, because I think it's only the beginning. But overall, I'm really happy to have more roles that acquire more responsibility. I think that I'm pretty good at communicating. So basically, we decided that they will use my strength with that. So yeah, I'm just happy that I have the trust, and I just have to keep improving on my roles every day.
And I'm for sure know that you're going to be able to do that. You already mentioned about Spinks bringing that experience for you guys. How much is that helping? What is he adding to the game plan when it comes to this?
I think he's just a really fun guy, and he's super smart. He gives us a lot of knowledge, maybe a bit of communication that we lacked. So yeah, I'm just super grateful to have him by my side. He's definitely a superstar in all the ways. So yeah, I'm just happy, and hopefully I can help him reach his peak, maybe.
Oh, reach his peak. Well, that would be great to see if he can do it. Now, the trophy's there behind us. It's semi-finals for you guys coming into tomorrow as well. Is this a MOUZ that should be aiming at that trophy already, despite the new changes?
Well, before the tournament, we definitely discussed that we shouldn't keep our expectations too high. We are a new roster, we have a new leader, even though I think Lud has been doing a good job. But overall, we are testing the water, but every game it feels more and more confident. I think that we are learning a lot. And even today, despite I think we threw a lot of rounds, we still won 2-0, so it was a good result. But yeah, I mean, obviously we want the trophy, but yeah, let's just see what happens.
Let's see what happens across the rest of this. Anything you want to say to all the fans out here in the arena that come out nice and early to see your game?
Guys, I was not really sure what to expect, but I think that you guys did a really good job, so thank you.
And with that being said, MOUZ are our first team through to the semi-finals tomorrow.
Yeah, and they just about deserved it. We're going to start breaking it down on the desk, get into some of the minutiae as to, you know, a few of those rounds he referenced there, where he said we did throw some situations by not playing optimal Counter-Strike. So what's your grading, Jacob? I'll start with you.
I think MOUZ did a good job, and I think they'll get a B+ in my book. You know, I think it's decent. It's a good win. Obviously, winning 2-0 in a quarterfinal. First time Brolan is in-game leading. That's not bad, but as he said as well, there were certain moments, certain rounds they could have done better. And as you said in the segment per hour coming into this, one thing is making those mistakes against a team like Pain. That will be punished occasionally. You do that against the Mongols, you do that against FaZe, you do that against EF, you will be absolutely destroyed. So I think it's one of those feelings where MOUZ, they're happy to get the win, they're happy to get the 2-0, but they're well aware that they need to step it up a notch if they want to book a spot in the final.
Especially the fact that I think Exertion pointed out himself, you know, like losing that pistol round was obviously going to be problematic for them. And then the T side, we have to talk about round number 3, right? They lose the first pistol, they win the fourth spy, and then it was a 1v1, and you just go for an assumption that it's going to be a full save. You just go for the B hit early on, and that's what allowed Pain to, you know, almost get to 12 rounds right there. So bit of teething issues, I feel like, for Brolan, but obviously to get the job done. What is impressive for me are the individuals again. Like Jimmy had massive moments coming out from Exertion, again continuing to deliver, and Torji as well, the Lanimal, just able to kind of deliver it. And again, I'll say this, if the individuals from MOUZ didn't really just lock in the final few rounds, we're seeing map number 3 coming up here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, I've got to give full credit to Pain here, I think. You know, we were a little bit a bit of trepidation about them choosing Mirage and going into MOUZ when we know how good they can be. They absolutely started strong, and we're really talking about just 1 or 2 moments. There was a couple of insane clutches like this from Jimmy on your screens right now, where he was able to reposition, pick 2 kills. This one really should have been Pain, but that's why Jimmy was one of the most highly sought players in the roster mania. That's the kind of thing he can do, but yeah, I thought Pain were really close to pushing this all the way.
And we have to give the flowers to BTarena, right? Like, you know, calling, honestly, a very, very good game here on Mirage, and individually as well. He top fragged in the server, highest ADR as well, highest rated player in what was eventually losing effort. But he was going in, man, like, I think a part of like 9 or 6 opening deals, and numbers speaks for himself. And that was a captain's performance coming out from him. And unfortunately, it's a matter of inches, Richard. And unfortunately, MOUZ...
I'm told that quite a lot, actually.
Well, there we go.
Well, so am I. I think it's fair to say that I think it's fair to say that the better team lost, you know, in the sense that Pain have the better team play, they have the better synergy. Obviously, have been together for quite some time, got a lot of experience happening in Copenhagen, Katowice as well, where MOUZ have the better players, MOUZ have the higher potential. So in terms of the notion of Counter-Strike, yes, the better players won today. The better individuals were definitely on the side of MOUZ, with Clutches coming in, with Jimfat having a great game, with Exertion having a great game, Torsi with his 1v2 clutch with the Tech 9. But in terms of who had the better team play, who had the better understanding of how you enable each other and lift each other up, Pain were the better team. You know, they just don't have the individuals right now to cope with a team like MOUZ, and MOUZ will only get better. So I think the result in itself is fair, but I want to give credit to Pain for actually being the better looking team, so to speak.
I mean, as a prelude to this game, Pim pointed out one thing, which is the A bomb side hold from MOUZ was a bit of a question mark, and that is something that BTarena was able to exploit. Obviously, we can take a look at the highlights from Jimmy, an absolute bastion on the B bomb side. But heading over to the A bomb side, you can see how MOUZ is so focused towards fighting mid, which is what Pain would going going for, but Pain had the answer so many times. Had a very good read on some of the positionings being taken by Brawl and some of the positions to being taken by Exertion. So some great holds being found by Pain on the A bomb side. But yeah, but some of these last few rounds, if they're able to close it out, it could have been theirs. But Jimmy, man, when everything's down, when things not working out, you can always rely on Mr. Jimmy, who seems to be also, by the way, a crowd favorite.
Yeah, I mean, everybody loves him. I think one of the reasons why the crowd like him so much is, he turned down the big money move, right? How often do you see that in Counter-Strike, or indeed across all of esports?
I don't know if you knew Shuey was going to be leaving the team when he resigned.
We don't need to pick into that on playoff day. But I'll say, I think obviously fans have a lot of love for him because he stayed with the project through which he came through, back in the academy days and everything. And he is a bona fide world star now, and he's doing it on a team that he's got a lot of opportunity to kind of grow old with, which is a wonderful thing to see.
Yeah, I agree with that. He gets to kind of set the tone within MOUZ, and as you said, he decided to stick. He could have gone to Vitality, he could have gone to G2, could have gone to FaZe. There was a lot of rumors circulating around
the
Jimmy.
Falcons as well.
Falcons as well, for that matter, as well, if he wanted the big move in that regard, or the big cash. But at the end of the day, he decided to stay, and I think he is building a bit of a legacy within MOUZ now as well, and obviously getting into a semi-final is a big step in the right direction, but it's also one of those players that I want to see him take more responsibility. He is playing the anchor roles, he is playing some of the less sexy roles almost in Counter-Strike, but he does it to a high level, and I think Jimmy has more in store for us. I think he could transition into becoming a player that, I wouldn't say revolutionized the way you play anchor roles, but he's already doing it a little bit, and with time and with the talent he has, why not do it a bit more?
And also, we've got to give flowers Exertion, right? He's someone where we've been critical of him kind of disappearing when it comes to the stage games and whatnot, but this group stage, he's been just phenomenal, just as an entry, again, a hard role to play, finding crazy impact. We saw it on the Inferno as well, and sure, there is a caveat. It's against Pain, playing the first arena game, but still you can't take it away that he has been finding impact on every single map, win or lose for MOUZ.
The thing is, I didn't learn anything about Exertion today, because what he's done today is something he's done before against this caliber of team. What he hasn't done is doing it against the best teams consistently on a stage, and he gets that chance in a semi-final. So while I agree with you, we got to give him credit when he's playing well, and he is a player that can really thrive against teams like Pain and then the second-tier opposition, so to speak. But I want to learn something new about Exertion.
Well, I think we did actually. I think we did. Reading between the lines, he said, I have more communication within the team now. This is like very Vogue. This is this Vogue thing that's going where IGLs are giving like calling duties to like not just secondary callers in a mid-round or whatever, but actually, hey, call a CT side, call a map. And I just wonder if he was alluding to that he's got more input into the team overall now.
I've had the opportunity a couple of times to stand next to MOUZ or stand behind them when they're playing.
Got to be careful doing that these days.
Got to be careful, we learn our lessons. But that being said, he's always been a big voice for the MOUZ, even when Shuhei was in there. He's obviously the entry fragger. He's the one dictating the pace often on the T side. He can even out of spawn call that I want to go for this peak, I want to go for this play, etc., etc. So he is dictating the pace already. And I think, as you said, with Brolin coming in as an in-game leader, he needs a right-hand man, and that right-hand man is Exertion. So more responsibility on him. But again, as I said, I want to see it against the best teams and not necessarily against tier 2 opposition.
And also what's so impressive for Exertion is how, being an entry, he actually doesn't ask too many resources of himself, right? He's not a very one-dimensional sort of guy. You can see him single-handedly by himself, just making the opposition believe that 2 or 3 players waiting outside the bomb site. He's just so good at delivering fake information and whatnot. But one thing I want to touch upon what Exertion said, Lotan, talking about Spinks right there coming in. For Brolan being such a young IGL trying to figure out how this thing works, having someone of that experience, someone who's won some massive events out there coming in and just chipping in a little bit here and there, I'm sure is definitely, I think it's one of those intangibles that Spinks is bringing to the team, which is crazy because he has a lot of tangible influence as well. In the server.
Well, so look, we've got just a little bit left before we go to break, so we'll be fluent in Japanese. Have you seen enough of MOUZ to think they can win this tournament? Because Jacob, you did say if you felt if they played an Eternal Fire or someone like or a FaZe, they would probably get battered. Do you still stand by that after that match?
Yeah, I didn't learn anything new from MOUZ. I think the level we saw here today was arguably the level we saw in the group stage as well. I think they had the toughest route getting into the playoff as well. Some of the teams they were facing, FaZe, Falcons, VP as well in that decider game was, teams that could have been here as well. I didn't see a much better playing MOUZ. So yeah, they would have to step it up a notch, but I also think they can. I think we haven't seen the best of MOUZ yet, but essentially with the level we saw today, I don't think they'll win the tournament, no.
Okay.
I think they just have the caliber of players where they can make any game really competitive. Is it going to be FaZe or MongolZ Eternal Fire? I think MOUZ are definitely going to give a very good fight. But I agree with you. The same criticisms we had in some of the losses we saw on the group stage, we got to see that here today as well on that map number 2 in particular. Even in Inferno, actually, a couple of rounds here and there, which they will be punished against a better team. So I still see them potentially making a deep run, could even make it to the finals, depending on the form of the team they face off in the semis. But winning it, I just feel like they lack that right now.
Well, also, just last point, the map veto question as well. I don't really know what their map pool is or what their strongest.
I think they're figuring it out. I think they're figuring it out as they go. We're seeing it evolve, right? I thought they'd actually go for maybe Dust 2 being picked up. They're like, no, we're going to try Inferno. I think a couple of question marks on the Nuke as well. So it's kind of the scenarios, Rich, where they're just trying to figure it out as it goes, and I can't really blame them for it.
The thing is, if you want to theorycraft that, it is likely they'll face the Mongols, in a potential semi-final, and I think they share the same map pool. The Mongols have been very willing to play Inferno. They've been very willing to play some of the same maps as
Mirage is probably the best map as well.
Well, there we go. So I think MOUZ are going to get into a bit of an issue in that regard. So I think you're right in saying that there's no potential punish pick for MOUZ. There's no way they can divert to and go into maybe their own second or third best map in order to make sure their opponents are playing on something uncomfortable. And that's always going to be a growing pain when you have a new in-game leader and a new player being slotted in.
All right, guys, great talking. We are going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to have MongolZ versus Astralis. This one is going to be explosive. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
Oh, this is scary. Body here. It's a triple setup for hitting at body. Might have been good for the first one, but electronic! Oh my god!
Nice from Angle. Double dig 3 from the Desert Eagle.
Never mind the one ring, they need the one dig, but nothing has connected so far for the Falcons. Throw that up there, grab this. Now get ready to swing mid. They are right next to each other. Oh my god! No. Tess says they line up!
Senzu's trapped. And he still gets one. Sus swings in. Nice block smoke from his teammate to survive. Fuzi knows he's still around the edge. And Senzu gets a no scope.
Still going.
Ah! Yeah, under his crosshair, peeking in. Senzu. Because that's an ace with the orb. Senzu. Good find, good pick. Goes for a second. Damn! Double trouble!
Now they just gotta go.
Santeras, he's got the coverage. He's gonna hear the stampede coming down from camera. Nice headshot on Unleash. Looking a little sharper than he did on Dust 2.
Oh.
Double kill insight is the exact recipe for success. Santeras.
It's Vexite 1v3. looking very suave in the clutch. It's a 1v1 now for Vexite on the Tech 9, and that is beautiful.
Yet again, oh, never mind.
How in the world?
Dirty snap up from NQZ. Bomb's gonna go down front side. He found it!
Another.
Flash temporarily. NQZ swings first. Connects. No! Quad kill for NQZ.
They have and maintain short control. And oh, hyped. Feels a bit shortcoming there. Hit the shot. Woxic just hits it more precisely. And whoa! Kiyubi.
Good nades exchanged in a banana, but there's one straight back from the captain. Stanislaw hangs around to fight for this. JDC dancing around that pillar.
Pending the discussion.
Yeah, which they're going to talk about. They'll make the decision for us. And oh, he's going to unload. He's the best. He's the best. Around. Tesses, 4 kills, wins the round.
Run boost.
Gets him up. Nico being set up for glory.
Oh!
That is filthy. Gets both of them. M4A4, it's Nico. Grouped up for this elbow fight. Is Nico gonna ace out? He could. It could. He will. Nico ace to secure playoffs in the Falcons jersey.
Is going to be right behind them here as they storm this site. Lucauzi, lovely double. Cadian coming in, backstab connects. Lucauzi on 3. Oh, and Device out of nowhere. Lucauzi on for the ace, he gets it! All 5!
Oh! Smoke for him, that's
almost
gangster.
the double. The nade!
Double, the nade just, oh, Fuzi, that's sensational!
But it's a fake save.
They're not buying it. They're not buying it at all. Very late going for this one. Here they come. Crossfire there. Good headshot hit. Stan's going to be cleared. Oh! It could be awkward. Techno, no time. It's all Fuzi for the clutch, and he's done it just by existing. MongolZ, a cheeky attempt and a knife kill.
Fame, known to be jungle, back exposed to a slow retake. Flick comes in, instant headshots, and it spins down beneath him. Not working with a lot of time. Flick, it is fantastic.
Wow.
It's not the result that Pain would have wanted for their first playoff game, but they certainly put up one big fight up against MOUZ. And I just want to start with this. How was the feeling on stage for you guys as a team? I know you individually seem to be loving it, but could you notice any difference in the team, like the way things were communicated, the way things went in the rounds compared to normal?
No, actually, I think, yeah, I think everyone was calm. Sometimes got nervous sometimes, but I think it's normal, this kind of atmosphere, you know. And so, but I feel everyone was very, very calm.
Good. In terms of that, though, you were so close on both maps. What do you think it came down to, why you weren't able to take a map or take it over the line here? Because you were certainly putting a lot of pressure onto MOUZ.
Yeah, I think on Mirage, close rounds, 2v1. The guy was, I think, low HP on the balcony. This kind of situation that we cannot make this kind of mistakes. So we cannot lose this kind of rounds because it's not about the round. You know, it's the mental thing that comes together and this kind of thing. So we cannot lose. So I think it was this kind of little mistakes.
Now, you'll end here making to the playoffs for your first time. What do you feel now you've done it? How much do you want more of this to come for Pain throughout the rest of the year?
I think the pressure right now is going to be less. So I think we have a good squad, and everyone trusts on me, and I trust everyone as well. So I think if we keep this kind of mentality, we keep grinding, playing more and more, and not thinking that we are in the good place. We are not yet there. we want to go forward, and we really want more, you know. So I think just keep doing what we are doing.
I like that a lot. Anything you want to say to all the Portuguese fans out there?
Of course. Can I say Portuguese? Yeah. Brasil, muito obrigado por todo o apoio, muitas mensagens de carinho. Sei que dessa vez a gente não conseguiu passar, mas podem ter certeza que, cara, eu vou tentar de tudo até eu parar de jogar, eu vou conseguir trazer um título que seja relevante de verdade para o Brasil. Fechou? Tamo junto.
And for all the Portuguese-speaking fans out there, I definitely think this is the best Brazilian team we have right now. So let's hope we see them at future events doing some good damage.
Welcome back to PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. We're about to get into the second quarterfinal of the day between MongolZ and Astralis. And you know what time that means on the desk. It's time to hate Max, guys. We got to do it one more day. Because look, obviously Astralis, the biggest name in Danish Counter-Strike, one of the biggest names in world Counter-Strike. But not all Danes love them, do they, Jacob? Some hate them.
No, it's kind of hard to love Astralis at the moment, I'd say. I say at the moment it's been a rough couple of years, and I think the state of Danish Counter-Strike as a whole, you know, as a Dane myself, I am a little bit sad about that whole state, to be completely honest. It's not a good time.
You can make a comeback, I think.
I think we're close to it, which, you know, tells quite the story as well. For Astralis, obviously, them being in the quarterfinal is a step in the right direction, some may argue. Not necessarily the best way of getting in here. But just look at that.
That was like my last EKG rating.
Yeah, but that's That's the worst part about like it's a top 10 team, top 13, top 17, top 18. It's a team that has qualified for a major 4 times in a row, and they work with one of the biggest budgets the game has to offer. Now, I don't want to hate on Astralis. I would love to see them succeed. Fact of the matter is, right now they're making it very tough to make a case to love them.
Yeah, I mean, not much I can add to that, right? It's just been struggle city for them. And you look at the pieces they have, you look at the elements they have going for them. You have the heroic core, which had an incredible run initially. You know, Caden coming in his rifle. You have Device, who is still in Imperious form, by the way. He's still playing phenomenal. You have Stair, one of the better finds recently for the Danish Counter-Strike. But sometimes, Rich, you might have the right ingredients, but the cook's not the right person for it.
But here's my thought as well.
You need Gordon Ramsay.
It does feel like they're cursed in a sense, right? You look at the lineup right now, and it's not a bad lineup. As you said, the player material is
makes
all right.
sense, yeah.
It kind of makes sense. But then again, you're Astralis, and you think to yourself, whoever's making those decisions, MOUZ is playing in NIP, and MOUZ is arguably one of the best in the world in his role, or has been for quite some time. Why hasn't he ever been in Astralis? He even said no to them at one point, right?
Yeah,
you look at Tessus, probably, arguably, one of the best Danish players as of right now. Why is he the one left out? Why is he not being part of this project moving into Astralis? It does feel like they're trying to make all the right decisions, and they're trying to bring in the best talent Denmark has to offer. Stown, Yabi, Cadian for that matter as well. Obviously, Device is a known quantity, but whenever they come into Astralis, they just don't perform. So I don't know what it is, but it's struggle city, as Per said.
So you could say it's a weight of expectations as well, but the expectations are so low at this moment, I can't even use it as an excuse.
No,
right?
it isn't. There is no excuse.
Yeah.
And it's an interesting contrast because we have a bit of a David and Goliath kind of situation going on. Astralis with all of that budget, all of that experience, all of that history, all of that pedigree, all of those majors, and they're going up against MongolZ, who they've got none of that. And yet they've built a better, stronger team and are indeed favourites for this matchup.
The rise of the MongolZ, for me, it reminds me of the rise of Brazilian Counter-Strike in CSGO.
Yeah,
right? It is so reminiscent of that. They had nothing to work with. It's all about belief, just putting in the work, and boy, have they put in the work. This is a team where we were talking about, oh, there might be an upset team. They're a team who could probably beat a couple of, some Tier 1 teams here and there. Top 20 in the beginning of 2023. Look at them now, 2 years later, a top 10 team. Absolutely,
and
just
that's
knocking.
Pimp's EKG rating.
When it's cycling. And the thing with the MongolZ are right now, they are absolutely knocking, not on being a Tier 1 team, they're absolutely 100% a Tier 1 team right now, but knocking on the doors of being an elite team. Ones which is occupied by some of the rare, the best of the best. I'm talking about the Vitalities, I'm talking about the Navis, I'm talking about the FaZe, and MongolZ are right there. In the meantime, on the other side, you have Astralis just struggling to even crack the top 10.
I mean, the only thing that worries me in terms of the MongolZ, you saw the healthy growth, you saw them establishing themselves compared to Brazilian Counter-Strike as well. The depth of the talent pool within Mongolian Counter-Strike, sorry, I'm not sure how deep it is. I'm not sure if one of the players were to have a bad form, one of the players were to, let's say, break his hand and not be able to play, then who do you bring in? Yeah. And is that player that you bring in good enough to continue this trend of the MongolZ trending upwards? That's my only concern for this lineup. That's my only concern for this whole project. What you see on your screen right here are 5 players who's done a tremendous job, who's done a really, really good thing for the region as well, for Asian Counter-Strike, but is the longevity of this project, is there any talent being inspired now coming up that can potentially replace these guys in the future? Yeah. That would be my only worry.
And for me, I can answer the question for you. It is down to Mara, the coach, right? Did we know anything about someone called
Super slept on, by the way.
Absolutely.
Every time I see these coach awards, he's never named.
Every time there is a new player being picked up by this MongolZ, and when 19 came in, I'm like, who the hell is this kid? When Mizuno came in, who the hell is this kid? When Sensu came in, who the hell is this kid, right? But every time he seems to have the Midas touch. He finds the goal amongst whoever there is in Mongolia. And trust me when I tell you, there is a lot of young talent in the country, and Mara just seems to know exactly who to find.
Well, look, there's also a bit of additional spice to this game.
I like spice.
Because people might not remember this, in what was one of the stupidest controversies in Counter-Strike history, by the way. You know what you did, Reddit, right? Cadian shouted the word noob, which we all know. I know.
Oh, no.
Oh, be still, my beating heart. Said noob to the MongolZ players during a tournament game where they were wearing noise-cancelling headphones and probably couldn't hear it anyway. Reddit didn't like that very much. They tried to get Cadian disqualified from the tournament for breaking behavioral rules. And then anyway, obviously we now know that he has gone from calling MongolZ the noob to being the noob, and he is having a pretty tough time with himself in Astralis. And this prompted this tweet from 910.
I love it.
Cadian, take the AWP, I'm coming. And by the way, right now, as a head-to-head matchup goes, it's not even close. 910 will eat him up.
It's hilarious, you know. It's a fun story, and how the tides are changing. Obviously, a year and a half ago, Cadian in Heroic, one of the best teams in the world, yelling and screaming towards Messinho, who at the time was 16, 17 years of age.
He bullied him, Jake.
He bullied him.
He was
and
crying.
You know what? He should have been disqualified for the tournament. How dare he? But as you said, Richard, it's completely the other way around now. Cadian is the one struggling within Astralis. The MongolZ are the one on the rise, and I for once hope that Messinho at some point will stand up and just yell in Cadian's face that he's a goddamn noob.
I feel like it is shaping up to be that way, right? I want to contextualize what happened in that game. That was an elimination game to go deep in Cologne, right? And that was the MongolZ who didn't have a Senzu. They had Azteca playing over there. They weren't in the form we see them right now, and that was a bit of a choke from MongolZ. They lost from then on, but ever since then they've just been on the rise, just looking better and better. And this is the first time in a year and a half that Cadian's going to be going up against them. You can't script this, Richard. And this kid, he wasn't there last time they played against Cadian, and he has been phenomenal. And we need to talk about this. Call him the Winter Soldier, because he broke his hand and he comes back stronger. And he is in incredible form, considering in Kato, by the way, lowest rated player for the team. Obviously, completely understandable. You have a broken wrist, and even with a castle on, he's still healing. He is just fragging out in the server.
Yeah, I mean, he's been so instrumental to what MongolZ are doing, because look, in CS2, firepower really does matter, and you know, this kid's really got talent. And doing it with an injury, you know, we've only seen one thing like that kind of really in CS history, where it was Guardian changing his mouse sensitivity out in Columbus to you know, try and play the final after breaking his elbow. It's actual heroics from what Senzu has done. And remember, the narrative around MongolZ were they were these timid and inexperienced young team, and all the pressure was getting to them. And you know, I said now I think they're characterized by their tenacity. They haven't looked amazing at PGL Cluj-Napoca, but I think what they have done is they're never out of a game. They win unwinnable rounds, and when you can do that regularly, you're going to go far.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're very right. And I think, you know, the VRS forecast you're looking at right now is also essential to understand how important this game is for Astralis. You potentially secure yourself 72 points, right? And Astralis right now is 14th in the VRS ranking. With a win here, they move up into 10th. And right now, Astralis is on the cusp of potentially not making the major again for the 5th time. So if Astralis were to beat the MongolZ, who currently is number 3 in the VRS ranking, that would be a massive win, a massive result. Not only as a statement to the new team and maybe trending upwards, but also in terms of getting to that major that has been escaping them for 4 times in a row.
I was going to say, I think there's a little bit more at stake on an individual basis for some of the Astralis guys. I think, obviously, we've already talked about Device and his legacy. I do want to bring up Cadian. I want to talk about how his stock was pretty low coming out of Team Liquid. The move to Astralis was in and of itself a shocker. He's had a shocker since he's got there. And unfortunately, now a lot of people are saying he needs to be replaced with either a snappy, you know, even a Hooksy. And, you know, and Astralis have to go in a new direction. People aren't sold with the Cadian project. What have you guys made of it? I think he's playing for his life.
I think when it comes to just sheer calling overall, I think he's been doing a pretty decent job so far, right? Some of the wins they've had, the game they won against Big to make it here to the arena. I think there's some great calling coming out from Cadian. I can't fault him for that. But you can clearly see in the server, man, the pressure is getting to him. The pressure to perform is getting to him. And he's making these mistakes, which, as you very eloquently put it, making a lot of noobish mistakes, which I don't expect from someone like Cadian. And you have to ask the question, why is he making these mistakes? It's very simple. Pressure. The pressure is mounting game after game, and I feel like even someone with so much experience that he is starting to crack right now, at least from an individual standpoint.
There's 2 nuances you need to understand in terms of Cadian coming into Astralis. The first and foremost is that Astralis spent an awful lot of money signing Stown and Yabi getting into that lineup. They didn't work out to begin with. They didn't perform at all. You think to yourself, you then sign Cadian back into it, and you know Cadian was always getting the best out of those 2. So you're kind of protecting your investment in that regard. And I think that was one of the main reasons why they were willing to pick up Cadian instead instead of Hooksy considering that you had Device already on the ops, so now Cadian has to move into a rifle role, which is also why I think he's getting a bit of a leeway within the Astralis camp. They are aware they're forcing him into a role where he's not at his strongest. However, I agree with you, the calling aspect on the server, not necessarily bad, not necessarily good, but Cadian is a project guy. If you don't believe in the project that he's running within Astralis, if you don't believe in his vision, it's either him or you're out of the lineup. Simple as it is. Right now, I think Astralis have faith that Cadian will do something good with this project, but the second they lose that faith, he will be gone. So I agree with you. He's playing for his life here. Getting into this playoff is a step in the right direction, but if they can continue to do that and trend upwards, Cadian at some point will be replaced with someone that makes more sense as a rifle.
And not to keep forcing the point, obviously last night they played in a qualifier for another tournament against heroic rivals, you know.
Did they play?
I mean, arguably no.
Yeah.
And it was horrible. They got 5 rounds in 2 maps. They were blown out straight away. I know they're probably concentrating more on this, and maybe the qualifier came at a bad time. By the way, that's going to happen a lot with the VRS. But yeah, it just seems that like they're in a very bad place.
Look, you can always give the excuse that it was online and whatnot, and yes, they have been playing non-stop, but it was just unforgivable. Some of the scorelines were unforgivable. 2v4 situations being lost multiple times across 2 maps, had like 11-1 halves going to favor Heroic. By the way, Heroic, I got to give them credit where it's due, but also such a young team with such less experience, so it's obviously going to be something which 100% would have affected their morale. But one thing we know about Astralis is they have a pretty big, backup team support staff behind them. So I hope they've done their work, because if we see anything close to what we saw yesterday online in the qualifier, they're going to get mauled alive by Mongols.
They got 5 rounds over the course of 2 maps. It was
kind of embarrassing, honestly.
I mean, obviously, there's an option, maybe they're saving some strats, or they just didn't have time. It's never great when you're playing from a hotel, obviously, and using a practice room. Sure. It's not the same environment, but it does have to be said, I think Astralis, they need to look at what they can do in the VRS. They need to look at that prize money. They need every win really helps get them back to where they want to be, which is back to that major. It doesn't even matter how far they go at the major. They just need to get back to one to show they can do it again.
I 100% agree, and that's why this game is so important for Astralis. You can argue it's important for MongolZ as well, because they have a chance of winning the trophy. I think they're one of the front runners coming into a potential grand final should they get there. But for Astralis, it wouldn't guarantee them the major. Again, the VRS is constantly moving up and down. It's very hard to predict where teams are going to end up. But getting at the very least 75 points secured, is it $86,000 as well in the bank as well? It's just going to help Astralis a whole lot, considering that the cutoff for the major is less than a month away now, or roughly a month away. So I agree with you. Cadian is playing for his life. Astralis is playing for their existence, I guess, in terms of the budget they're working with as well. How long can you keep justifying have some of the biggest budgets within Counter-Strike when you get absolutely nothing out of it? So there's a lot of stake for Astralis.
And it's got to be said, same for MongolZ as well. Obviously, making that historic top 8 in Shanghai, it's got to be a foundation. You've got to build on it. You've got to go forward. And this is a winnable tournament for them.
Absolutely. And that's the thing with the Mongols. Every single time they find a new ceiling and they smash through them, right? We saw it making the playoffs in Shanghai. Great run to make it there, lost to MOUZ. Katowice, first arena win over Eternal Fire, who were the ones who were more experienced, who actually choked, and then they eventually fell to Vitality like everyone else did as well. And now for MongolZ, now they're coming to the next step. Can we make it to the finals? Can we get a win? And this is the best chance in ever to get a win in Tier 1 event, and that's going to solidify them to the upper echelons of Counter-Strike right now.
All right, guys, we're ready to introduce the team, so we go over to James Banks on the stage.
Thank you very much, Richard. Cluj, how are we feeling? Well, you are sounding damn good, and I'm so ready for this one. We're moving in to our second quarterfinal game. And our first team, they have shown that they can be a consistent team making it to the playoffs. They've shown that they can grow and develop at the big events. And I know for sure they're going to want to stick it to Cadian and Astralis. It's the Mongols! and facing them is a familiar opponent. Certainly Astralis are still trying to find their form, and it's not been the easiest of times for this team, but their skill ceiling can be so high. It's about using that experience on the stage to find it at the right time and deliver today. It's Astralis! Well, our teams have taken to the stage, and Cluj, you are certainly going one way with this. Cadian, come join me at the front. Mazzino, you come as well. That's more like it. That's a bit nicer. Now, you guys are having some more experience on the stage. Are you starting to feel more comfortable?
Yeah, we're getting comfortable, and we're getting experienced by tournament by tournament. Yeah, getting experienced. That's good.
It's definitely good, and you guys are looking good while doing it. Yeah, come on, guys! Now, there is some history with you and Cadian here. Is it going to be you shouting noobs at him this time?
No.
Oh. You going to be nice?
Yeah, I'm not that type of person. I'm just chill guy.
Chill guy. Yeah, you're certainly a chill guy. That I can agree with. Now, Cadian, yesterday's game, although it was online, obviously was not a positive one for you guys. How does that affect the team coming into this game on the stage here at Cluj-Napoca?
Yeah, I think, of course, maybe mentally yesterday we weren't juggling kind of expectations the right way of kind of being in two tournaments at one. But I think there's no denying that today's game is way more important than yesterday. So yeah, we took the things we could learn from it, which was not a lot, but more maybe about the mental approach. And then yeah, today we are hopefully showing up in a better shape.
Now, looking to show up in a better shape. I'm not sure if you saw it. 910 tweeted you, but you didn't reply. He told you to pick up the AWP. Anything you want to reply now?
He tweeted me?
Yeah.
I only see notifications from people who's verified, so don't know.
Oh. This crowd's not loving you though, man. You're used to this, right?
I mean, I see there's a lot of Mongolian fans. I don't understand this entire thing. An entire country being mad that I called someone noobs in a video game. To be honest, I even said it in the post-game interview afterwards, that the Mongols are playing insanely well. They have been doing for a long time. They are a big pride to the country. I understand the support, but I don't understand the hatred the other way. That's all I have to say.
Well, it should be all about love. So you guys show some love to each other right now, because it'll be war when we get inside the server. Cluj-Napoca, are you ready? Oh, you are sounding good, and this is going to get better game by game. But let me find out something here. Are you liking the Mongols? I see even Jaxie's got his hands up over there as well. And what about Astralis? Okay, I think I know which way you're going. Richard, over to you.
They make my job so easy. What a great crowd, guys. You named you absolutely, you read the assignment on this one. I love you all. Wow, I have never seen a visceral response to an Astralis lineup like that. I mean it. You think about it. They were one of the most popular teams, you know, because with success comes popularity. Now you're in a place where you're coming into games like this, you're under pressure, you're having a tough time, you can't even get any love from the crowd. It's a crazy turnaround.
No, but I'll tell you this, that may be the truth for Astralis, that was definitely not the truth for Heroic, and I would even argue that this lineup is more Heroic than it is Astralis by the DNA of it. you have Stown in there, you have Yabi in there, you have Kaden in there as well. And if there's one thing I know, it is the man on the screen right here, Kaden. He thrives better when everyone is against him.
Oh, yeah.
He feeds off that energy. That's exactly what he's saying right now in this huddle, you know, feed off that energy. Everyone is against us, right? There's this whole notion about the calling noob thing, etc., etc., etc. If anything I know, it is Kaden is thriving better in an environment where everyone is against him. So that should help them out a little bit.
And that's something you can't deny as well. No matter with the trials and tribulations they're having right now, this is a team, by the way, who have managed to take down some big ones against a crowd, the whole world against them. So you can never take that away. Heading to the bans here, I think this one's going to be pretty straight cut, Richard. I think it's going to be Mirage getting called here by the Mongols. I think it's going to be Inferno. That's the map that Astralis is making their home map. It's a map also, by the way, that Mongols have no problem playing, mind you. And I do believe it should be a handshake on Ancient. It's one of the most predictable vetoes we have over here, and I think we're 100% in for a banger.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Astralis removing Ancient. I think you're spot on when you're saying Mirage coming in, Inferno coming in, no doubt about it. Nuke being the third deciding map.
Okay.
That's interesting. It's a map that Astralis can play at a decent level. Haven't really had too much success at it. They tried a couple of times in Katowice, got donked on by Team Spirit a couple of times as well. But for 9-10 and the boys in the MongolZ camp, it's also a map they like to play. So I think should we need it, it's a good common ground.
I kind of felt it was going to be Ancient because it's a map that Astralis have looked pretty good on it so far, but you can't discount the fact, and that is respect being given by Astralis to Mongols, that it is their best map. It is Mongols' best map right now. I'd rate it even above Mirage if you ask me. And Nuke is a map where I personally have had problems watching Mongols play. And I feel like the Astralis, in a small way, if it does go to map number 3, they might have potentially won the veto at the very least.
Here's the problem with the veto for Astralis. Mirage is a punish pick. Mirage is a map that have been very, very tough for Astralis so far. We saw it in Katowice, we've seen it at this tournament, especially their CT side for some reason is just not working out, and that's exactly where they're starting in this game as well. I think one of the players that has been stepping up massively in this tournament has been Stown. The first 2 games, his rating at this tournament was just a clear 1. Didn't really get much done, was under a lot of critique, a lot of scrutiny. The past 3 games he's played so far, he's at a 1.19 rating, so he stepped it up massively, and he's going to be vital playing that connector role, because that's the role that has been exposed within Astralis time and time again. I don't know what it is, but him and Yabi are not working as well together towards middle as they used to.
And that's a big problem, because that position where Stan likes to play, that is where a star player is supposed to play, and he is supposed to be the star player. And if you're gonna not wake up on the right side of the bed here today, Rich, if you're looking at everyone on the Mongol side, that T side is lethal. They're going to bombard you. They're just going to own you. And at times, there's not even something too complicated, not too convoluted. Just going to be running up. Senzu's going to be running up towards mid and duking it out. And I have to say, if you force me, put a gun to my head and ask me to bet on who's going to come out on top, 9 out of 10 times, it is going to be Senzu in that duel.
That's what I call it. Well, I can say 9-10 as well. But look, the problem, I think, is the style that Mongols play, that run at you, that relentless aggression on T side. It's a confidence sapper. Like when you can't get a kill on CT, you're just being swung. It's CS2. It's a nightmare to even try and hold an angle right now anyway. I really think Mirage certainly could get out of hand quite quickly.
I agree with you, especially considering the layout of the map. You know, we know Mirage to be a map that allows for individual plays pretty much all over the map as well. I think 80% of the task for Astralis on Mirage is just matching the firepower, doing their absolute best to see if they can match the firepower. In terms of tacticals, in terms of 3v3 scenarios, playing out clutches, I think Astralis is on par with the Mongols, maybe even have a better understanding of that. But I think in terms of raw firepower and in terms of how aggressive they can approach the map, the Mongols are miles ahead of Astralis.
I'm gonna just stop glazing Mongols for a second here, and I will say one thing though. They have been a bit lackadaisical in some of the games we've seen so far, at least in a group stage. Maybe getting a little too ahead of themselves. We know, and they know, that pound for pound, they probably might have the most firepower in this tournament, apart from maybe Eternal Fire in FaZe, perhaps, right? And I feel they're overly reliant on that a little bit too much, and they get away with it too many times, and that is potentially something that Astralis can punish.
Sure, but as I said, they win those unwinnable rounds. One thing to watch out for are the number of like forces or 2v4s. I just feel out of the 2 teams, it's actually Mongols that do that despite having lesser experience.
I would 100% agree with that, and that is going to be a bit of an issue for Astralis as well. There's this whole pistol round conversation as well in MR12, where they're obviously very important. Both of the lineups so far have won an equal amount of pistol rounds. The problem is Astralis are very good at breaking in the second round, you know, so they are in in a scenario where if they lose the pistol, they have a couple of good force buys coming into it, where the Mongols have struggled converting in the second time as well. So that could be a way of evening out the playing field. One thing I always like to look at when I go into a game like this, especially in a playoff, is ask myself the question, who does it mean more to? Which team is it more important to win for right now? And I make the case that's Astralis. With the VRS situation, with the points at hand, with the fact that the Mongols are number 3 in that ranking, you steal an awful lot of points if you're Astralis and almost guarantee yourself to be in the mix for the major. Whereas if you're the Mongols, yes, it's a big game because you can potentially go and win the trophy, and that means an awful lot as well, but they will be qualifying for the major regardless of this outcome.
All right, guys, we got to go into the action, and this one is brought to you by Scrawny and Launders.
Thank you, Rich. Thank you, panel. Thank you, Cluj. How about we get this second quarterfinal underway? We've got MongolZ and Astralis, and I do indeed like what Pimp just had to say right before we go live, where the Astralis camp are gunning for this. It's an incredibly valuable head that sits in front of them with the MongolZ, but just because you want it doesn't mean you can take it.
Yeah, we see what's on the line. Maybe 5 VRS positions moved up for Astralis if they can win. But the firepower conversation for the MongolZ is there.
Trying to play it patient. Jabby looking to aim first. There's a lot of boots on the ground. We've got 4 players already in the site. It's ending up MongolZ for the time being. Device cleared off that back pillar. Stairs trying to help out. And it looks like MongolZ got first blood till Jabby brings this back. Now he's had a shooting gallery in front of him. Only picked up 1 kill in the mix of all of that. And that is a clutchable one if he clears Van, but he won't. It's a MongolZ T-side pistol.
Crowd favorite picks up the first round. If Astralis win this game, it makes up for yesterday and more. That was like massive headlines, not because they didn't qualify for Dallas, but because they got absolutely smashed. And if you watched some of the clips from those rounds, you would see that it was a calling problem more than anything else. And that's really disappointing to see because, as Pimp mentioned, this is the lifeblood of Heroic on the Astralis lineup. But with that core, comes a certain level of expectation, and there comes Stown, who's also brought up as having a huge uptick recently.
Yeah, we'll see if his impact can continue to be felt throughout middle. As highlighted, that connector roll with Jabby over towards Catwalk, a very critical pinch dynamic for Astralis' CT side needed at the beginning of the series. Stown on the smoke, going for a second. And of course, this is supported by that peek out from the windowsill. Stown's collected a second kill now off of a Desert Eagle. There's the response back. Not only the 1 kill that happens in the front of ramp, but now actually alleviating the mid pressure.
That was great timing from Stown, and also what a massive find here from Senzu. He was about 10 milliseconds from getting out of dodge. But now with the flank coming around, we've got a situation where Device knows that something's going to walk his way.
Takes a wider angle and exposes himself. That's going to drop him down to a quarter HP. Cadian gets in with a Desert Eagle. Our desk just highlights that it's more often than not MongolZ who recovers on lesser buys in mana disadvantage. And yet here we are, Astralis' first chance given over to them. AK in hand now, supporting the catwalk play. And Senzu's going to go deep, trying to clear out alternate positions. He's also the bomb, has to double back.
I think he's aware. They're planning for CT, which actually makes perfect sense. Techno, low HP on missiles.
It's a fast plant, and it's one that then gets the AK back in hand.
They know there must have been someone who pushed A, but will they catch this?
Oh, the climb up's happening. Jabby's clearing the wrong side, so he loses stair support first. Through the edge of the smoke. Astralis rebound in the MongolZ house with a force buy round 2 win.
They could not find that third guy. They made a really good decision by changing it up to go to the A site, but all credit goes to Stown this round. First, showing off the mechanics with his Deagle kill inside the window, and then sneaking out a connector for the second kill, but with the support of somebody shooting above him in connector. That allowed him to really just relax and focus his aim, and he still had the fresh smoke to get away. If we don't see team play moments like this for Astralis, they will lose.
It's 3 clean Desert Eagle frags and an MP9 mowdown. And to be a fly on the wall in that huddle after that interview where, Cadian's protecting himself.
Yeah.
I've seen Cadian really take up the role of
we've
the
seen him
enemy at
get
times.
booed louder than this.
Sure, 100%.
Yeah.
And when those boos happen, I've never seen him kind of walk it back like that. Added pressure. Doesn't seem to stop them early.
You can't have too much love, but you can't have too much hate.
Yeah, it
really
starts to stack up.
And in a high-pressure moment where Astralis obviously looking for success early in 2025.
And you put on the Astralis jersey, and it's a chance with a new lineup and joining players like Device to sort of change your image. But then you also have to perform, and there are high expectations for these players.
Yeah, Device doesn't know what it's like to get booed. We're talking about Device.
Yeah, and he was unfortunately one of the worst performers when it came to that Dallas match yesterday.
Would be a nice early moment of glory if the Mongols can, again, force buy back like Astralis just did to them and get this setup occur.
But if there ever was a LAN player, that's Device.
Yeah,
so.
100%. Execute comes over top. Jabby and Stare in the pocket. Should be good tethering, and it looks fantastic. Jabby, while blind, doubles down, and Blitz isn't able to get out from Palace in time. So he gets one to the kill feed, but it is a total stoppage out of this defense. And it looks like Mongols have been turned away. In fact, flanked already. So if Blitz thinks he's going to get away with this gun, he's not supposed to. And then Cadian will drop the ball and almost allows for the exit. Still majority alive as the conversion comes out to the CT favor.
Yeah, it's a great start here for Astralis. I mean, winning the second round just keeps the spirits alive. And there's pressure on the Mongols. Mongols might be thinking, this is a great chance to win a tournament. Like, there's a chance you play Eternal Fire FaZe in the finals, or you play MOUZ next if you get through this match. But to be honest, on their ladder of expectations, they'll be more scared to play MOUZ than they would be to play Astralis here. They just think that this should be a gimme, as their Shanghai rematch awaits them tomorrow if they make it. But there is always room for that to go wrong as well.
That frag grenade looks primed to be chucked down into the apartments, but Cadian actually takes to the helm, gun in hand, and instantly popped. Desert Eagles go both ways. Jabby, though, it's great positioning, just delayed enough that maybe they think there's someone in sight, but not necessarily somebody so upfront on the apartments. AK-47 grabbed by 910. And now he's killed out by Stare. So yet again, a moment where Mongols maybe look to break out, but majority alive in 2 consecutive rounds. And Astralis starting to piece together a defense.
What we don't want to see from Astralis, there was a round yesterday where they were playing on Nuke and they got into like a 4v2 situation. And, you know, former Heroic or even older iterations of Astralis always knew what to do with space and time if they didn't see anybody. But what happened yesterday was it seemed like absolutely no communication. 4v2 dropped because they searched the map way too much. Like they looked like they completely weren't talking to each other. They obviously played that match from here, you know, so it was an in-person environment even though they were playing an online match.
Ooh, damn Techno, nice shot onto the top stairs. Stare under pressure, traded out again. This is man advantage for Mongols.
They're not ready for this.
No, it's the positioning that works wonderfully, at least for an additional kill. But it's going to put Cadian into a clutch early days. Round 5, no coverage. Easy pickup.
Oh, what
and
a shot.
Snap to go with it.
Oh my God, that's the 1v2 out of Cadian. Not watching CT as you pointed out, and an amazing flick to end that round. I mean, that's about as good as flicks get.
We don't get to see it from his POV, but that opening kill from Techno had to be instantaneous on the stair peak. Jabby, much like last round when he caught them off guard playing up on the porch of balcony, does it again. Just this additional piece, slightly delayed, catching Mongols on their entries unprepared.
Cadian's somebody who, at the end of CSGO, he was, you know, just outside of top 20, if not right inside top 20. I had him right inside. But in CS2, that's down on Liquid. His opping fell totally off. Like, just it had no place, and most oppers couldn't figure it out. Only the truly elite players really stayed at the top, right? Modesty, even Zaiwu stopped opping as much. But to get moments like that out of Cadian are going to be key. You have Device on this team, but that is your hybrid.
No resistance to the mid walk up. Does Jabby want to engage? Not while blind. And Stound's gonna help out with the smoke spam. Device coming back. into the bomb site in anticipation. Another Desert Eagle kill. We're getting glimpses of what I think could be a factor of this matchup as long as it goes on. There is always going to be potential in the lesser weapons when you've got MongolZ and apparently Astralis in the server today. So no round should go down easy. But Astralis flexing the weapons advantage. Cadian taking a sniff back at middle, gets the contact he was looking for. That's the bomb dropped at his feet, and Blitz is going to be found out as well. Nice and easy. This is majority alive every single time, barring the Cadian 1v2, and that is a good look for the new look Astralis.
And we don't get to see MongolZ on stages all the time. When we did see them play at Shanghai, they went up against MOUZ and Senzu choked, to be frank. They had 6-0 starts on both maps and got 2-0'd in the end, even though they played close games. Senzu had one of his worst performances. Senzu's the newest player to the team. This team's overall extremely young. They're obviously going to get a lot better and need stage experience to get there, but they're not beyond feeling nerves. That's absolutely a fact. I think you look to people like Blitz to make sure that if he's going to make executive choices as to keep this team sort of as a rotating door of extremely talented young players coming into the roster, that he's also got to be responsible for making sure they're prepared to deliver in front of big crowds. It's brutal because not only are there, limited games in playoffs throughout the year, but you've got to qualify to each and every one of them for your 1 or 2 matches to have a chance to prove yourself and to get that so valuable experience. So, there has to be a lot of preparation done to make sure your head's in the right spot.
You heard it in the pregame too. MZ, definitely highlighting the comfort that's coming through with what is now becoming a regular playoffs attendance. A team that has definitely secured #1 place in Asia, and it's not even a question. They could afford a loss like this and still be secured, like Jacob highlighted with the VRS situation. But at the end of the day, it's a trophy that MongolZ are hunting for, and this one in Cluj, well, it looks prime for their taking. Not right now. Jabby off to a phenomenal start. 10 kills to his name.
Oh, no.
Device falls off the apartments play. This is a lot of flashes coming out, but Jabby's still good. Able to hold on to this test. Gets his 1. Puts Device into a better spot. He'll take MZinho down at the knees. His Molotov queuing up that easy leg shot. And then there's a sudden pause here for the MongolZ, waiting for all pieces to get into position. That third piece, unbeknownst to Astralis, to come in from a different direction. But you've given Device more time to solidify these angles, to slot into comfort. And as he takes that glimpse down towards Cat, he's
what a
dead.
move.
Device, again, just in this pocket to the pistol, damn it! It's a 4K on-site made easy.
Man, how could you expect him to be pushing default pillar, going that wide on Cat? They caught him off guard so many times, and even though Jabby dies without his kill, it's his molly to slow down the attack. One player jumps out of the window with no one to swing into the window to trade him, and this alone makes it easy for Device to really shine. MongolZ are getting decimated. They've got no smokes on this round.
Top middle dead already. Second challenge right there with him. So they're just going to try to pop out ramp instead. Device, yet again, collecting kills as he can. 2 versus 5 queued up. And MZinho's already contributed alongside Techno. They know where the retake's already coming at from.
Oh my god, crossing right though is huge. Oh, bomb goes
double
down.
nade, good utility
They don't
usage.
know Techno cross back.
And so he'll catch them off guard with the peek, but it's a good response because Jabby's rifling is looking incredibly crisp today.
Yeah. And we saw some great shots from him throughout this event, even though Stown getting better has been the story. And that's MongolZ throwing their initial utility out to mid to make a fast connector split happen, having no smokes left over, meaning they need to frag to both get that bomb plant and win the round. And are lucky to even get that plant off.
There's a little bit of electricity being offered up by MongolZ right now. I think the tempo of that instant ramp attempt once you've started to lose your mid play.
I like the call. Instead of showing that you're losing confidence, you just sort of fake it till you make it, if you will. But again, then we look at the buy going in forward. They're looking for this first round to get them back on their feet. Just one hit.
Problem being,
they just need a fix right now. That's what they're looking for.
Every time they try to take a move.
But yeah, they're doing it with low utility, coming in disadvantage, trying to use aggression as an extra resource.
Oh. Clean one from Techno, but tagged by the op.
It sounds easy, but just don't make a mistake. This op now has some pressure put on it.
910's gonna find a kill. Blitz will do the same.
Device
Techno
got his.
Did end up dying inside this B site, so they're able to find him at the very least. And the Mongols had to go back to grab bomb, but they've still found entries. They found control to come with that. There's a question mark on this half of the map for Device and Stound to try and piece together a man disadvantage. They don't know how deep these T's could have gotten, so cautious on the approaches. Device.
It's another highlight here. 2 kills already. Stound watching the cross, crushed by 910.
His headshots have been clean.
This is a very slow rotation. Device.
Look at the gap, though.
Man.
Look at the gap between these T's. We've got Blitz now getting closer to the site, but was gone for a moment. Device opted not to make his move within that timing. Not that he would know it. And now contemplating the save, because at one point there were players just flooding out through middle, so no surprise to see Device kind of cautious on this one. There's so little information in this retake that the Mongols have indeed broken through. It is a second round on a T side, but one that started with a pistol takes them 7 rounds to recover for the second.
They keep forcing down their economy each and every one of these situations, and it finally works. Again, Mongols were looking for their hit, and they could have gone and tried to save one. I think they just felt like that round is coming. That's a hard call to make if you're Blitz, to be honest, but look what it has granted them. It's definitely stopped the hemorrhaging in this half. And they have gotten 1 or 2 kills in each and every one of these rounds. So it's not as if, even though Astralis are in control, that they are rich. They are definitely a little bit low on economy at the moment. They'll be able to get this one force off. Mongols come in with full utility. And now I think they add a little bit more structure.
Well, something different. Stound in a pesky position here. It's going to be set up by a flash, and we can see the presence down there as well from the other team.
Oh man, this is a crazy spot.
Here it is.
Oh, that's early. He doesn't see anything.
Oh, now he's just out exposed.
Yeah.
He's waiting for another.
Can't like this play because how do they get him out too?
And Cadian didn't even have a second flashbang. So Stound very much fed to the Wolves there, at least some damage in return. But it is a forfeiture of mid.
They had eyes from the window from Cadian, but 2 players are already cross-top boxes. Astralis did not have full mid control, and Mongol's approach was just safe enough.
Stare, despite the man disadvantage, is able to take this forward position.
I think they're, going to come in carefully. They still have time, but
he'll have Shadow though, so that puts him on high alert. And the third player's the lowest. So good on Mzinho to at least get a trade, but that's the move that evens this out. A 4 versus 5 queued up for the Danes. As the bomb tries to get out, it's a late Palace peek. That second Palace player very much catching Device over scoped. Cadian loses his head. And then we get the dink back from the guy in jungle.
Senzu's done too much already. Going around A ramp, dodging this piece of utility.
Mzinho
takes the peek.
Love that.
You serious?
He's so lights out at the moment.
Oh my gosh.
14 kills to his name, swings wide, and the young gun of the Mongols clears sight.
It was just a touch more conviction with every peek. Cadian could have taken out one more player with his op if he just clicked. On the ramp, you almost had the 3K spray down from Stare. If he had held it just for any extra damage, he would have got that kill. Ooh. It had to be this. It had to be this clean.
Clean is what they do.
That's the leverage right here. Look at the buy now here for Astralis. It's a force down to try to get back into this. They understand the opportunity that they just missed.
And the one that has now found itself in the palm of the hands of the Mongols. Can't take it away from them. Great streak of CT rounds. I mean, considering that for the majority of that 7, we don't even get bomb plants out of the Mongols. And just a lights out play from Jabby tethering off middle and honestly repositioning to both bomb sites as a dedicated anchor as well. They've been putting Jabby where he needs to be to thrive. He's got Stare and Device propping him up. But now, in the waning moments, of this first half, MongolZ have a chance to bring this score into a very respectable state before they switch over.
They've finally got center ring control here. MongolZ, I think they have Astralis playing from the outside. It should be pretty easy to see that this is either a full anti-eco or anti-force buy. The one thing they have to be worried about is that op.
Cadian's got a good angle for this.
The B-site defense has been pretty synergistic between Cat and the site with the utility. It's never been a situation where at least one person doesn't multi. Yeah, that's a full anti-eco default, and it's the CTs who will eventually get insecure and start looking for information. The question is, will they catch their timings? And Mzinho makes some noise.
Yeah, that would have been heard. So now you know these guys are on vigilant alert. Ramp swing gets the trade. Desert Eagle gets away from Jabby.
Yeah, no disengage. It's time for Device. Oh, to die.
Dude, the headshots that have been coming out versus Oppers in these last 2 rounds now, magnificent. Between Senzu and Blitz, prime examples of it. Cadian's angle will catch you off guard. He's been sat there this entire time. But of course, there's that slice up from the catwalk that happens simultaneously. Techno able to get off the plant site, but exposed himself for a moment and takes a tidbit of damage. Senzu gets caught trying to reposition. You know Techno's down here somewhere.
Yeah.
But where exactly? That smoke makes his reposition a bit ambiguous. And CT is working with half health on both of them, have a slight edge.
He's got keeping full vision this whole time. Look for that first
Just got a trade, and you can see he's got no idea from where they come, but he predicts the first peak to perfection.
Wow.
Techno off the van.
Love
keeps
that.
this MongolZ recovery surging.
I love the way he plays that. He can actually be so underrated in clutch situations, man. Techno, wow. This is a force-up round, another opening for Astralis. They could have actually made up for the last round and more with that, and crushed inside this half, if not for that 1v2. But top of the barrels, Techno knows, well, makes the read that they're going to take their time, and they don't know where he got off to. That is a rare spot to play the 1v2 from. Could have been tucked in van if it was super late on time.
Fast flash to the underpass. Jabby he's on a mission. And it's not one that works out his favor. There is that challenge out through apartments. At the same time,
you just speed up to A now.
Yeah, not as simple to just hit. Mzinho about to have his hands full, but really, it's just the pistol. So Device gets swept away with ease.
Right now the rotations come back. They see the smoke inside of Palace, and the Mongols know they can kind of play with Astralis at this moment, trying to draw some time out. It's at this point of the round where there's no bad decision to make, but the low HP will sacrifice a player, and that's the direction the bomb was moving as well.
Still ample time to redirect, and it looks like that's what's coming. Obviously, Astralis also thinking the same thing.
Yeah, this is nice from Astralis. You gotta make a bet in this mid-round. Stairs looking for the peak, but he runs.
That would have helped. A kill towards Connector would have certainly served up a great distraction. Now it falls on Cadian to try to go clutch to clutch. Not gonna happen. We had a streak of 7 rounds from Astralis. But give them enough time and they will break through. The Mongols step it up for the 4 last rounds of the half.
Dude, that took everything, right? They had to get the clutch in. They had to win with a round after they kept forcing up. They came in with like 1 smoke, a flash, a Molotov, and had to frag their way out of that round. They did that. Basically a perfect comeback in some sense. Astralis put themselves in a great position to easily get 8 and maybe get 9 and potentially even get 10 with the way they started this game out. But yeah, Mongols, I think the best part about this half for them is they showed that they weren't scared to continuously bet on their ability to be aggressive and win rounds on low utility. And that's where they get to show their range as a roster, because not only do they have a strong system that can contend with some of the best teams right now, but they're willing to really get scrappy versus anybody.
I think highlighted perfectly by the 1 round where they lose 2 players middle and it's just instant out A, right? Challenges that come at you fast causes Astralis to react, and I will give them props there even as they start to lose those rounds. You know, we see that rotation from Cadian off of the kill over towards the B site, trying to get the stack in the right spot at the right time and remaining fluid and trying to play catch up to a fast-moving Mongols is what we got in that first 12 rounds of play. So fun first half, but the Mongols 5, trailing by 2. as they take to this defense.
We have Cadian up on 2 duels, but I don't even remember 9-10 opping really in that first half. So I think he'll have a chance to respond here.
Yeah, fair point.
On CT side. Blitz takes one from pretty far away here. The stair will shy him back.
And I think cleanest op shots for the record, those 1v2 from tickets at Acadian.
And Techno was jump spotting, but actually didn't have any utility to burn, which is interesting because now he goes back to just watching it. And so this play doesn't do much except alert the Mongols that there's no one here. I think this means, especially with the run-up, that the CTs are going to get suspicious of A more than anything else. Now, even though 9-10's not opping, this is actually key for him as an opper. Historically, opper's always great on pistols, and he's in a spot where it's just one long-range shot he's got to hit.
Zeno to keep his head down, ready to let those Berettas rip.
No mollies.
Here's it all coming. Clean first one, and then right back into the corner. He hangs on deep. He's got 3 already. Push up to the Palace. It's a stoppage offered by the 17-year-old Mongol. And Stown wants to get him out from that corner, but he's got no reason to give Stown what he wants. And so he'll just wait this out. Down to 15 seconds. 3 kills from down beneath Palace. And a few extra shots to the corpse for the road.
Rounds like that aren't won alone. There was a really solid flash on the timing that Astralis came up for the A exec. And a lot of this round is also won by the fact that Techno made sure to maintain information over on B. This is a moment where if Techno is spotting the entire time, it doesn't see anybody try to run up and bait his utility, then he doesn't know if they're going to do a late B pop. But because he goes back and takes the risk of spotting again, sees nobody, that only creates confidence in Mongols, even though it's Astralis who push him back first. Maybe they can do another eco. Back 10 coming fast.
Good flash from Cadian. It's exactly what Jabby was looking for. This could be back-to-back round 2 wins. 9-10's got support out from jungle. You obviously know Jabby's MAC-10 still floating out mid somewhere, but look at your radars, folks. That bomb's going B.
But if the A players don't show themselves, this is Techno who's going to meet the bomb.
Oh.
I mean, he's going to instantly be able to stop this plant.
And it goes down.
And because he got a sandwich guy, he's not actually moving device. He's only become alert.
Cadian thinking that they had fooled them, but in reality, Techno's still close enough.
I do want to extend the olive branch here to Astralis, though, because it's such a fast rotation back for the Mongols. They were suspicious, but off of a read. They really didn't have the information to make that move. It could have been the bomb just waiting inside a palace or something else.
Jump the gun on that one.
But it does make them look silly, that's for sure. And you know what? They've still got a couple of outs this round. I mean, Device doesn't have armor, but oh, I was going to say, he was coming in Metal Gear Solid style, but then gets spotted.
And he's going to get found out first, so there goes the hope. Realistically, there was a P250 kill in the mix at one point for Stown early, but it's a great recovery from Mongols, and I think a testament to what I tried to highlight as we come into the second half, right? There's just fast movements happening. Mongols reading this one before it's kind of the time you'd expect others to.
Game's tied, man. It's been a long time since the Astralis have won a round. 6 in a row for the Mongols.
Ooh, but a force out of Astralis. Well, limitation in Tech9 and Galil.
Yeah, but they do spend all their money.
Right, that bomb plant would have been real nice. Would have made the difference.
True. Yeah, that's a great point. That's all their utility in that bomb plant. Oh, nice kill. That makes up for it a little.
Okay, you take those. And I guess the limitation of the Tech9 can just take its sweet time up in Palace. We see moving pieces here for Astralis already. Amzinho going to be down beneath Palace. That's where he starts. But it is a reposition offered over with a lack of pressure on him. He'll take up Sandwich instead. It's numbers out from Palace, and if they jump out into that bomb site, suddenly they've got the cover of default. And who do we have? Well, 9-10 over towards Ticket, but not with an op in hand. So the fact he's got that M4, he tries to slide out. Now he's sitting triple. 9-10 goes down. Amzinho's got to pick up more than that, but it's just enough damage for Blitz to come out. And it's a near trade train jump up. He's going to challenge. Oh,
nice
Cadian
shot. Nice
takes
shot.
it over top to open the door for the sandwich bomb carrier to cross. And damn it, those limitations don't hold them back.
Well, you have 9-10 coming in with a smoke. This is actually a possible 1v3.
Techno's got a back turn to him first. Oh, he just missed the timing. Device is able to peel away. Your other two players are obviously deeper over towards Khan and jungle. And so Techno, soon enough, is going to be split by all three, but it's all about the contact. And he sees the first, but back offered to Device. Astralis breakthrough early.
Yes, they do. Right back into the game. That's a really nice shot and round from Cadian with his kill over top of Triple. That's the one that makes the difference. He knows that was a scary approach from him because he's got low HP, but you can hear a Blitz using all of his ammo, trying to spam on the cross. And the opening refrag on a Mizinho. That's a key find. Had to be a headshot.
All the economy on the line now for the Mongols. And they're going to make a move. Cadian better be ready. Flash at their feet. They turn, but the 5-7 rips the head off.
Wow.
And utility indicates, of course, that there's another player there.
So
Molotovs both sides. They got them stuck.
You got to watch for Senzu because he's the only one who could really help out unless they're going to go via underpass. But it looks like they're literally just going to sit here and burn time off the clock. Senzu's just walking off of Cat now. This is an interesting way to support, actually, instead of pushing upper.
Doing a good job with the frag grenades to keep them softened up. Senzu, long-range 5-7 duel, not ideal. And they have earned this approach. You're going to catch players along this underpass wall. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Unfortunately for the Mongols, it's an opening man advantage, but it's a great recovery from the Danes out through middle.
Yes.
And with that, 4 versus 2.
And they do find B. That's Senzu's cat push. I don't think will influence this. Mzinho looks to meet them there. Of course, with this itty-bitty gun. Bomb is walking back, however. Full connector control and vision on mid for the Mongols. Okay, now it'll turn back. But there is timings. Gotta be careful here. This is a 2v3 situation.
Oh, his head's down. Pops up perfectly.
Oh,
it's evened out at 25 seconds. Jabby's next. And that MP9 does more damage. He's already here. 9-10 with vision onto the site. We've got a critical clutch between him and Device. 15.
He's got to milk
Where's
this.
the peak? From backdoor, he comes at him, and he's got him locked on bench. But who's locked in with who? It's a clutch from a man who's got a wealth of experience.
Whoa, it looked like aim was going to fail him in that spot. Device shooting into the wall as he was peeking back. 9-10 staying open the entire time instead of swinging afterwards. There was always the option to allow that bomb to go down in the final seconds and then put a ton of pressure on that way. But that's just not how the Mongols like to fight now, is it?
Oh,
it's a marginally scary moment here for Astralis, but surviving is the only thing that matters to them because Mongols have no money left. They can recoup their economy on this one. It's a full A stack to meet the full A hit.
Zinho chilling in the flames.
Oh, he got by.
Yeah, some trickery for sure, but Vanilla Pistol easily dealt with. Blitz finds one more than he should. What they don't know about is that compromise that Cadian already has behind them. And again, such little weaponry here to work with. You know, Blitz will send a small shiver down their spine, but it all gets swept away. And it's Astralis with a 10-7 lead.
Off the back of a clutch into a money-making round. 3 rounds straight now for Astralis to end the 6th streak for the Mongols, and they are back in control. Now this one shapes up to potentially go the distance. With the amount of money that they've got left over, they can make this a real comeback. But at least the Astralis are showing teeth on both sides of the map. Do you guys miss Emma? Me too, man. Me too.
Underpass has seen a lot of action so far throughout this second half, and for the time being, it's just Device scoped up with nobody to come at him.
No commitments at all.
Nope.
Underpass with the op, it's just the opening pick play. They won't get the aggressive mid control that they were expecting from the Mongols, which is actually kind of interesting. But if we look at the utility, they weren't in a place to do so. Their biggest resource is these smokes. The longer the round goes on, the more Astralis will be favored as long as they stay 5v5. Now, if they... The timing can be created inside of connector if window isn't smoked. That's what they have to be careful about. Zinho searching carefully. And
not careful enough.
Nice shot, Yabby.
Nice to see it as well. Incredibly fast start to the game has kind of cooled off, but he's right back at it. In a critical juncture in this gun round, we get a double kill out of Jabby, total mid control, and it's a flood up from Astralis to come with it. So much pressure on 9-10 that you cannot be affording to miss a shot like that right now.
Yeah, that was an opportunity.
Deep push
Wait,
into
why are they
him.
pushing
Hold
CT?
on now. They're on the chase.
Wait, they're pushing an op who fell back at CT. Why would you give him a chance?
Cadian down to 14 health. 9-10 stepping through the fire is going to give that info over. He just burns. He just burns what's left of him straight up in the flames. Techno gets a trade back onto jungle. And in a round that looked like A-Site was gone, now we've got the Mongols on the retake.
And Techno's moving forward.
Device again into the corner, trying to draw him in with that time. And time is going to decide this one, though. They've got to still run.
Okay.
They rack up the cost, and they make Astralis look slightly foolish for that confident deep ticket peak. 4 players taken, and then the bomb takes the 5th.
Well, a wealth of mistakes right there for Astralis. Pushing the op and CT, once he falls back, that's already your victory. You've taken CT control. It's harder for him to reapproach you if you're holding up by missiles than it is the opposite in trying to go into him. That might be something you try on the pistol round, but they had enough control here to win this round and keep many players alive. This is a round where it's still good for Astralis to win, but it being costly in this situation with those mistakes makes you wonder what they've opened themselves up to now. Like, look at the round here for Mongols. They've got an MP9. Don't let them win here.
Easier said than done.
Wow, Stound with that commitment up the ramp. There was nothing behind it, actually.
Looks like they could catch Blitz off. Oh, Zinho offering up the info of his position. But it's all about waiting, and that waiting could pay off. Device. Oh, he hit that! He's got a teammate to step forward in the meantime. Looked like Stare took a shot back in return to keep the op up. But what they don't know about is Blitz. And the op goes both ways. Mongols thrust Device to the clutch.
He's still here.
He goes into the ramp play with the AK, and that missed shot is swapped out to the pistol.
Okay.
Screw the sniper. The USP's got it. Mongols tether well enough to keep the game going.
Yeah, I don't know who was supposed to win that round, but after Stound swung up the A ramp and died, that was a much harder situation for Astralis. They nearly salvaged it and brought it back. Zinho had a bad spray. They got 2 kills in response, but you saw that the Mongols were well prepared for the A site no matter what. Blitz on the A ramp with the flash from his teammate, and a little inconsistency shining through for 9-10, especially on the opportunities, but they still survive it because of the man advantage brought to you by Blitz. And because of that last round, the enormous fumble in a post-plan situation that was pretty much already won from Astralis, they lose 5 players. And now they're in a precarious spot. Oh, after the tack, they actually are going to invest.
Okay.
Well, yeah, they're putting it all in this round.
What's the move? What's the play?
Wow, buying down to 0. I really don't like this considering the loss bonus for Astralis. Like, even if you full invest, you want to keep a few extra dollars when it becomes your time to buy again. And we'll see, because they actually give themselves a chance to win this round. But if it doesn't go well...
There's been a lot of space offered over lately through middle for the Mongols, but the fact that they've already collected that bit of info...
This is a moment where I think forcing down entirely can be a mistake.
Oh, that fire went out.
And the nade does nothing. Senzu's going to fall back, and now you wonder if the AWP liability inside the B site.
Next nade goes down. We've got a sea of flashbangs being chucked over top. Tough one for Senzu, and he's lost his support. And now already, we find him in the site. Jabby's got another! The Tech-9s! They're able to take him down. 9-10 back in the market, clipped out by the upper. You've given over a bigger gun, and Jabby shines.
Wow, okay, it's the B play. They actually win on this round. We don't even see that situation play out. The full investment works towards the B site. 2 ideas from the Mongols. One to try to blow up in their own smoke, one to molly behind it. They get no information off it. They burn resources. Senzu falls back with the up. He eats one of the late flashes on this exec from Astralis. And so they can make mistakes too.
I wonder what it comes down to. The util, does that give the confidence over to Astralis when the fire burns out?
It's definitely very awkward. It's not as if he would have seen anything if they blew the smoke open. Missing that incendiary, who knows if they tag somebody. It's just the fact that things didn't go well in that spot on the B site, exactly when Astralis wanted to attack. And wow, Jabby can't see a thing. I mean, did he have 1 frame of vision? Is that how he even got that shot off, or did he just start shooting?
That's a whole lot of left clicks.
And it's been a great map on entries from Jabby.
4 rounds to try to push OT. 4 moments for Astralis to rob away their opponent's pick. Senzu caught out top mid blind.
And keeps
the
going.
Shot from Device finds the window player. 22 kills to Jabby's name, now offering assistance through the util. Cadian's waited a long time to try to get that revenge back on the Mongols. And to kick off a series when the Mongols are better than ever. The map pick stolen away. That is what we're on the brink of, but Astralis will not rush their position, their advantage. So it seems. 9-10 on ramp, given a chance at a second kill. Nice pre-fire clear here from Jabby, just locks him in. Another headshot on the brink of 25 kills. Just outside of the top 10 highest rated players here in Cluj, at one point top 5 in the group play. Jabby taps into that potential to send a message to the Mongols at the start of this series. But Techno, well, now he swaps over. It's a better tool for the job, but with 4 players ahead of him, he cuts down the first one on ramp.
That might have been the most important one. I don't know if there's a way he wins this, but
he'll try. And as he will, he'll take the top ticket. There's confirmation on another player, but a dink that cues him up. 25 frags looks great on Jabby. And Astralis will not bend a knee early under pressure here in Cluj.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The Mongols have solidified themselves as a consistent playoff team.
players come out from ramp. He's gonna dive into the fire, put the smoke on top. We've got the challenge down the ladder. Blitz is in the heat. Senzu slides. Die! 4 up strong. MongolZ impenetrable.
Senzu showed us that the Mongolian strength can't ever be stopped, even with a damaged wrist.
What did Senzu just do?
What patch is this? How did he just do that? He stopped the entire... I don't even know, bro.
And Blitz was certainly leading by example.
Down beneath the window, easy cleanup. Senzu's the sensation.
Absolutely rolled up the pack and smoked it. That's right, Mzinho and company have secured playoffs at the PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025.
Welcome back. That is one way to silence a crowd. Astralis drawing first blood in this quarterfinal here at PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. I'm going to start with you, Jacob. You said it best before we went into the game. You said if there's an environment that Cadian will thrive on and can make players around him buy into, it's the adversity. It's being hated. This is Cadian. We all remember that group that he wasn't allowed into, right? He's been one of these historic, controversial players. This is nothing new to him. You're not going to intimidate him. You're not going to get in his head. And he's channeling that energy so well right now. What a performance.
What a performance from him. What a performance from Astralis as a whole. I think you're spot on when you're saying that it's something he's used to. It's been like that throughout his entire career. I remember myself playing with him at times as well, where we kicked him and we never really treat him with the respect that he probably deserved back then as well. And Cadian overall had a good game in terms of the calling, in terms of setting up the team. And I noticed one thing when Astralis won the map, when the game was over, if you look towards his body language, no excitement, no enjoyment, no celebration, pure focus, right? He's mad right now. He's in the zone. He want to make sure that he wins this game 2-0. He want to make sure that he makes a statement on the server and not necessarily outside of the server. So I think the pre-game interview that we saw, that was the best possible preparation Cadian could have had coming into this game.
Oh, absolutely. He does kind of remind me of the Hulk. You know, he powers up the more angry he gets, and that's great. Listen, if that's what it takes, so be it. But one thing I do want to highlight here for the side of Astralis was the prep work and the switch up on the CD side. This CD side was dynamic. This CD side where the individuals having the agency and actually hitting their shots. I'm looking at Stare. I'm looking at, we'll get to Yabi, by the way. I'm looking at Stare. I'm looking at Device. Rock solid foundation. Cadian as well. He was everywhere taking fights at mid, going early towards B, depending on the spawn. And of course, a little bit quiet for Stan. He's been struggling quite a bit. But man, Yabi, he just came alive. He's been phenomenal thus far in the group stage. The best player for Astralis. The reason they're here in the BT Arena, and also the reason they won map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, obviously as well, you have to talk about MongolZ. We expected better. They got off to such a rough start. Started cold. And again, is it just a little bit of complacency? You know, it's a very different speed when you go from being the perennial underdogs to being one of the tournament favorites. It's a mindset shift.
And this is one thing which we did allude to in the pre-show, right? We were talking about this is the first time that MongolZ are entering an arena game as the firm favorite. That is a switch up in the mentality. And now, especially considering how pretty one-sided, in all honesty, this game was, questions have to be raised about where they are, at least in this matchup.
I mean, they did come off to a very cold start, couldn't really get much done, and it's just one map, you know, but I agree with you, it's a different mentality, a different mindset you come into it, and then we got to give credit to Astralis for playing arguably the best Counter-Strike Astralis have played.
Well, I'm going to point this out as well. Production weren't even sure they had a graphic for Yabi. He's been that anonymous since he's kind of got there. Turns out they do have one, but this might be the best I've seen him play in like a long time.
This is without a doubt the best tournament Yabi have had in the Astralis shirt, and even the new one obviously being premiered today. It's good to see him play well. It's good to see him come in and have an impact on the server. People kind of forget how good he is and how good he were back in the heroic days. He's a difference maker. He's very good at taking opening duels, etc., etc. I also do want to contextualize the fact that it is Astralis winning the map pick of the MongolZ. On Mirage coming into this game, they've been struggling massively on this map. The past 9 times they've played it, they only won 2 of those games, and that was against MIBR in a triple overtime game, and it was against OG, who, let's be honest, right now is not even a team that Astralis should be playing in any sort of imagination. Apart from that, they've lost it 7 times to teams that I hardly even know. Let's say Zero Tenacity, a team starting with B and C and something else. So it's been a massive struggle for them to get anything done on Mirage. Fast forward into this quarterfinal, and all of a sudden they take down the MongolZ, which has been their perma-pick, which has been their home ground for such a long time. This is a massive, massive upset coming in for Astralis, and that could very well shake the Mongols even more.
Yeah, and speaking of being shaken, right, the Mongols, and we do have a couple of rounds to highlight what went wrong, but it does feel like there are times, firstly, every time I see Senzu pick up the secondary AWP and a CD side of Mirage, a puppy gets kicked somewhere out there, Richard. He should stop doing that. Every time he picks it up, I've never seen it work in his favor. He's the best rifler on his team. Stick with the rifles. We've seen a couple of rounds where, having a double op, sure, you might win one round, but you have a round where you can saw how it completely fell apart.
Think of that Inferno round banana.
Yeah, there we go. And also you got to say, right, when it comes to calling it, I do feel Caden was at least a couple of steps ahead of Blitz right there. Blitz did have his moments as an IGL, turning a couple of rounds around individually, but it did feel like Mongols were playing catch-up when it comes to just the tactics in this particular map.
Yeah, we do have the first round we would kind of want to highlight right here. It's round 16. It's Astralis again, a round they should be winning. They're up in a 4v3, the force spy coming in. Somehow, some way, they lead Device into a 1v2 in just a couple of moments. Messino doing a good job with the MP9 right here, getting a double kill as well. And then obviously Device have to get it done by himself, which he then will, and that's kind of what we want to showcase right here. I'm not sure if you want to point out the time.
Look at the time.
Yeah, I know the time is what it is, but it's also Device keeping his cool, At the time with the bomb, 14 seconds left, he's going for the duel. He doesn't have armor, he doesn't have a big kit right there, 9-10, so he does feel like he has to force the issue a little bit. Yep. And you have the experience. If you're Device and if you're Astralis, there's no player you'd rather want in a 1v2 scenario at that moment.
And that's the thing with the Mongols, and this is the a bit of a symptom I've seen so far in some of the games they've played. By the way, a lot of the wins they had in the group stage against weaker opposition were very close games, were overtime games where they were kind of throwing away the lead they had. And it comes down to sometimes I've noticed this from the likes of a Senzu, even 9-10. Funnily enough, not from a Zinio. He's actually the safest pair of hands where they kind of forced duels, didn't really have to. You can play the clock, you can play the bomb, you can play the situation you have. But because of the fact that they get away with all these brazen duels so many times, they go for it, and then you go up against someone like Device, pure class, pure consistency, who's been in clutches like this hundreds of times in an arena scenario as well. So I feel like they were punished a little bit here and there. And one more point Pimp raised earlier on was the fact that Mongols great in winning pistols. They won both the pistols, mind you. It was a lopsided defeat. And yet when it comes to those force buys, those half buys, they do struggle. And they lost two important, pivotal rounds to Astralis' half buys, and that's what cost them the map here in the end.
You want to see one of those rounds?
Absolutely.
Round 20, I think we should bring it up right here. I think that's where the game completely was denied from the hands of the Mongols. Again, 8-11, you force Astralis into a force buy, you can make a comeback right here. It's not over. Again, well executed from Astralis. They apply pressure, they get out here. Yabi perhaps getting a little bit lucky getting the kill, right, running out being blind. Senzu alone, all by himself with the double op setup. You didn't like it, and at this point, it's game over. Astralis winning here, making it 12-8. Winning the force buy, you lost belief in the Mongols coming back.
And also looking at Senzu's positioning right there, right? Like, sure, you lose your first player, towards Van. Great pathing by Astralis to just avoid where the op's going to be playing towards Pillar by Yabi. But at that point, you need to make a decision. Because just jump back into window, try to play for the retake. Instead, it's like, I'm going to stand here, I'm going to have a highlight moment, I'm going to combat op. But when you're alone right there, even if you get a single kill, you're getting traded almost instantly, right? That thought didn't enter his head. In his head, he's like, I'm going to get a 4K with the up close and personal, and Astralis just shut him down. So mistakes were made individually, and also I feel like for the Mongols, and I've said this earlier as well, Rich, I feel the map pool is a bit predictable. Every single time you know what they're going to pick, and when you go up against some top-tier opposition, they're going to come in prepared. Astralis came in prepared.
That being said, Mirage, they should have won 9 out of 10 times. Astralis have been struggling, as I said, massively on Mirage. There was no way they could ever have gone anywhere else. And for Astralis to make that result and make that performance, that's another huge step in the right direction, there, Zaid.
Well, speaking about predictable maps, hello Inferno, my old friend. Welcome back.
It's a home map for Astralis, and there is, and you're wading through the muck and the grime of what's happening to the Astralis team. But if there is one diamond in all of that, it is this map. They have looked fantastic, phenomenal. Their best map by far, I think a far second would be Ancient, if you ask me. I think they're pretty solid there as well. But one thing I like from Astralis here on this particular map is the T-side calling from Cadian is beautiful. It's perfect. They know exactly how to manipulate the rotations. They played the way you're supposed to play Inferno. Deny information, get that brackets control, get that apps control, be unpredictable, condition them. And I've done this to many a team, and this is where I start to sweat a bit for the Mongols, Rich. Because the wins they've had on this map, yes, it was against Wildcard, yes, it was against, I believe it was Pain, were overtime games, where just heroic Senzu with no scope through the smokes and just crazy individual plays.
Was crazy, by the way.
It was crazy, but the thing is, so many individual plays which allowed them to close out a particular map. And now you're going up against a team who are actually, in my books, one of the best teams on this particular map right now.
I mean, they're good on Inferno, very good on Inferno. I think the change of pace on the T side is something Cadian does well. As you said, unpredictable in a sense that they can play fast, but they can also drag out the tempo completely and just go for map control. well. One thing I don't like about the Inferno in particular is the CT side. It's still the old DNA of Heroic where they gamble stack an awful lot, so they play 4-1s or 3-2, so to speak, where you have 4 players on towards the bigger A bomb side and only 1 B defender. Could be the vice with the AWP, and then vice versa some rounds as well. So it is a bit streaky and a little bit gambly in that sense, but that's what makes it so uncomfortable for the Mongols right here. Because if Cadian is reading the game correctly, and if he's in that zone that we've seen so far on Mirage, then these gamble stacks can prove to be very vital for Astralis.
And also the fact for the Mongols, their T-side on Inferno, it's very simple. It's very fast initially, and it's just grouping up. It's just grouping up, working as a pack mentality. It's nothing too convoluted, and like you said, sometimes when the gamble does pay out, they're going to be walking straight into a full stack. And they did actually in this game as well, right? Just walking to a full stack from Astralis, for example. So yeah, mistakes can be made. That being said, man, Mongols, every time I count them out of this map, they're able to somehow drag this back. It could be a huge game by Senzu. It could be 9-10, by the way. One point something about 9-10, he is right now on the CT side like the 3rd highest rated opener amongst everyone. As an opper, he is #1 at the moment. He is so good at manufacturing these opening duels, and he could be towards Banana, he could be starting towards mid, and is not afraid to take those duels. I think, low-key, it's funny to say, but Inferno might be one of his best maps as an opper.
Interesting. It's an interesting point as well, because when you think Inferno, it's not necessarily an AWP-heavy map.
Yep.
You're going to see Device play an awful lot with the rifle. I don't think Device is going to force the AWP in his own hands. If it makes sense in terms of how Astralis want to approach the game, then maybe. But overall, Inferno is one of those maps where you can easily get by with having 5 riflers on the T side as well. So 9-10, someone from the Mongols have to go out there and try to dictate the game, install a bit of fear in Astralis. But as we said, if there's one thing Astralis is good at, it's the utility usage. It's not giving up these first picks. It's making the game slow enough for 9-10 to sweat a bit.
I'll tell you another thing that Astralis are good at: losing series. Like, they do that often. I mean,
they just
even
won
from
a map, Rich.
positions.
Give them something.
No, listen, this is important, because if I'm Mongols, what I'm thinking about now is, okay, we've done the very Mongols thing of losing a map we should have won. It happens, you know, historically with that inexperienced team, youthful exuberance. It happens. But I'd be looking at the record of Astralis and thinking, it doesn't matter that it's their map pick. Like, we're 100% still able to beat this Astralis team. And all of that emotion, all of that adrenaline that they've been using to get that Mirage win, that now dissipates when you have a break.
I agree, and I think it's a fair point, because if you were to ask me heading into the game and you were to isolate every single map, the Mongols heavy favorites to win Mirage. Even though Astralis have picked Inferno, the Mongols were still favorites to win Inferno. And if you were to go into Nuke, the Mongols would still be favorites to win on Nuke. So in theory, had it been an uncontroversial series, it could have been a 3-0 for the Mongols. So yes, I agree with you, Richard. It helps Astralis, obviously. It builds a bit of confidence, but the Mongols are still the favorites heading into Inferno, I would argue. And if we should go into Nuke, they're very much still the favorites to win the series.
I think that the fact of the Mongols, the one thing that switched up over the past 1 year is they've grown balls. Right, they know even if they lose the first map, I've seen them completely capitulate the moment they lose a map pick in the past. Right now, they play with cojones. I feel like they've grown not just as a team, but when it comes to the tenacity, the mental fortitude, which was lacking once upon a time. So I agree with Pimp. I don't think they're quite out yet.
No, so we're about to get into the action then. I think this one's going the distance. I can't believe Astralis are coming in 2-0 in this, guys.
It would be a massive surprise. However, with the way they're playing on Mirage, who knows?
Absolutely, agree.
Okay, guys, thanks a lot for your thoughts. Astralis are wearing black, but it might be Mongol's funeral. Take it away, Scrawny and Launders.
Ooh, maybe, just maybe, but I think you guys raise a lot of points. It's still an uphill battle, but it's one that goes down on Inferno, and this is where Mongols made a name for themselves. So our desk, before the first map even started, highlighted the threat that the Mongols bring on Inferno. Now their life in this tournament on the line. They have to kick it up, and they've got to find a way, honestly, to mute Jabby. 25 kills deep back on Mirage set a tone for this series.
That was a stellar performance from him, no question about that. You saw 2 triple kills in the last 2 rounds to close that map out, and I think it was only headshots, man. Senzu's going to have to be that guy for the Mongols.
Blitz will find the first blood over towards brackets. Counterpart leader down first. All about the bait and switch, but the Berettas get a single kill.
Here comes Jabby again. Flash allows Senzu to disengage, but he stays here to fight.
Yeah, sticks around for a bit because Blitz goes charging down middle. CT pistol round win for the Mongols.
They kind of do have to play mad. We saw them even when they were down 1-7 on that first map, that they kept forcing, rushing, and pushing everything. I think that style it's going to probably pay off in the end here for the Mongols, but obviously because it's a stage game, there's more to it than just who's the better team, right? It's who's the better team when the pressure's on. We are no longer in groups, folks.
Back-to-back middle pressure. It's layered as well. 2 sets of eyes from brackets to support Blitz. Oh, he turns! And it is a fast Tech 9 kill from Jab. Where have we seen that before?
They're getting caught off by this every single time. And it was the utility that paired with that peak to allow Astralis to do this.
Has to be said, you know, they signed up for that. Sending a player down middle. Jabby also gets 3 players preoccupied on the opposite side of the map of Senzu.
They did see him run.
Molly missed. And another Tech 9 headshot from Stair. Where have we seen this before?
My goodness, they are shooting hot.
This is MongolZ with all 3 pistol round wins so far in the series. They straight up lost to the Force at the start of Mirage. Remember, they nearly lost to the Force buy in the 2nd pistol of Mirage, and they will indeed lose to the 3rd pistol Force.
And it looks like a double-layered lurk here from Jabby. He's come back. And he'll also get another kill. At least for them, there was 1 MP9 to upgrade, but down to 2 players. This is a massively successful forced up for Astralis.
Trying to hang on to the double M-Force situation. It's under pressure though. MP9 for device could come at it.
It's worth it for him to try.
Yeah. Hung on to M4s. Good to go. Double rifles moved into the next one, but that is Astralis doing it again.
Yeah, 1 gun down there, and then I think Jabby got his kill in CT spawn, so exiting through Banana didn't net them the extra gun upgrades for Astralis, but still winning with the plant. And more than that, off the back of good tactics and great aim. But because they didn't save all of those guns, just that 1 M4 picked up for device, still has a chance here for the MongolZ.
Opening kills as Tech knows.
It's pretty good use of the MP9.
Blitz lays down utility to delay this. Senzu's got that other smoke grenade now chucked down in front of the pack towards Banana, and he'll walk away.
Yeah, but if he plays retake in this spot, we'll see he's got an extra smoke to pick up first. If this ends up B, it's just going to be another save for the MongolZ. Bomb still undecided past a minute. We've seen moments of hesitation from Astralis.
Support positioned in time.
And I like how they're weaponizing Yabby here. We saw him on the lurk last round. This time he's still making presence on A, not catching any pushes right now, but still always a threat to peek.
Gonna crack open this. No, not even. They're just gonna damage the cross, and that's a well-positioned frag grenade. Jabby moving back from brackets.
This is awkward now for Astralis, actually.
It's confirming delayed on the rotate, so it just boils down to who's in this bomb site at 15 seconds. 5-7 gets a kill and the distraction. Senzu turns it!
Oh, that one's not calm. Senzu puts up 2. Yabby coming in late, and they know it. He cannot win this round.
Using the smallest amount of cover with the fountain pillar, it is clean shooting out of the M4, and what could have ended up being...
Do not die after time.
You better run.
Wow, my
And they're going to let him go. Mac-10 can be saved for the next one.
That's a crazy attempt to go for a kill in that spot. You get confused as to who is scared of who. But yeah, MongolZ win that right back, and it's at the moment that Yabby shows presence on the lurk, but it's because MongolZ are actually playing an aggressive A site as well as having 2 on B that allows them to make sure that this lurk does nothing to their setup. If they don't maintain info on brackets, it's a whole different round right there. And that activity is what's going to get them out of situations where 1 Tech 9 kill ruins the round. We got hair slicked back MZinho.
Powering up.
SSJ MZinho.
curious to keep an eye on this Mongols camp to see if a map 1 loss would kind of have them a bit more timid as the series went on. Doesn't look like we're going to get that. Bleb mentioned that he used to keep a close eye on the Mongols when they would just kind of bend after an early break like this. A map 1 that could cost them a series, no longer a feature. We get a resilient Mongols nowadays.
Molly comes out first, which means Techno still has his smoke in hand. And he's going to stay active on the spot.
Senzu leans ahead of this one.
Yeah, doesn't want to leave.
He's going to have his hands full, that's for damn sure. The numbers to the Astralis push about to come in through their favor. It's a good first kill on Cadian. Beautiful lineup here for 910. Commits to the spray through and eats it back the other direction, but it's a bait and switch for Blitz.
Oh, I mean, it's 2 players coming in through CT spawn. Blitz is right there behind the smoke, and now Stown is just alone. And actually a spot where if he can't get a gun, man, he's going to be saving nothing here. This is just as bad as dying after time if he doesn't find a way to get an upgrade.
And he's not going to find one. 5 seconds, can't even make it over to the arch. So an armored Desert Eagle.
Yeah, why not just be running at them, man? I guess, okay. $50 armor, Desert Eagle. Could be worse, I suppose. But there is no money for him. No money to drop him either. So Mongols so far so good. You lose a second round, it's whatever. They still pick up the next ones. 910 picks up the op. It's really about how can Astralis respond, and there won't be an investment here. This one's all about Stown.
An op that can afford to float through brackets at the moment. Mongols really pestering Astralis down middle so far in the opening 5 rounds of this game.
Long are the days where Mongols' only good map was Inferno. And that was the one map that you just did not want to play them on.
And yet everybody let them play it.
Yes, they did.
And then we learned the hard way that, oh, the Mongols are stepping up in 2024 and have carried that through to new heights.
Yeah, the fact that they're a clear favorite on paper in this matchup speaks to their progress. Cadian dies. And they've got a good defense versus a Hall's pop. Bomb will walk away from this.
Yeah,
another round where they have to die.
910 out here. Tiptoes a little closer to the corner, but now that's going to queue up the mid-peak in a second, and that mid-peak finds him exposed.
They could pick up an op.
They'll try to get their hands on it, and Stown offers another. Now that's bomb and op scooped up. You've still got your pit player in position, ready to hold back. It is indeed Mzinho. And as he leans along the wall, he hears the approach from Moto. This is all that Astralis have left. Fire at his feet. Senzu's come out to help. He finds a little bit of sanctuary, but the op will still strike him down. And imagine a world where that D gets a shot off. Fast frags from Senzu post Mongols 4th round.
That was actually a scary moment where Mzinho had to cross back off the molly. Astralis' protocols almost brought them success in this situation, and even those kills are nice. Astralis going to take a breath here on this tack pause because they're coming in with the full strength buy. I think the worst of Astralis for me sometimes is some of the set plays, but to be honest, they're operating at such a high level right now. If you can count on Jabby and Stown's entries, then I think some of these set plays will actually just look super strong. I don't think this is a half where Device is going to have to rely on his op to be able to win it here for Astralis, but because of how punishing rotations are on CT side, the commitments you have to make moving from site to site, the opening kills like we saw on that pistoling round, that could be everything. You can instantly cause 3-player saves with a 1-bullet headshot. That's what they're looking for. That's the golden ticket for Astralis. Because as a team, they're not going to outclass the Mongol setups.
Yeesh, burning.
Oh my goodness.
Holy hell,
What a
9-10
one
down
tick
to
away
14.
from death.
Oh, but they'll send some damage back the other direction.
Calculated.
Calculated and yet still sketchy. But it's a pretty significant reposition for the Op this round. Never even took a shot for the record.
They do want to move into this. Yeah, and 9-10, he's weak, but he's on A.
Looking to bolster that arch play. Definitely opens a door where Blitz can go and rotate if needed, if they feel like he's needed on B.
Well, let's see. If they go A, they have 2 smokes. Sometimes all you need is Moto and Arch. We'll see which variation that they attempt here.
Blitz still sitting over at that B site temporarily.
Yeah, MongolZ actually lacking a little bit of information. They clear out a key spot and start to make the move over.
Ooh, he can play in front of these smokes though. 9-10 can still play on this corner, low health or not. He's at the very least peeled one player off the approach, and Blitz is going to keep them on high alert. They're now stuck up along the arch wall. They've gone ahead and taken down the pit player. That's a big opening for Jabby. Pressure on the Op now. He'll be found out. Device just squeaks up into the bomb site. At the very least, the Mongols have put themselves in an even 3v3. But you've got Device on site looking to hold back the library play. Nobody's holding for this. It's going to be Stair versus Techno in a second. Device up in the corner, Stair. He's now got that glimpse of an elbow just jiggling on this fight.
What?
Great dink. Still no play out from the pit. Fire at the feet of the Opper. He's going to swing out. Little pit player, head tucked. Jabby just draws them in. And Astralis lock in a post plant under pressure.
Wow, man, that arch split actually works out really well. You see they lose 2 pieces as they go for it, but they keep scaling the entire way. That was a very nice attempt at the retake out of Techno. That's a spot where he knows he both has to bide his time, but also make something happen and gets a lot of damage off on Stair. And Device for that matter. But because he doesn't kill either of them, there's actually no way for his teammates to get out of library onto the site. And this is one that starts 3v5. This is a great round for Astralis to win, I think, for their confidence on this map. Very often we could see them well prepped for their, pick in the veto and then still fail on 2 following maps, but
I want to say bonus points for Jabby in that situation. How elusive was that?
Yeah, man, he's made some moves.
Having a fantastic series. Or fantastisk, as the Danes say.
Yeah, he was the Copenhagen Flames player who joined up with Cadian originally.
The
for their, I think it was a Copenhagen Flamme back in 22, I think, right for Cologne. Started off really slow on that roster and then reached his Copenhagen Flames level on Heroic, and for a while was their best player.
He is the highest rated member of Astralis coming into this quarterfinal. And he is the highest rated player after map 1 of this quarterfinal. So a bit of consistency from Jabby as of late. And it comes at a very important moment for the Astralis squad, fighting for success. Techno, able to fight back from behind sandbags.
Even getting one is impressive right there. Bomb stage back, man. They need to go grab this. They really are pressing their faces up against the glass right now, looking to exec, but
looks like Jabby's going to be allocated to the bomb as they just really want this site, and so be it. But Jabby didn't grab the bomb.
He didn't grab the bomb. Oh my god, if they start pushing down mid, this gets really hairy, but honestly, it looks like it doesn't matter.
Oh, they're getting away with one. In a tighter round, a mistake like that makes you look foolish.
Yeah.
In this instance...
Any kind of mid-push.
Like, it's fine. Jabby's got it. Just runs right by.
And there are some of these rough moments from Astralis where, again, this one doesn't get punished, but, like, they're pushing... Oh, Senzu definitely saw that, right? Maybe not.
We always have the advantage of the X-ray, but I swear he saw it.
Yeah, I think so. Well, no one calmed it for him either, so Who knows?
It's down with some camouflage, finds him out. It's a round with a slight error, but not one that costs them, and so 2 consecutive round wins on this T side, and fighting for the tie early days. 4-3, the Mongols lead. Finn. It's not every day you catch Blitz like that, off guard with a forward position. That's a celebration from Cadian because I think he can sense blood in the water in this first half.
Yep.
It is USPs for the Mongols. And what do you do with USPs? You stack. Jabby over towards the apartments. Careful now, Astralis. They're bringing that bomb in. USPs off the flashbang. 1 frag, all they're gonna get. It was always gonna be a tall order. And in this one, they come up short. Sure enough, tie game.
And again, this reopens the conversation about the VRS points. The fact that Astralis can move up 5 positions, that Mongols stand to lose something like 70 points. It's an opportunity that gives them a huge win that on paper will be remembered for Astralis. To take a playoffs game here versus the Mongols, but also to turn that 1 win into something that can massively affect their odds of making the major as the season rolls on. That just adds to the pressure, but also to the prize.
I mean, add to that a chance tomorrow, if they win this series, to play versus a MOUZ who we know has been powering up as this event goes on, but still a fresh roster, one that has shown weakness at times, and one that is right within that pool of other important teams to take points away from. Could end up being a double whammy for the Danes in Cluj. But let's fixate here at what's on hand. 4-4. Mongols lead gone. Blitz, can you scoop up a gun? No, sir.
Just too far away. I mean, if the Mongols lose this game, this is a failure. You know, this is a massive failure, especially considering the ramp that they've had. And the one sort of spot where it was like, okay, they need a bit more time was Shanghai. But even since then, looking at like Cadian's heroic, they never reached the peaks of, you know, consistently winning every event. They got that chip here and there, but they always had a very important stat of being able to beat every team that was lower ranked than them consistently.
I mean, I would
better
go
than any other roster.
I'd go further. It wouldn't just be a failure, it would be a step backwards because they took 1 step forward in their playoff after Shanghai.
Yeah. Again, those playoff chances are rare and seldom, and so you can't even trust yourself now. You've got to grind a whole tournament back just to get to a playoff spot, just to have 1 chance to prove yourself again. That only makes you more nervous.
Ooh, there's a chance. 9-10 walks into the scope. Oh, missed shot from Device. That could have been an early death for the defense.
Yeah, at least 9-10 took the fast step, but there was still a chance for the flick.
He doesn't have an op of his own to try to take that challenge. Now we're going to get this boat rocked back towards B. Techno dropping smoke ahead of the arrival.
This is quite a boring looking map here for the Mongols in terms of their positions. They are going to feign this B control, but Device walks right through the smoke. Yavi's putting pressure on mid, but they don't have the mid setup this time to get that information. He's going to be a thorn in their side.
There's a whole pack of players ready to pounce on this hit.
The CTs can in good positions rotate. They have to, well, at least there's the smoke.
35 seconds as that one pops.
But look at the amount of space and control that Jabby has created.
And a kill here would make it go down smooth. A reaction up to the balcony confirms
but now
the second player.
Gotta go.
You know they're going to hit this. You know it's going to be the all-in B. What can Techno do to offer stoppage? Player already crossed down beneath. Stairs got a bow. Ton of damage done, but not nearly enough to stop it.
That is way too much control that they gave Yabby in this spot, but 3v3.
Blitz finds 1. It's going to be another fast flank. Blitz has done a good job of challenging out from mid. Boost back sight is a miss. Device with a single bullet left in this magazine.
And now they know they're both here.
Astralis may have gotten into the sight, but they are hanging on to little angles. And now that 2 kill come right back. 9-10. He's got to push this into him with pistol in hand. It's a bunch of damage. He needs the headshot or a couple more. By God, the Mongols retake comes through.
Ooh, the shot gets missed from Device there on quad. After he gets spotted on the boost, they have to play actively. There's always a chance they get naded and mollied. And it looks like he got the opportunity he was looking for, but wins the raw duel on the pistols.
Blitz flank again.
Yeah, that's true. That was actually a very low odds retake. It was one where I think MongolZ, if they got delayed even 5 more seconds, would have thought about just saving their guns for the next round, and instead, they take the lead and buy again. This is an extremely clean B hit, right? Like, and I also think that MongolZ problem started well before this. I can see, based on this game, expecting Astralis to win some of these rounds because they're shooting better than the MongolZ. But in terms of the staging of these positions, MongolZ normally do deep smokes on mid and peek down into alt with either Blitz or 9-10. They double nade the stairs. They put way more pressure on both B and mid. And on this round, they let Yabby smoke off arch, lurk around through the porch, get up and fight their guy in graveyard, not get that kill with the first peek while there's still 4 players on B. That's the least amount of map control that you'll see from MongolZ on Inferno, and I don't know why they're playing like that.
Yeah, the situation you just described feels like Jabby has the reins over on A site. He can do what he wants, and if he peeled a player off that site, then Blitz doesn't flank, etc.
This is the smoke.
Okay, the one you're talking about for taking alt.
This is what they use versus everyone else all the time. But
oh no, it's a rush.
Uh-oh. 2 players coming in, but they're in retake positions.
I mean, alt mid be damned. They get smoked out. Blitz is going to try to keep the challenge with the nade, but Cadian still survives that.
Oh, and they had their utility sitting in that CT smoke, man.
Off the timeout.
They're going for it.
It's a change up in the tempo. Blitz is able to charge through. Jabby holds the other side. Blitz down to 13, caught out by the SMG. Jabby's got position backside. 9-10 takes it.
There's no one emo.
And there's
Bomb's going
nobody
back.
A. Already up through arch goes Device. They have finagled this not once but twice from the B site to the A slice.
Wow.
Device, oh, he's so deep inside this defense that by the time they go back, they've been fooled a second time within 1 round.
They can't shut down these rushes. They can't. Like, they're getting killed by players pushing through smokes way too consistently. You saw Stair get the double entry that previous round. That was warranted because they set up the round so that they had to exec B, but they knew it was light on the site. But Stair previously, jumping through the Tech 9 on the second round, that was completely through a smoke. This time, through their utility once again.
They want that op as well. 9-10 gonna fight for it, tooth and nail.
Yeah.
Mac-10's getting closer. Ooh, show us what you got. But at least push out from behind box and Device sweeps it away.
Yeah, and he's not even looking for it on this round. Doesn't even consider it. You watch back this demo if you're MongolZ and you think, oh, this is so silly how we're dying. You know, in Counter-Strike, you can absolutely run through a smoke, get a kill. She's the bigger fan.
That's a keeper.
We all like our alone time.
That's true. Force buy out of the MongolZ. 2 rounds left in this half. Astralis again trying to fight for this early banana control, keeping that pressure on Blitz, but he'll step up to the challenge. Content to duke it out through that smoke. But also not confident enough to stick around entirely. Goes and grabs a piece of utility from the actual defender. Look at that backline defense MongolZ are offering. Look at the way Senzu and Techno are just tucked in.
Yeah, they're literally just expecting it's their first player to die and then Astralis to commit through the site.
It's great if they do. It's horrendous if this A hit ends up coming out, which at the moment is being pieced together with apartments controlled. You can see there's not a single piece of defense in place to stop it.
Yeah, but the thing is they don't have full guns and utility. This is not actually a full buy here for the MongolZ. They'll have some kind of weapon, but they need to take risks.
Ooh.
Oh, Cadian went he didn't respect their own molly. You've got to hold that for a second. That was the only play that could have been made. That's a fumble.
Try short. Frag grenade into the middle of the pack. It is decent damage. 5-7. Oh, wow. Cleared by Device. You love that wall bang if you're the T side. Pot to the flank is Blitz. Pretty omnipresent.
They're not clearing this.
On the flank of Astralis. They elicit the reaction, dude. Everybody's dying without finding targets.
Nice.
Wall bangs and smoke spams are the way Astralis peel players off this bomb site, and that is going to guarantee them a 6th round on this T side. Comfortable deep corner bomb plant. Senzu can't do a damn thing about it.
Wow. Mongols looking like a bit of a glass cannon right now. The way that they're playing out these rounds, the raw duels that they can't win right now, Astralis have been beating them up. And even though this game is just a 1-round lead for Astralis, the way in which they're winning these rounds and coming back, there's some egg on the face of the Mongols.
Looking to take it all down, but that's a chance for Senzu to leave. They're going to keep the pressure on him from the other side. Critical gun to be saved is denied. So not just the lead, but a sweep of the cash, and that is going to leave the Mongols limping into this final round of regulation.
Yeah, I mean, I think the better team is in the lead right now.
Lovely shot.
And that's not something I thought I'd say in this game. No, we have some good strategic rounds. I think the meat of this half, though, has been the aim on the entries. And it's not about sort of tactical brilliance, I'd say, so far. But yeah, the lack of mid control, it's just not the typical Mongols game plan on Inferno. The great part about that deep smoke is you don't even have to use it. They can use it to throw nades, to peek into ult, but it just draws out so much time re-clearing mid and allows a lot of utility opportunities. But now on this round, I mean, they just got nothing. Trying to force this one down.
Nothing to stop them from taking over this control, and in fact, we start to see the defense move forward slightly, and that slight movement is going to open the door. Jabby.
This is a nice look, Jabby.
The timing is perfection. He walks out, kills the one in the corner, spots a second, and instead he's going to try to swing from lower. Big pickup here from 910.
And they wanted to come back to A off that kill, but they can't now.
Awkward. Looked like he was going to get 2 kills racked up, but there's that simultaneous mid-peek from Stare, and Stare ends up going down empty-handed. 35 seconds to this clock. The Mongols just going to kernel up for the defense, allowing for Astralis to play into it. But they have kerneled up on both sides of this map, so it's a 3 versus 2 for Astralis on the site. It all boils down to the element of surprise and some clean shooting, but Blitz, well, he misses his first chance, takes a frag to the head. He still has 910, but that was a low HP player back sight. Blitz now at bat, 3 in front of him. Flash off the mark. Bomb is going to be prioritized, and Blitz has locked this in from pit. Goes for the sweep of all 3, but Stound's going to find the response. And as he's pinned into the corner, the pistol rush comes through. The Mongols will play passive, but it works.
2 force downs in a row for the Mongols. They at least win 1 here. That's quite fortunate to be able to do that. I mean, even though this game gets tied up at the half, I'd say that's really impressive from Astralis. Again, the fashion in which they won is a mirror image of Mirage. They won off the back of some great kills. They used Yabby really effectively when it came to lurking into middle, taking control of the map, countering the vacuum of space that Mongols left open. They could still take this one over the line, but I wouldn't argue that they're playing like themselves yet.
No denying that they've made the Mongols work for it. And it's a nice scene to see Stound step it up a notch in this second map of the series as Jabby cools off. And we never said it, but I think it's a good time. Cadian, well, he's 1 in 12.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say anything.
But he's called the great side. Got to give him that.
I know. I was looking at the 6 rounds, Connor. I was like, okay, we don't have to bring it up.
Oh, Senzu be shooting bodies. But I think that's okay.
Flirting versus harassment. Sounds like Streets want Mongols to win this pistol round.
Cheer for them all you want. They've got to step it up. They have won all of the pistols.
Yeah, true.
Can they go 4 for 4 on the series? If anything, that really does paint the bleak picture that is.
That's why we do the defense music at hockey games for the second rounds.
Gotcha. Katie needs the flash. Jabby. Oh!
One kill, you say? Well, how much is a pistol frag worth at this point in the match?
More kills already in the whole first half. Unbelievable scene. MZ takes a bullet to the head, and this defense gets 3 frags despite allowing bomb to go down. A 2v5 post plant demanded of the Mongols. So many bodies coming at it from CT spawn. Poor 910, brother. You know your time is limited. And he's gonna try to fight tooth and nail. Needs the fresh mag. Swings for the fences. Toppled. Astralis take their first pistol.
Oh man, and what a critical juncture for 7 rounds. They get the defuse off the 2 smoke shots out of Cadian. Seem to be aware that they could be trying to push through it. Timing is everything, but crosshair placement is right. It's that 2x zoom. That's why Yakinder just gets closer. Trying to see through full flashes has got to be the most irrational thing that we do as humans.
They just really want to fight. Jabby's going to have one soon enough. Problem is, how the hell do you get out of here? You got a whole pack of players on the other side of this.
No one got tagged by that molly.
Piece of wood. All he needs, a little vision, but you're not going to escape. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Fast response from Techno to clear out the rest of Banana, and now to keep the pressure up on site. Clean little flash from Stown, but he only gets one with it. MP9's being offered up. Cadian's been struggling, has to do better now on this hold. His rotator in isn't able to do enough damage, and he falters. He has allowed this bomb to go down with a smoke under the cross. Device takes his chance at challenging. And it is going to be Stare who actually gets any sort of vision. It's a man disadvantage retake for Astralis.
They've got pool cleared. They can join up inside a CT if they want to. No one playing con.
It's all about, 910 sends a message.
Oh, everyone's got a plan until they get hit. Good night, Stare.
Pack it up, nerds. Run away. Mongols just burst through with Tech 9s. And if Cadian gets something of a hold on that bomb site, then maybe Stare can join up from CT Cross and his spam connects. But the defense isn't enough, and so momentum from Pistol fizzles.
Yeah. It's yada, yada, yada to the 1-deek, you know? That's all that matters. So, okay, well. So this means that no one's converted after a pistol now in this series.
Also true.
Not a single team. We don't have to mention that it was Mongols 3 times. There's always a new first casting Counter-Strike matches. MZ and Cadian. Probably the 2 funniest players to have a tied scoreline in this matchup. But 910 said he was bringing the op this game. He's up 4-1 in duels versus Cadian, but it hasn't really been the op duels. Looks like winning a pistol is a curse, but that does mean that Astralis have their chance to go for an eco. Bomb relatively undecided. Full banana control, however, is a little too tempting. Zinho just in a lurk position. KDing, readying flashes. And Device with the best gun of the round. Uh-oh. Wait, do they have a smoke?
Yeah, they do.
Oh, they do.
They put it down perfectly. Device is maintaining this angle.
I wonder.
And that's with a fire in front of the T's, so that pack gets slowed down slightly. Oh, how has that happened?
Through the smokes.
Down off of Coffins. M4 surprises, but it goes down with no frag. Luckily falls into the hands of Javi. He's going to drop MZinho from the top of the grill. Down 4 points of health.
Just barely missed this.
And Blitz is going to plant the bomb. They get away with it. Immense amounts of pressure from the B defense, but not enough to stop plant.
I mean, there's still the B rotations there. 157 shot. There's 910 who's low.
2 players looking at him. Both from inside of the pit.
He's burning their bullets.
Down kills the player backside. Now there is pressure on this grill. And so Blitz actually leans out. Stair gets the kill.
Ooh.
Oh, good. Blitz with the double. MongolZ with the lead.
Yeah, 3 in the end right there. 4K in total for Blitz. 16 frags after that round. Wow, that's a close call. But it's his move to actually expand to CT, trust his team. There it is. Ime. This made you guys proud in the last year. Deserves that. Yeah. MongolZ survive a key situation. I mean, the stack was beautiful from Astralis. It was the right play. And they didn't just all sit on the B site somewhere. They all picked good spots. They helped each other. They complemented it. Yeah.
Had the right smoke for the M4. There's great layers to that one.
That actually became the wrong place to go for the MongolZ in the end. So, a couple more reads like that. Astralis, they'll be cooking. Stare. Ooh, what the heck?
How?
What the hell, that one?
Excuse you? USP from Pit? Techno about to get swarmed, but it's all good. And they catch that apartment's player, so curveball offered up by the USP of Stare. All they're going to catch here. MongolZ taking to the lead comfortably at this point. Cheeky triple from Techno 4K's Mac 10 to make some extra cash.
He's the type of guy to play Mac 10 in deathmatch, eh?
Yeah, he is. Yeah. Full audio, no music, sitting up straight.
Yeah.
360 hertz, 4 consoles. But I like that we've gotten enough out of the moments with lesser guns from Astralis that we get back to this one. Fully equipped, Device on the op. There have been moments to believe in Astralis offered in these last couple rounds, so let's see if they can piece it together and keep this game tight. CT pistol round win for the Danes, 3 straight for the MongolZ.
It's immediate risk.
This is the chance.
There's no molly in front of the smoke. They have full vision. There's no plans to do the CT retake. They just want to honeypot this, invite them in.
Device gonna lock in.
I wonder if MongolZ are going to be weary of this. A full exec would be the right call, but they might just...
Oh, no way again! We have seen so many of those. Oppers be damned. Javi has allowed the climb over orange. That's going to cost the player back sight. Oh, okay, Stare rotates in, that helps.
Well, there we go, 3v3.
Certainly a possibility. Spam on the bomb plant denied.
Harder than it
Stare
looks.
grabs the op.
I can't believe that. It's almost as if Senzu knew he was just meant to take an op out right there. 1 kill, wins the round, just like for Astralis in the first half. They're using a smoke just to get out of here.
We have seen oppers just get deleted by first bullet headshots.
Yeah, ops have done nothing
Back
this
on
game.
Mirage, dude, that ticket booth.
That's right.
It was impossible to hold because entry fraggers are hitting shots like that.
I mean, that's form on display.
That is a moment for Senzu to take a bow because it thrusts MongolZ to a 3-round lead, double digits secured for a T side that just tears through the first gun round of Astralis' defense. Wow.
The crouch peek, 2 coffins, had to be first bullet. Had to. Mess with the Senzu, you get the beans.
What an entry. It's majority alive for Astralis. They go into the tack pause. They called that all-in rush off their previous tack pause back in the first half.
Between Mzinho and Cadian, this has kind of been a 4v4.
Turns out they're both noobs. Four straight on this T half. God, the momentum that could have been with a map in their back pocket. Now it is a fight needed by the defense. Honestly, it's a buy that looks doable. Good on Astralis to have disengaged last round with 3 players alive.
I fear they're...
Oh, that's a lot of damage offered up to an offer. Frag Grenade's gonna find him.
Not just that, but extra damage on Senzu and Techno too.
Javi will take a bottle to the forehead.
He was the one loose piece aggressive here on CT side. But now this map looks pretty good for Astralis. They're maintaining brackets at the same time. They're looking out for any kind of Hall's lurk. Of course, Mzinho has just been very passive in this spot. They're going to hear this boost up. Cadian has a chance to cut this down.
Oh, God. High smoke. It's going to force it to disassemble.
They really didn't think anybody was sitting there at the top of Banana.
Cadian remains in that position. He's got Jabby right with him.
This is a great spot for Astralis.
The defense starts to pull off.
We're talking about a round where they've still got some utility. Stown has a molly left in his to his disposal. And Stare on site has a smoke as well.
Well timed. Device challenged by the util. Oh, just barely. That bullet around. Good engagement from Stare into the pit. It does open a door for Mzinho. Drops in. Surprise, surprise! Player inside of the site hides, head down behind mid-box, and he's gonna fall. Mzinho, a second.
Yeah.
You've allowed the player from Balk to get down. You have now scooped that bomb up, and with fire on this bomb site, it is a post-plant regardless. This is incredibly low health for the 2 Ts that remain.
This is Mzinho time to shine. They're coming up lane. This is his best fight.
Device switches that op for the AK. Rifles just looking to trade train their way through. Mzinho, a double kill's all he's gonna get. Techno head down, found out, finds one, and can't turn it back.
Okay.
Just can't turn it back in time. It's the numbers to make the difference.
That is an excellent round though from Astralis. Even though the bomb gets down in that spot, Mzinho shows up for the A hit. When it has been largely B-side attacks, his kills are going to be important. This is super solid staging. This is a great round out of Yabby, both on the perspective of map control and Banana, but getting the HE kill after the spam damage and then delaying so much time off the clock. They really pushed MongolZ into the wrong site. Device, great shot, off info. Perfect defense here too. It's like it's a miracle really that they got this bomb planted. These are the rounds you want to see from Astralis in the second half.
It's a hold made confident by, again, Cadian's early positioning, hanging on to Banana. Fully informed was that defense in high anticipation of the Mongols' commitment.
That's the key.
And Mara wants in. Still great money here for the Mongols.
Yeah, it's perfect timing for a tack pause because it's not like you just died because someone pushed a smoke. This was actually one of the best strategic rounds out of Astralis. Their setup was the thing that did them wonders, not necessarily their aim. Let's see what kind of value Mara can add to round 19.
What's the change up? What's the move? We've got a potential early boiler fight here between Mzinho and Stare. Just chucks the nade out, looks to leave. Techno taking a good look at Banana. Actually climbs over the molly. This position along the wall could catch the ball.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Jabby swings out. He goes down to Techno. No chance for Cadian to get the trade back.
That's wicked. Techno playing anti.
This double op setup, man. It's a big investment, and it's one that keeps Cadian on his toes. He's looking at another chance on Banana.
I don't know if he gets the shot off. We'll see, but he's also not pushing, not overextending for the moment. Techno's got low health, and yeah, he gets it. Wall bang on Techno. That's enough. He's low.
Now Device had a chance, but right now there is a gap in this defense, and the Mongols have found it.
There is no op on Arch, but time is a factor. Mongols have this wide open, but are not using it just yet. And Astralis, they actually don't plan to move. This might be too passive from them. Split 2-2 to sights. Big gap here. Device is going to get info very late. It's a must-hit shot for him.
They hear the rumblings of the utility on the other side. That's going to turn Device to hold off on the Arch wraparound. Stare. What can you do to offer help? He's dropped an incendiary. Device loses his vision. He fits a leg shot, but that is all. A leg shot is the only thing that defense puts up.
They created that situation. The op wasn't watching the Arch rotate, which could have also helped with lane. The setup didn't really allow for it. They get punished in the exits as well. This one comes a bit down to the wire. Mongols took a long time to recognize their opportunity, but it is surprising to see Astralis have played the 2-2 to sights in that late round position, not looking for info back. That's what Mongols were expecting. It allowed for one good flash to win the round, and that's all they needed to dismantle Device's spot.
Wow.
Cadian making a lot of noise with this gun, but not much else.
1 kill in the first half, 2 kills in the second pistol, and the frag on the wall. Let's go. Fans of Asian Counter-Strike have had to wait a long time.
Yes, we have.
To be able to celebrate a team like this. Soak it up.
Those are buying up to defend against 12 with 4 MP9s. You know, it's Inferno, so if there's one map to do it, it's definitely one of the maps you're most liable to get ecoed, even if you play well, just because of all the close positions. But, whoa, big risk for the Mongols. They clear out top Banana real fast. Cadian could just peek into this.
Love the timing on this one. Senzu, early challenge, gets the smoke out. That smoke goes down definitely before Astralis wanted to have to use it. Yeah. Mongols have won in that regard.
It had to be respected, though. They would have just exec for sure. Stare spotting. He's the big gun of the round.
Mzino, in terms of kills, really hasn't been putting up too much, but he's pretty constant inside of the apartments. And just that positioning, that pressure that comes with it.
Man, I swear you can really bounce nades so much farther back now. Body blocking them. Oh, this push.
Cadian's in the smoke, dude. Techno's going to just get into the corner.
Oh, not
Easy
cleared
headshot.
properly.
Cadian kind of flicks at it.
And they just smoke this out, right?
Meanwhile, we do get the Device hold at least over towards A, but there's an additional death inside of the B site with 910's op frag. Will they anticipate Stown having already moved over? Smoke onto the coffins. I mean, there's a world where he goes through, but there's so many players for the Mongols that they're just going to keep eyes on it. A little frag grenade for the bomb plant. Tries to get that wallbang damage in. And then we do get the frag from Stare out of spawn, but everything else has gone south. Mongols take 12.
Yes, they do it confidently here on T-side. It's been a nice climb for them. They really struggled, I think, to impress in the first half, but their aim is getting better. The strategies have been good. I can't remember if they won the round after the attack pause from Mara, but they did not let Astralis build up momentum off of their one good CT round so far.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about the pistol.
For the record, they did. It's the last round where they wrap into this A site.
Right. Blind Device win the round. Mongols on 12.
4 map points. Analyst desk alluded to it. Inferno may be the Mongols' best map, despite them picking Mirage in this series. And we see them power up into this second half of the game. 2 one-off CT round wins. That is all Astralis have to be proud of in terms of their defense. A pistol round win that could have been converted but wasn't. And a one-off in the 18th.
It's the MP9 forced down into another one. They've got at least 2 rifles this round.
They're going to try to fight for Banana. Not going to happen. You've got players in front of that smoke. You want to fight? You got one. But the Mongols actually get caught. Stown, clean double kill back. Felt like finding that first one was going to offer Banana control over, but it's a clean moment here from Stown.
No, this is wild. MZinho just stays there the entire time, walks through the smoke. And now, oh my God, I think he's
going through.
That is actually unreal.
Dude, he's going through.
That is unreal, MZinho. 6 kills, but so cerebral. He calls out the entire rotation. This is going to be the quietest bomb plant of the match. They walk right back into the op, and that is a golden move.
He's just able to stay posted now on CT spawn. At 11 HP, MZinho runs a risk. And I said it, hasn't been putting up frags, but he's been everywhere all over the map, feeding information. Missed chance from 910, gunned down by Device.
Oh, the molly buys him time, does some damage.
Yes, it does. MZinho, though, with such little HP, he may have put them into this possibility, but can his teammates make the most of it? Blitz has been playing lights out. MZinho comes back, traded out from the spawn. Blitz over towards the coffin, 2 kills to get. Oh, and it's close, but it's not enough, not yet. Astralis will find this retake. Cadian's defuse gives Astralis a 9th. 3 map points now left.
His 5th kill and a clutch with that round to make it 9. And he immediately keeps it calm, starts talking about the next round because this game is still live. That was the opportunity for the Mongols. Those were all the MP9s again. The double force down was exactly how Mongols wanted to win it. The push from MZinho should have won that round. But 910 went back to reaggress towards Banana, missed an op shot. Saw 2 players, and we don't get the 1v2 once again from Blitz on B. Still a FaZe situation for Mongols money-wise, but next round it won't be.
Another Banana clash.
They've been getting a lot of value off of this.
Brought to you by Stown last round. An additional smoke meets 910. And good thing Stown was fast about it, but here's a weird one, Mohan. He's locked in this corner with 9 bullets in a magazine, and if he has to reload...
Yeah, that's a good point.
You know, it all comes unraveled, so he leaves.
They also naded right in front of him, I think, to try to trick the Mongols that they wouldn't have tried to push. But I think this is actually decent for the Mongols because they don't use any HP finally to start the round.
Really?
Okay.
That flash doesn't find 910, so Jabby dies. Plucked off the play. Down from the corner comes Cadian, and he's picking it up when push comes to shove, finding better moments. MZinho will take a chance at A. He does not have the bomb, so he's going to need the frags, but by clearing out this A site, he can go ahead and try this.
He read that peak, man. That's 9 kills now for MZinho. Was struggling all the way up until this round.
Just like Cadian, who also finds a multi-frag in the 22nd
at 30
to play.
seconds, what's happening here, MZinho? He's not even going to try to go for it? Whoa, he's actually saving. Oh, because there's the op on the floor. Ooh.
Well.
Wow. I mean, it was unlikely, 100%.
Sure.
I think there was actually some chance there, depending on where the CTs were set up. But
check the util too. It's still smoked, and then another smoke and another Molotov.
True.
Not that he knows it, but
yeah.
really impossible.
Well, his 2 kills here, Cadian. We gave him time to warm up. Everybody chipping in now.
Fighting for overtime.
It's a very nice hold on the rifle from Cadian.
It's not a bad position to be. I would say it's a lot of good work going down on Banana now. Now that we've actually seen more gun rounds from the CT side.
Oh, they saved the op and forced behind it.
Really? Surely you start to anticipate some more of these Banana fights, but with the force, you're going to have less nades.
No, this is crazy because your op is just like, it can be frivolous on the T side. It netted them the 9-10 kill last round, but it can totally... have null impact. It's not going to be able to take over every single time. This could be an amazing call from the Mongols or a total disaster. They've got Tech-9s to support the op. Astralis probably, might have the suspicion after attack pause that there's going to be an investment. But if they have any idea about the money, they know the only real threat is that op in play. Odds are stacked against the Mongols to win this round. If they really come up with something here, that'll be wildly impressive. The hard part about this is tricking the other team into believing that you're going to make it a longer round getting them to use a lot of their early utility. Then you have to also beat them out in post-plant situations if you get that bomb down when they have lots of utility coming in from the other side. There are so many advantages for Astralis to be able to close this out. And they know if they win this round and they see the players dying with armor, with their investments, that the next round is basically free.
It was one of the points that the analysts really hammered home, dude. It's all about winning rounds with less when it comes to the Mongols. Experts gave them the edge. Highlighted they've got this in their toolbox. Time to prove it. Stare rapidly gets into the corner at the bottom of Banana. Jabby, while blind, finds Senzu.
That's a quick win down.
4 versus 5, you know, in a round where you're already working with such limitations, now you've got to deal with man disadvantage.
They've been so great on that timing, and now Stare's in a position to think, well, they're weak now. They're going to have to group up pretty soon. They can't just lurk everywhere.
Little flash for Device, gets him back for a second. No immediate follow-through from the Mongols. Frag Grenade does some chip damage.
Again, this is about 9-10. Can he find an op shot on T side? That's why they bought.
Oh! Clean one. As Mzinho just gives it a quick look. He's now the second casualty of the round. Everything on the line! Down! Finds 2 players unprepared for the peak. There's the trade. We go round 24.
Astralis crushed it right there. Survived every test. So much yield out of their banana plays. Their spams down have been perfectly timed, perfectly placed, and perfectly supported with the pushes.
Final timeout for Mara. Now you've got to come up with a game plan with way less.
Yeah.
Not even a single player on $3,000.
You could have one person drop an AK to somebody and have nothing if you want to, but instead,
it's all armor, all nades, all upgraded pistols.
Wow.
Interesting.
And what's the early round play? We've seen almost nothing at all halls here for the Mongols, nothing early A. But if you leave some of these strategies till too late in the game, then they also become obvious. Like you're Astralis, what do you have to do? You know, copy and paste your game plan. You have an even easier round than the last. Like, are the Mongols really going to run through all that banana pressure one more time? They've been dying decidedly with that, but it's the full aggression up through alt. Fanning out into mid. Looks like continuation nades as they link this with an arch smoke.
It's fast. First one's easy. Challenge out from Jabby. You want to fight, you've got it. Device low health. It's going to have to come up from short side. Great distraction. Great run back. This tact 9 tap from 9-10. Who are you going to call to save you? Nobody else. Flustered, they falter. Thrust to overtime. Once this delayed CT side got started, it comes up Astralis.
They got through it, man. Astralis still can 2-0 this game. It looked impossible. 12-8, and we didn't see a single good moment from Astralis besides one rifle round and a pistol where they got ecoed right after.
Device deleted, but so be it. It was already a 1v5. Every piece of the puzzle there for the Danes, ready to respond. Fast reactions. Look at Jabby just gunning down through that T-ramp smoke. Cutting off any possibility of fallbacks. We go back into early banana contention.
The utility is fantastic here for Astralis once again. Lots of damage. They're safe on the control. It looks like they want to swing this, but Nate to Hobbit's beautiful. That's almost 100 damage on the nose.
That's a softened B site. But it's also an instant move. That AWP. Excuse me, no, Cadian instead goes sprinting over in anticipation of an A commitment. Ooh, more utility damage. Jabby actually gets chipped down by a quarter health as well. And this read is on the money. They have stacked the appropriate
but
site. You've
got
got
early
layered
in the
defense.
round. You got to watch for the mollies here.
Down, counter flash, great distraction from the players up close. Double from the rooftop, balcony falters. Good thing Cadian's here to offer helping hands. The health bars of Astralis may be low, but the hope's high, and the lead now theirs. 13-12 to the Danes.
They're in the lead here on Inferno in overtime with one of the best rounds so far. There was a great piece of utility in the beginning. They finally, Mongols survived taking banana without losing a player, but that's about as far as they can push. when they came back to mid, it's Cadian who made the executive decision to come back to A to support this play, and they had full brackets control. It's exactly where MongolZ wanted to go. Astralis are in their heads.
Back to brackets they'll go, which means back into the scope of device. Missed shot, not ideal. Runs back, takes a bit of damage. Techno trying to dive through that util. And this is a fast crank from the MongolZ, trying to play with tempo. Device is about to get swarmed. Stair trying to offer up some damage, does so. And then he gets a chance to hold back Bao. Stair from inside pit, the best piece of this defense. Senzu doesn't know he's doomed. A no-scope to the gut. It's flawless so far. Overtime's Astralis.
I mean, the rounds are literally getting better and better from Astralis. Even the angle of Device's nade is so perfect, specifically for the run-through. Could have gone for something deeper, had a feeling that they were going to try to rush him down. They could not scale to use this molly to its maximum effect, and instead, Stair had the perfect situation to set up a second peak. The fact that Device lives this long shows you how healthy this A defense was.
The fact Device was on the fallback from the moment Brackets gets challenged, drops that nade, queues up some early damage, lets Stair spray do that much more. A clean sweep of a CT side on the table for Astralis. And this is an Astralis as an organization who has not won a match in playoffs since IEM Cologne 2023.
No.
Nearly 2 years of making it to playoffs, but not being able to put forward a win on the stage. And to do it in a moment where they will just skyrocket through the European rankings.
And this is no easy draw for them. This is a team that some people have as a tournament favorite.
That MongolZ head has value. And a 2-0 over top of them would send a message to the rest of this bracket.
They wash away the bitterness from yesterday with this match win if they can pull it off.
Because the beauty of Cluj is there's a lot of hungry dogs looking for a trophy, looking for a springboard of success. And to think Astralis over MongolZ was one that could be had. This one catches the world of Counter-Strike off guard. But it's not done yet. It's limited, of course. Pistol in hand for 9-10. And a boost disassembled inside of the apartments. Opening frag also belongs to MongolZ. Tried to highlight that MZinho hasn't really had a ton of impact, even though he's had a lot of control. And now that he's found a kill with Apps in his back pocket, we see that boat rock back slightly. Bomb still floating. Options open at 30 seconds.
He's been very careful about his moments in taking these Halls fights. Sometimes not having any for the entire rounds. Oh, another opener though from Devices. They just test B and find the op.
Look at Stair, man. Look at Stair. He's thinking about it.
They can't actually walk this whole rotation
That bomb's
around.
running up
Yeah, they
on
have
the
to.
pistol.
Yeah, they have 15 seconds. They gotta go.
That bomb's not going to get picked back up. I'm sorry. You're not going to scoop that back up. You've got Cadian dealing with the one player who could have grabbed it. Now the MongolZ look shaken. Now the MongolZ have faltered because of time. The clock dictates a CT sweep.
They have officially fallen apart.
Cracking under pressure.
You don't get many opportunities to play playoffs in a year. And when you look back at those 4 or 5 chances, if you're even a great team, it'll be these moments that weigh on you the most heavily the next time you enter a match after grinding through a tough group bracket. And for the MongolZ, Astralis were maybe the last thing on their minds. They had a revenge match versus MOUZ at Shanghai where they choked last time that they would have had to go up against. Potentially a FaZe or Eternal Fire in the finals, or whoever makes it there on the other side of the bracket. That's where they were thinking. Maybe too far ahead. Astralis kept their head on their shoulders this game and now have 3 chances to close this out 2-0. And the fact they leave this half on a round they lose to time will only imbue Astralis with the confidence that they need to come at this one hard.
(9-10) and Senzu double CT off out of the gate in overtime.
Let's see how focused Mongols are.
It's a couple cannons to stop it, but look at Device, dude. The pace on this. Oh, missed chance at what could have been a costly early death. With an entire pack of Astralis players ready to flood forward.
He found it.
Device will be given a second chance to strike one down off A, but there is no immediate all-in. Astralis are not rushing a golden opportunity.
Mongols are watching this one slip by. Senzu hit down low. Double up adjustment. Looks like it won't even be noticed here for Astralis.
They're gonna blanket this A site with smoke grenades, including one that cuts off the Moto player from the Pit player. Blitz, he's been playing well, but this time it's down with nothing. Astralis, a chance in overtime, one, all they need on this T-half. Techno, desperate, and the Mongols down to just 2 as the onslaught of Astralis continues. It is a bomb plant that will not be stopped. It is an Astralis who have seized the day. A conquest for the Mongols in Cluj, cut short by the Vikings. Finally, an uptick in performance and a playoff match win not seen since August of 2023.
And as many mistakes as Mongols made there, you have to give Astralis so much credit. There were so many good moves from them and a CT comeback and a flawless overtime and all the trimmings. Astralis winning this match alone, secure some prize pool, secure a massive amount of VRS points, and take down a rival all in the same breath.
Queue up a MOUZ semifinal on top of that one. This team has an experienced leader. And on the other side of it, a plucky looking MOUZ that'll look to hope to hold them back. But at the end of the day, this is a big one for the Danes. Counter-Strike is a game of high and lows, and oh, what 12 hours can do in difference. Stepping forth when it matters, critical win for the Danes. James, it's all yours.
Astralis get a solid win over the Mongols and a big playoff match finally secured where you get the win. It's been a while. How did that feel?
Yeah, it's been a while. It feels good. A nice arena. People here are really nice to us, so yeah, it feels good.
People here are really nice to us. You missed the booze at the beginning?
I can't hear that.
In terms of that, right, you didn't hear it. You stuck it to them in the first map. Did you guys come in extra fired up with like a point to prove when it came to Mirage? And how was your prep going into that match? Because you must have expected it from them.
Yeah, we expected it after yesterday as well. We got completely destroyed. So we had a good view on how the video was going to go, and we prepped as best that we could. We also had to reset after the game yesterday. So yeah, just proud of the boys, and we know that our Mirage is decent, but beating Mongols is really huge for us.
It certainly was, and it looked very impressive the way you did it. Here on this Inferno, it got a bit shaky though. There was a lot needed, especially to push you into overtime. Why was it quickly falling apart when you got into the second half?
I mean, we were 4-1 down in the beginning. I think we clawed back on the T side, winning the CT pistol and then losing the second round is like, I think the same thing happened on Mirage, where it wasn't like an easy game at all. They kept pushing us and we kept having to find solutions, and I think that everyone provided everything they could, and that's why we won today.
Now, you did win here today, but we're going to talk a little bit about how you reset to come into this, because you mentioned already what happened on your online game. You guys have a lot of experience, but was it particularly hard to reset in that way from going online, now playing on LAN, and just having that in the back of your mind?
For me, it's been a while since having played this many games in 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I think it's been a long stint for us, but yesterday was just not acceptable. We didn't perform at all, and yeah, as you said, we needed to have a serious talk with each other and our expectations. I think that after a few hours we reset. But like, yeah, I don't know. We just got destroyed yesterday as well. Sometimes you just play a better team, and Heroic definitely were better yesterday.
Now, looking at how good you are here on this stage and what it looked like against the Mongols, for you guys, getting the points here, winning some more matches is so important. That trophy is obviously in your sights as well. Do you feel like this Astralis has improved enough and has a chance of doing that? Are you capable of doing that?
Yeah, I think so. I also think that we have 2 games left, no matter what, which is huge for us. We need more games on the stage. We need to play here is good for us because we have a lot of experience and just really happy right now. Don't want to think too much about tomorrow yet. Just celebrate a little bit with the boys and then look at MOUZ and we'll see what happens.
We have a smile on your face and it's very good to see that. Anything you want to say to the fans out here?
I mean, thank you guys. Thank you for the support.
Guys, Device and Astralis through to the semi-finals.
Right, you're not going to get under Device's skin that easily. He's been there, done that, bought the T-shirt. And look, I'll say this, given the energy that was in the room with this crowd and the booing at the start of the game and then the nice little turnaround at the end and Device saying he didn't hear it, I'm kind of glad Astralis are going through to tomorrow when we're going to have even more people here. The energy is going to be palpable in that semi-final. But just to set it up for the talking points, Jacob, I'll start with you. You said there was 2 teams on that stage and one had a lot more imperative to win. It was Astralis, and it just seemed to energize them and drive them forward in this series.
They definitely played with a purpose of showing everyone inside this building, showing everyone outside of this building as well, you know, that we're wrong in assessing Astralis as a team that is a bit of an ongoing joke almost, you know, and I think it's very hard to quantify where they're at right now because I do think there's been certain signs of improvement. There have been certain signs of a team that definitely can play Counter-Strike at a high level. We just haven't seen it transpire over the entirety of 2 maps in a row. As you said, Richard, they are having a tough time winning their series, but they can remain competitive in them. This is by far the best iteration or the best looking Astralis we've seen ever since they came into 2025. It's a massive result, and as you said, for the VIS standings as well, the fact that Device just alerted to it right here as well, they get to play 2 more games. If they were to win against MOUZ tomorrow, it's a grand final. Even if they lose, they place the third place decider, which is also a big game in terms of the prize money, the VIS. So overall, I cannot underestimate how big of a win this is for Astralis and how big of a confidence booster this is. And I will say the quality of Counter-Strike that we saw today on Inferno, but also on Mirage, that was the best looking Astralis we've seen in 2025.
We've been justifiably critical of Cadian and, you know, what he's bringing to this team, how this team has been so far. But I want to say this right now. This map, the way they won Inferno, Cadian did it, as Frank Sinatra sang a long time ago, his way. He did it his way. There were times here I'm watching them play, I'm like, is this prime heroic? You've seen a gambled stack, you're seeing play just going for it, not playing scared, playing in your face, dictating the pace of it, and more importantly, when it seemed like map number 3 was on the horizon, the Nuke was absolutely going to be played, they win 8 in a row, and they make it look clean, they make it look convincing. There was never a point where it felt like they would be doubting themselves, and that is something that's been completely missing for this particular lineup, for this particular five-man iteration they have here. At 100%, I believe the flowers, even though everyone stepped up for the side of Astralis, I gotta give the flowers to Cadian for this.
And I want to give him credit as well for elevating himself from the fact that he had a stinker of a game, individually speaking. He was 3-18 at a certain point in the game on that CT side. And you think to yourself, a lot of in-game leaders will then call automatically at a way lower level, right? You lose confidence in yourself, you lose confidence in your calls.
He was still picking up the AWP.
He was still picking up the AWP, he was still being aggressive towards Banana. He was still doing all the right things, so to speak, despite not getting much out of it. And then he did step up later stages in the game. He was 3-18 or 3-17, and as you can see on the scoreboard, he did get 10 kills, you know, so he kind of had impact at the later stages of the game.
And someone who's been, I mean, I think everyone's been rightfully critical of Stan, at least in the group stage. He's been struggling quite a bit considering he's supposed to be a star player. You're seeing Yabi step up, you're seeing Stair finding impact, you know, his aggressive entry, you're seeing Device being Device, so to speak, and he was absolutely pivotal. He was you just look at where he's getting all these kills as well, right? All over the map. A couple of huge holds comes from him, especially on the CD side towards Shelter, where he just shut down whatever play Mongols were sending his way. So absolutely deserved MVP as well for Stan.
Well, I'll tell you what, he was, as you said, in the group stage, the first game, he was not playing well. In the second game, he was not playing well. He had a rating of 1. In the past 4 games he's now played, he's the 3rd highest rated player in the entire tournament if you exclude the two first games. And I know that's not how it works, but Stan have stepped up massively, and ever since they were facing, you know, a a rough time where they could potentially exit the tournament, that's when he's been playing his best Counter-Strike. So that's also a massive sign and a massive step up from him, especially heading into the semifinals.
And when you're looking at the old adage of, when the pressure is on, some crumble and some turn to diamonds, and Ston has historically crumbled, especially as Jacob pointed out right here, when it comes to elimination games, when it comes to arena games, Richard. But here he was in great form. Everyone chipped in, and I gotta say, man, watching Device with full confidence with the AWP, and even though I feel like, the individuals and MongolZ are phenomenal players, so to speak, he did teach them a lesson or two here in the server.
We'll just talk a little bit more about Astralis before we focus on MongolZ and turn our attention to the future. But I do want to say, sometimes you see with teams, they hit this kind of like rock bottom. It's like it just feels like the world is against you. You can't buy a win. Everyone's hating on you. Every time you check social media, it's just, abuse. Basically my life, right? So I understand why that would get on top of you. But sometimes when things turn that corner, it feels so impossibly good. It leads to a lot of forward momentum as a team. And I just wonder if the crucible they've been through going into a legit win in a stadium in 2025, I wonder if this could be the start of something. I don't want to get carried away.
No, I think it's a good question, and it's something we have to pay attention to as well. And I think the answer we'll get tomorrow. If they were to lose to MOUZ tomorrow and do it in a fashion where they're not competitive, and we're back to the same conversation about them not showing up and them having the issues, then I think one win is not going to be enough for Astralis. But let's say they were to beat MOUZ tomorrow and book a spot in the grand final, then I think we can open that conversation and be like, yes, you're right. When you've been in the dust together, when you've been all the way to rock bottom and you find a way out of that together as a unit, it does build something special.
And obviously, Cadian's got to be looking at that one, and given all the criticism he's come under as an individual, both as an IGL and a player, and that's the team that doesn't have the experienced IGL. That's the team you realistically should be able to call a game plan around. And if he's able to do that and get to a final, all of a sudden people might think about Cadian just a little bit differently.
Oh, absolutely. And again, I'll stand by what I said earlier. I don't think Cadian's calling has been bad at all. It just feels like the synergy in some of the individuals was missing, so to speak, right? And now, like with the Inferno was just one purely and beautiful calls coming from Cadian right there. But what he had this time around were players who weren't feeling the nerves, who were actually delivering in the server and shooting heads. That's all he needed. And I agree with you. Tomorrow, when the game's on for Astralis, obviously they want to prove a point and whatnot. But this is going to be, for young Broland, the third real test after what was Falcons' loss and, of course, the loss they had against FaZe.
And what you see on your screen right now is very important to understand. The whole VRS ranking, we're speaking a lot about it. It's very unquantifiable. It's hard to understand. But fact of the matter is, with this win, Astralis just moved up into 10th position. They guaranteed themselves 72 points. And with the fact that they have the game against MOUZ tomorrow, that could be even better. Even if they were to lose, they get a third place decider where you can also win a shit ton of points and a shit ton of money. More prize money, exactly. So this game for Astralis, I cannot underestimate it. You said it yourself, can that be the turning point? Can that be the cornerstone? Maybe it is and maybe it's not. But in terms of getting invitations to more tournaments and getting more chances of proving that, this was a massive win for Astralis. There's no way they can afford, no way they can allow themselves to miss another major, and this win alone could be the difference maker on that. We obviously don't know as we're getting closer to the cutoff point, but moving into 10th, that's a good start.
Meanwhile, the post-mortem on MongolZ, Blair, we have to talk about it. People started to believe in them, top 8 at the major. I think that's fine. I think that's more than fine. It's historic. They did very well. People were then looking at them at 2025 to move on. They themselves said they were ready to take that journey, start winning tournaments, getting deep runs regularly. They played essentially in front of a home crowd. This is the most friendly crowd. We actually had an enclave of actual Mongolian fans there for them. Fantastic turnout, and yet ultimately they disappointed. What can we point to?
I think a couple of things we obviously, which are very obvious as to why they failed over here, right? Firstly, I got to say, sometimes I feel like, because they get away with the individual prowess that the players possess, that sometimes they can be a little easy to read. I look at the Inferno game, I look at the way Cadian was just abusing the B-bomb side. He seemed to know exactly where the MongolZ is going to be playing every single time. We've seen players like Senzu, as talented as he is, holding positions which are untenable, positions where, if you go against any good team, decent team with the right protocols, you are going to be found out. You might get a kill, but you're going to be traded. And I feel like that is something where it's not something you can fix immediately overnight. It's going to be something which is going to take a little bit of time. Secondly, again, as Device said in the post-game interview, it's something I alluded to earlier as well, their map pool can be predictable. And when you're going in the higher echelons of Counter-Strike, sure, Astralis are a bit of an underdog. Sure, you might be going up against other teams who might not be the best on Mirage or an Ancient, but they're going to be doing their homework. And that's the thing. When you're at the top, it's always hard to maintain that position because now you're going to be targeted. Every team's going to be approaching you the way to approach an absolute S-tier team. And you need to have a B plan, a C plan, more contingencies in place. It was a commendable effort. We saw some great individual plays coming out. Blitz, again, leading from the front, by example, outfragging everyone else on the side of his team. But I feel like from a, I don't want to sound too reductive, but just from a tactical standpoint, you need to have a deeper playbook. And I feel like games like these is what's kind of showing that it's a bit shallow. It's a bit shallow at the moment.
I feel like there's two ways of looking at it. You know, you can look at this tournament in isolation, and you can be, yes, it's disappointing they lose to Astralis. Yes, it's disappointing they only go to the quarterfinal when they could realistically lift the trophy or be part of the grand final. But you don't go back 2 weeks earlier, to the year where you have Katowice going into a semi-final. So if you were to ask the Mongols from the beginning of the season, would you be okay with getting into the semi-final at Katowice, getting to the quarterfinal at PGL Cluj-Napoca? I think they would have said yes. I think they would have sold it at that point. So yes, in isolation right now, disappointing they couldn't confirm that, but overall it's still a team that is in the conversation just behind the likes of Vitality, Spirit, Na'Vi, etc. Personally, I have never bought into the fact that they can win tier 1 trophies. I don't think they're good enough just yet. I don't think they have the experience just yet. I haven't seen the level of that play just yet. It's not like I've seen them beat Vitality on a big stage. I've seen them beat Na'Vi on a big stage, in a big game like that gave me confidence. But they are still in the conversation to be 6, 7, 8, which is not bad at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, great talking to you. We are going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to have the next quarterfinal, and there's going to be a little bit of deja vu because Falcons will be taking on Eternal Fire again. Ooh. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The Mongols were certainly a fan favorite when it came to this arena, and they did put up a fight, especially on Inferno. But Techno, we got to look at maybe how it started for you guys on Mirage, because there was fight from it in you. You obviously win the pistol as well. You get upset after it. But it wasn't maybe the same Mongols we normally see, especially when it comes to Mirage. Why do you think that was?
Firstly, they were preferred the maps. Yeah. Of course, the map full. It was expected for them. And secondly, it was just our bad day, I think. Yeah, it wasn't asked for day.
When you say it's a bad day for you guys, do you notice a difference when you guys are on the stage compared to when you play through the group stages still?
I think there's not really difference, at all.
And coming on to this Inferno, you guys had the game in your hands, right? You were the first to get to 12. It looks like you're going to take Inferno from them. The last few rounds, they leveled up, right, been able to shut you down. What do you think was the reason you were not able to fight the same way when you got into overtime?
I think we just mentally broke down. I think at the overtime, we can end this game. We could have ended the game at 12:08. Yes. We lost.
When you say you mentally broke down, is it like frustration or the team not doing the same thing? What happens in these moments for the Mongols?
I think, of course, it was the 1 round to win, become to 4 round to win. Yeah, it's really became difficult, yes.
Do you have someone you work with to work on that as a team to improve these kind of problems you have?
I think we can fix it in future, yeah, I hope so.
Okay, well, I wish you the best of luck with fixing it going forward. For now, the Mongols' road does end here, but they're still fighting, they're still making consistent playoffs, and that's certainly a positive side for the Mongolian team.
Yeah, I do. I remember my first LAN tournament. It was with my brothers, and I wasn't supposed to go. I was 13, I think. Danish local LAN, bring your own tournament. And one of also my friends today, he got sick, so he couldn't go. And they were like, "Oh, should we bring Sound or not?" Let's bring him, you know, because I was playing a lot and I always wanted to play with him. And we actually managed to win the B tournament, not the one. But and I was destroying that tournament. LAN? It was called CG LAN.
Okay.
CG LAN. It was back in the days quite popular event in like Danish. So yeah.
Was that like a lot of young Danish players coming through that as well?
I mean, some, but not many. And I still, it's the first trophy I won. I got.
Oh, you actually went on to win the B tournament?
Yeah, we won the B tournament, and I got a nice little trophy. I still have it.
So you were the stand-in who helped win?
Exactly.
Did you perform good there?
Yeah, I did. I did.
Hell yeah, that's really good.
Good memories.
I think we have to go back to 2004 or 5. It's a Danish local LAN, and my parents are driving me to a city called Nakskov, which is like...
I love how you remember the city name. This is great.
Yeah, because my father was asking, what are you doing there? And then he drives me to a hall and drops me off, and I have like a sleeping bag and my PC and my monitor.
Classic.
And like, when should I come back? Give me 2 days, 48 hours. Come back and pick me up Sunday evening.
It was World Cyber Games pre-qualifier in Denmark. It was in 2003, I think. Yeah. So we tried to go to Seoul in Korea. We won that pre-qualifier, but that was only to get to the main qualifier of Denmark. But unfortunately, we had 2 or 3 really good Danish teams.
A strong team.
Spirit of Amiga was one of them.
Yeah.
And then we had another team called Level, and then the Titans. So those 3 teams, you know, I think we finished 4th. But then I kind of got spotted back then, and then I got to experience Seoul later. But my first tournament win, at least, was in 2003. We didn't have that much money back then, so I had to kind of travel myself. So it was more, you know, me grabbing my huge monitor, a huge PC cabinet as well, because that was popular. You know, you wanted to get biggest cabinet as possible. So there was not that room for anything else. So when it came to, you know, like an actual sleeping kit or whatever, because back then you had to kind of sleep under your PC.
Yeah, sleeping bag time.
Yes, I always slept terrible. I mean, I had maybe sometimes not even a surface to lie under.
Oh, really?
Yes, it was just
straight floor?
Yes.
Oh, God.
3 or 4 hours of sleep, and then back up to the admin board. Back then you were kind of playing, you know, the entire day.
Yeah.
So from 10 a.m. to maybe 9, 10 p.m.
First LAN tournament, I think it was with Dark Passage, WSG 2016. Must be. I already checked it.
we had to do some research. He's had a long career.
Yeah. Like I had to do it. I think I played also 1 or 2 more with Dark Passage. I think it was in Bulgaria, one of them.
Yep.
Vital Bet Championship or something, and first one was Wesk.
What was the feeling when you went to that event? You feel like a big deal?
Yeah, because like there were also some bunch of people like I think not in the first event. When you qualified to the main event, that was a regional event. So when we qualified to the main event from that, I think not in 2016, but I think we did in 2017 to the main event. I think the first time when I see the like big boys from that time, like Virtus.pro, we played against Virtus.pro. That was like first experience to play one of the best team in the world that days. So like Bayali, Neo, like Pasha, that roster. I think it was like amazing to start the journey to see these guys and how they are. You are looking even like how they are walking, you know, like how they are talking each other, walking, those kind of.
Seeing the aura.
Yeah, seeing the aura.
I played 2 local LANs, but they were like pretty small. I don't even remember too much from it. I think we finished semi-finals in both. We obviously lost to better players there, obviously Flamesy.
That's not bad though for your first event.
Yeah, I was playing against a lot of like Flamesy nerds, like these type of guys.
Yeah.
Also Lotan was in one of them and he won it. So yeah, but the first one I can remember, the bigger one, let's call it, was obviously the WePlay LAN in Kiev. I'm super grateful and since then for this opportunity that we got. I felt like it was super professional and I just really enjoyed that LAN, to be honest.
Not easy to answer because there's been like during those times, 2001, 2002, we've played a lot of Polish LANs.
Okay.
So we were traveling around, you know, different cities in Poland and playing different LANs. Probably one of the first one was the one run by my father. In our hometown, we had like biggest Polish teams come there, and I think we won the whole thing. Yeah, there was I don't remember.
How old were you?
Probably 14, 15, something like that. There's been a couple of LANs, like back in the days, you know, my sister was playing as well, so we had like 2-on-2 tournament, me and her going to some local internet cafe, beating all the, you know, all the people over there. So it was pure fun.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Back in the days, we always played on LANs.
Yes.
So we were kind of used, but most of the times we are facing another teams, but it was not a tournament. It was like call it meetings, and it was like one team from other city comes to your city, and you are playing against them. So
that's interesting.
Yeah. So
you plan it online, and you say, okay, let's do it on LAN, face each other.
Yeah. So that was very good. But let's say the most important, it was in 2006, I would say, and I faced my brother.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But what happened is that my brother was out of the game for a year.
Yeah.
And we won. We were like the little kids, and we won 16-14. I remember because it was 16-14, and we passed the groups.
Yeah.
And we qualified for the. It was like the grand finals.
Yes.
It was like 32 teams.
That's pretty good. For your first LAN, that's really good.
Yeah. And that was a qualifier, and it was very good because that LAN was in a stadium, a big stadium, so Porto Stadium.
And you were young then as well.
Yeah.
So you're young, playing in a stadium.
My father needed to
sign permission.
Yeah. So
I had the same when I was first playing. My parents had to sign the form. Yes, he can go. It's fine.
Yeah. So that's what happened to us. But yeah, after that it was very quick.
Yeah.
The progress. But it's my first memory.
That's an awesome experience though, to go to your first LAN and then be like in a stadium as well.
Yeah.
That's super cool. Not many players can say that for sure.
Yeah.
Welcome back to PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. 2 quarterfinals done, 2 more to come. We're about to start breaking those down on the desk. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, if you are just joining us. And joining me on the desk, we have, of course, Maui Snake and Dus Murray. So we brought in the North American contingent. Hopefully you're not going to put any tariffs on the desk.
25%. Best I can offer.
All right, well, I'll take it.
All right.
25% less yapping. But no, there is plenty to talk about with this, these 2 teams. We've got, obviously, Eternal Fire, Falcons, 2 teams that have played each other a lot. I already alluded to it being a one-sided series. With that in mind, why don't we talk about the Falcons Super Project and how it's going? Maui, I'll start with you.
I just want to say, Richard, I'm trying to fight the good fight. I'm trying to hate Falcons as much as humanly possible, but they're making it really hard, okay? They're playing better Counter-Strike. This is the best iteration of the Falcons we've seen thus far, and the games that they've been playing, they're competitive. They look like they have better structure. They don't look like headless chickens. They actually do look like they might be soaring, although maybe not at quite cruising altitude yet, Dust.
Yeah, I mean, I think the expectation from the start was that this team should really kick it into gear immediately. I mean, you took the core of Heroic from last year, who was very successful, that top 4 finish at Rio, the run they had at the Major, beating Na'Vi, the tournament favorites, to knock them out of playoff contention, take the spot themselves. And I thought they looked good against G2 in that quarterfinal. And I felt like, you know, we all kind of discussed, we hope that team stuck it out together. But that obviously didn't happen. You know, Falcons saw opportunity knocking. They went ahead and picked up those 3 players, and they've essentially swapped in Nico for Nertz and Magic for Shush. And they had a bit of a slow start this year, if we're perfectly honest, but they've really been picking up steam here in Cluj.
Yeah, and obviously we've seen Dexter have his best performances in a Falcons jersey at this very tournament. But on your screen there, I want to highlight 2 players. We'll start just by talking about the young, upcoming IGL that they have in the form of Kixen. I think we saw, perhaps in the MOUZ game, is the best example of it here in Cluj. We actually saw what he can do when he's up against kind of theoretically weaker IGL. Kixen called a fantastic game there, and finally I think he's starting to understand the chess pieces he has on the board and how to use them.
Kixan's mid-rounding has been one of his specialties for some time now, and I have firmly removed him off of my fraud watch. Thankfully, he's not buying the Gevs anymore. He's sticking to solid game plans overall, and even when the game plans aren't working, it feels like he's ready to adapt. And I will say, these stats may not jump off the board, but one thing I do like about Kixan, he doesn't embarrass himself in the server. He's not jumping in, just bottom fragging every single game. I've seen this guy have great multi-frags from anchor positions when his team is definitely needed
needed to, and he's a guy that you can rely on when he has a rifle in his hand.
Let me throw an extra stat out there that's not on here. He's actually won almost 60% of his opening duels on the T side of this tournament. He's not taking a lot of them, obviously, because, you know, Nico's the main entry, Texas is kind of the other, but, you know, a lot of IGLs will sometimes take that sacrificial first-ed role, but he's actually creating openings when he does it in some of these situations, and I tend to agree with you on the calling front. Look, this guy calls a diverse game. You know, he's got great standards, and then he's got great mid rounds, but he also has great pacing changes you can throw in with heavy utility and really catch teams off guard. I think for the long term for this team, it's just about figuring out how to get the pieces to gel together in the mid round. Obviously, Kixon has a great idea about how he wants to do things, but now there's more cooks in the kitchen with Nico and a new coach.
Yeah, well, we can talk about what the game means in a broader context. Obviously, it's a quarterfinal here in Cluj, but with the VRS and how the tour now works, every game really, really matters, particularly when you hit the playoff stage, because of the prize money, because of the points. And you can see here on the board, Falcons, I've said historically throughout this tournament, I think they are a little bit elevated because they're still riding the high of having that heroic core. Yep. But obviously you can see they can even climb up a spot and be guaranteed that 8th spot if they win.
And I'm just going to say that this is a pretty scary game for Falcons. You're in a position where you're 9th right now, and the sweet spot for teams out of the European region, top 10. That's what you're looking for. If you're able to get into the top 10, it means you're immediately birthed into the second stage of the major. If you're out of that top 10, you got to play those online MRQs. So obviously Falcons, this means a lot for them. The more they lose, the closer they get to teams like Astralis that are down there that are really fighting to just stay above water.
Yeah, I mean, I really think that coming into this year, you know, we knew who our big 4 teams were, right? We knew that FaZe was kind of like a gatekeeper of the top 5. We kind of had a lay of the land. And I feel like now we are finally starting to see Falcons pick up where Heroic left off, essentially with that core 3, which is great news. But then Eternal Fire has been kind of the coolest story this year. I mean, honestly, this Jota pickup, I think in most people's eyes wasn't the blockbuster move. You know, a lot of people were focusing in other directions with a lot of the other, you know, roster mania shenanigans that we had going on. But this team has elevated themselves to such a high level, and Jota is a big part of that. And he's just getting started. He has been getting better every event he has played with this unit. He seems to just keep growing and growing as a player. He represents an opportunity not to have a supportive element like Calix was in the past, but to have a playmaker on the extremities and an anchor who can deliver on a consistent basis.
Yeah, and it's crazy, dude. Like, Jota, when he was brought in, we all knew it was going to be a good roster move. We all knew he was going to be an upgrade for Calix. Even Calix just had to take his medicine on that one. That's just how that goes. But I didn't realize that he was actually going to plug into this team instantly and carry maps for them. That is crazy to think of for a player that is either your 3rd or 4th, depending who you talk to.
And that's why this game's so interesting for Jota, because in almost every single category in the server, I would say he's an upgrade to Calix. He's more decisive, his tracking game is better, I'd say his mechanics overall are better, and I like that his rotations are always on point. However, we're in an arena finally. This is one of the few times where you would maybe think about Jota on this sort of stage and say, is this moment going to get to him? Are the lights too bright? Is he going to fall off because he's been so strong online? He's been great in group stage sort of matches, but he hasn't been that good, say, at Katowice, for example, when he had to play on a stage. And right now, they're just waiting for him to level up on that regard, because right now, Eternal Fire, they are the favorites, and they have made a clear upgrade here.
And the real meat of this matchup, we're kind of playing around with the other elements. It's 2 generational riflers going head-to-head, Dust. We've got Nico, we've got Xantares, 2 riflers that have a distinct style. You would immediately know it was them playing, even if I took the nameplates off. They are absolutely talismanic and have these incredible tenured careers, and we get to see them go head-to-head.
Yeah, both of them leading in a lot of different categories in this tournament. Definitely very different players. Nico, to me, represents one of the most versatile riflers the game has ever seen. He can do entry work. He can be an aggressive lurker. He can be a rotator or an anchor on the CT side. Just keep the op away from him. That'd be the only thing I might say. But other than that, he's pretty damn good. Whereas Xantares is that tip of the spear, and he's very good at it. He's one of the few players in the world I've ever seen be able to win over half his opening duels on the T side for over a year now. He's been doing that, and he's almost 30 years old. Like, it's actually absurd how talented Xantares is.
And just in terms of the head-to-head, at the Blast Bounty, when Falcons actually picked Eternal Fire, or sorry, vice versa there, Eternal Fire picking Falcons in one of the draft shows, I said, I mean, sure, you got Xantares, but you got Nico to go up against, and that's exactly how MIBR framed this. He said, I mean, we do have Xantares, and in the head-to-head for the year, over the 4 maps that they played against each other, Xantares has been bodying NiKo. 19 kills to 7 deaths. It's just been a completely one-sided affair, and for a guy that, sure, the stats aren't quite as good against all other opposition, NiKo's worst opponent this year has been Eternal Fire.
Yeah, it's interesting. We kind of see NiKo do that to Donk, so to have Xantares do it to NiKo, you kind of start getting into that rock, paper, scissors kind of game you play with riflers. For me, I said I have a strong feeling Eternal Fire win this tournament. I actually think they are deceptively good right now. I think MIBR might not get a lot of flowers as an IGL, but I think in the same way we look at some teams, like we're looking at MOUZ and saying, look at all the firepower they've got. You have to say the same about Eternal Fire, and I think they've got even more firepower than MOUZ.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point to make, and I want to pick up another name we haven't talked about yet, but that's Wakadia. You know, I think people forget Wakadia kind of had a similar trajectory to Joda, where he came from the academy system, but he came straight to the main team, whereas Joda instead kind of went and played with Sangal and kind of gained experience elsewhere on loan. But Wakadia has really picked up his level of play. You know, I think he was kind of the 3rd quote-unquote star of the team last year next to Woxic and Xantares, but just wasn't consistent. But so far this year, he has been really on point. And he's also taken a lot more entry roles because Joda has kind of come in to be that extremity player. Wakadia's had to take on some more active positions, and he's actually not forcing Xantares to just be a hard entry. Sometimes he will be the one to do it, and he's actually been quite successful. Either he's going to get the pick or he's going to let Joda trade behind him. So I've actually been very impressed with Wakadia this year.
Wakadia's trajectory along with Jota's, I mean, they're very reminiscent of one another, because the reason that it felt like MIBR and Eternal Fire were taking a step up is when they first added Wakadia, and we started taking note of them 1 Katowice, or 2 Katowices ago, actually, back in 2024. It was like, okay, they're starting to hit our radar. They had that major run last year as well. And now with Jota, it just feels like they're making very steady, very shrewd upgrades. They're not just trying to pick random Turkish talent and say, this is exactly
That's
like
a game plan to what they're doing.
Exactly. It's not just looking at the highest rating. It's saying, who's actually a fit for our team and the system that we want to build.
Which is what Falcons are trying to do as well. I mean, out of the 2 teams, who do you think's kind of had the better of the team construction so far?
I mean, I know who's had more money to work with. I know who's had more attempts at it. They've taken a ton of stabs at so many different players and really found practically no success, but now they finally bought success. They finally put themselves in a position where it's impossible to ignore the Falcons. They have that heroic core like we're talking about. They're already in a position where if the major started tomorrow, they would qualify it because of that. And now it's time to just show that you can put the pieces together. Show that Zonic, even though he failed with Snappy in the past, failed with some other in-game leaders, now he's going to have to show that this is a roster that makes a lot of sense. And honestly, I think the Falcons are going to be looking at this matchup saying, we got to do better. We got to do better than we have in the past. You can't go down 0-4 in the hole against Eternal Fire and say, we have the better players. I think if you look at these 2 players, or the 2 teams, all 10 people on the teams, I don't know how you really look at it and say, like, Eternal Fire is just better on paper. Like, this is a really star-studded heroic lineup.
Well, we are about to introduce those stars. James Banks is on the stage.
Thank you very much, Richard. And hello again, BTarena. How are we doing? I think we're certainly warming up now, and the games are going to deliver once again. For this one, the first team taken to the stage, well, they were a team that have finally taken flight. They're looking to build on that success and continue the run here, but it certainly isn't easy. For a team that has been built to win, they are a long way from doing that, but they have the firepower to do so now, and it's about proving it at this stage. Let's hear it for the Falcons! Well, the crowd is certainly enjoying this already.
but their opponent is a full Turkish side looking to do more damage than they've done before already to the Falcons and do it on the stage. This team is no longer about just one player. They've shown great CS all year long, but it's about keeping that energy high when it comes to this one. Guys, let me hear it for Eternal Fire! Kixan, Major, come join me up here. Kixan, for you guys right now, it's been some tough games against these guys, but do you feel like through Cluj, through the wins you've been able to get, you guys have improved enough to be able to change that?
Yeah, I think it's always hard games against them, but now I feel like it's a bit different because we have more experience playing as a team, and it's also a game in the arena, which is our first, so I'm excited for it.
And we're excited to see it go down as well. When it comes to the last couple of series you've played against these guys, you've picked into different maps, you've been trying to find your way into this team. What makes them such a difficult team to play against for you?
Well, I think they have a great map pool, that's the first thing, and also at the start of our team we needed some time to find ourselves and find which maps fit us better. So now we feel a bit more comfortable than before, and yeah, it's going to be an exciting game.
I'm excited to see it go down. And for you, Major, you told me at the beginning of this event that obviously you've done back-to-back events, you've gone deep in tournaments, but you started to feel like that energy was lacking. How is that energy today now you're stepping on the stage again?
When we go on the stage, we have full energy. Like it's very good to be here, to play in front of this crowd. Thank you very much, guys.
Now, when you say about playing in front of this crowd, you guys are getting a bit more experience playing in these arenas, but you've also told me in past events that you notice a change when you get on the stage. Not the same communication, not the same level. What have you said to the team? What are you trying to do to make sure that doesn't happen here today?
Yeah, I think a lot of talk, to be honest. But like I feel confident right now. We're gonna try to play a good Counter-Strike and show everybody that we have a place here to play here. Yeah.
Well, you've earned your place to play. Let's see how far you can go. Guys, shake hands and take your seats as we get ourselves ready for the game. Cluj, let me hear you. Now, I heard some Nico chants, but are you guys all for the Falcons? Okay, a few boos in there, not too bad. And what about Eternal Fire? I'm not too sure just yet. Falcons! Eternal Fire! Well, it seems pretty split, Richard.
Listen, I'm loving the energy from the crowd today. They've really got into this idea of having a partisan, home team and away team. It has to be that way if you really want to see how people excel under pressure. And I thought that was a great point by Kixan Maui. He said it is actually our first stadium. I didn't even think about that as a lineup. And obviously, yes, that is going to make a difference. They're probably a little bit relieved that they've actually got a lot of fans on their side tonight.
Of course, we've seen Nico in dozens of arenas just like this, but Kixan, no stranger to it. We can remember his Blast Paris major run with Apex. Magisk, of course, one of the best stage anchors of all time. And yeah, I think that when it comes to the studios, when it comes to online play, Eternal Fire, they've had their number, but Falcons, they have a time to bite back here.
Yeah, I mean, they have shown progress throughout this tournament. Again, a slow start to the year, but I see them building better protocols and getting more polished as time has gone by. Meanwhile, Eternal Fire hit the ground running right away this year, doing so well at the Blast Bounty, coming 5th, 6th at Katowice. Now it's time to cash in for an even deeper run now that you've gotten things things even more settled and had even more time to work together. I think this is going to be a really damn good matchup.
Yeah, and you've got the Spray Lord there next to Zonic. It's all happening. I'm making that nickname stick. Right, we're about to get into the veto, guys.
Sure.
Where's this going to go?
Well, what's not going to Ancient Anubis, we know that. I think what will be interesting is the picks, because Eternal Fire so far, Maui, have been picking Inferno every single time, and it's worked for them. Meanwhile, Falcons have tried picking Nuke and tried picking Train, and they still haven't really been able to find a win there. I think Dust 2 should be their pick this time, Maui. I don't know what you think.
Agreed. I would imagine that Falcons are going to take their new perma pick against many rosters and try to use that against Eternal Fire today. And when we see this one pop up on the screen, I'd be shocked if there's any kind of differences. I mean, what is that? Is it what am I seeing right there?
Surely they have to throw a curveball in.
Is that Train on the screen? Did I just see Train on the? I mean,
you
I'm trying to get a spoiler over here. Yeah. That's Train. We're seeing Train on the screen.
Falcons have picked it before. Falcons have picked it.
They got bodied last time they played it.
Just
though.
enjoy the huddles, Maui. What's wrong with you?
Oh man,
you hate the sport. Here we go.
Okay, let's see. Let's see if we're right, Dust. I think perma vetoes, like you already highlighted, are going to be coming out as is. And then Falcons, I mean, this is the surprise for me. Yeah, they do. They go for Train.
Oh, it's happened.
I'm shocked. I'm personally shocked.
I bet you didn't have any stats prepped for that, guys.
I'm pretty sure there was 13-5 last time they faced off against each other. You can't get past me, Richard. Come on. And then this time around, okay, actually, what? Wait, Eternal Fire giving them what I thought they were. I thought Falcons were maybe going to pick Dust. Wait, Dust.
I thought so too. That's very wild to me.
Oh, and then could they be switched around, maybe?
These got to be switched, man.
Yeah.
These got to be switched.
Yeah, I think so.
No, it is switched because Eternal Fire aren't banning Anubis. It is Falcons.
There it is.
Okay, unfortunately it is.
It all makes sense now.
That's why we got you on the desk, Richard. You're writing the course.
Listen, I'm sharper than I look for my age.
Yeah. Okay, so actually it was Madger that picked Train this time, and after the 13-5 whooping that they laid down on that Falcons ass, I think that they're fine with that. They're okay with going back to the well on that one. I think it's actually a really cool pick, given that they've been so good at Inferno that you would only expect Falcons to get better against your Inferno this time around, and they just go for something that Falcons picked against them.
Yeah. So there is the correction. That does make a lot more sense. I'm glad Falcons did go for the Dust 2 pick. It's been a clear strength of theirs, and that has been a map at times that Eternal Fire has had some struggles with. And I think Nuke's a good handshake here. I think both teams feel pretty good about playing that map. Obviously, Eternal Fire, 5-1 record with this roster so far on the map, so they had the better resume, but I do think that Nico has brought more comfort to Nuke for this Falcons team just based on how well he plays it individually.
Going into the first map, though, I mean, Train, this is just... I am surprised, though, Richard. You're right. I was caught off guard by this one because I thought that Eternal Fire were just going to go back to the Inferno well.
Sure.
That's generally just where they've done so much good work on that one. Train overall, I guess last time it was a really pretty tough T side for the Falcons in general. Just couldn't take all the space that they wanted to on these kinds of things. That's where people like Zonic have to come in, though. That's where people like Magisk have to come in. You know, the wealth of experience on one of the best Train teams ever, and just showing everybody else like the way in terms of, because Kicksam, by the way, this guy didn't call Train throughout his come up in the scene. Like Train was out of the pool completely.
Yeah, it's super interesting to see because there hasn't been a lot of early adopters for Train. Obviously, we saw the stats. No one's really playing it. And I think the first team that masters it, it's always going to be that curveball you can throw an opponent.
Yeah, this is an interesting one because what makes this map cool for me for the T side of Eternal Fire is Xantares. Let's highlight him. So Xantares actually, unlike most entry fraggers on this map who are usually going to be playing out team main or something along those lines, he actually likes to double up with Joda in the inner halls and take pop and really entry from that position, which kind of allows Wacadia to be their main guy out of team main. And I think that that's just a different approach. A lot of teams don't really double up or triple up inner halls unless they're looking to take the inner site, but you're going to see a lot of that from Eternal Fire, even on defaults, just really kind of putting an emphasis on pop early to try to deny that from the CTs, Maui.
I'm going to be looking at Dexter, of course. I feel like his rotations, his positioning has been one of the big question marks for Falcons. Sure, his individual fragging abilities, such as his mechanics, are nothing to slouch about, but it's just that sometimes it just feels like he's in a losing position. One where if you miss one shot, it's just there's no fallback plan possible. There's no chance for redemption in that kind of round.
Yeah, I think the cool thing about Dexter is that when he actually just goes for the shot, he is crazy successful. He's almost at a 70% success rate in opening duels with the AWP on both sides of the map. Obviously, that's really going to be more on the CT side where he's doing the most opening attempts. I think where he gets into trouble is in mid-round situations where he's having to make a tough choice in a critical moment. But if you just place him as a turret on a site in a post plant, or you say, hey, we're sending you out this direction to go get a pick for us on T side, he can do it.
All right, guys, thanks a lot for your thoughts. So, generational talent on the server, generational talent in the commentary booth. It's Sponge and Machine.
Oh my God, what an intro! What an intro! I am very excited for this one, Chad. Arena Counter-Strike, a fantastic Friday, a crowd who are absolutely killing it. Love you guys, Cluj. And we've got Train. Are you excited for some Train? I certainly am. CT start for Falcons, EF on the attack.
Yeah, limited sample size, but last time round, Falcons' choice, they started on this T half, and it's going to be very difficult to get rounds. The pistol will be a great way to kick things off, as Tessa's getting aggressive up pop.
Ooh, he's got a lot to work with here. The setup, it's a trap, potentially to be sprung. Patience, a virtue.
They've actually rotated heavy back, so likely expecting Ivy or late team main now. We can see that's not the case. So Matt just posted up in brown walls as Nico takes an exchange over towards team middle. So Matt just has no support. You can see this little cheeky angle that he's playing over towards high ramp. He'll be overrun. Essentially needs to get a kill, stay alive, and then the rotation to kicks him through connector.
And there's a spot. Centaurus spots out Magisk, and he will fall away. Doesn't get the kill he would have liked.
And here's the rotation to kicks, and he can block low ramp.
Does so.
Okay, well, they're really taking their time with this. Now pivoting in towards pop. So flash for Madger, and Nico's taking a whole lot of space.
Yeah, but
it's bad info. Look at the radar right now. Look at how many players are out towards the inner side.
Oh, there's wide open opportunities hearing this.
They can plan
Nico
for free.
gets the info. Rotation through Z. How quickly can they stop and disrupt this cross? They're in the right place for a tap or two, and it's going to be Jota straight into Kixon. Tessus finds a response. Have the kit playing retake now. Retooling. All of that hard work for Nico. He has to go back around. A couple exchanges here from Jota. Post plan set up. Dexter kind of trying to forge a path back in towards camera. Jumping up, elevated angle. Woxic puts Tessus down with that P250, and Nico poised, collects, takes down the head of Centaurus. Awkward for Jota, hitting shots though, hitting every shot he takes. Get down, only Nico can stop him. He's light on ammo, 3 bullets, 2 chances, pieces out. Nico grabs the kit, he's low on ammo too. They need to get on that defuse now. It's not planted for Jota. Is he really gonna dare stick it? Can Jota really come up clutch? This young gun, hungry! And steals away the pistol despite Nico's best efforts.
Info really costing Falcons there. Misreading the play, completely out-positioned, doing a good job to try and draw that one back into contention, but Eternal Fire will get the pistol conversion. Well, we'll find out about the conversion onto the second coming out now. And Nico's surprised, sure. This throws the post plant into a curious scenario. But some great shooting from Jota, staying calm. And important to see him have a good train. We casted one of their train matches in Katowice. Well, we casted this one, and we also against Virtus.pro, and he got exploited towards the inner bomb site. He'll be playing B on the CT side. So if he gets off to a hot start now, that's really positive. Force Pie in for Falcons.
Did they miss their sandwich smoke? Or is Nico just... Yeah, he has vision. A different smoke.
I just playing a block on B. Looking like a setup towards an inner execute. Now, can always pivot through pop. It's not a full commit. Tessus with main control. There's the defensive smoke dropped, and to rotate over will be Dexter with the scout. A couple of tags like this could be important again. Team main control, sure.
This is a potent angle that Dexter's on.
Depends on how good the execute is.
Oh, and Magiska's just given away an opening kill. Swinging through with that MP9. Hard shots to hit with a scout, and he only gets a couple more chances before he gets brought down. Does hit 1 shot. Nico, however, can hit more than 1. Jota converted upon. Nice shots from Nico. Is there really a conversation to be had about this? It looks like Eternal Fire's conversion is imminent. Flank is coming in though. Tessa's held, and seems like Woxic's done enough. Eternal Fire, slow, methodical, converted.
Yeah, nice little execute there. Gonna take the scout away.
Go on. Oh, no! Nico looking filthy on the scout. He's even going to grab an AK-47 for his hard work.
Yeah, can wait for the bomb to go off. Might get blown his way, so no reason to charge in. Woxic's the one having a dip out. Make sure he doesn't lose his weapon of choice. Good amount of damage, sure. We'll have to see how this educates Falcons' choice going forward. Likely to see them take the eco and just use this AK. Oh, where is it?
Oh, I hope it's still there.
Lost and found. Doesn't want to... Okay. He found it. He found it. All right, they will be able to upgrade into the AK, but likely just to see the save behind this. He's got Kevlar to work with. Actually, couldn't be more wrong. Magisk has an M4.
Oh, right.
So how much more are they going to buy? Here it is, the end, just scooping, trying to find this AK. And he grabs it. Good job from Nico. Yeah, they do go all in, so Falcons really want to fight for the CT control.
Interesting.
Oh, they've already telegraphed the fact they have guns, right? There's a nade, there's a smoke.
Initially, very heavy start towards like the brown halls to open. Haven't seen EF go in Ivy, main.
It's going to condition them to potentially play for information or play 2 towards B. You can see this new angle being adopted from Magisk over towards the high ramp. Very powerful. Again, it's going to come down to this execute. In the previous, you saw them throw out that lurk smoke high ramp so they're able to avoid the sight lines. Here they go again.
Molly and flash and go. Magisk is going to lose vision. Can Dexter deliver with the SMG? He's good for one. Zentares trades. Held at bay. You can see that rotation now smoked off, and it's good from Magisk. Now his position noted. Is he ready for oil? Not ready for Madja. Nico present. Brings down the leader. And man advantage for this retake, but no kit time is of the essence for Falcons. And just over the top, a comfortable conversion. Nico definitely looking his best. Oh, but so Zentares nearly finds all 3. Was worried about Tessus coming in from the flank, and so a clutch from Tessus and a Falcons CT round.
Yeah, a bit frustrating for Zentares there. Getting one step ahead of himself, knowing that Tessus is the pop player, expecting the flank to come through. Bomb going down. Should see a force spike out of Eternal Fire. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh no, they're doing it.
Well,
we haven't got time.
We can't see you right now.
You got 10 seconds.
It's not going to be a tactical timeout from Eternal Fire. See this push-up speedway, so trying to open up angles on the side. Interesting that Magisk goes overlooked. He is the inside anchor, so Jota getting a bit ahead of himself. And Zentares immediately considers the flank, turns his back, gets removed. Tessus wins the round, but we are going to continue to lock horns with purchases.
Well, we're rewarded by Nico's hard work in that previous with the scout. Of course, Magisk having the cash helps.
Yeah, this could be miserable for Falcons if they lose this one consecutive. Feels like an absolute must.
Oh, he's a geek, isn't he? He's got an hang into main from top red.
And just to extend the conversation, I wanted to do this when we got to an eco, but the fact that Eternal Fire picked this, Falcons picked it in Katowice. So they were obviously happy to play it, but this is a very CT-sided map. So when you pick it into your opponent, you're allowing them to start on, quote-unquote, the easier side.
Oh, interesting smoke. That forces a decision out of Zentares, and he opts for the passive approach.
And then to build on that conversation, do with Inferno, EF picking it twice in a row in the series against them. They played in Bounty, they played in Katowice, now they're playing here at Cluj. If you go Inferno again, Falcons getting the reps in of playing against your style. So wanting to throw in a bit of a curveball, I can understand it. But you have to convert upon this, and it is a good start. 2 out the gate. Win this one, it could be worth 2.
Okay, this is the game plan from the get-go. Madge has been here since the start of the round. It's all hinging off of this main pop pincer. White screen, Tessus waiting for vision. Pressure applied by the incendiary, flushes them into the fight. And he is just back-turned, not prepared for that angle. Wicardia clears him out from Olof. A response from Kicks and an important equalizing frag from the FAMAS. Bomb goes down uncontested. Retake, not comfortable unless Nico can remove Zentares. Oh, instant deletion with the hands of Zentares and Magisk. It's really hinging off him. Gets one and down!
Oh, there he is.
Zentares again! Doubles his kill total. 4 kills in the round, and you said it would be disastrous for Falcons to lose that one. Well, disaster has struck early for the CT side.
I wonder if they want to take a timeout just to bring Zonic onto the conversation. So they're going to try and manufacture yet another buy. Really good round from Zentares. We get the Zentares Nico head-to-head again. Now we're bringing up the fact that Zentares has him in his pocket. And this time, he does get the clutch. I think if he lost 2 back-to-back, he would start to fall into that tilt. We saw Lethargy. Oh, okay.
What's going on here?
M4 at range. This
Falcons.
is, yeah, we're not taking any ecos, are we?
They really want to keep the pressure on to Eternal Fire, and well, opening kill. Ooh, Magisk at risk of conceding, but he actually does one better. Catches Zentares, removes him with Kixon's help. The scout and the SMG now noted and charges away.
Well, Magisk's taking the space with that info.
Oh, Dexter gets it done.
Good round from Dexter.
Yeah, really.
That's the opener and likely the closer. Wicardia and Jota. That's 2 standing, and this is going to be a tough round for them to get back into. Falcons, are you able to keep the majority alive? Well, first test, yes, perfect. Crouching Deagle.
Damn, Falcons. They're looking polished, albeit, you know, the score reads 3-1, but the fact that they've managed to consistently keep up the financial pressure and convert.
Yeah, they're putting a lot in their individuals, which makes sense.
That's nice, but there's Nico. Falcons 2, Eternal Fire 3.
And Eternal Fire didn't get the plant this time around. They also didn't do as much damage. So likely to see them go for the force buy again, sure, but it is going to be lighter on. Tech9's Mac 10s, maybe a couple of Deagles in the mix if they want to search. Depends on what Madja has in store. If we see mainly Tech9s and Mac 10s, which, yeah, take a look now at the heads-up display, you can see plenty of that coming through. Might be something quicker, more direct. Sandwich smoke in the air. Could just charge onto B.
Yeah, it's going to be a test then for Magisk, but I mean, he's a veteran in this position, and he's not taking a passive approach, or rather an aggressive incendiary at the very least.
Rotation point will be Dexter through Con. Too quiet towards Yard, he's on his way now.
There's the support network as the block smoke is thrown out early. Magisk has got a good idea from his teammates' comms that it's a bit too quiet on the western front.
Yeah, Tessus is also in towards main. This nade could do significant damage.
Bang.
And now Nico's rotated towards B as well, so Falcons understanding the play. Here's another one.
Oh, Madja, on your head, mate. Oh.
Have to go.
Here they come. Perfect setup. Falcons can just smash them. Spray, and it's absolutely beautiful. Magisk could take the 4 of them, and it'll be Nico to wrap it up. Experience on display. Locks it down. Aggressive util. Gets the info. Has the rotate. Sprays them down comfortably. That force fell flat.
Okay, now it's going to be the eco out of Eternal Fire, so a chance for Falcons to take the lead. Remember, CT-sided map, Eternal Fire going to be looking for 1 or 2 more extra rounds, and that's going to be great. Falcons get a chance to start establishing some cash and residual buys. Just have to make sure they don't fall to this Wakadia Deagle.
Okay.
Now there goes that Deagle. Madge's turn. He's picked it up, but I'm sure that'll be rerouting and having a look elsewhere.
Yeah, this quarterfinal does feature some of Counter-Strike's most premium rifling talent.
Some heavy hitters, that's for sure.
Tantares versus Nico once more.
See if we get Woxic activated on the stage as well. Always fun to watch.
Yeah, well, Nico and Tessus for Falcons. 2 highest rated players for this roster. Both on the rifle. Tessus has spray control. Can he...
Yeah, I want to get some confidence builders for Dexter as well. So one of his better series to lock them in for this portion of the tournament. So it is going to be instrumental for him to be finding impact.
Surely that sound of the AWP is going to cancel the plans of Woxic and Madja here.
It's just an eco, so it doesn't really matter, does it?
You just want to try and hit a heady?
Yeah, see if he can get anything done.
Nice
Farm some
control.
of the U2, and there you have it. Kicks in with a double. Now it's Tessus' turn.
Oops. Slips off of the E-box, no problem.
Okay, rifles to come back out. There's no Woxic AWP available on the T side just yet. Wakadia could drop it, but I mean, you have no armor, so that's not going to be happening. So how on top of the cash situation are the Falcons? They will have the sniper rifle advantage. So within the early stages, just recounting what Eternal Fire have brought to the server. Heavy through white and brown halls to take control of either the Pump Dog or the B executes. So they want to go to something that's going to allow Zantares to take head-to-heads against Nico and Tessus in team main. See how much they're backing the individuals for that in a bit of a default spread. Timeout from Eternal Fire, getting favor on the mic. Zonic gets to chip in on the other side.
Eternal Fire picking train.
Yeah, look, we've discussed it a little bit. I think, you know, going for a curveball, trying to catch Falcons off guard, I'm sure Falcons would have thought 100% they're going to pick Inferno.
Right.
Or sticking to what's worked. Back over heavy.
Look at him go. Nico making a very aggressive yet silent presence here on Pop. Magisk and him establishing a very potent crossfire. Zantares, no! The Zantares peak. Nico feels his wrath. Traded by Magisk. Tessus onto Jota, levels us out.
You see that smoke there? Tessus just redeploying it. That one's thrown from connector. So Eternal Fire had a good idea that this aggression was coming. They've given one back, but it's a 3v3. Haven't established any space on the map to start to settle into the mid-round. 1:10 left on the clock. Cardia, Woxic, and Madja, 3 of which have residual utility to work with. Tessus has full control of the brown walls for now. Dexter with a deep line, and that means that Kixon, he just needs to worry about main.
Woxic's just thrown out a smoke towards Pop Dog. Madja, oh, can't get past Kixon. There's the Dexter AWP. This AWP advantage being felt. Powerful weapon. Some of these long angles of Train. Spots out Wicardia, bomb on his back, and he's not shying away from a repeak, is Dexter. With 30 seconds, what can Wicardia really get done? His best bet, trying to isolate a duel, hoping Kixon perhaps overextends on this lock of the door. Texas confirms his positioning. Kixon has walked on up close, and with his back turned, Kixon converts.
Really good understanding of the situation there. Right, the fact that they do get the brown walls control, it means that nobody can come through Pop. They push through. There's no way in. They're not going B, they're not going Pop Dog. You can just focus fire towards Ivy and Team Main, and they handle that perfectly. Allowed the AWP to take the main duel, knowing they'd be walking in late. Kixon deals with Ivy. That's essentially the round-winning kill against Madja. And Lostburn is starting to build now. Eternal Fire can get some extra investments, but it won't be the full buy, and you really want to bring the AWP out into Woxic's hands going into the next, try and level that field, set him up, allow for some head-to-heads.
Didn't work out for them last time they tried this.
This is just about Falcons building back into the game. They're going to be looking for 8 or 9 rounds on the CT side, that's for sure. Has support immediately. Dexter's AWP is already here.
Nice restraint on his util as well. Oh, they're going to be ahead of this. Magisk will have to reiterate just the imminent threat, and Zantares is a big threat. That Galil, if he brings down another, he could win the round right here, and now he's got the 2. Nico finally puts him down. He has the power level necessary to bring down Zantares, make this round a comfortable retake. He finds Woxic hanging around the oil. Next one as well is Nico's. And Madja with 1 kill to his name, 3 more demanded of him up against the rifles. Nico pulls away, Tessus covers. It's a 6 for Falcons.
See, they didn't have the weapons for the job. Were unable to get entrenched within the site. They're stuck in those more passive angles. And Nico just owning them right now, 14 and 4. Seems to be a bit of a fan favorite here in Cluj.
No surprises. This was a nice try.
Yeah, look, and the thing is, if there was more pistols pushing up with him, maybe they could have traded or taken more space, but you can see the angles of these MAC-10s and Tech-9s are in. They're unable to play off of each other. They get peeled apart one at a time. Then it's desperate for Madja. Looks like another inner push coming from the Falcons.
Yeah, Dexter's actually going to be there to lend a hand, just to facilitate some aggressive... Oh, hang on, no, Nico will look to try and catch a timing. With Woxic picking off Kix and Ivy, though, does that change things?
Can't for now. They have to stay committed to this. They can't really rotate away. They need to win a fight.
Yeah, but look at this. This could fade. Dexter holding the cross as well. They'll have to be very careful on their approach. This is a forward setup from Falcons to disrupt Jota and Zantare's progression.
Smoke fading.
Nico going to activate at the same time. Now he swings. Orb doesn't connect. Nico falls away. Nade could find Zantares, but backs away for safety.
They should accelerate on Yard. They know that at least 2 more players were towards B. It's just Tessus they have to deal with.
Yeah, and he's going to be playing a very passive position. Almost playing retake A. He's worried about that AWP pick on Ivy's side. Now, shows rather empty hand. Tessus goes down to Wicardia, comfortable on his exit. He does have the bomb, and I think he just realized that.
This round should be Eternal Fires now. 5v2, no dramas. And it's good that we're getting Zantares and Nico both online for some of these exchanges.
You highlighted that you're expecting, you know, what is par for the course for CT side? I mean, we haven't seen enough, have we?
We're still, I think, like 8-4-9-3.
Okay. Did that change with the T-spawn being pulled back?
Well, the T-spawn, you were able to get out main almost uncontested.
Right.
The CTs would be able to throw util, but the first couple of spawns would be ahead of it. Nico gives away that AK. And now it seems more like the old train in terms of the timing for the Ts. So you're not seeing them just try and brute force out mid. And actually from Eternal Fire, it's been a lot of play in through brown walls.
It has. Does he hold on to this? Jota is going to ask questions of the save. Does well to remove Jota's head.
He's only got 1 bullet left, but he should be all good for this. Residual cash, so no dramas in the buy department. 12k for the likes of Tessus. 8.4 for Dexter, and he stays alive with the AWP. So plenty to work with. Now you'd love to get these final 2 going into the halftime break. Zonic luckily bringing that up in the conversation and playing aggressive. Well, Magisk has actually done a decent job of dealing them when they've been coming towards B, so I don't know if we'll see that again.
Some love for the local.
He's sitting on his own. Hello.
Hello. So yeah, Sonic takes time out, reminds his boys 8-4 is ideal. Imagine if that was all coaching was.
Yeah, that's all he had to say.
Guys, just get 8.
If we could just get 8 rounds, please. All right, well, I don't think we'll see them go aggressive in that same fashion again. Doesn't feel necessary. I understand that EF are playing a lot through that position, but you can take main control, take away a different piece from them. Kixon's going to throw out an aggressive mid-smoke.
Oops.
See that one land, bounding in and confirming that control early. Means that Nico and Teslas get to focus. Oh, that nade didn't land either, did it?
I like the ideas, though. They've clearly been workshopping.
Just applying a little bit of pressure towards Ivy. That's at least to keep the Falcons curious. This is not a free part of the map, as now smoke exchange is landing. Low ramp blocked, pop blocked. They're going to rifle through these quite quickly.
Yeah, there's still an abundance of time for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, that's one of the key points right now. It's just Molotovs for your Falcons to block with. And this will be called out. The different sentries across the map communicating to their in-game leader, Madja. Smokes are being used. They can set up for an execute of their own. Jota and Zentara's in through pop. Cardio and Woxic in through main. Madja to set them up.
Yeah, Tessus is going to be once again tested. It's up against Zentaras. That's a good timing on his incendiary. Actually forces Zentaras, isolates the duel, but you still have to hit the headshot. Something Zentaras is all too good at. Dexter, a first miss. Nice catch onto Zentaras. And Dexter racks up the double. More required. Madja, he's all alone now. Wildcard doesn't get a chance, and comfortable. CT's locking it in. Dexter, despite his first shortcoming, he still manages to deliver a dub.
Yeah, that molly in towards ladder room, it really screwed the timing, didn't it? Zentaras had to play ahead. Fortunate to get that first. Kixon had that round secured. He had pushed Ivy. He was coming behind towards T middle, so no matter what, this one was going to be good for Falcons. Here it is, so just ahead of the timing that they were hoping for. Some good shooting. And there's that Kixon flank, takes down Woxic for free. All right, final round, first half. Map choice of EF.
Yeah, quiet for the T side with Woxic on the AWP very occasionally. This round is one of them, and oh, Woxic wiggling! Missed his shot and no trade. Okay, Nico, you've seen enough now. At least that's what that smoke implies.
Still staying quite combative. So hanging around to do some more damage, expecting it to be the B finish. Nade deep, chunk of damage onto Wildcard. If you're EF, it probably feels like you're going to have to reconfigure this round, but to go back, you don't have control of anything, and there's long rotation points on train.
Jota is flirting with that smoke fade. Magic throws out the nade. Is he expecting Nico to have stuck around here? Throws out a little lurk smoke towards top.
He might play ahead of this knowing Nico. There it is.
Oh, yeah.
So keeping information in the balance for Falcons with the man advantage. Late piece of Madja to activate Ivy. Will be an in-game leader. Jewel Tessa's back a bomb with the AK.
He will be distracted now. Spotted at the back of the bomb. He's just deadly. And there's Madja.
Huge kill.
Yeah, Kixon's gone.
Man advantage.
CT's in trouble. Madja pushes through. And oh, Dexter's ready. A quick scope. Nice find. Madja's double spray. Jota and Zentara shut down. It's only Wildcard.
Got time to work with.
That time continues to tick, and he is getting cheeky with it.
Risky move.
Very risky. However, they're not to know. Will Nico be anticipating someone so close? Oh, not ready for that. Nice shot by Dexter. Immediate trade. 8-4, par for the course. CT side, Falcons will get the double thumbs up.
Yeah, especially losing the pistol. I think EF know, though, they're going to be now swapping over. It's their chance to defend. So they know that anything that Falcons do, they can do as well. Just to remind everybody, Katowice, this map was picked by Falcons. They lost 13-5. These T-side starts, they're brutal. It's only changed in recent times. We haven't had it played an awful lot. Only 2 times during Cluj. In terms of top teams, we've only just really cracked in towards the double digits, and it was for a while. Teams who were picking it were consistently losing it. It has changed.
Now, something we did catch was on the CT side for Eternal Fire, Jota and his inner holds.
That was against Virtus.pro, and that was in a pressure game. Right? That was to qualify them for the arena. and they were isolating him towards B. He just looked out of sorts, so the moment was getting to him. He is still young to this environment. I don't expect it to be the same in this game, especially with more reps. The fact that they picked the map, it's something that they'd be confident behind him, and they should have a better idea of the rotations.
Yeah, well, we saw it from like the Falcons POV. Every time Magisk needed a hand, we had Dexter slotting in, or we had an AWP rotating through.
He was given a lot of utility to harass as well, wasn't he? Doing a lot of HE damage while they're setting up for B executes. So Falcons not just dumping all of their nades towards team main to worry about those pushes. Here we go, underway. Second half pistol round. Util for Kixon.
Love that there's a P250 in the hands of Nico. Kevlar with it. A potent pairing. Quick about this. Just going to be surging out a pop with a couple of flashbangs. Smoke down as well. Angle to be found. And Xantares finding headshots. Woxic will as well. Okay, comfortable. Woxic now makes himself present and correct. 2 versus 4 demanded of just Kixon and Nico, and yeah, shots are being hit. A goosh on towards one on the bomb train. Madja, however, a very fast flank, and oh, not so clean. Not as clean as he would have liked.
He needs to run and live.
Oh, he had a chance onto Jota, now just Nico. No, Jota! Sharp with the conversion, Nico down, pistol is Eternal Fires.
Madja's not going to be happy they didn't get that kill, but the fact he gets away, stays alive, that's the important factor right there. Peeled away the attack towards Yard. So both pistols, no plans. And this is just peppering through Xantares to get the first, and Woxic snappy with the P2K. You see Woxic, once he gets the AWP out, he'll be starting Ivy at the start of pretty much every round. Or at least that's how it was in the past.
I'm pretty sure Woxic dropped a 40 on Train.
Oh, he has done. I think it was against Complexity, maybe?
Yes, I think that's right. I think that's right.
Because they've only played it 3 times. Won it twice, lost it once.
Enough to fill them with some confidence, though.
Enough to pick it in a quarterfinal.
I mean, Richard mentioned it on the desk. It's going to be a valuable asset to any team that starts proving that they can play it.
And teams have been quite shy, understandably so. It's risky, right? If there is one move that you're getting fooled by throughout the entirety of a map and you're unable to plug that gap, it can cost you. So here's Jota. Jiggles out, gets the information.
It is interesting he didn't have any util. Just feels like he can spray him down if they were to rush him.
I think the most important part for me is that he has head armor to go along with this M4.
Yep.
Don't want to risk it against the Glocks, understandably so. Has the support network now of Xantares.
I mean, mission for Falcons is a bomb plant.
He could waterfall out.
Still feels like Jota's about to get himself a nice couple of freebies, couple of eeks. Just like that. And Xantares gets his own. A pair of them. 4 headshots, and the Deagle is in the mix. Has he got one? I don't think so. I don't think so. Gets a bullet to the face. Avoids the nade. 3 points of health and 5 CTs up against him. Maybe Magic gets one. Yeah. $600. He'll take that. Smile on Nico's face as we get ready for the gun.
No one has just been charged down by the MP9, but having a good game. 17-8 for Nico. So his teammates are going to have to start stepping up and contributing. Any opening kills on the T side is great. Trade's going to be hugely important as well. We all see them now buy into the AKs. So bonus round for EF. You wonder, how are they going to use these MP9s? Madra and Wakadi could go aggressive pop. You might want to take them for an inside push. As long as you get up close and personal, you level the playing field. They're just going to use it like a standard gun round. Insta sandwich, nades towards middle. A little bit premature on that.
Ooh, and Ricardo actually ate the team flash there. Still gets the space.
They thrust over towards inside. They have the pop control. Eternal Fire have taken team main for the troubles. Tessus the late activation piece through Ivy. He's thrown out a lurk smoke. Kind of opens up both sides of Ivy. Needs to be considered from back a bomb, and there could be the leak potential all the way around through CT. So that'll be a conversation that EF are having right now as Kixon back towards spawn to throw out some late smokes. Looks like 3 players through Ivy as Matt just called the bluff. He's just dropped a block smoke of his own. We're down to 55 seconds, so Kixon won't be able to throw that for now. The fact that Matt just investigated, decided, hey, likely no one's lurked through this. I don't know if Falcons got what they were looking for.
Ivy didn't feature too much.
And Pop just got blocked, so it's going to be interesting timing on this outside pincer.
Yeah, okay. Smoke is in the air from Kixon. Flash from Madja just upon the fade, and he is up close and personal. Doesn't seem to have any info on the walk-up. Tess is very close now. Madja's got the angle. Swinging in. Oh, does very well. Handles business. Madja double. Wasn't ready for a third, but somehow he's still alive and kicking Dexter. A belated trade. Oh, and an important frag back. Kicks and gets one. Shut down by Wicardia. It's all good in the Eternal Fire hood, and Madja gets a firm handshake from his teammates for that one.
Yeah, great job from Madja, the in-game leader, stepping up with a massive multi-kill. Felt like he should have been good for the third, but that's a strong position even in the old train.
Can't hold angles in CS2. Well, look at Madja.
Hey, showing you can get it done with that MP9 pesky weapon. And that was the first rifle round in this second half, so just a one-round game. Blue wall starting to be put up by the CT side. Now these are scary. On train against Deegs. All it takes is a couple of one bangs. Make sure that you're not leering into angles without the utility.
Yeah, there is a Nico effect.
And there he is.
Every team he's on suddenly starts hitting a couple more Deegs, inspired by his own prowess.
Woxic's job at the start of these rounds is so boring. He just has to go up and post on Ivy, but then once they establish control, he gets to float more forward, play back of the red train. But just it's like, hey, mate, can you just go watch the place and nobody goes?
Last round, there was 3 there. Which...
Yeah, and he got a kill in this one.
Yeah.
But as far as traffic goes...
Yeah, you're right.
Not a whole lot of friction. Well, yeah, going to look to level things up with this one. Dexter will be getting his AWP out into the next. Lost bonus is there.
Oh, that shadow is crazy, isn't it? Very ready for that.
And posts up back a red train. So they're still going through the same playbook that we've seen out of EF in their previous train matches.
Oh, you can see how Madja immediately understood what that smoke meant. He falls in and he actually stays in front of it, will maintain information on Ivy, no longer flying blind. Now, he did it with an MP9. Now he's only up against unarmored Deegs. Can he hold it?
This feels harder for some reason.
It does. Why does it? A Deagle. Oh, peeking in. Incendiary forcing the fight. Kicks and does overcome Madja, but it still feels like there's nothing more to be said about this one.
You've got the backlines, sure, but you got 20 seconds. You need to die for the loss bonus.
And there's 4 CTs ready for you on the bomb tray. Kickson still gets another one.
Oh!
Okay, Dexter's hit a headshot, picks up an AWP, but with 12 seconds left, he's in 2 mines, and Tares puts him down.
Good damage. Stops the residual cash from being built up. Wicardia has a truckload, but for Madja and Woxic, yeah, now they're going to be a little bit lighter on. AWP can be tossed across. So that is substantial damage. An opportunity now for Falcons to try and break back in, but they need to get something on the board on this T-half. See how quick a lead that seems very strong can get away from you on a map like this. I don't think I've ever seen so many Falcons fans.
I've never seen so many talented artists.
It looked like paint. He could have just copy and pasted.
Nah.
You think he drew that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Dexter, this is risky. In the main smoke.
Ooh, does he dare? Woxic did just post up as well. We have potentially got an AWP head-to-head here. In the meantime, though, Magisk, oh, messy. And Xantares will punish the mess. A double kill from Xantares. Is that already the round determined?
Feels like a long time to save, doesn't it? Minute 20 left on the clock after those kills, so they couldn't breach through main. Tessus is going to have to try and make a play. This time there's conviction behind that smoke. Oh, and that was likely heard. That's really unfortunate on the timing. The nade gets thrown as Wicardia sucks up some space on the other side of the map.
Oh, that's a little bit of a punish for his walk.
Yeah, and I think they were playing ahead to deal with the save. So if somebody else oversteps the mark in the next 10 seconds, Falcons is starting to go for this, but maybe, just maybe, it will be holding onto what they have. Are they coming to give this one a look? Well, Nico's not done with this just yet. Tip of the spear. Dexter not far behind. Madja rotating over. Tessa's late activation. They're still going to give this one a look.
Yeah, Jota and Tessa simultaneously looking for answers for their teams. And Jota's calling halls clear. Woxic, great catch. Tessus pokes out main, and now maybe the decision's been made for them. With the amount of time left, and Jota can remove the AWP. Good awareness from Dexter. Not playing for the round, but playing for the save. An important save, an AWP and an AK-47. Nico and Dexter look to bring through.
Yeah, the loss bonus will be there for Tessus, Magisk, and Kixon if they want a half buy-in behind this. Oh, okay. Wants to make sure he gets that AK-47, does Mr. Xantares. Now they've taken the lead. Well, coming up next, We've got Dust too. Bit of a home map for Falcons. So they shouldn't be too down in the dumps if they do drop this one. It's been something that they're picking a lot in recent history and have a pretty good down record on it. So they might be able to draw this one out to go the distance. Tactical timeout called second by Falcons. So Zonic giving them a moment to take stock, look at the finances, decide how they're going to address the issue. No loss bonus for Dexter and Nico, but they keep their guns. Everybody else can get in with Galils and utility, and that's if they want to shove. Direct Duels 1, okay.
I mean, it's quite balanced in the head-to-head.
Zantara's having the clutch earlier on in the piece, right? You need as many T rounds as you can get, and you're not going to get a whole lot. So if you're winning them out in clutch varieties, especially the pistol as well, helps out the campaign. You're seeing the difference right now from Falcons. Yet to post anything. We're talking 5 on the trot right now for EF, showing strength on their CT side.
Nico looks like he was flirting with some aggression, but here comes a potential head-to-head. The flash is good, and the bullet in the head. Zantara's dead. Space taken. Is this where Falcons' first T round is delivered? Off the back of a charge from Nico. Good awareness from Wildcard, but there is bodies now and space being taken. Look at Kixon. Charges forward. Magisk is holding on the Magic peak. Wildcard down as well. Magisk 2. Jota with a response. And the round falls into place. It's Falcons' round unless Woxic can get everything. And he's been robbed right there. Could be good. Oh, wow. Dexter just finds cover. Repositions as well. The setup is potent. Kixon is going to be clearable. Trade available. Dexter has it on lock, so likely just going to try and retain his AWP.
Yeah, and finance is already looking a little bit wobbly for EF. Not a whole lot of residual for the likes of Maja, Wildcard, and Jota. Zantara should be able to drop one. Woxic likely the same, so they can still piece this together, sure.
I'm curious, for Zantara's being so close to main and that flash blinding him, do you have to throw a very specific flash for someone so close? Like, is it...
Well, this is the pretty standard one that you see them throwing, right? Because you're clearing the E-box line as well as the Olaf, and it's a catch-all flash for players up close, essentially.
Okay, because it was so well-timed, I wasn't certain.
But the key of this is that extinguished smoke that they've been throwing consistently in main, that the Ts have been dropping, that we saw Dexter playing before with the AWP. This is the first time they've actually used it to initiate the fight out middle. So what they're doing is they're negating that aggressive CT and Sentry with the self-extinguish. This time they've played off the top of that tempo. Really important kills from Magisk here. Beautiful work on the Galil. Oh, and the nade just...
Had it actually had a little bit more height,
yeah,
it probably would have done.
There's that smoke again. Every time. So it's liberating Nico to go for these fights.
And there's the flashes thrown out by Tessus. Ooh, they are blind for a moment, and he does slip out, but look at the damage already inflicted. Barrel bait.
Bad miss.
Walks up for it. Takes down Dexter. Nico swings through. Nice headshot. Tempted by the AWP, given his low HP, but thinks twice about it. Zantara's, however... What? Didn't even pull the trigger. Kixon faster on the reaction. 2v2 though, and it's looking good now for EF. Maja claws an important kill out of the round, and Magisk stretching his legs on the other side of the map.
This is so tough. How are you even meant to get into this?
They're already considering it.
Yeah, that's the thing. I suppose the fact that all of the options are currently open that you need to be concerned about for EF, it could be timing in Magic's favor. We can see the bomb down towards E-box. They know exactly that.
Oh, clean. He
now
is
it's a 1v1 and Magic's low.
But Maja has the AWP. Doesn't matter if he can hit this first shot. Oh, he baits it. And now Magisk. Oh! Down to Maja. He may only have 7 kills, but high impact in a lot of those.
Damn, Maja, important one to win right there. The knife's edge. Very low on HP. And you can see Falcons turning it into a brawl. They use that smoke again. They get the space. They're able to aim map their way out. EF lost track of all of the territory that the Ts had.
That's
Kills
a
just
great
going
kill.
down everywhere. Yeah, Wildcard with the double. Flash was a little bit deep. Fortunately, Maja makes up for it.
Yeah, you could feel it. You could see Magisk almost expecting himself to win a 1v2.
Still able to break EF. And happening this late within the half is huge. And Faber's aware of that. That's why he's taking this timeout. They know that only one player survived. They have that AWP. They're talking about what type of setup they're going to go for the CT side just to make sure that they can hold on to this. I understand, looking at the round timeline on our screens right now, Falcons only 1 round. But there's no residual money for the likes of EF. So if they lose this, Falcons can break through. You wipe the board. You go up against well, what is going to be a very tough buy situation. We're talking only 1,400, so it's going to be force.
Ugh.
So this one could essentially be worth 3.
Yeah, round 20.
Exactly.
Okay, okay. Well, that's the status quo. Made clear. This round determines an awful lot. Dexter, Molotov flash, it all lands at his feet. Wicardi's hearing a lot of steps. Magisk and Kixon making no secret of their occupation of the brown halls, and Wicardia starts to investigate. Partners up with Xantares, a power position for Xantares. He's good at these fights. Held by Kixon at range, just now catching a timing. Looks like he's going to edge forwards. And Kixon, the timing. Oh, he favors him. Kixon brings down Xantares. Sure, the Wicardia trade is there. 50 damage dealt.
He's got an extra smoke on the body of Xantares, so he can drop one out. Jota now searching. This is risky.
Especially with someone already pushed up.
Kind of any support. So needs to drop back and play for his life, does Jota. Magisk clearing out Ivy. Woxic might start floating over Connector. It's all going to come down to the timing. 50 seconds. See, Wicardia's got that smoke picked up from his teammate. Drops another and starts to backpedal as well. That's almost channeling them towards B.
It certainly is, and Woxic is going to have to move. Smoke lands at his door. Peeks through. Good shot. Ouch! That hurts. Dexter gets an immediate trade. He needed that. And now the bomb's getting across. A messy spray. Dexter gets away with murder. Jota holding onto his side for a moment longer. And Jota in it to win it. Don't forget what's at stake. If he could just bring down Nico, he can save EF from the 1,400 buy. Nico hits it, nails it, 10-10 locked up. Of course he does.
Messy on the rotation in, wasn't it? Woxic does well to get one. Wicardia's spray looks sketchy. It took a while for the comms to get through to Jota of where Nico was, because Nico gets a kill during all of this madness. It's a good trade. It's that one right there from Dexter, which is fantastic. Nico gets this, so they know where he is. But the penny drops a little bit late. Jota plays for the fight, not the bomb. And they're real tough spot. They would have likely spoken about what the finances were going to be if they did lose that one. And now they're left with no other choice but to force. Not a whole lot you can buy with the loss bonus where it's at. Woxic able to get into a scope rifle, sure, but the weaker of the two. Everybody else is going to be operating with just the pistols. That means util is going to be nothing. So right now, all the advantages are for Falcons.
What really fills me with confidence is Kixon and Magisk's buy.
Yeah, and this is, they're either just going to go super fast, and fortunately for them, there's only one helmet in the server on the other side. That's on Wicardia. So the fact that they can just shred through his Kevlar opponents is going to be massive.
Oh, he actually pivoted. We'll go for just the one. Mac 10 to forge a path. Sandwich smoke and pressure out main. They know they haven't got the nades to stop him, so Nico will start to investigate. That's a boost. It does connect. A scout brings Nico down, and that might humble him. Let someone else play first. Tessus starts to step up to the plate, starts to maneuver outwards. A hard clear hit onto Jota on the red train. And Woxic, another tag. He's making it a little bit more realistic. Dexter, however, has a better version, and one bullet is all he needs. Oh, Xantares, 5-7 around the smoke. Magisk is housekeeping that.
And you have nothing next round.
Do you
save? I said it's worth 3.
Yeah.
Right? So the 1,400, you go into the force. Next round, you have to take the eco. Then you're playing for overtime. So right now, if they can steal away a gun, that'd be huge.
Yeah, looks like that's the play Mag is trying to make. Dexter last seen. Towards main. Trying to contain him here. Oh, the flanker is going to be flanked.
Could get more than that.
Oh. Yeah, Kixon, this is perfect. Madger alerted to his presence. We'll have to be concerned about a lot of angles here. Oh, Nico and Dexter were available. Can't believe Dexter hits that. Quick scope.
Well, you know where the other two are. Now you just don't need to give anything over. Sure, 5-7s, but if that's really all they have to offer on a map like Train, where does that work? If you can get close pop, yeah. If you can push B or Ivy, otherwise they should be able to keep you at arm's length.
Yeah, credit to be given to Woxic's attempts with the scout. Did give them something to work with, but handled graciously by Falcons.
Very tough spot for EF now. Map choice might be working against them.
How crazy. It was looking like such a comfortable CT side, but the finances come and bite them in the backside. An important round win, a 1v1 in the end. Nico has given him a chance for 12 on a silver platter as a product of that clutch.
You can see what I mean by it being worth 3.
Yep. Oh, definitely, Chad. It's manifesting before our very eyes.
It's just such a tough spot getting your finances broke late on the CT side. So if you are going to accrue a lot of rounds, you need to be keeping as many players alive as possible to have these residual buys. And EF have just been unable to do that. Great flash, good space take. Which is denying information and space to Eternal Fire. These Falcons are spreading out across the map. Happy to give up that main control. They took brown walls. Tessa's going Ivy solo. So there are some opportunities to get picked apart, but it should be fine. Based off what we can see. This is the only real issue. It's Dexter coming back over towards main on his own with the bomb. Kix is not finding a lot until he is. Peppering of the USP, push out high ramp, so information on at least 2 players. If Dexter goes through main on his own, he can lose the bomb.
He's certainly vulnerable. Oh, and Magisk just gets shot in the side of the head. Is this really happening? Oh, Tessus, you're going to have to do a lot more than that. Nico and Dexter. Okay, great awareness from the AWPer. Shouldn't have to be the AWPer up against these pistols. It's a 2v2, Chad. Dexter has the bomb on his back. Nico reveals his position, throws out the smoke pop. Will limit Zantares. Oh my God, look at Nico's HP. The USP puts him low. Zantares can't clutch up, but Dexter, he is doing everything in his power to save Falcons. It's the AWPer with a triple kill to save them from red faces.
And we'll just bring you back to the desk conversation before getting this one underway. They have played at, well, now 3 consecutive events. Bounty, no maps for Falcons. Katowice, no maps for Falcons. Right now, in Cluj, they could be getting there first against EF. And then we're going into their map choice, Dust 2, their home turf, their new pick. We haven't seen that between these 2 teams throughout this year yet. Falcons could be setting themselves up for a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, I mean, already. Impressing. That is impressing. Woxic just taps double dink through the smoke to the face of Nico. That's
Laser beamed him.
That's a fantastic opening. Looks like Kixon is going to ask questions of Wicadia's E-Box hold. Great flash from Tessus. Sets up his pop players, so that's an equalizer.
Well, they need it as well, right? Because they took so many casualties in that last round. Loss bonus is working against them because they started to win so many. So now for Falcons, their residual cash is what we're talking about. It's what we're looking for.
A lot of pressure onto the young gun's shoulders for this hold on B.
Rotation of Wox, it can be close by. Here it comes. Madja pushing, gives so much information.
Even has an incendiary available. That could prove very useful.
Or might search out high ramp contact.
That's exactly what he's looking for. Getting out of the way would be useful, though. And there's Tessus. There's Jota! Double spray. Tessus low. He could find the triple. Walking up on him, Thomas side. Tessus, another victim of Jota and his M4A4. Destructive hold. The anchor delivers. Masks the drop. Does Jota prepared for this? It's quick. It's brutal. It's Dexter. Can he really deliver the 1 versus 2? With such low HP, it's Madja up against him. Bomb in an awkward spot to be retrieved. And is he going to go for the round-the-world maneuver? Madja walks on down. Dexter trying to get on out, but if he jumps on up, the timing is crazy! Oh, what? Pivot spots him! Madja's now aware! And it's down! Dexter shut down! Another impact round! It's Madja with 9 kills, but how many of them have translated into an EF round win?
At least 2 of them this half, right, in 1v1 situations. Had that one against Magisk, had the AWP over towards main, this time on the flank. He couldn't help Jota. Class work from Jota anchoring there. He did massive.
Beautiful.
Staying alive, multiple kills. The support network was drawing eyes. He needs to make good on that.
Oh, you know, I started to believe when I saw him go Z. Why did he second guess himself?
I don't know. Look, stage game, anything's possible. You know, if he starts hearing the crowd getting excited about the situation, he's not understanding what that info means.
Okay, hang on, wait, yeah, you're right. I was like, you're not a mind reader, but you kind of just did. Yeah, that's probably exactly what happened.
But right now, as touched upon, the finance is an issue for Falcons as we've made it to round number 24.
This game, this head-to-head, I think it does deserve overtime. And Jota passing his test with flying colors.
Yeah, beautiful work from him. Still tough for the EF buy with only 1 player staying alive in this situation as well. Nice shot, important shot from Madja in the end. Jota getting fired up, bringing some energy. So both teams with battered buys for round number 24.
Yeah, I certainly fancy the chances of EF, and AK on Zantares is a valuable asset. He can win the round on his own. with that weapon in his hands.
Yeah, big map for both Xantares and Nico. 24 for Xantares, 23 for Nico.
It's just a clash of titans, isn't it? Just two Goliaths swinging at each other.
Now a bit of a difference in the orb department. Dexter has one, but Woxic doesn't. Already seen him get some scout tag, sure. Can see this conservative from Jota just with the smoke on the jiggle, looking for any info. And there's some. Dexter,
Ooh.
massive shot, they're going in.
He's opened it up. He's cracked open the site. Dexter poised to collect. He waits for the smokes, and Xantares makes us path through. Great nade. And there's more where that came from. There's actually going to be a smoke to limit the swing.
Nico's hearing all this.
Yeah, okay, he's relaying that information. He's just got the Desert Eagle, but he's playing up close. He's playing to win this and close this in regulation. Another impact frag. Wicardia plucked from the pack. Nico slips into Z behind enemy lines, and Xantares now noted on oil.
2v5, there's no way.
Is this how train ends? Falcons on EF's pick on the quarterfinal stage. Nico's Deagle seals the deal. Xantares left alone with the clock against him. Falcons prevail on the first map. Their opponent's pick train in the bag. A golden opportunity in front of them now. Dust 2, their pick, a chance at the semis.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
Eternal Fire's flame still burning bright after an incredibly strong start to the year.
Now another is for delivered, Wicardia.
They continue to level up and show up since adding Jota, and here they want to prove to the world that a Turkish team can do more than just reach the grand final.
Woxic audible drop. Maka's considering his options, and it's Woxic that secures it. Eternal Fire, perpetual playoffs.
Welcome back. This tournament is rapidly becoming the road to redemption for multiple teams. The latest being Falcons, able to triumph on Eternal Fire's map pick. Crazy stuff. And honestly now, with Dust 2 around the corner, Falcons looking like they've got 1 foot in the semi-final. We'll talk more about that in just a moment. But what did you make of that game and kind of how they're able to overcome an opponent that they've lost to repeatedly?
This seems like a weird pick from Eternal Fire from the start, I'll say. I mean, it's one of those wild card maps where not anyone has a lot of reps on train, if we're being perfectly honest. And so I think going into it, you're kind of blind as to what Falcons is going to be capable of or not. You're sure you beat him at Katowice on this map in a one-sided fashion, but that's a pretty small sample size. And when you look at this game, I really just feel like it was the Nico show. I mean, the guy was everywhere on the CT side in the first half. he's normally an outer player, but he had a lot of rounds where he would stack inner, upper side and just, catch people off guard. Just had so much impact. And when you switch sides, he was also just the driving force of all their entries to get those key T rounds to close the game.
I feel like the flaw in Eternal Fire's game plan here on the T side mostly revolved around the fact that they were trying to play perfect trained T sides, perfect offenses, but we see what Falcons did on their offense, and they're just like, Nico, go kill. They're throwing the necessary smokes to take outside yard space, then they're just flooding everybody behind him off of his entry point, and that's really all it really took to bust open these bomb sites. We saw repeated calls from Falcons where they just wanted to do the same thing, and then the execution in the late round is just a smidgen better.
Yeah, and we definitely saw a good, solid individual performance. But honestly, for me, the surprise here in Cluj has been there have been multiple bright spots within Falcons. It hasn't been that way up until this point, but other players are now starting to add some support to what Nico was kind of doing, which was carrying in all of those maps, very often putting up big numbers and still losing. And now he's getting some help from his colleagues.
And that comes from people like Dexter, people who, I think a lot of, the jury was definitely out on Dexter for quite some time in CS2, whether or not he was actually going to pick up the form that he showed in CSGO, that star potential, but that's exactly what they got here. Yeah, we got the Nico show, but we definitely saw Dexter holding some really important lines, holding flanks at times, and the thing is that he's throwing a lot of the utility to set up his teammates, so to still have this sort of impact on top of the fact that I'm sure he had a dozen flash assists nearly as well, that kind of stuff just is so important for a team that's trying to put this kind of structure together.
What's absolutely crazy just as well about this performance is I can think off the top of my head of 3 really bad whiffs he had as well. It was like, yeah, he was able to post up this just monster performance.
Yeah, I mean, just look at some of these frags he's getting towards that ramp into the inner bomb side. I mean, that's massive, and this is ability to rotate on the defensive side with the op. And I mean, look, I think people forget that Dexter had a long period of time off from this game. I mean, he basically didn't play Counter-Strike for a year. And then even when he tried to come back, there was obvious visa issues through a lot of heroics, first half of 2024. And so he really didn't get to settle in until probably the last 4 to 6 months of 2024 with that team. And he eventually got himself up to a really high level, and he's now transitioning that over into this year as well. And I think he thrives in situations where he doesn't have to think a lot. When he's able just to kind of get some support, take a line, and hit the shot. He's very good at hitting the shots. And so if you can get him in a early round situation with support, or just let him play post plan or something like that, he can be very successful.
I think just as well to your point, I think he's at his best when he's in flow states. Like when he's not, overloaded with things coming at him from different directions. There was multiple moments there where he got several kills in a row, and it was like, look, there's one optimal option here. You have to play it, and you have to hit the shot. When he's doing that, he looks really good.
He's got fast firing speed. He's a very flashy opper. I mean, yeah, you're not going to put him in the same conversation as some of the best oppers in the world, but I think if you can continue to have performances like this on this Falcon squad, he is eventually going to put himself in the conversation as far as just raw opping.
Yeah, sure.
He's trying to enter the conversation for the top oppers in the world still. I'm not really saying that this one performance is going to vault him into the top 5 or anything like that, but it's obviously a boon to Falcons that they can rely on their op presence. In the past, I mean, Sun Pius wasn't really even that bad for them, but I would say today, between both of those players, it's just a hair where Dexter's ahead.
Yeah, that's fair. Meanwhile, over on Eternal Fire, a couple of players didn't really get going in this one, and definitely in a match this close, it's very similar to some of the other games we've seen today, where one player just being able to find, even like one extra kill in one extra round, it could have been a reverse scoreline.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I think that a lot of the reason why this game was even close is because Eternal Fire won both pistols and had good starts to both halves. I mean, they got 3 of their 4 T rounds in the first half just in those first 5 rounds played. So it really did come down to just having hot starts to stay competitive. And there were a couple of bright spots you can look at and be happy about. Joda, I thought, did a pretty good job anchoring the interbomb site. A lot of the time they were able to put together a pretty decent defense in those situations. But at the end of the day, Falcons just again played simpler Counter-Strike, forced their way into outer, let Nico lead the way, and then he had great follow-up kills from Magus and other players on the team. And speaking of Magus, people forgot about this guy. I feel like because Falcons had such a horrible last year, people forgot that Magus is still a pretty capable player. Definitely, I thought when the whole move came in and he came in for Shush, I thought that was actually a pretty damn good move. And I think a lot of people kind of slept on that, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think with Magus, obviously he's got that tenure and that experience. It's just been, Falcons has just been a weird project, man, like from start to finish. It's like like very hard to gauge where all the individual players are at, because when you start looking at like performances, it's like, oh, okay, but those stats are from this lineup, and then there was a weird period where he was secondary calling, and and that was when they took Sun Pius out, and this is with a new core, and all of a sudden there's like just a million caveats. The team just hasn't had consistency, and that has obviously led to it impacting on multiple players in this lineup.
It's been a clashing of philosophies in the past. When it was Snappy and Zonic, sure, they're both from Denmark, but that has nothing to do with actually the fact that Snappy wanted to do faster, poppier plays, whereas, you know, the success that Zonic's experienced in his career was playing perfect Counter-Strike. So this is a lineup that I wouldn't say is trying to play perfect Counter-Strike, but I feel like the Zonic conversation too, along with Magisk, is just that they're acclimating. They're recognizing that we can't just play perfect CS. We don't have the most synergistic, highest chemistry team on the planet anymore. We need to actually abuse the fact we have explosive players that don't want too many decisions to be in front of them all of the time. And that's why that simplistic T side worked out so much better than MIBR, who was trying to call this perfectly constructed round. But then look at what happens on a map like Train. When you actually try to call a perfect round, you get pushed in Pop Dog. They swing you on Ivy. They take away your extremities. And really, the bulk of the attack from Falcons that entire T-side half was just come out T-Con, come out T-Con, come out T-Con. And that's all it really needs to be in this game sometimes.
Well, and it certainly helps if you've got someone that can just do what Nico does, which, I mean, look, I think obviously he hit the ground running as you would have expected.
I mean, they have a guy that can do what Nico does, Rich. They have Xantares, but the game plan was just too, it actually kind of hindered the players instead of behooving them.
No, that's fair. That is a good point. And obviously, look, without you being reductive, I think there is an element of truth to Nico go kill. You know, you could see how Falcons were playing around what Nico was able to do, reacting to it, taking up the space that Nico was able to get. And obviously, that's kind of what G2 had been trying to do before it, with maybe arguably better players, but now you can't even necessarily guarantee that.
It's just his intuition as a player, right? I mean, you saw on the CT side the amount of different looks he was taking, different locations he was playing from. He just seemed to have such a good read of the lay of the land. And then, yeah, I mean, the thing is, when we see teams be successful on T-side Train, it's about keeping things simple. You know, it's about controlling that top side of Outer. If you can get to that top side of Red Train, you know, with Ivy smoked off and Icon smoked off, then you just, you know, get that initial space and you just start pressing the site together. I mean, that's eventually what got them the rounds that they needed to finish off the game. Nico was leading it, and then again, you got good trades from Pop. And I actually think one of the downfalls of Eternal Fire that I don't like about this T-side is the fact that they don't put Xantares in winning positions. You know, a lot of time he's doubling up inner halls on T-side with Joda, and that's just not really an effective place for him to be, in my opinion. He should be like Nico and more in team main and just leading outer hits and letting him cut loose in entry.
Look at the heat map there as well. Like, Nico just went where he wanted.
Exactly.
You know, we've talked about it on Nuke. We say he goes where he wants. He does what he wants. He's doing that on Train there as well. It was just kills all over the map, and each one, there he is. We're talking about you, brother. He knows, right? But like, he just, when he has that game and he's just getting kills all over the map, it just makes it so much easier to execute whatever game plan you need to do. We turn our attention now to Dust2.
Sure.
We were having a little bit of an argument in the green room, a friendly one, about which team is the best on Dust2. You, Dust, you think Falcons have got this all day on this map. Explain to me why.
Well, I mean, for one, they just, to me, have done well on it enough as far as the resume goes. They have a 4-1 record. They've beaten some good teams to do it. I think they had an easier transition than Eternal Fire did on this map because essentially Nico and May just plugged in 1-for-1 for the former members of this team, Nerds and Shush, as far as positions and roles that they play on the team. So they didn't really have to go through a lot as far as just getting the basics down and fundamentals. I mean, no one's reinventing the wheel on Dust2, but I think it does help whenever you're bringing in new players that you're able to just kind of plug them into, you know, old spots and not have to worry about moving too many personnel around. Meanwhile, you look defensively on this CT side for Eternal Fire, they've already gone through a lot of changes. You know, they initially started off Joda as an A anchor. Now all of a sudden he's a B anchor because their Dust2 results haven't really been that promising, and so they're trying to make adjustments to figure out exactly how to get the most out of this lineup. And so far, the resume hasn't been that great. I'll give them credit. Most of their losses are to elite teams, but they just haven't gotten any big wins that get me, you know, really kind of confident in them.
I'm just going to say the pressure's on Eternal Fire in a way that they haven't necessarily experienced before. At the Blast Bounty, they went to the grand finals. They took down a lot of the top teams in the world, but now people are catching up. That's what's scary if you're in Eternal Fire's shoes at this point. You're seeing the rest of the competition who have better players than you start to catch up to you tactically. In fact, they're outplaying you, they're out game planning you, and that's why this lineup, they might have had their best result at the start of the year. They need to show us here on Dust2 that they have a little bit more left in the tank, because at this point, this is where you decide if you're Eternal Fire in the season Are you getting lapped by the teams that have better players than you in the server because your tactics were only going to give you that little boost at the beginning, or are you going to be able to speak back tactically? Because Xantares was in the server on map number 1. Some of the other players were able to chime in individually, but now you're getting beaten comprehensively. That little boost you had, it is slipping away through your fingers.
I think the win condition for Eternal Fire to push to a third map is twofold. For one, you have to be able to contain the split pressure that Nico and Tessus can create on this map. You know, Tessus being a B tunnels guy who's not just some lurker, he's going to be poking and prodding you and pressuring you. How do you handle that? How do you contain Nico, who's just, you know, just like we saw on Train, he's going to have free reign to attack middle, attack cat, whatever he wants and feels like. And then meanwhile, on the flip side, once Eternal Fire goes in attack, use what you're strong at. They have great long A take protocols. They have really good utility for just straight up B pops. Like, play to your strengths, play those set pieces, play off your spawns, and just try to get out there. Don't make things too complicated. Don't get bogged down in the mid round. You know, go for what their strengths are, and I think that's what's going to help them out here.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think this one's over. I mean, for me personally, where the argument aspect came into, I think Eternal Fire on Dust 2, I think it's a terrifying prospect for anyone to play. In fact, if you were to say to me, Rich, like, you know, you want to watch a Dust 2 game right now, pick 2 teams, I'd say Spirit and Eternal Fire would be the 2 teams I'd like to see go
They're
at.
up there.
I think that matchup on this map would be absolutely straight fire. And I think, look, yes, we've got Nico in a flow state. We've got Degster popping off. There's definitely firepower over at Falcons right now. But I do think Eternal Fire can play this map as well as anyone in World Counter-Strike.
I'm really scared for them, Richard. Falcons have been leveling up on this map. They look like they're already in this series. They have familiarity with Eternal Fire. They've already righted the script from losing 4 maps in a row to Eternal Fire across the bounty, across Katowice. They've now tasted blood against EF, and I feel like they're going to be able to close it out here on a map that they have outlined and showed us that they can beat some of the best teams in the world on.
I absolutely agree with you, and I think individually we just need to see the stars from Eternal Fire step up, and we praised them before the series started, how consistent Xantares has been as an entry fragger, how Jota hit the ground running on this team, how Acadia has found new promise on this, but we need to see them actually bring it to the table on a map where elimination is on the line. You've beaten this team a couple times before, you know what you're capable of, but now this is where all the pressure comes to a head.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough. I just do think that, look, you have to put that, the Train Hail Mary aside, you have to put that down, forget about that. Dust 2's a much more comfortable environment. It could just be something as simple as a veto snafu.
The one thing that I would say for people to pay attention to in this game is just that the way Madger likes to game plan in general is he targets one specific part of the map as he outlines it to be just the weakest player on the opposing team. That could be Kicksan, that could be Magist, depending on form during the day. And I want to just see, can he change that? Because sometimes they dig themselves in a hole trying the same play over and over and over again. Because Dust, I agree with you. They have their B-pops, they have their long protocols, but usually they just center on one for the first 3-4 gun rounds repeatedly until they just realize, is this working? Is it not working? Is Xantares killing people with double entries? Yeah. And if he's not, then it's just that they're so deep in the hole at this point that I feel like they don't always make the mid-half adjustment they need to.
I mean, that's a fair point to make. I mean, it's one of those things where, yes, you could have the best playbook in the world, but it's about making sure you make the right calls at the right time and handling those mid-round situations. And I think that, again, it's going to be a lot about when, you know, the Falcons start off on T-side on this map. Are you able to contain the pressure that they bring to the table? Are you able to contain Dexter going for his opening picks with the op? Are you going to be able to contain Nico, who can just bring so much pressure and he just plays with intuition and can kind of sneak up on you at any given point in time? His timings are just so impeccable. It's hard to really kind of prepare against that because you don't really know where he's going to be and when. You just always know that he's going to be a threat on the map somewhere. And yeah, I mean, I think it is about diversity. You know, it's one of those things where use your full playbook. You know, don't get bogged down in the mid-round. Go ahead and go for those spawn-based plays that you feel confident in. And I think the biggest thing that I'm going to be looking at in this game is this new B defense that they're trying out. You know, Jota having to make the transition to a B anchor. That's a tough spot, so we have to see if he's going to be able to handle it.
We're going to see if they are able to handle it. We're ready to get into the game. This is Falcons looking to soar into the semi-finals. Take it away, guys.
Yes, we'll see if they can claw their way into a 2-0. Unthinkable. Eternal Fire always had the edge against Falcons. Maybe not here in Cluj-Napoca. And look where we're headed. Game plan clear from Kicksan. Lines it up. Jota, the only one that's going to be hearing this smoke land. He is just going to stay tucked. Madger to draw them in. Will they overlook this position? The nade looks good. And in combination, he fires off a warning shot. Now the penny drops, but so do the flashes. Jota removing Tessus, but Dexter, he's comfortable for the equalizer. Running over Xantares, taps head of Nico. It's Dexter again. Is he really going to keep up the form from Train?
Safe plan, not for long.
Mantles up. And excuse me! Gets it on, gets it across the line. Can Kixon come up clutch? They partner up. He'd need some clean clicks. They're going to double swing. Oh my God, it's Kixon, baby! Triple kill on the pistol.
Limited the options there in the post plant, going for the safe one behind the single box, but no issues if your in-game leaders clutching up like that. And that'll be their first pistol in the series so far, so important stuff from Kixon.
Talking about his form on train, just want to reiterate, Dexter plus 14, Nico plus 9. It's definitely an overperformance by his typical standard. If he can keep this up, this is a golden opportunity for Falcons.
Take a look, double scouts are out.
Okay.
It's a nice little tag early. Nico's going to go test the waters of long.
He's coming into Madja, and it's just Madja here. He has to concede it. MP9, knife out, retreats, concedes long. Zentaras, he is probing middle.
Yeah, he was in no man's land for a moment, trying to catch them between either taking top cat or tunnels. And Tessus is giving up all of this space. Jota's actually smoked behind him, so it's going to make it seem like they aren't playing in upper tunnels. You do have the full long control, so rotation starting to head over.
What on earth?
Yeah, like I said, the smoke behind you, you're probably not expecting the push. So Tessus with a big bit of information. Nico with an entry. Now they're going to head on in.
Yeah, really interesting smoke. They're going to throw one on site as well as the cross smoke. And now just spamming away. Zentaras' FAMAS is good for one. It's Nico. It's always Nico. Maybe even another one as he spams away, not far off. Tessus, did he just catch him? He saw Jota.
They just had another little joust, this time top mid.
Okay.
Cat and mouse game between the two of them, but round should be done.
I just want to see if Jota, does eventually go down. Tessus, he owned that one.
Got the better of him in the end. Now just has to find Madja and, doesn't have to go too far for this kill.
A window of opportunity.
Well, Madja is going to get to stay alive with the MP9. That's 2-0 out the gates for Falcons, looking for a hot start. They've played this map 7 times this year, going into the 8. They lost it once. That was to MOUZ.
They lost it once?
Yeah, and that was the other day where Kixon was getting exploited over towards long. Only got 4 kills within that map. Oh, but there he is again. So good stuff from Kixon. He's already managed to hit that goal. 4-0. And they're starting on the T side. That's a gift. EF have chosen to start on the defense. Dust highlighting the fact that we have seen their positions change. This isn't a map that has been working too well for EF. Also pointed out it's against elite level teams. They're losing it. But I feel you need to be able to mix in levels of aggression on this CT side. You can't just allow teams to go through their default procedures. And if you read the scenarios wrong and you're getting hammered by mid to Bs, you're going to be in a lot of strife. Defensive molly lands mid doors and 8 as well. And for Falcons in a round like this, keep as many players alive as you can. That just liberated by the assistance of Dexter and Kixon. Kixon with the dual Beretta. He's going to play first. Players across. Madja tracks for the first. The second tag too.
Oh my God. Madja starts it. Woxic comes to join him. Incredible poise on the dig. And you can see Nico resigns himself to a very uncomfortable round ahead.
They misunderstood the situation. I think Madja must have calmed that nobody crossed, but that wasn't the case.
Okay, well, a misjudgment could very well lead to a Town on Fire eco win. You've lost the bomb. What's your play here?
You definitely don't want to go through the long doors. Think about all the corridors you're going to have to worry about clearing. A blue bin boost, the hard left, pit, corner. They need to get in towards the site, then be able to take some long-range duels. Now, fortunately for these two, they have a lot of time to work with.
It's also their 2 best players, Tessus and Nico, on the rifles. Partner up to try and rectify a nasty unforced error. Madja with some great shots, make no mistake.
Well, if Nico knew, he definitely would have stuck alongside of Tessus to take these fights. "30 seconds. Need to start taking some duels, yeah. Unless they're just saving, but they should give it a look at least. See if you can find anything.
Golden opportunity. Whoa. And Tessus is the one worse. But wow, what a round this is from Eternal Fire.
Sam, okay, we're about to lose absolutely everything, aren't you? Just Tessus looking to hold on to this AK. He announced his presence. Jota's waltzing over to try and remove this, and this is a huge boon for EF. Couple of AKs, and there you have it. All 5 staying alive, and Madja, the man on your screen, finding impact on train.
I just loved that, like, was it like a 2-second pause where he's like tracking?
Yeah, well, that was damn
engages?
risky, wasn't it? And he's trying to bring some energy. This is one of the issues. You take a look at this team. They played in Katowice on the stage. They took on the Mongols, and I think Mongols were fortunate. They were both fortunate that was the matchup we saw.
Yeah.
Because it's 2 teams who are extremely inexperienced. We saw earlier today, MongolZ dropping to that of Astralis, and coming in was potentially the choke for EF. But because they lost, I think they probably learnt a lot from that 4A. But they need to find this energy, this conversation, oh, we're homesick. Well, you haven't been to the top of Counter-Strike for long. You're in an event that is extremely winnable. You come in as one of the top 3 alongside of FaZe and MongolZ. MongolZ eliminated. And you want to put your best foot forward. This is what you've always wanted to do. This is what you've been playing Counter-Strike your entire careers for, to be playing in arenas in front of fans to try and win the lion's share of 1.25 million. You definitely need to make sure that you're not worried about the distractions.
Something we heard from Madger in an interview was just saying he has to remind himself that his opponent is feeling the same way. You know, this is his way of kind of digesting it.
I think in this scenario, right, I understand for Falcons this is their first time as this 5 on the stage.
Yeah.
But this 5 have all played a lot of stage matches. You got Magic's 4-time major winner, right? Like Nico's been in a whole bunch of majors finals. He's been doing this for the better part of 10 years. Dexter seems to do some of his better work when the spotlight is on him within those big matches.
Meanwhile, you've got Jota, who's just hungry for more.
Exactly, and we saw that in some of their games. Think about that Nuke match against 3D Max.
Yeah.
It was him and Wildcard, the two who didn't look dejected. Every time the camera was on the likes of Zentares, he was looking fed up. Madger wasn't looking as inspired as he traditionally does. It was those two who clawed them through to this point.
And
28 seconds.
Those two, Chad, are the ones defending this bomb site right now. Timing is awful for Jota. Wildcard one and done. Dexter puts him in the dirt. Jota, can you deliver? Oh, yes, he can. Double kill, but Nico, he keeps us interested, keeps the conversation alive. It's Magisk and Nico. You want to talk about pedigree? You want to talk about experience? When it's those two partnered up for a 2v3 in the post plant.
Very winnable, both with AK-47s. Diffuse kits for this, no smokes, no mollies, just flashes. Wox is going to set them up, the AWPer, to send in Madger and Zentares.
Oh, he's in transition. He's going to spot them. Double. Oh, can't get anything done. It's only Nico that can save the Falcons for this one. Zentares pre-aim. Nice shooting. And into the AWP. Woxic shuts it down, locks it down with time to spare.
Stressful moment, but 2 on a row now for EF.
Oh, dejected Nico.
Yeah, well, they understand this is their map choice. Don't need to get too far ahead of themselves, do they? So the bomb goes down. They can invest into a couple of digs. They were very stubborn with their buy approach on Train. We saw in the early stages of that CT side, they were buying and buying and buying. I think this time they may as well let it go. But great work from Wildcard and Jota. The two of them combined doing more than they're worth. In that situation, if your B defenders can have a one-man advantage, exactly like we saw, it sets you up for the retake. They've gone for a hero AK, so still something to keep this interesting. Absolute worst case, Nico just dies.
2 AWPs peeking mid. That is a little unusual, right?
Yeah, well, this is one of the flexibilities of having Wildcard over towards the B site with Jota, right? Changing things up. You get Madger to play what is unfortunately becoming the in-game leader spot of Long. Oh, here you go, boss. Just go and sit. And this is equivalent of B on Mirage.
Yeah, well, he did win a crazy round with it already. Justified his position.
But it's important to be able to have heavier hitters over towards B to deal with mid to Bs. And if you can have a secondary AWPer as well, then right, you can play spawn-based with the likes of Woxic. How much of a dent can they make? Late Long looking to target Madger.
Yeah, Woxic's going to arrive just in time to take that powerful angle with the AWP. Can Nico give us a Magic's peek? Ooh, the bait and switch. It's Tessus that strafes out, takes the bullet for Nico.
You need to take short control of something. You can't just sit in limbo on site, and they're aware of that. 50 seconds.
This is where the AWP should be good, but again, good diligent flashes from Magisk. They are closing the gap, an opportunity perhaps to get across with this smoke. Is there something to be done? Yes, there is. It's Zentares, but only one. Dexter with the drive-by Glock kill. Hang on, hang on. Nico in now, the bomb on his back.
Double AWP retake, no thank you.
It's not the one. Oh, Jota, he's in the perfect time. Jumping as well, damage onto the plant, and Nico's got a lot to do, but somehow he's hitting shots through the smoke. It's only Wildcard. Surely the hard work is done now. He has got an opportunity, though, mantling up the boxes, easily overlooked. Oh, sound, give it away. Double swing imminent, Nico and Magis to secure it! Oh, so close! It's Nico to win it out. I really love the way they put that round together. Ow. Falcons put it off, and Jota gave it a real good go.
He almost did enough, didn't he? That double kill. Like enough to keep them in contention for it. See this again, so Dexter just palming across, takes down Zentares, extremely aggressive. Now Nico's AK into the play, Madger removed, double AWPs.
This one.
Changing away, pulling into the M4, but not able to connect the dots on the second. Nico, the hero of that one.
Yeah, no doubt.
All right, well, EF, they bite back in. Still have one AWP, two M4s, and a heavy look towards B from Dexter. He can just be smoked off. Wildcard and Jota. Oh, both had one, but they're going to walk in now.
They're not ready. They're not going to anticipate both of them. Wildcard stands and bangs, does remove Tessus and Dexter's next victim, or not? Somehow the AWP prevails.
Important from Dexter. Now they can play out this round. They don't need to continue with this commit. They can reset.
Ooh, but the line is drawn in the sand here. Apt on dust.
It doesn't have to be dry. Smoke's available to get them up.
Nico knows all too well what he's up against. You can see he's going to throw out the block smoke.
There you go. At least Woxic will be able to silently rotate over. So if it is going to be a finish through short, the AWP can play from car. You do have Madja still anchoring down towards long. Woxic's actually going to take a little bit more of a forward line. So at least returning some information. Risky move, but didn't hear too many sound cues as he transitioned. Madja needs at least a kill. 2 would be great. 2 makes this winnable.
We got 2 with the Desert Eagle. Now with the M4. His timing was pretty damn good. Kixon, however, just quick to the draw. Is that the round? Woxic's AWP is going to be here.
Playing for it.
He is playing for the round, and ooh, now it gets awkward. They are closing that gap rapidly. Woxic peeking around the flames. The incendiary just set him up for escape for the AWP, and now a second opportunity. Matt just mantles up. It's Woxic's AWP that collects.
That's a massive 2v4.
I love the geeky incendiary. Just throws it. Maybe it was just to try and block ramp, but either way, it gave Woxic just a little bit more cover to stick around on that fight.
Okay, well, Falcons, after getting the kill on Madja, you think that's going to be all theirs for the taking, but that's a bit of a fumble. Yeah, we're going to tie things back up 3-3. Important stuff. These are the 2 veterans of the squad, Woxic and Zentares, and both of them being able to contribute to keep their team in it. So back and forth we go with these rounds. No one really being able to run away at this point. So they save an AWP. And AK back in the hands of Nico. Going to be some upgrades for the rest. Neither team with the fullest of buys.
Heavy start B once more, and a 3-man long take for EF.
Nobody poking or prodding out short aggressively, so they will be able to get away with their default. Problem is, no Molotovs to work with on the T side. Can't flush them back from short, so just going to search out mid to B.
Do we get a head-to-head here? Yeah, we do. It's Zentares versus Nico, whose aim is sharper! Double out of Tessus. Sorry, double onto Tessus and Nico. It's Zentares, of course, with his 9th. And that should be enough. Dexter, sure, you've got your AWP. It's got nice that Kixon's managed to recover one of those fallen rifles, but already the odds stacked against them. They tested Zentares, and you can see they're trying to bait Madja into a nice catch. He's ahead of that smoke long doors. May catch a timing if they start trying to walk out mid to B.
You need to try and set your AWP up right now. If you get out mid to B, he can oversee. He can just post up on window, and then you can scale up.
Just like that. Ooh, but being spotted, if they dare do it again, they wouldn't. They certainly shouldn't. Jota actually, ooh, great damage inflicted, but they are in trouble. Never mind, Jota once again anchors down his sight valiantly, and the cherry on top from Woxic.
Decent attempt there from Falcons, considering they lost 2 to Zentares to start. Now a smile on the face of Wildcard. Broken the bank will have to be the eco out of Falcons now. Eternal Fire get an opportunity to extend this lead. Steady work from Zentares.
Oh, lovely second onto Tessus. I have to say, I feel like all of Jota's frags have come in pairs right now. Like every time he's got the opportunity, it tends to be 2, and you can see this is that very visible frustration on the face of Nico, despite being a map up. Early doors on Dust 2, but I mean, he knows what this means. He knows that this is going to be, what, 5-3?
Yeah, and him being the entry point right there, just looking for that kill. You'd hope he's just frustrated at himself.
Yeah. Very well placed nade, isn't it?
For EF, keep as many alive as you can. Well done from Wildcard, taking a swing into the open. Dexter down, just a few more to find. So important to establish a bit of a bank on this CT side.
I like how active they're being on, not playing too scared against these, I was going to say pistols, these Glocks. Well, the Desert Eagle.
Technically,
they are a pistol.
They are a pistol.
Yeah, all right.
The P shooter. Woxy can let them in. You can see Zentara's biggest issue for him is if he gets a little bit overzealous, if he feels that he wants to peek into a deep line. Oh, there he goes.
Hey.
That's exactly what I was talking about. Here comes Wildcard. Just needs to try and get his way up to Goose very quickly to get this. Never mind. Woxy will sort him out. Drop that back. Zentara's will get the AK-47, and we'll see. Wildcard just going to get out the A1S. Now, tactical timeout taken from Falcons. On it to get on the microphone. And important to take a look at the spawns for the T side. That's going to educate what type of options are available. Nico and Tesses could go out long. Any ideas?
I did have an idea, but I don't want to say. I don't want to say it out loud.
All right, well,
might just be a cool guy.
Yeah. Sometimes ignorant is bliss.
Yep.
Yeah, well, the timeout has concluded. Are they going to use these spawns? Are we going to get a head-on collision out long, or is it just going to be going through the paces from Falcons? All right, it's going to have to be a scout in lieu of the AWP. This is really tough for Dexter, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, but Woxy unable to track such a fast-moving target. Early protocol utility, heavy barrage, double nade. That's information perhaps for the exchange of Magisk and Madja. Had to speak that one slowly. Look at Zentara's.
There could be a flash available here as well.
Oh, and Woxic's low. Finished off by Nico. The crosshair placement sublime. Trade necessary. It's Kingston onto Zentara's, not for the first time.
But that's an AWP and the A rotating rifler, so you'd want to put pressure on A immediately.
And look at them, they are. Exactly that. Flashes go through, Tessus and Kingston go swinging, and Madja now sleeping.
Well, that came to them. That obviously wasn't the call for Falcons, but the fact that the fights came their way and they hit those shots, this one's done. Wildcard and Jota are just going to have to save.
I mean, credit where it's due. Once again, that's Dexter Impact. It was just a scout tag, but it meant Nico could just body shot to open up the account.
I did talk about Total Fire needing to throw some aggressions into their CT mix to be able to unravel the default spread, and that's what they tried to do, just couldn't stick the landing on it. And poor Madja, he knows he's under the pump in that situation, has to hit some bangers of shots with the M4 at range against the AKs.
Yeah,
not easy to do.
Not easy at all.
Well, let's see if Dexter can get in something better. Yes, he has. Grades away from the scout.
Kaboom!
1,400 loss. Woxy can go glass cannon. Jota can drop. Actually, an AWP was saved, so don't worry about that glass cannon. It's going to be strapped, actually. More than enough for them to contest against the Falcons. So buys come together.
HE to get across, that's a sign of respect.
And it's a sign that they're expecting something B or mid to be heavy. Zentara's are starting on that side of the map.
He's already out here. Nico on the warpath. Oh, and he's got the timing. Takes down the long anchor, already a threat. Woxy attending to this. Wicardia, panic, flash. Does stop Nico in his tracks. I think there's a gap. Yeah, you're right.
Poorly thrown.
Okay, they replenish. Flash, anti, good work. The bodies are reacting to this very heavily. They continue to be stubborn about this. Nico, good awareness. He's not going to be able to handle Wicardia. That's an important trade back. Zentara towards the elevator, peeking into the spam, and oh, Jota. Huge catch on the lurk. Now they're going to get boxed in. He's heading long. Woxy has the cross. It's a hard shot to hit. Very hard shot, but the southpaw sniper backs away. Tagged up. Dexter, bit of an overextension onto Zentara, as he will be punished for things like that. And Jota. Oh, he's ready for Magisk. Sure, you got the bomb down, Kickson, but a clutch. Not happening today. Crosshair in the right place. Zentara's important impact, and again, Jota in pairs.
They didn't need to play that fast because Nico got that kill for free. There he is, the fan favorite. Falcons overplayed their hand because Nico got that opener.
Right. Still feel like, even though it's so disconnected from the rest, it was that, like, just removing Tessus, knowing he's no longer a threat, no longer worming his way into B. And
well, that lurk, you expected to find something, don't you? That's why it's a huge find from Jota. Dex is going to search towards B quite quickly.
Okay, well, another test for the young guns, Wicardia and Jota. They've passed every test so far.
Even that round where they got picked with the AWP, they ended up converting that somehow.
Some way.
Well, that was the Wox against Zantara's round, so need to make this look like the default indeed. And last round, Eternal Fire, they gambled incorrectly, but they still were able to pull it off, right? They started 3B with Zantara's helping out.
Intriguing approach here. You've done a deep, long smoke. You had Woxic supporting you, and now you kind of send him on his way. You've got a secondary smoke you can throw through, given to you by your AWPer.
Taking this short control. Deep Molly lands, forces a potential AWP off the line. HE's going to be a little bit deep there from Zantara's. Nico ahead of this, he might just swing.
Yeah, I think he might. That head-to-head with Zantara's. Now, he doesn't want to go too wide. Woxic was posted.
Yeah, that's one of the problems. The Falcons are going to be a little bit more individualistic, and if you overstep the mark, you're really setting your team up for failure. Still a couple of smokes to work with. Will be the A execute. Lining up pieces of utility right now is Nico. So applying short pressure.
CT smoke. Wicardia activates, and now Dexter, is he ready for this kind of fight? Oh, he's missed his shot. Wicardia quite the opposite, puts Dexter low. Kixon can't do anything, and it's all good in the Eternal Fire hood. Lockdown, Nico drops down through the waterfall. Smoke, a second chance, but Magic's too good.
Time.
18 seconds, yeah, and Magic has got the bomb. It's lost, and Tessus can't get down the B ramp and back to site in time. This one's all EF. Just playing for the round as Woxic runs away, ensures that this round cannot go awry, picks up the bomb, but there's just no time. And Tessus at least gets away with his AK-47. 7-4, a solid CT haul. Now, I know I'm not the numbers guy, Chad, but does this indicate a likely 8-4 half?
There needs to be something special to come out of one of the Falcons individuals right now. Tessus is the only one who's likely to have a rifle in his hands. Dexter does get a Galil, sure, but that's something with Kevlar, so no head armor behind it. Taking a look, they could go out long with the spawns. There's a corner smoke in the air. They were able to get it before. They're going all in.
Yeah, and there's going to be Madger and Woxic here to receive. Woxic's AWP has to do a lot of work here. Madger's dead. Forced to retreat.
Well, now they need to make sure they don't overplay their hand like they did last time. Take the pause, but there's so much advantage for EF in terms of utility. Wicardia immediately springs into action to take the space. Jota clears out all of upper tunnels, so they have all the information. They can lock the door and throw away the key.
Oh, unless Tessus just kicks open the door once more. Okay, Woxic puts Dexter on the floor.
A second piece to this.
Wait, are they? Magic's going to assume it's clear. Ouch! How has he done that?
But that was the bomb spotted. They're trying to beat them back on rotation.
And they might actually be there, but now Kixon's throwing util, so was it fake? Was he deceiving us with the cross of the bomb? Woxic and Zantara's alone. 2 1v4s, essentially.
B-Door smoke's about to land. Woxic's about to understand this.
Okay, he can get to window in time. The AWP will be posted. Multi-kill available. Can he peek into Tessus? Bomb spotted.
Oh.
Headshot delivered.
Gotta go for this one, Zantara's.
I can't believe Falcons have made this one look comfortable. Truly comfortable, but hang on, you've got to get past Zantara's, and Kixon will. Once more, the kryptonite to Zantara's. A 7-5 half, rectified in the last stages.
Yeah, pretty spotty overall. Pistol with the conversion in there, but some good fight out of Eternal Fire. Don't want to be too frustrated with how that one unfolded. You got a minute until we get the second half underway. Focus on what comes next. You want to take this to the third. Falcons already a map to the good. They snatched away Train. A close one. And this one looks like it'll be the same. Now it's Falcons' turn to see how they are on the defense. We have Nico as the A rifler, rotating between the mid to Bs, patrolling the short, helping out the long control. Dexter as the AWPer. Kixon to be anchoring down long, and the likes of Magis and Tessus over towards the B bomb site. Faber still showing some good spirit. It's going to be important for the coach to keep them leveled.
Faber promising Zantara's top 20, and well, he was good on his promise.
Huge opener, just blind straight through the smoke there. This was an important kill, but the find from Magis, right, he had the bomb. Could have got very awkward. Jota's going to be a little bit frustrated with that one.
Yeah, no, for sure. You know, it's probably not a 50-50, maybe a 60-40 to Jota, so Magisk has done very well.
Yeah, nobody's starting long for Falcons. Very mid-centric. 2 players up short, 2 in middle. Magisk to block B, and they're out.
So what's the protocol when long is taken?
Well, they have a flash on Kixon to try and initiate a fight back, but he's the only one rotating towards the site for now. Tessus is pushing up to make sure they can't come back. It's all going to come down to the timing on this.
Okay, is he flashing for Nico? Yeah, Nico is on his way. Oh, blind and dead. Okay, Jota puts Nico to bed. Bomb planted, Tessus flank handled. Match almost just pre-firing on that fight. And Kixon, next victim of Wicardia.
Completely outmaneuvered. Now for the other 2, just hold on to the Kevlar. Just happened so quickly, didn't it? The pace of that. You can see that Falcons weren't ready for it with that rotation back over. So splitting the pistols. They can hold on to the Kevlar. It's about what this can enable. We're sure Dex is probably going to get into a scout. We've seen Nico scout before as well. Magisk could get out of Famis. He already has a smoke to work with, so that's quite nice.
It's crazy that Eternal Fire posted 7-5 while conceding the pistol in that first half. Now winning this one, I guess actually that's the Majid effect, right?
Well, they looked better overall in the gun rounds, and they also won that 2v4 situation with Zentaras and Woxic. So there was a few scenarios that I feel like Falcons fumbled. And of course that force is coming through. Magisk doesn't want to go for firepower. He's just gone for the MP9. We'll see how much they want to take this fight. You could use your spawns, push in towards the lower tunnels, really try and take away some of the space. There are long spawns available for 2 of the EF players, but they're not going to take it.
A boost and a scout collision. Ooh, Dexter. Worse for wear after that one. Smoke imminent.
It's also about how many did you see cross. So if you saw 2 cross and had 1 player go for the pick, that's info on 3, but they are into lower.
Yeah, Zentaras.
Oh,
what's that?
Mouse
Scroll wheel.
maybe?
Yeah, it's actually perfect. It's given Tessus the premonition of presence. And so Zentaras' AK empty-handed. Is there grounds for an eco dig? It certainly looks good. Can't hit it.
Needs to back off, really.
The need round to Madra in combination now with that recovered AK-47, but the MP9 of Kixon shy of the mark. It's Tessus. Oh, it's all Tessus. Triple kill in the round. High impact from the Dane. That's mad, son.
Oh, Woxic. Back over to join up with Wicardia. There is a bit of a timing in their favor right now because Falcons have had no info on what's out long.
Oh, just in time. Oh, and Woxic receives
but that's
him.
the side open.
Yes, and the bomb on the back of Woxic. They're not to know.
Oh, now Nico's really made sure there's only one way forward. Tough shot.
Hard shot. Do you really stick around against the scout? Nico does get tagged.
But look how boxed they are. The only way in is B.
And they're not even acknowledging it now, Magisk is.
He's low on HP.
Yeah, 28. If Woxic was to hit a scout shot, they'll smoke the doors. He's ahead of it and starts to spray. Oh, lovely. So comfortable on the AK. And Woxic, quite the opposite with the MAC-10. Look at his HP. Nico is loud about this, and you'll get the first of a 1v3. They are low. Maybe there's something to be said about this one, but 8 seconds. Oh, he's dead. Forced to commit, hoping they overextend double push, and yeah, it looks like just by existing, Magisk will clutch up. And Woxic, oh, he even takes him down as well. A nice AK for his troubles. 4 kills in a lost round.
Yeah, important to get away with those kills, save that AK-47, because now the CCs have to completely rebuy with the round winning bonus. I think they only had 1 player just over that 4K mark. So that's going to be a little bit troublesome for the CTs. So they're keeping them teetering right now. That's actually huge from Woxic to get all of those kills. That's the best of a bad situation. A great round from Tessus short. But right now, if you compare the buys, both of these teams are looking pretty weak going into this round.
More Woxic scout action. Another tag on the cross. Kick Magisk operating at 50 points of health. Smoke lands on long doors, control gain. Kixon tasked with holding on to that.
Well, they know that there's not going to be an AWP in the mix on Dexter, right? At most, he has a scout, just like their boy Woxic has as well. So do they want to go for a mid to B? Maybe crisscross smokes, run through them, or get the short control and go for an A execute.
How does Nico play this? Incendiary to drop. Oh, he just swapped out. Just swapped out. Somehow, he does prevail versus Antares, but bringing him down in a one and done. pretty damn good, especially when the scout is responsible for so much. Dexter's in trouble. He needs help, but bursts of the MP9. Significant damage inflicted, but now Falcons on the back foot. Just a little late piece as well. Tessus focuses his way. The smoke will fade. Good nade. The damage is there, but Magic's flank is perfect. Removes Tessus, pulls Magisk in pursuit of trying to find him. Falcons falter. Nice from Jota.
Hey, just saw the deficiencies in the buy. How many rounds do you ever see Nico with an MP9? I know he got a kill with it, sure. But really, it was just one M4 for Tessus. It was a scout for Dexter, MP9 for the others. And it's tough to really function around like that. They could have gone aggressive again like we saw them do on the Force buy of their own. But Eternal Fire winning that initial exchange and then just teaming out a bridge. If Dexter hits the shots, it slows them down, but unable to connect.
I mean, look at the amount of damage Eternal Fire managed to sustain. They've all got scraped knees, black eyes. But coming through with a 9. Oh, and they take it away from Kixon as well.
Okay, well.
I thought Dust 2 was supposed to be a safe haven for the Falcons, but Eternal Fire proving that this series, this quarterfinal, it's not going to be a freebie despite their shortcomings on train.
Interesting that it is actually going to be the T side taking the timeout. That's Eternal Fire to have the conversation. Are they expecting the Force buy again? Well, they know the loss bonus situation for Falcons, so most likely. So this is another one of those scenarios that's essentially worth 2. They force buy this, you win it, they have to eco. You're up to 11-6. You're gonna have to dig real deep if you're Falcons to pull yourself back into this one. Nuke is the third and deciding map. And that's where the reps, I think, of a team like EF, sure, Jota new this year. The rest of them together for more than a decent period of time. Should be the difference maker. But Falcons losing to MOUZ, and now they might be losing to EF on their home turf. Full on control. Door smoke lines up. A couple of HEs in. 2 counted. Information.
Door smoke, short molly.
It's all about the go signal. And where are the Falcons players when the call is made? Are they able to thrive around the smokes? Is it an execute? Is it a bit more using their weapon advantage? Or do the CTs push on in and take the fight? Well, singed toes for Kixon.
Yeah, that's good information.
This flash could be massive.
You're right. Dexter and Kixon are going to swing off of this.
Have to play ahead.
Swinging through. Magin needs help. And headshots are found. A flurry of frags from the 5-7. Jota next victim of Dexter. Does he get greedy? Is he punished? Yes, he is. It's Wicardia. Punishes on the retrieval of the scout. Dexter stuck around a moment too long. And speaking of long, Nico still resides on that side of the map. Wicardia tasked to clutch. Has he got it in him? Nico departs.
I want to try and pick up something a little bit heftier to go for this retake. Wicardia yet to plant the bomb, so giving them chance to triangulate his position. He's in the site sector clear. How does he want to use this smoke? He's being very diligent. He's making sure that nobody's up close and personal when he starts to plant, but this is giving so many seconds over to Falcons to start moving in. Now bomb goes down. Defensive smoke, or does he block?
Oh, he's going to block short as well. He's setting himself up for success. Never mind that, he isolates the duel. It's up to Magisk in a clutch. Doesn't hear him, doesn't have any info. Magisk in the open, looking to catch Wicardia as he next shows up on that ramp side. Magisk, good patience here, but he's going to have to take the fight. Wicardia can come up clutch. A flash to delay. Time sensitive for Magisk. He doesn't have the kit. A 10-second defuse on Wicardia. He's playing it to perfection. Magisk goes down. Wicardia delivers for Eternal Fire. You said that one was worth 2, Chad, and already 10 in the bank thanks to Wicardia.
Really important clutch from the young gun. Huge stuff from him to be able to convert around like that. The snapping 5-7s just coming through short and middle, causing that chaos. Wicardia getting to isolate all of those fights. And he gets to take the first one on Dexter. He has to backpedal. He's in such a miserable position short. But then the timing on that smoke, Nico plays ahead. Magisk isn't there ready to swing. Can't convert the 1v1. Now it's the eco. 11 rounds, feeling destined now for EF.
Wow, and after such a fantastic flurry from those pistols out mid, what an important round that is for Eternal Fire.
Right, they're coming through CT, they're not smoked off. They're coming through long, they're not smoked off. The fact that it's short drops the smoke, knowing that they're likely going to pick up some weapons, try and level the field. This would have to be crazy with the starter pistols.
I'm not even going to entertain it.
Silently getting across. Antares could have a farm fest.
Okay. Or he could get a bullet between the eyes.
No, not like this.
2 USP frags. It's all good though. That's not a fight that the USP is favored in versus the AWP.
Comms would have just got absolutely hectic within that moment. None of these rifles are picked back up, so Magisk and Dexter can give this one a look, of course. It's just an eco, so they will try their best. Jota is low.
Yeah, and Bogdan's Law
Oh, there's grounds for something wild. Why not?
Oh, it's actually a nice little... Oh my god, they partner up, they get the shots. They made that one threatening, and Magic, you can see it in his eyes.
They're arguing.
I said they're stacked with USPs.
They're just going to make sure that... look, they're only 2 rounds away now. They'll wipe away the shortcomings on map number 1. That's what Magic wishes he could just do. But into the guns are Falcons. Dexter has his prized possession of the AWP, but this will be quite the comeback. 5 consecutive to tie things up, 6 on the trot. They could get to 12 first. It's still possible.
Ooh, yeah, okay, Zentaris has been spotted out by Nico on his default.
Oh, nice nade.
Oh, that's a big nade.
You could just see the vigor at which Zentaris was taking that. Nico noted it too and took a bit of backspin on it. Wow, very well handled from Zentaris. Whether he meant to drop off or not, baits out the nade. Just up to bat, they're about to pop.
Yeah, doesn't have much in the way of support. It is Tessus that's just arrived in time. Who has vision? Ooh, definitely not Tessus, and definitely not Magisk. Great layering, and Jota again a pair.
Save. You're going to give him 12. You have to. You can't go for this.
What an incredible map Jota has had here.
The timing, they were just so far ahead. Yeah, 20 and 9 for Jota. The Death's disgusting. The added firepower to this team. First, it was the merging of Woskins and Tares. Then it was the find of Wakadia, who for a while there was looking just like a one-trick on Vertigo. Then get Jota coming into 2025, and they have just gone from strength to strength. That's the future generation of Turkish Counter-Strike, both delivering. We had the Wakadia clutch, and Jota just as a force to be reckoned with. Means Zentaris doesn't need to be top fragging whatsoever. Wakadia just making sure. Absolutely no chance they'll be getting in that defuse.
Taking no chances.
I probably didn't want to carry that piece of rubbish through anyway.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Making light work with Falcons Dust 2, aren't they?
Yeah, truly. So this will be their second Falcons Dust 2 loss.
Yeah, so this is the 8th played. And it'll be 2 on the trot as far as L's are concerned.
Okay. Got more tape. Teams have been studying.
And still early on within the season as well, right? So refining how you want to respond to a lot of things. By the time the major rolls around in June, that's when you hope everybody has it ironed out. Right now, the first deadline, April 7. But every event in between, especially for one like Eternal Fire, getting reps in on the stage, hugely important. Just finding comfort in an area that they've never found themselves before. Agile labeling it as a bit of a choke over there in Katowice. Well, if you're going to do this weekend in, weekend out, you're going to get a lot of reps in quite quickly. Saved guns, Famus is in, util there, but 6 consecutive needed just to take us to overtime.
Starting with an aggressive short maneuver. Yeah, boosting the orb. Okay, will Zentaris be ready for this? He has been known to jiggle it. Or swing! Swing wide. Dexter doesn't track.
He gets mid control so quick. He's looking extremely aggressive. Sure, he had the oversight of the Woxic AWP over in Suicide, but he couldn't help that short fight whatsoever.
He can help this one, though. Is Nico going to be putting up a fight? Now, nade premature. Zentaris will progress. Flash facilitates.
That's just a lot of pressure already applied, so Nico now has to use his instincts. Will it be a mid to B? Will it be a short play? Who needs the support more?
It's a good smoke from Zentaris. Flash to set up Tessus to try and take that fight, but it's all just a little bit too early.
Well, it's the buff Famus. They need to work some miracles between the two of them.
Wow, just by cutting noise and pausing, they've kind of cycled through what little remained.
And Nico's not in city spawn anymore. It's just the two of them.
Oh, Tessus is incendiary. They are going to push through this, through the flames. An important shot from Wicardia, but there's Tessus. Hitting a headshot, bomb confirms, and Taras has their rotate cut off. The support coming, but miles away. Madja secures the site, secures the plant. Nico versus Taras. He's been waiting for that one. You can hear Nico's boots stampeding towards CT. 3v2, Kixon maybe has a chance here. Oh, good awareness. Confirms the occupation of upper. Taras can finish this right now. He knows where Kixon was. His teammate can handle that. And he'll find Dexter as well. Okay, light work on Dust 2. Convincing. And it's Woxic to close it out. We will see 3 maps. Despite Train not going their way, they conduct business on Dust 2.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
The Falcons finally take flight and come together with some victories they can be proud of.
Flash and go. Good flash. Frag is there. Magis locks it in. Falcons take down Astralis in a 3-map affair.
But they were built to succeed, and just making playoffs is not even close to what is expected of them.
Nico finds exertion. Roller can't transfer it. A Nico double kill. Time. He picks it again.
When you have a player like Nico on the team, then the trophy is the only thing that matters.
Nico being set up for glory. And that is filthy. Gets both of them. Triple kill in pursuit of playoffs. The group tap for this elbow fight. Is Nico gonna ace out? He could. It could. He will. Nico ace to secure playoffs in the Falcons jersey.
Yes, welcome back. For the first time today, we've got a quarterfinal all tied up with 1 map each, and we're going to talk about what we've just seen on Dust 2 on the desk. Now, guys, I'll just get the I told you so out the way. Obviously, we have to do that. Hosts don't get many W's. You're the one spouting opinions. But I didn't think it was ever as safe as you guys thought it was, because Eternal Fire, when you've got people like Jota on this new look roster, they can just frag out, and Dust 2's a perfect map to do it. It doesn't have to be big or clever, and that's kind of what we saw. That was the tail of the tape from my primitive brain, at least.
I think the big difference for me in how the result broke down was how well Eternal Fire defended the mid-B split. This is one of the hardest things to defend in Counter-Strike, on top of like B retakes maybe on this map. And the fact that they were able to so often be able to, either have Jota just lock down the B bomb sites and anchor, which is again a new position for him, by the way. So that is massive for him to be able to do that so early on, taking on that role. But then it was either Xantares or Voxic with the op or whomever was defending the mid portion of that attack very well also. And so what get is after that first half, Falcons win the first 2 rounds because of pistol, and then they only get 3 more rounds the entire half. I mean, it was a brilliant defense for Eternal Fire.
I would say that this is kind of how the succession or the progression of meta is really defined on CS2, because in reality, at IEM Rio, there was some interview with an in-game leader where he said something along the lines of the mid to B is dead. The mid to B is dead. Like, and I think some teams actually took that way to heart. Like, for example, after that IGL said that, Liquid just stopped running mid to Bs. They thought, oh, that's a shortcut. But now, like, teams are going back to the mid to B, and we see kind of why it was dead. Like people were saying that strategy is no longer effective because of the smoke breaks, and Eternal Fire just had the protocols. They were able to break it when they needed to, shooting over the top to give yourself some sort of sightline vision. Those strategies from Falcons probably would have worked incredibly well in CSGO, but we're not playing that game.
Yeah, there's the different types of smokes you can throw in CT spawn. One of them actually bounces on top of the box and blocks any type of op peek over the top, but the one that they were throwing does not allow that to happen. So when Voxic's playing Game Helper over on the other side, he can still peek over that and help defend mid B. And again, I just have to give massive praise to Jota for being able to take on a new role on such a quick turnaround time and be able to deliver that many just shutdown rounds over at the B bomb site. I mean, look at the multi-frags he was getting when we get to those gun rounds. You know, 2 rounds in a row, he hit a double, takes a round off, gets a double, another round, and really just clamp down on that B-bomb site so effectively.
Yeah, a couple of nice, you know, eco rounds and stuff like that in there as well from Eternal Fire. And just ultimately, I think, you know, they showed why they are a strong prospect on this map. Now, obviously, look, it could have just been an off day for Falcons. You saw over on the other side of the scoreboard, there were some people that just didn't turn up on this map. But I just think Eternal Fire are just so stifling. They just get on top of you. They make their kills count. Individual players get 2-3 kills, and rounds are really over before you can execute on any game plan you might have had like this.
It's a map where you're forced to make things uncomplicated for yourself. And the criticism we had for their Train T side, it was that they were trying to do so much. And so to simplify the approach a little bit, for Dust 2 to be such a tried and tested map for them, I like the curveball pick. I like that Eternal Fire tried to flex their veto into this one. But to see them on something that is clearly more comfortable, this is the Eternal Fire we know. This is the team that has been elite so far in 2025 with the deep run at the Bounty, the deep run at Katowice, and looking to punch their ticket into the semifinals here.
What did you notice was going wrong for Falcons, Dust, on this one?
Yeah, I mean, when you, again, for one, they just on the first half were not able to make use of mid to B, which is supposed to be one of the better attacks you can go for, because what it does is it allows you to not only temper people from being able to overstack catwalk, they have to respect mid a little bit more, but then once you start getting successful mid B hits, then you can force a lot of attention at middle, and that opens up your catwalk crosses to be a little bit more effective. You're going to have a little bit less resistance. They weren't able to do that, so they just made everything harder on themselves that whole first half. And when you flip sides, again, I think it's just kind of what we were talking about before the game started. Eternal Fire are capable of just throwing these really good set pieces, whether that's to take long A control early and then go into an A exec, or a couple of B pops, which is basically how they finished the game. They had like 2 basically B executes at the end of the half.
You've got a round actually to show us like that, so keep going and talk us through.
Yeah, so this is kind of what I'm alluding to, is just not being able to defend against this. I mean, before these kills came in, the flashes are just so good. They're streaming in. They just never even had a chance in this round to do anything. I mean, these guys were blind right off the rip. The guy's having the dodge flashes in the back, so he's just a free kill. And then Mage just barrels, just getting blind repeatedly. So it's just these little set pieces that Eternal Fire are so efficient at using is what allowed them to close down the game.
Yeah, did you notice anything that was a bit different for Falcons this time? Because obviously you were confident this was going to be a 2-0.
Well, we didn't really get the Dexter effect. That's one thing that obviously is starkly different than what we got on Train there. In terms of, I'd say also Tessis. Like, Tessis for me, at the beginning of the year for Falcons, was actually their best player. There were times when this dude would just take over maps completely. He was just getting unbelievable entries on Dust 2. It's one of the reasons they have been picking this map, is because in that kind of BT side spot, he'll just dry peek into B and just nail operas in the face. Like, it was pretty disgusting to watch. But this time around, we didn't really get as much of Tessis. He was okay, but honestly, I think that when it comes to this team right now, they still are growing in a lot of ways. Whereas Eternal Fire has a more fleshed out playbook, one that they can kind of dive into different aspects, different decision trees once they actually find themselves in situations. Sometimes Falcons just have this more, I would say a shorter playbook. It's just, all in all, it's just more condensed. It's just basically relying on individuals. And today, Tessus was just not that guy.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, Jota handled Tessus over on the B side of the map. And then anytime they try to get Tessus involved, you know, either in middle or something, and try to peel him off to be, you know, kind of in an entry duel with Nico or something like that, they just weren't as effective as they normally are in Dust 2. I mean, that's only their second loss in Dust 2 this year, the other one being the MOUZ Sports earlier this tournament. And again, Eternal Fire had kind of a shaky record to kick off the year on Dust 2, to be honest, but that's a really big win again against a quality Dust 2 team and really kind of boost the morale going into this third map.
Yeah, something to think about as well, obviously. Falcons, you know, we've talked a lot about the VRS points and kind of what it all means. I do think moving forward, probably this win will end up being more important for Falcons if they are able to achieve that victory, just based on how the rankings are going to play out and getting those further invites. We've talked about it a lot today, but being in that top 10 and being able to earn more prize money, and therefore by extension in this new system, being able to be invited to more and more events and hopefully sustain that success. It's radically important for a team like Falcons, because you do not want to be playing in these regional qualifiers and potentially missing out on majors.
I want to zoom out even further than the VRS forecast here, because we obviously can see that, yes, they're going to be the 8th ranked team, but there's still a lot of the season to be played. The thing that you should be looking at if you're Falcons here at this tournament or Eternal Fire is that in some ways, you know, like, this is yours for the taking. Like, this is a, I don't really want to say that this is like a tier 1.5 tournament or whatever, but we're missing elite teams. So you need to be looking at yourself amongst this kind of field and saying to yourselves, can we be the best of this bunch? Like, maybe FaZe might be too tall of an order come the semifinals, but this is a kind of game where you're in an arena, a chance that Falcons has never had before, never in an arena, and also Eternal Fire. You haven't won in a game in an arena either. So this is about gaining confidence in this kind of situation, not just the rankings and everything like that, because there's going to be more tournaments to play. There's going to be more points to get in the future. It's about making a statement to yourselves, making sure you can prove to yourselves that you aren't just online Taurus, that you there is a LAN Taurus that's sitting in that seat right there, and showing Falcons that, yes, like, Zonic is, let's get Zonic off fraud watch. That's what they should all be telling themselves in the locker room right now.
I mean, to add context to that really quickly, I mean, you think about where these two teams were at whenever we moved into this transition, right? Eternal Fire was a team that, you know, had some potential. They had that top 8 finish at Copenhagen, losing to Na'Vi, the eventual champions of that event. They got a couple second place finishes at EPL and one of the Bet Boom events or what have you. But then they fell off drastically. That's what prompted this roster change to kind of get them back on track. Meanwhile, you look at the opposing side, Heroic had a great position already, right? They were one of the guys that had, you know, had that top 4 finish at Rio. They had a cool run at the major in Shanghai. And so it's kind of like two ships passing in the night at this point. It's like, who is actually going to carry that momentum into this year and actually kind of start challenging for a top 5 position?
Well, Nuke is going to be the decider, and we're going to find out if we're going to get a Falcons victory, whether or not they are going to deliver on that promise. I have to say, while I understand again that Eternal Fire are favorites for this, the Nico factor on this map is crazy. I watch him play this map. He just does things that no other player can do. He has a freedom that no other player seems to find out here on Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be the battle of Nico and Xantares at Yard, and it's going to be on both sides of the map. Nico obviously defending it in the first half. He'll be attacking it in the second half, and vice versa for Xantares. And so that is really going to be the key battle on the map. But to kind of allude to what you were talking about, I do think that historically, you know, this Falcon squad, this core, they weren't the best team on Nuke. You know, they were okay, but it wasn't like a big part of that map pool. Meanwhile, for Nico individually on G and for G2, they were a great Nuke team last year, and a lot of that was because, yes, Nico being effective in the Yard, but also his ability to roam the entire map, his ability to help them retake lower bomb site, his ability to break off of the normal pattern, to just play off of intuition and create big plays. I mean, that is something that should help kind of boost this team a little bit on this map.
And one of the plays of the whole tournament was that Nico clutch on Nuke as well. I believe it was a 1v3 or a 1v4 pistol. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, just talk me through Nico on this map.
I mean, he's obviously making such prescient decisions in terms of where he wants to go next. Not only is he obviously taking that fight outside, but he often becomes just one of the A-help defenders. Sometimes he's going to start in secret, but this game's going to come down to more than just Nico versus Antares. That's in some ways, it's the star-powered way to frame this matchup, but I think that it's about the supporting cast too. One guy who has been, again, so impressive for Falcons has been Tessus, but we have seen repeatedly that in big stage environments, that's where Tessus crumbles. That's where he falls off. He's been in some of those heroic lineups that were storied, that were seemingly favorites to win tournaments, but then in the big moments, that's when they crumbled, and that's why people like Yanko Nico have a hard time crowning Tessus as the best Danish player. Even though Pimp wants to give it him right now, we want to see in an arena a Tessus spray down that is actually worthy of calling him the Spray Lord.
Yeah, I mean, to speak about Tessus, think about the responsibility this guy has on this map. He's their ramp anchor. That's such an important position to know. When do I hold? When do I just go ahead and rotate and give it up? Communicate that to my teammates, make sure that we're managing that situation properly. Not only that, but he's also going to be trying to help them take ramp room on the T side. And Jota, as we just saw him anchor that B-bomb side on Dust 2, he's a fantastic ramp anchor so far this year as this Eternal Fire team has propelled themselves to a 5-0 record on Nuke. And a lot of that has been down to just how good they are defensively all across the map. So I think Tessus is actually a good shout as someone who is potentially going to have a lot of impact to help drive this team across the finish line, or is going to be someone who might harm them and allow Eternal Fire to progress through.
For me, the sleeper key on Nuke is always Woxic. I always do feel he's so important. He has a tendency to push red and play very aggressive, which is great when he gets a kill and has the discipline to drop back. Historically, he hasn't always done that. Sometimes he gives away free AWPs, never good. And so I want to see which version of him shows up.
That's why Woxic, I mean, his progression, the way he's upgraded his playstyle, he's become more disciplined. This guy looks more studious. He looks like he's in the lab a little bit more often. And you have the LAN buff because this guy's been a LANimal, and obviously Henry G, Cloud9 experience, the online version, not what we want to see today.
Well, here it is. The LANimal will be unleashed on Nuke. It's the decider in the quarterfinals. Take it away, Spongy Machine.
Okay, we got Lanimal, Spray Monster. What are we calling these guys? I tell you what, I'm calling this a third map quarterfinal PGL Cluj-Napoca. CT start for Falcons. Chad EF on the attack.
Looks directed towards lobby. Nobody outside yard searching. Molotov for Madger, smoke as well. Looking like they want to test Tessus.
And test them. He shall. Clean click, gets away on 1 HP. The Goosh just far enough away to evade the instant death.
No crazy rotation. Nobody coming over towards Hell to try and assist. He's just going to drop back in towards the site. Timing will allow him to get to clock.
Ooh, this actually kind of sets him up to, regardless of his HP, get one more.
They're just continuing the crawl. They're here quite quickly.
He's hoping
silently.
to be overlooked. Looking for answers. Next peek is all spotted. Okay, Tessus, you're in trouble now. Santares knows exactly where you are, and that results in a clean click. One back from Nico. Can he get Namadja as well? Nico! Oh, another sequence out of Nico. Nikola Kovac with a 4-man dispatch.
Nuclear on Nuke to kick things off. A big pistol round. And looking casual about it.
Cluj likes that one. They like this guy. Tessus, he gets one cleanly, and then Nico just does a whole lot more of that. After making, like, what, 4 or 5 bullets? He had 2 left as well for the finish. Reloads, comes in, gets the job done.
This was Falcons' pick against EF back at Bounty. It was a month ago. And that one was a barn burner, 19-17 in favor of the Turkish side.
Oh, hello. McCarty's been spotted. Yeah, Nico will put him down.
A moment of panic, I'm sure.
Yeah, for a second, I think the comms got a bit scary.
All right, well, that was the eco. Now we're into the guns.
Respect to EF. They made that nice, efficient eco.
Oh, okay, I see. For us, the viewers.
Yeah, for us. Entirely selfishly.
That's true.
I'm giving them respect.
Okay, thank you very much for making it quick. Well, they want to get the guns out. Damn smart. 3 AK-47s, 2 Galils. MP9s are plenty on the other side. Imagine tasked with throwing the smoke wall outside. This is all going to be smoke and mirrors. They are going to be turning their attention to top pop. Lining up U2 ready to go. Ramp push.
Kickson's SMG does remove Zantares from the equation, but Ricardia is still alive and kicking. 2 down on the crunch. Ricardia, this elevated position. Nico will test it. And Ricardia, what a sequence! His first 3 contributions, and he may not be done. There could be more. A round defined by Ricardia's prowess on the AK-47. Now put to bed and rest by Kickson, drops out away and evades the 3-man walkout squeak. Now, his dismount would have been heard, but a little flash isn't a bad idea. Swings off of it, and there is a low player in Woxic, but the setup looks potent. Do they even consider this, or will Dexter not obliged to join his leader?
Well, Kingston's committed, isn't he? And that'll be that. Dexter should just try and retain this A1S.
Dude, he's got everything as well. Smoke, incendiary, kit.
Yeah, going to back off and hold on to it. But if it turns out that these two young gems, Wildcard and Jota, are the ones who pull them through in big pressure games, that's the new element, right?
Yeah.
For both of these teams, obviously for Falcons, they're looking to take steps to vindication. This is an organization that has been under scrutiny. You picked up the Ents core, that fell flat on its face. You've got a legendary coach as Zonic, you had Dupree, you had Magis, and you had no results whatsoever. You're able to get Nico as your franchise player. That's who they wanted to get previously and were unable to grab him, and now they are looking to take steps in the right direction. It's going to be a long way to the first major of 2025, but on the stage against a team that is not experienced in this environment whatsoever, Eternal Fire have the opposite problem in the sense that, hey, they are a great unit, but under the bright lights, in front of all the fans, this is where they need to start doing the same work we see them do week in, week out within the group stage. So some saves come through. That was the bonuses. Because of the clean second round, Falcons have enough residual for the full buy. Dexter Orb, can it find an opener?
He's going to try and manufacture one with a break of the smoke, but nothing to report. And Zantares is given the green light to go solo on across the wall of smokes.
A block from Nico. We're going to have this head-to-head continuing. And throughout the first two maps, they were tied up 9 apiece.
Is that right? 9 for 9. Does seem like it's an imminent clash between the two of them. And simultaneously, Magisk is going to be tasked with blocking Squeak. Do they accelerate off that? They will. It's Jota again. Big game player, it seems. Strikes into the head of Magisk. Oh, and it's another one. Oh, Nico responds in kind. Flies up the vent to try and kick up a fuss, but it's Wildcard. First Jota, now Wildcard.
Tessa's still having a look.
Yeah, up the vents. It's supposed to be like off limits, but he'll make it work. And the bomb's still available. That smoke has facilitated this position that could be overlooked. Magic seems aware of the possibility. Dexter has his cross out. Oh, now he's spotted him. Does that pull him straight into Dexter's? Oh, he's got his eye on the scope. Tessa assumes it's covered. Dexter, oh, down to Magic. There was a bit of a miscommunication there. Had his eye to the scope. Gets walked upon, but I can't stress enough that we've seen Jota and Wildcard now with round defining. The 2 rounds next to Eternal Fire's name.
It's a 3D Max series for me. It was great to see these two on this very map have hugely impactful moments down the stretch while the vets were having a tough time.
Right.
And they were really, look, they lost their map choice to Train. They come into Dust 2, they blow them out, and those two names again are having massively impactful moments. The early stages of this can't be discounted once more. They forced Falcons onto the eco. It was great observing there, just highlighting the fact that Magic started to activate. Dexter wasn't looking towards the squeaky position. Magic gets away with bloody murder.
And this is what he was waiting for this whole time. Nice one from Woxic.
Just going through the motions, Eternal Fire, and well, Kickson puts up some light resistance. The trade is there. Tara's was still all the room in the world. Nothing's come his way, and now, finally, might get a bit of resistance. There's Nico's dig.
That Desert Eagle blaze. Iconic in its own right.
Seems like he's become a fan of the view model as well.
Yeah,
more and more of that.
It's spreading.
It's a virus.
I don't know what.
I could have something to do with Bob.
Bob? Yeah, that pesky Bob. At it again.
Still looking for damage.
And Woxic puts him down.
All right, well, they will retain the AK on Dexter.
Nico off to a flyer, isn't he? Damn, 9 and 3.
Yeah, when you get 4 on the pistol.
Yeah, good point. Well
and
made.
Then you get the full eco bash.
Okay, all right. So perhaps they might be slightly inflated.
And it's probably important that Dexter holds on to this because I think Nico wants it in exchange for the... okay. So Nico has enough money to drop an AWP to Dexter. That's likely where the exchange of, hey, you give me the AK, I'll give you the AWP. He's still going to do it anyway.
Would have
He's just
liked
into
the
it.
AK.
Exactly. So he is just going to have to function with the A1S. Only a smoke to his name, so going to be lighter on in the util department. But check out Falcons, left-hand side of your screen. Not looking strapped as far as that's concerned, so blocking's going to be a bit harder. Do they want to go aggressive for a yard control? No, doesn't look like it. Nico's been given a bit of extra nades to help block the outside crawl. Smokes are in the sky, but again, lobby-centric from EF.
Okay, Dexter, this is an aggressive AWP's dream. You've got there silently. You are potentially about to be Zentare's peaked, and you can see a little wide on that. Oh, again, just zooms in. Doing it on land, Zentares gets away from the AWP again.
That informs them to push ramp. They know that the player can't help from elbow.
Just Tessus and no support available, so one and drop is the dream. Held by Wicardia, and oh, nailed by Wicardia.
Great understanding of the situation. If the AWP's over towards Heart, it means that the support network for ramp, or at least the traditional one, is not there. So now they have the number advantage. They need to try and claw this back, Falcons.
Yeah, Magisk is making good moves forward.
So much utility for the finish still. A couple of smokes, some mollies, flashes. Magic could just call them into a winning round. Dex is going to need to combat or back aside if they team out that squeaky door.
Yeah, but asking a lot of this AWP. Safe from the flashes, kicks in support from the heaven. Okay, Dexter, this is really all hinging on that engagement. Puts Jota down in the dirt, a chance as well on the second. Zentares jumping into the scope of Dexter, hang on. With 20 seconds, this gets uncomfortable. Magic has the bomb, not anymore, he doesn't. Removed by Dexter's AWP, it's all for Dexter's first time in the feed, quad for Falcons third.
Well, they avoided him to get the entry kill towards ramp, but he didn't reposition whatsoever. It was the riflers, Nico and Magisk, heading down towards the lower site. Dexter just stayed tucked, ready, and he definitely delivered massive work from the sniper. This is perfect, just pivoting around the side boxes. That's exactly what he had to do.
Chef's kiss.
Tied things up 3-3. Opportunity going missing there for EF after that opening kill. They had a good response, sure.
A break, but blind. Orbs now noted, and actually it seems to have sent them towards an investigation of ramp. Zentares is going to try and slip on the fade of the smoke. They got blocked. On that ramp side, Zentares is stretching his legs.
So secret control established. AWP posted up towards main, now rotated ramp. Tessus down towards B, having to deal with the potential leak.
Dexter's in the right place once more. Oh, and how does he not hit Nico in the back of the head there? Good composure.
Under pressure. Close the last one, open this one.
That's asking a lot of him now. Drops, falls back, Nico, summoned. Oh, can't transfer, it's Majid, wounded. Nico got him to just 2 points of health, and I think Dexter could very well be holding this angle successfully.
There's so many bodies lower. There's such a big rotation down. Magis is so fortunate to get back up that vent. Remember, we saw Tessus go early. We saw Dexter force down. They're taking lobby control, 30 seconds.
Oh, kicks and gets crouch peeked. It's a big one back from Woxic. Plies his trade with the AK-47, but are you ready for two? Yeah, Magis, gets away with murder.
20 seconds.
Uncomfortable, but look at Heaven as well. Look at the awareness on Magisk. Knows Zentares was stretching his legs on Yard, and now Wicardia trying to get that bomb across, and he's down. 10 seconds, pressure applied. Oh, look at him go. That was high IQ counter-strike from both squads. Their time, the biggest villain for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, you could see that EF didn't have a very good understanding of the CT setup because Zentares was slow to go up ladder. They knew that Magisk was in Squeaky. The only piece they didn't know about was Tessus. They knew that Dexter was forced down towards B. And that's what really hurt. Wicardia had to play earlier than he wanted to out Hut. He was hoping to get the Heaven support that he didn't have. And Magis was able to reposition to the front side of Tetris.
Magis just heard Nico's steps. He was so locked in. Turned around, still pivots into the frag though. Hang on. Tessus, early question asked of him, and yeah, that AK is going to be playing hot potato into an unarmored Wicardia. Magic, the only one with Kev, but he's already thwarted their initial adventure.
Yeah, good work from Falcons. This should be the 5th. Won't take any casualties, really. As Woxic will get across, but it's the worst weapon for the jog. Nico has him dead to rights.
There's Madja with the AK. It has to find its way into his hands and kicks him very calm as he collects.
5 alive is huge. Got a little bit of a bank on the CT side now. 2-round gap as scoreline is 5-3. With the full purchase coming out from EF, but not before a tactical timeout. Faber wants an opportunity to get on the mic. So we've seen them get to these yard smokes. I need the law.
I think it's old, mate.
Yeah, but what was he working at a tech store or something? What was going on there?
Yeah, I think so.
I think it's old, mate.
Yeah, what have I done?
Jaxie.
I've been spending too much time with you.
Well, now what this is about is Faber probably going, hey, Xantares has been able to get across the secret in a couple of these rounds. If we would like to, we could try and send more. But knowing that, as Falcons, do you want to go for a yard control? Do you want to completely remove that option? It'd be all in. You got to tell with this opening stance. Oh, Magisk is heading there. So this is looking yard control-y.
Standard util.
Oh, they didn't thrust themselves forward.
Nade does chip away. Xantares, Jota, a bit more susceptible to the M4 of Nico. Does he? No, he does. He was considering peeking off of it. Timing favors him. Xantares down. Jota trade. Jota! Oh, gets it done. 3 HP. He actually dinged him.
Okay, necessary for Jota to claw one back.
Oh.
Nico almost got away. Oh, yeah. Back turn running away. You don't see that every day of the week.
Xantares, an 8th death as well. It's not been sunshine and rainbows for Xantares on Nuke. And look at Madja throwing it all, get from one position, setting up his boys. And tasked with holding lobby as they progress.
Kixon's the only one with the HE, and he can't really help to break this. Tesses lobs up the incendiary to slow the cross. Jota needs to be very, very careful. They've gotten across undetected, but obviously Falcons are aware this is a possibility. Will need to be some form of a sound cue, door opening, window smashed. Imagine just trying to keep things interesting on A for now. The rotation to B most likely will be Dexter. With the AWP, he can stay up at ramp. The pathing right now of EF will be very telling. They're going to go double door side.
He's not staying. He continues with his eye pressed to the scope, and they're not ready for it all up close. Jota, the sacrificial lamb, but Tessa's caught on rotation. Madja's lobby linger rewarded. Kixon stampeding around the vents. Fakes that he's going single side. Partners up with Magisk for his 2 versus 3 attempt. Wicardia scavenges the AWP, takes it ramp side. It's Woxic up and over, has a huge advantage. Just his legs poking out, Kixon down. Very well structured round.
And they did return to outside, right? Whether or not that was going to be the call based off of Nico going down with the exchange outside. But either way, the late smoke wall, the cross down secret, and success. So find out if we see more of that. It was just a bit of a slower tempo to things. Noisy about this is Madja. He is going to find Magisk. Oh, gives away his life. Now, there's plenty of money for the buy. Dexter can get an AWP. That won't be a problem. Everybody else can have rifles in their hands, and Falcons can try and bounce back into winning ways immediately. This one's looking like it could be a competitive finish to map number 3.
Yeah, it's certainly got that feeling about it, that aura.
We do have FaZe taking on Saw. That's coming up next, the final quarterfinal of the day. Astralis upsetting MongolZ. MOUZ to get a victory. That's semi-final number 1 for tomorrow. Ramp rush?
It seems that way.
This is crazy.
Tessus primed and ready. Wow, actually finds the forward man, the front Mac 10. Oh, and he controls the spray. Madja drops to his demise. Tessus doing everything within his power to slow them down, cut them out of the round. It's Tessus with 3. Nico can't close. It's Jota again. He can't seem to finish off Jota. 2 points of health. And Kixon's got his exit. Should be an easy close. Actually, a little shoulder spotted.
Okay, playing for info quite well. Now Dexter
should have
primed
this.
and ready.
Very ready.
Puts it in. Okay. Well, money seems to be the tougher task for Eternal Fire to having the residuals. Might just be a partial for the final round of play.
Love this. I can't believe he goes for the Mag 10er.
Yeah, but every stage you see, okay, takes the next, drops back, forces them into one choke point. If you want to keep coming, I'll be ready. And it's the nade that ends up taking him out. Nico a little bit unfortunate not to get the job done there and then.
Oh, there's an idea afoot, at least.
I think they're just trying to keep every round somewhat competitive, and especially when you have a player like Zentaris. So
sure.
An AK given over, but let's see if he can find some work with this. As you mentioned, struggling. 2-9 for Zentaris right now. Nico, on the other hand, 12-6.
Chilling.
Well, he's going to go for the smoke wall again, so in case you missed it the first time round.
Nico's already going to be able to call this fake.
Yeah, so full info. Support network on the way to help out Tassus.
Oh, he needs help. He's going to need it because Zentaris is coming. Zentaris short-handed. He's doing it again. Your ramp player, even actually hitting him through the wall did Dexter. Jota, a little bit of insignificant damage dealt.
It's going to be a problem, right, if it does need to be Jota and Wakadia to claw them through. Zentaris has gone missing so far.
Tough shot for Dexter to hit. He's kind of let them in and does chip away at Wakadia. Going for the no-scope. Okay, Dexter, now he's got support. He's still alive and kicking. Okay, whoa. Dexter. Finally finishes one off.
Magi says, I have the sight. Everybody's already dead, and Magis, I don't think he spotted him. It's not going to matter. All 5 staying alive, 7-4. 1 round left in this first half. 4 or 5, it's workable for EF.
The kill spread is just so tidy. 14 for Nico, and then everyone else on 8 or 7. And that's what it's all about. And a huge chunk of hundreds of thousands of monies.
Yeah, I think on this second half, right, Zentaris is going to need to step up because he's going to be tasked with being outside again. So he's going to have the head-to-head with Nico. Nico's going to play through these smoke walls into warehouse. It's going to be the one to watch, but Woxic as well. They need to get that orb activated on him ASAP. In big games, Woxic can step up when needed, when called upon, and they need him now. So a crazy call. I can't quite believe a gun round ramp rush, but that's for the Des to decide for later.
That's the kind of thing you were calling.
You don't want to, look, when you're fully naded up, it's so risky to go for a play like that. You're not even allowing your util to play out the round. You're throwing away all your advantages, and essentially they threw away their economy for the tail stages of this half.
Well, you mentioned Woxic. He is going to go try and find Nico around.
Dead.
Well, Nico's found Woxic. Hang on, Zentaris getting tested. This time he gets his revenge and now can chase down the Orpa. Or get wallbanged by the Orpa for 90 damage. Madness.
And Nico's low, Zentaris as well. It's the others that are going to have to do that hard work. It's Jota. Spots one out towards heaven, but does get away.
Imagine needs a smoke, delivery on its way.
Door blocked, but not open, so at util.
We're cool with calling this position Nico, right?
If you want.
I'm gonna. Feel like he likes to live here.
Nade clear, nothing, no sound cues either. I don't know if Wakadia is going to clear this position.
Especially if like Kixon is the one herd in main, might overlook it despite his low HP. After removing Woxic, this is what he does. He's just going to jiggle out, and Nico prevails. Kixon forced into the fight, still good for one, blind, and dead. Zentaris 10 HP after that wallbang from Dexter. Hang on a second. Dexter finishes off Zentaris. It's only Madja. And Madja could have another impactful clutch up his sleeve. Makes it a 1v1 up against Magisk. And he has a clear game plan. Plants for himself and slips out main. Magisk has the kit, but no smoke to really make it awkward for Madja. 12 bullets in the mag. Drops in. Does Magisk just... Oh, he's just holding it. Yeah, perfect. Madja clutches up. A necessary 5th to work with.
That's a risky maneuver for Magisk to go for in this type of environment as well. Just start defusing and hope. But Still a strong half, 7-5. Both teams coming into this second half with it still a possibility.
Madja has double anyone else on his team bar Wigardia. A 10 frag haul on the T side from the captain of Eternal Fire.
As far as the pistols are concerned, Eternal Fire picked up both on map number 1. That was Train. We headed over into Dust 2, the choice that was eventually a blowout, 13-6, in favor of the Turkish side. Split the pistols there. As we take a look at Nuke, well, Falcons picked up the CT pistol. That was an eco massive 4K to get the party started.
This is the one we missed, that headshot onto Woxic. A little too predictable, perhaps. He's there often.
Still found impact even after the first, and Nico just having to sit like a statue until called upon for the late activation. But Madja clutches it out regardless. Just a 2-round game as we get the second half underway. 2 pairs of dual Berettas, Wigardia and Jota gifted those. A flash for Madja, he'll play in a pivot position to try and set players up. For the attack, Falcons have a HE to blow open door. Bang, there it goes. A lurk smoke for Squeaky. Nico searching as that P250 in hand.
I don't fancy the chances of anyone that challenges this P250 on yard. Woxic might fancy it though. Low, spots him out. Couple of missed shots. Tessus an audible dismount. Kicks him will swing to try and remove Zentares. There it is, an opening kill for the Falcons pistol campaign, and Madja, a couple of shots going awry. He's being hunted by Tessus. It's Dexter that beats him to the punch. Double kill, now dual Berettas. Wigardia gets a double of his own design, but already Jota, he has got a nasty 1 versus 3 handed his way. And overlooked, Dexter does turn, spins around for the third. High impact from Dexter throughout this series. It cannot be ignored.
Yeah, massive work for him with that 4K AWP on the top side, wasn't it? And now on the pistol round, he started with the Glock, went into the USP, and closed it out with the dual Berettas. So 2 for 2 on the third map for the pistols for Falcons.
Bullet.
Some beautiful shooting. Here he is to close things down with the scavenge back Julies. Oh, force buy out of EF.
Oh my. 5 SMGs walk into ramp.
We've seen this from them once upon a time before. This was going back when Calyx was still on the roster. They would always be very good with these second rounds. Obviously, the conversation has completely changed about them, but it was moves like this. Madja and Zentares, they can pack a punch.
Yeah, there's so many bodies down here already.
Woxic's on the way as well.
This is a great call, quite a great read. But knowing or reading is only half the game. Still have to hit the shots. Zentares, first contact, Nico swings through, deleted by the SMGs. It's Dexter again.
One more.
You don't expect him, do you? At this point, you definitely don't expect him, but oh, 2 out of Woxic. Needed to be that, needed 2 out of him, maybe even more available. Magisk, does he fancy his chances or is he just trying to get the bomb away? Wigardia's got it. No, we should have him. We certainly should have him. Oh! Or not, pivots up the vent. Oh, the potency of that round is just disintegrated.
Back in the driver's seat, Woxic picked up an AK. Rotating to meet up with Jota. So he's going to head through lobby, Woxic up the ladder. Another volley lands, but they're just in time.
Oh, and Jota into the crosshairs. Good control of the spray from Magisk.
Maybe just save this now.
Surely. With a 10-second defuse ahead of you, bomb planted, he checks where it is. And he drops in, so a full commitment of Woxic. He hasn't got the time for this. He has to be on it now and holding it. It's all over. Red Rover, 9th for Falcons. Locked in and secure. Magisk plays a huge part in that. The fact he goes right under their noses, steals that bomb, and then the Wigardia exchange.
Yeah, you wonder what's going on there. Maybe poor comms in that situation. The Woxic double, at that point, the fact that they're just moving around so much, giving a way back in, it's all the timing of that vent kill. See, Zentares gets the first, then Madja goes to swing. I feel like Zentares needs to stay committed. They lined up, which made it difficult. And that one right there, Wigardia with some wobbles.
A theory is that they just had the bomb's gone. They said, we have bomb, do we have bomb? They check it, it's gone, and overreads how far he could have gotten off to.
Now they will have to take the eco. Woxic will have the AWP out early. That needs to be a difference maker in this second half, but Falcons 10 feels like a certainty at this point.
Some of the more convincing Counter-Strike we've seen out of the Falcons roster. Here in Cluj-Napoca.
Yeah, there's no doubt that this is the best roster that Falcons have been able to put together.
For sure.
It's the core of Heroic from last year, plus Nico, and then Magis just slotting right in under the watchful eye of Zonic.
Oh, there was a gap. You can see how concerned they are.
I think they're going to do AMAP smoke, so we're going to see them smoke off main, potentially a locker smoke as well. They've just crossed that line of sight, so not necessary.
Their setup is like good for this.
Yeah, Woxic's ready for...
Yep. Oh, gets it done with Zantara's help.
Nade's good.
Nade is good. Woxic down, but Madger is at spawn. Literally at spawn. Nico. Oh, slip. Oh, no! Oh,
okay,
dear.
Hold up a second. There's 2 kills for Zantaras. It's not too late for him to get activated in this.
Yeah, if he hits another one, we're on. Kicks it! Dead to Zantares with Nico's AK. Are they really pulling this one off? A triple kill from Zantares. Cardio chips in. Magiska just like a robot.
10
but
seconds.
From behind, he could transform. Oh my God! Nearly something inhuman.
Nice round from Zantares. Feels like they should have had the round prior with the MP9s. But that one's even better. And just because of the damage sustained in those rounds, Falcons, they're the ones in trouble with the purchase. Magis tries his best. He's trying to just stabilize there for the final few. So a chance now for EF to slide back into things. You can see with the money on your screen for Falcons, they're not going to be working with an awful lot. Full buy was quite the light investment for Eternal Fire. They can get this AWP out. So as they talk through the options, where have they landed? Piecing together the Galils. 3 of which currently, this is huge. Eco's going to be kicking himself after that one. Especially now if Eternal Fire win this next round, then it'll have to be Falcons on an Eco. And it'll just be a 1-round game at that point.
Bro. 10 seconds left. He got the info on him and nearly did something incredible. Okay, a different smoke wall. Throw it. Oh, it's the Falcons. It's not the Madger approach. Brain fart for a minute.
Just going to be the diagonal. Like the top main smoke, but I think Zantares is going to play over the top of it late. Just been given a HE to be able to clear this at his own will. Jump spotting, so any way that he can get some information. Nico, Dexter, Tesses. Be clear. Here comes the second one if they want it.
Oh, they pulled Jota away from heaven. The moment Nico gets across, he does more than cross. And look at the acceleration. They were quick on that. Wicardia is too, though, and he hasn't got anything to block.
It's drawn 2 players as far as the rotation is concerned, so the AWP's essentially out of play. And you'd love to have it over towards Heaven or Hell right now to patrol this, because they are activating quickly. This is great from Falcons. Really good mid-rounding.
And if they slip across, that's what Jota's checking. Okay, confirmation of their suspicions, but as the penny drops, Wicardia accelerates into Dexter. From behind, he'll strike. Nico ready for it and will compose himself to make it a 3v4. Oh, Jota's actually edged the smoke. What awareness that is. Nico, very low HP. Kixon holding Heaven on the cross, but smoked for now is Woxic. If he walks through, he's a dead man. But barrel, damage. Nico prevails. Falcons prevail. Triple out of Nico. He opens up onto Zantares. Finds 19 total.
Considering they were scrambling there, I love the fact that Wicardia immediately after Jota's information plays into this, but take a look at the man sitting next to Madger right now, dejected, gives away the opening kill. It's going to be hard for his teammates to piece that together when he was the first man to go down. They rotated heavily. Sure, it was the smoke wall, but still getting caught. The hero of the last, the first to fall in the next. And now fully strapped to Falcons. Again, in a very strong position to close this.
It's Madger that plays over them. Oh, tried to anyway. Oh! Wow. Nice little bursts out of the A1.
Needs to stay active as well. He's well aware of that. Ramp's given up.
Yeah, hang on. Jota's got P250 in a dream. Oh, the damage. Just insufficient for the conversion. Look at the health on Magisk and Tessus. Okay, so are we rushing things? No, things look to be slowing down for a minute. Wildcard an opportunity, but that sound cue gives him away. Going for the plant regardless, counting on his teammates to cover him. Just that P250 from Wildcard. It's not too much of a threat. Just side by side with him.
This would have to be huge for Maja.
Yeah, this would have to be godlike.
I'm thinking better of it now. Wildcard about to get blindsided by Tessus. The reroute. See you later. Round done. 11 for Falcons. Just looking to hold on to this M4, but the door is closed.
Is he allowed to? Is he allowed to say? He is. He earns it.
Oh, the risk to go for the AK.
Oh, dear. Well, that would have been nice into the next, but it wasn't compulsory.
Yeah, XANTARES would have loved that, and I think that's why Maja was surging forward for it. It does limit the utility, and I think this timeout right now is going to have reality sinking in for Eternal Fire. It's a great response on Dust too, their opponent's map choice after the train pick does fall against them, and agonizing for Maja.
Last pause, Faber on the mic. Coach of Eternal Fire trying to rally the troops.
That's now or never. A cliche, sure, but that's the reality of the situation. Katowice, they were not online and present against the Mongols. Coming in against Falcons, a team who are on the road to showing they should be a force to be reckoned with Counter-Strike. That's what you expect when you have an org with so much money behind it, but it just hasn't been.
Yeah, I mean, a win in the quarterfinals of a big event, it is that necessary first step to vindication for Falcons. And now just 2 rounds away. Last time out, will EF be able to kind of make a bit of a second wind into this defensive half? Tessa's taking the bomb on Silo. Yeah, thinks twice about that.
Could be an impromptu smoke wall. Stage 1, they're behind red.
He starts secret, so he will have that head-on collision he so desperately seeks. Woxic unloads his magazine. Nico even trying to catch someone swinging out ZywOo. This is exactly the fight he's waiting for. Is there a trade? Is there a multi? Is there nothing from XANTARES? Surely his frustrations will reach fever pitch as the 12th round lies in front of Falcons. A man advantage. Magisk maintains full lobby control.
It's a talking from Nico. Warehouse control taken. A fight needs to come their way, and it does.
Whoa, nice finish. Actually wallbangs him. That's an equalizer. A nice clawback from Jota.
So for the finish, Falcons are just hitting the break. 35 seconds on the clock. They need to group up for this. Looks like in through main. Wildcard behind the vent.
Yeah, Woxic's getting into a powerful position for this fight, though. You can see him there on Wildcard's POV. And controls his spray. For 1.5, Tessus is low, but Magisk has slipped out. Wildcard's the unknown entity. Good for 1, and it's Jota. And Wildcard, triple out of Jota. High impact fragging to rectify the loss of XANTARES.
Another opening death for XANTARES. Not having the easiest of time over towards Yard whatsoever.
Ooh, yeah, he's been a part of, what, 8 now?
Yeah, he's 2 and 6 in the opening duel category, and that's not what you need from what is meant to be a superstar on a map where he has so much responsibility. You play a star position, you need a star delivery. And really, since we started talking about Wildcard and Jota coming out with impact for them in these pressure games, they haven't been present. Still time to turn that around short. 30-second breather given over this time by Zonic, saying, hey, boys, let's get the job done. Let's not allow them to sneak back into this and find a surge of power. For them, 1,900 loss bonus going into the next. Does that change the purchases they've already made? Well, Still yet to see the buys coming through from Falcons, so a conversation hasn't come to its conclusion just yet. Okay, they will shove. They're going all in behind this. Tech 9, Mac 10, couple of rifles, an AK in the hands of Dexter, as well as Magis. Nico just working with the Galil. Early smoke wall yard, but it's not going to be yard at all. So they want to do a top pop on a second timing. Or is it ramp? Jota.
Ooh, yeah, they're going to ask questions of him. You can see Kixon lining up some
clear.
Throws out a HE of his own, design, significant damage, and now they throw out theirs.
Oh, good work. Oh, Jota! The one-man army right now. Tested on ramp, thrives. Wins the round with a spray. I say that with bated breath. Magisk is still healthy, but a mammoth task. And you can see the diligence. Look at Xantares' positioning, which actually, that smoke will lead to a lot of eyes. That will keep him busy.
Yeah, plenty of things to consider right now, but Wakadi has already been down on B. He's been here for some time. He's actually playing passive, so he's not committed to a duel. He's playing for information, allowing Falcons to play first. Have to make a sound cue. Either starting to plant that bomb, smashing a window, opening a door, and then the support will be on the way. So where's the safest plan considered for Magis? Window open, now the incendiary to help flush out.
That's just going to buy you enough time to plant the bomb and go down to Wicardia. Oh, Nico, no hope here. 4 members of Eternal Fire encroaching. He's exposed in the open. They buy time for the arrival of the last piece. And an 8th round secured convincingly. Jota adjusting in his chair. I mean, he was tested there.
Yeah, and this is the thing. We've had some crazy highlight moments from Jota in this event over towards ramp. It's beautiful work from him, just shutting him down. And the 2 young guns on the end, both sharing a smile between the 2 of them, getting the round over the line. The only way they could have had that better was denying the plant.
Yeah, it was cool, actually. Majid talked a little bit about Jota in an interview, just saying that having these young players, seeing them, you know, grinding, learning, seeing their hunger, it's inspiring for someone of a, you know, somewhat of a older dog, a bit long in the tooth.
He's been around for a very long time. Majid dates back to 1.6 in the French scene, flying the flag of Turkey.
Yeah, well, Turkey, definitely. I mean, for a long time, it was just Xantares, the talisman of Turkey. Now they've got a whole roster to get behind.
The AK sounds off Magis there, so maybe Eternal Fire doubting the economy. Magis, huge kill on Badger, man advantage.
What a gift that is with the only rifle.
Can Jota do it again?
Yeah, okay, they're asking questions of him twice. Jota calling for the cavalry. Jota does it again, double kill. Rifle falls into enemy hands, and Woxic, he's not going to try and give this away. It's a 3v3, so Xantares is the one tasked with the descent of the vent.
A lot of pressure on Wakadia again. There's so many options he has to worry about. Hart, Squeaky, main as well. He's going to give himself a better position, backside to tuck in. Woxic is investigating yard. Playing on a safe angle over towards the CT boxes. And Xantares, if they do come his way, he will need to deliver a multi-kill. All 3, silent reroute yard. Woxic unlikely to detect this based off of his position, so they should be able to creep down secret. For the finish, we're talking to smoke, and a couple of flashes. So Xantares, who hasn't been having the best of games, needs to focus in. So many worries. They literally have no idea where Falcons have gotten off to.
It's going to be a matter of timing and another potential collision. Xantares and Nico with 14 seconds. Oh no, Nico's missed the D, gets it done, body shots. Xantares down after, oh wait, time, Wicardia can't stop him. Bombs down, covers there, Nico provides. Woxic though, looking sharp. He knows the bomb planter's not gone far. Little does he know, they're both so close, he can get double swung. He'd have to hit a crazy transfer or isolates the duel. Dexter steps wide. Woxic the clutch, and Magis stands in his way. Falcons 12. Little bit of a relief, a little bit of a smile for Nico, but the job not done. 1 away from a semi-final.
Don't know what the comms was there. That's likely the biggest thing that plays into that. Or Zentaris just gone, oh, the timing, they're likely not coming down secret. There's no way in the world. Just the fact that he was so diligent, they had no idea. And then look at this. In the last moments, he's just stayed focused towards the windows. The new ramp was open the whole time, but a sound cue still had to be made. They still had to breach into the site. Offers up his back.
What a relief on Magisk.
Now this looks like it's it.
Woxic, however, maybe the Southpaw sniper can save them in their time of need. Maybe not, because Zentara's another opening death. Another one.
That's 7 he's conceded in this map alone.
Absent map 3. Nico quite the opposite. Walking now towards Secret. Will take that space. That horrible foreboding feeling.
And what are your options? Push in, right? You have to play for info somewhere, but if they do, we can see what's waiting on the other side. You sit back, allow Woxic's AWP to play, but that means that they can't just execute in front of him. If they get in towards the top side, it's going to be tough to battle in. Just a couple of flashes of smoke on Magic. That's all they have to defend their honor. 55 seconds left on the clock, and EF, that sinking feeling.
Pulling teeth. 4 members of Eternal Fire left. Woxic investigates the ramp side. Powerful angle for the AWP. Wildcard is just a FAMAS to his name as Nico breaks the glass, and they mask it with nades. Woxic didn't have the time to react. Now the AWP is gone. And so is the hope for Eternal Fire. PGL Cluj-Napoca. Quarterfinals is where the story ends for Eternal Fire. Falcons, their first victory in the head-to-head. A full 3-map affair. Falcons in the semi-finals. This roster, from strength to strength and from quarterfinals to semi-finals, a massive accomplishment for a rather new roster.
Yeah, the first step to vindication for the organization, but Nico trying to justify why he is donning this jersey. A massive series from him. Dexter, the other member highlighted by the desk, who had to step up, and he had his stunning moments throughout this map as well. But 13-8, the scoreline reads. Revenge, victory on Train. They lost us too, sure, but a comprehensive nuke. And that right there books them that semi-final ticket. They'll be taking on the winner of FaZe versus Saw, our final quarterfinal coming up next. But a great series, the first of the day to go 3 maps. For EF, more experience on the stage. They're getting worn down, 3rd event on the trot. 3rd playoffs on a trot, but they're going home.
Falcons have done it, and they beat Eternal Fire here on the stage. Well, I'm sure this puts a big smile on your face, but how much of a smile does this win put on your face, considering how much you already struggled against Eternal Fire this year?
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank for the support you guys have shown us today. It's been amazing. Thank you so much. And we will see you tomorrow for more action as well. But first win versus Eternal Fire. We have struggled a couple of times versus them. They are a very good team right now. They're playing very, very well. And it took us also for us to play really well in order to beat them, and I'm happy. I had confidence going into against them this time around, and I think the whole team felt the same. So happy that we could pull over this time and close it out on Nuke as well.
I have to ask you, when it comes to the veto, how it went down. Were you expecting the Train pick to come in from him?
I'm not really involved in the veto, but I think we thought it could be a 3rd map, the Train. So, because obviously they beat us last time and they maybe wanted to switch around a bit of Vito, but I also understand why they went for Train. It's pretty hard to keep beating the same team on the same map all the time. And I think they also struggled a little bit on Inferno throughout this event. So it was understandable for them to switch the strategy a little bit, but I'm happy they picked Train in the end because it's been our good map, and but we just decided that we are not gonna, we don't really want to pick it anymore because it's just cursed. So we are happy to play Train and happy how the veto turned out.
It does seem like when you pick Train for any team, you can be cursed on it. But then on your Dust 2, which has been a tried and tested one, it went quite wrong when we get into the latter parts of the game. What was missing for you guys here? Because this has been so strong for you.
Yeah, I mean, our Dust, this event has been either really good or really shit. So that's something that we need to figure out. But I think the biggest reason was probably that we wanted to close it too fast, some of the rounds. We wanted to, we get an entry and then we want to just go. And that cost us a couple of rounds, I would say. So I think we are still confident into our Dust 2. And we just need to look at what works for us the best and just make sure that we stay composed even though, we are winning or whatever, because Dust is it can ask you to react really fast. You can feel the urge to react, but it can be very hard to do it sometimes. So yeah, just need to look at it and fix some things.
And overall, you've started to play better as a team here. Things seem to be clicking right now. How good does it feel? How confident do you feel for the rest of the event?
Yeah, we definitely are starting to feel better as a team, but yeah, we beat some good teams this event, but obviously we know that the top dogs are missing, right? So we can't do much about it. We can beat the teams that are in front of us, and I'm happy that we are doing it. So hoping to get FaZe tomorrow, and yeah, I mean, we have been putting a lot of work. I have a huge confidence in this team. I think we are clicking most of the time good as a team. We can have little hiccups where, we can look a little shaken, I would say. But overall, happy with how we are playing, and I really believe that we can do some good damage with this team.
Well, I wish you the best of luck in doing so. Guys, give it up one more time for Nico and Falcons!
And there you go, lots of support in the arena for Nico. Whatever people have said about the move online, this crowd vibing with Falcons. And it's got to be said, look, I think an interesting point he brought up was he was talking about, the timing and clicking and how things are coming together at the right time, that the team has been a bit feast or famine, right? That they're either really, really good or really, really bad, as he put it. I can sympathize, but I've definitely seen the evolution of Falcons across 2025.
Totally.
They are getting better. The question now is, well, two questions. Can you sustain it, and what is the ceiling?
Oh, can you sustain it? I would say the individuals are starting to match what we have seen them do on other teams. That's exactly what we want from Falcons. Some growing pains in the beginning. Certain coaches in the past, like Blade, have talked about peaking for the major. Well, maybe Falcons are peaking for PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025, Richard.
Could be very well. Could be very possible. I mean, yeah, I think a lot of people, when they saw this roster on paper, they felt like it had potential to be a great team. It's just we weren't seeing the results as quickly as we were hoping for. But now is certainly the case that throughout the course of this event, they have definitely looked sharper. Their protocols look more polished. They look a little bit better with their spacing and timings in general. You're getting good individual performances out of the players you want to be performing for the most part. And really, when you look at this game, while the first half was pretty close, they dominated the second half. They absolutely bullied Eternal Fire when they got on the T side. And really, the stars of Eternal Fire did not show up in this game.
Yeah, we'll no doubt talk about it a little bit because we're going to continue to talk about Falcons, but let's just introduce it quickly. Where was Antares, man? Like, that is crazy to see him have a game like this.
Oh, just completely humbled. I mean, I would love to see the deaths from his perspective, actually, because Xantares, throughout this tournament, throughout the year, throughout last year, first bullet accuracy has been immaculate. I mean, he's one of the fastest time to kills of any player I see, and this time around, felt like I saw him miss a couple shots. I mean, sometimes he took a little bit longer to get those kills, and people that I put the spotlight on, like Tessus, were getting the better of him. Nico, by the end of the series, got the better of him in a lopsided affair through 2025 thus far, where Xantares was leading 19 kills to Nico's 7 in the head-to-head. This time around, it was 14-11 in Nico's favor, and so that kind of thing, I mean, Eternal Fire, they live and die by the Zan.
Yeah, it's true. Many such cases.
Especially when you play such a critical position, too. I mean, when you're talking about he's your guy who's trading openings, he's your guy defending yard, one of the biggest pieces of the map that just has so much impact once you have control of it and what you can do from it. It's definitely really tough to see him struggle. And we did have a couple of bright moments from Jota and a couple of ramp holds and a couple of other moments here and there. There was just never anything they could really put together consistently. Meanwhile, I mean, look at Nico. The dude barely had a round he didn't get a kill, and then he made up for it with like these, 3K, 4K multi-kill rounds. And again,
but it's what we highlighted.
Is crazy too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's literally what we highlighted before the game. He goes where this is one of the maps. It's a Nico map.
Yep.
He goes where he wants. He kills who he wants. He does what he wants.
He's like,
and if you allow him to do that, then he's going to win.
He's like Simple with a rifle, okay?
Yeah.
When Simple was at the apex of his powers for Na'Vi, he was just going everywhere, calling his number whenever he wanted to. This time the spread in terms of the kills looks like it's a lot more towards outside, but there's other games with Nico where he's just moving everywhere and he's always in the right spot. He's just in a constant CT flow state when it comes to Nuke.
I mean, no disrespect to any of the other Falcons players as well, but when you look at a series like that across the totality of the 3 maps, this essentially is Nico. This is what he used to do for G2. I will put the team on my back. I will get us through. I just need a couple of moments, a couple of performances here and there, and that's going to be enough. You definitely can put that pressure on me. It's another reason, by the way, I always thought the whole Choco, apart from that's a terrible nickname, and it just doesn't work. And you should have workshopped that one, Reddit, because it's garbage. But apart from that, it's not even really a reflection of reality. Like, there's more often than not, this is a player that is clutch and also capable of dragging his team through difficult series. He's done it throughout his career.
Except this time he didn't have to. I mean, his teammates showed up big time this game.
Yeah,
I mean, I wanted
for sure.
definitely want to tip my hat to MOUZ, who had a phenomenal half on the CT side, but also he's a guy who's their lobby player who just knows when to poke and prod, like knows when he can go hut. Let me take a pick at someone on the upper bomb side. Maybe he's going to poke at that ramp player, and he just kind of alleviates a little bit of the pressure when he's able to find the openings that he finds. That means you don't have to rely on Yard as much. And you saw him a couple of rounds in that second half be able to just get in a hut, get an upper pick, and then boom, the round unravels from that point. So really, even Dexter had his moments with the AWP, of course, too, rotating across the map. So it really was a team performance, although obviously Nico was the MVP of the series.
I have to ask a little bit about mentality and Eternal Fire. One of the things that I always notice when I'm listening to Magic doing interviews, obviously he's a great captain and a great IGL. He also does a lot of the media work for his team, so no wonder he's been feeling, you know, a little bit tired, which he talked about, but a bit of fatigue creeping in. But I do say one of the things he always talks about is like, oh, you know, we have a different mentality when we're on stage, and sometimes communication gets muddled, and we start arguing, and I have to like referee and stuff, and I'm like, I don't know, at like an S-tier team, like, you can't have that, can you?
Now we've seen it 3 times.
Yeah.
At Katowice, losing to the MongolZ this year, losing to Falcons. I would say that the MongolZ one's kind of a 50-50. This one, they were the favorites going into this. Like,
totally.
let's make no mistake about that. The Eternal Fire have been on a heater throughout this year. Consecutive playoffs, grand finals finish at the Blast Bounty, and for them to go out in this fashion, this is what I was saying. Like, when you're looking at Eternal Fire at that Blast Bounty, getting to the grand finals, I said, guys, be careful to get too excited, because this is because they have a very strong core. They had a direct upgrade in Jota, but if you look across the board, the firepower, the individuals of this team are weaker than a team like Falcons. And once Falcons and these other rosters that are retooling, like FaZe, like Vitality, have caught up tactically, they will lap them, and that is what we are seeing in motion now.
This felt like this should be their window, right? I mean, we've already seen them have positive trajectory to kick off the year with the second place finish at the Blast Bounty, the top 5 finish at Katowice. Like you said, Jota has been an upgrade in that position. But then you even look at this particulars of the series, they came into it, players on good form. Xanterra's having a phenomenal tournament. Wakadia, Jota, the 2 youngsters having a great tournament. It seemed like they were on the right path. And then, yeah, we could maybe take a look at that train to that was a plan that backfired. But when you look at a fact like Nuke, they came in as the favorite on Nuke. They definitely had the better resume. They definitely looked like the better team on it throughout the course of this year. But today, on that stage, just now, they did not look like the better team, not even close. I mean, again, they got bullied that entire second half. Their CD side was just unheard of. It was not there at all.
And what's the answer? I mean, you know, is it a case if they need to rework their map pool? Is it like, well, where can they go? Because, you know, I'm hearing from Madja when he does the interviews, we have to win tournaments in 2025. We're not going to get a better roster than this. You come into tournaments where it's like, hey, good news. There's no Vitality here. There's no Spirit. There's no Na'Vi.
Exactly.
Like, it's like you said, these teams, like Astralis and Falcons and now Eternal Fire, you've got to set yourself the W here. And that was a kind of amateurish fizzle at the end.
This is a tone-setting tournament, unfortunately, for Eternal Fire. You're trying to build off of the 2 tournaments you had leading through this season, and now at the precipice of a tournament where you consider them the favorites at this tournament. I had them in my top tier.
If you'd put a gun to my head, which you often do,
yes,
I would have said, no doubt in my mind, Eternal Fire would be.
Right. Right, and so now we see them when the pressure is actually on, when the lights are in their faces, and then it's just too bright for them. And I will say that if you're talking about Eternal Fire and you want to really get down to brass tacks, get into the details, get granular, I just feel like the game planning from Madrid sometimes comes across single note. You look at the gun rounds in that T side right there, and it was an okay T side in terms of results. They did like 4 A hits in the first like 5 rounds where they had significant guns. Like they didn't really test outside all too much. When they went ramp, it was kind of obvious after a while because they never took outside control. And so I just feel like they just keep going for these, like I've seen so many T sides from Eternal Fire where they do the same thing for the first 3 gun rounds. Like, mix it up. Mix up your
Maybe he picked up
default.
Snacks' playbook by mistake. Is that possible?
It's possible. It is possible.
These things can happen. I'll get some final thoughts from you, Dust. You can go with either to the victor of the spoils and put out some more praise for Falcons, or we can talk about where Eternal Fire are going to fix things.
Yeah,
the final word is yours.
I do think Eternal Fire is a little bit top-heavy in their map pool. Like, they're very reliant upon Anubis, which are never going to get against this team, and some other teams will ban it out as well. So it is going to be about trying to build the rest of their map pool out, I think. And it's also about, you know, in the case of Dust 2, for example, they had to figure out some positions and kind of change some things up and try to see what is the most optimal setup we can bring to the table with the lineup that we have now. And I think that's something we're starting to explore too. But I think for Falcons, for me, it was always just a matter of time. Like, I know what this roster is. I know what these players are capable of. I know what roles they play. It all makes sense. It's just about lining everybody up.
I always
on
believed
the same
success for
page.
Falcons was a matter of time. It was never about this roster. It was about the giant amount of money backing them so they could literally buy every player in the seed and use every iteration. But, like, if they do win tournaments with this lineup, it's going to certainly shut me up. You know?
This is the foundation now, though.
Yeah.
I think this is the foundation that you build from. I think that this is a really a blessing in disguise. Yeah, they wanted Muncie. Yeah, they wanted Jimmy. We talk about all these things, and those have been great players to have, but I think it's so hard to build a team from scratch and be successful. Like, almost every team we think of that has gone on to do great things had some kind of core, some kind of, you know, platform to build off of. And I think that the Falcons have found their platform. Now it's just about kind of, you know, working things through.
All right, well, we'll see if we can do it as the tournament continues. For now, a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have the last quarterfinal of the day. FaZe will be taking on Saw. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
I think the first real time I played CS was probably Italy.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Yeah, I played against bots running through the tunnel when you're still in T-spawn.
Yeah.
They had no chance because I killed the hostages and then I just waited for them to come.
You killed the hostages, oh yes.
Yeah, that's how I was like 10 years old or something. I can't remember 11. So yeah, that's before I got my PC where I didn't have internet to play on.
Yeah. You're just enjoying the offline mode.
Yeah.
All on your own, and you
so
feel
easy.
you feel like a god, right?
Yeah, 20 bots, no chance. It was so easy.
I mean, when I was too young and going to net cafes with the people who was like same school with me.
Nice.
It was too long time ago. I think maybe I was like 13 or 14, maybe 12. Can be even 11, but it's like a random 1.6 maps. It's like sometimes Ice World, sometimes Pool Day, sometimes like Death Run, Jailbreak, those kind of like bunch of things. It's like for kid to be like get happiness, you know. and also going to net cafes and playing against each other, like 5v5. We were doing that too.
Yeah.
With the school friends in the like same class. We were skipping school, and that's not.
Don't skip school.
Don't skip school. But yeah, that times like I played like I think for 7-8 years Counter-Strike, which is like not even professional level.
Just for
like
fun, enjoying
for
it.
fun, full amateur.
Yeah.
It's like doing something but don't know exactly what are you doing.
Okay, the first time that I played, well, I think that I really enjoyed it, but it was like I have an older brother, so he started playing and I was always close to him, watching him playing. So I was watching him and I was, okay, get out of the house, I want to play. So yeah, I think that's the first memory, watching my brother. Nice. And yeah, I really liked Counter-Strike 1.6. No, 1.5.
Oh, 1.5. Okay,
yeah,
really good, really good. Okay, old school. How old were you then when you first played?
10 years old or 10, 11. Yeah, something like that.
I cannot say that I remember it clearly, but I think that I used to play a lot of video games when I was really young. My first time playing CS was when I was 10 years old.
Oh, wow, okay.
So I was really young. My brother obviously showed me the game, like most pros, I would say.
Yep.
But basically what I remember was just that I've never enjoyed the game that much before.
Okay.
I felt really connected to the tactical side of it. It's not just a shooter game. It's like Call of Duty. I just run around, give some headshots, you know?
Yeah.
So I just remember that I was super intrigued by the utility, the grenades, and basically the whole maps and how cool they were. I remember I really liked Dust 2 a lot.
In 99.
99, wow, okay.
Yeah, I used to play these Age of Empires, Red Alert, these strategy games, and we used to come to this internet cafe. I didn't have a PC at home.
Yep.
There was back in the days with 56K modem, so if you wanted to play online, you usually had to go to an internet cafe. And then I remember we did these night gips, we called it, where you would come in at 11 p.m. and you would sit until 8 a.m. in the morning. You would pay a certain fee. And then I remember one night coming in and everyone was talking about this new mod to Half-Life that was called Counter-Strike, and I didn't want to play, but...
Oh, you didn't want to play?
No, I hated the FPS games back then. I didn't want to be antisocial, you know. All of your friends was playing Counter-Strike, and then I tried that once, but I remember not using the mouse. I was using page up to get, that was how bad I was.
Oh, wow.
Yes, and then... you know, I got hooked by it, and then we had all these clans, and I remember the internet cafe had this clan called DSOW, it stood for Doom Soldiers of War. And, you know, it was my big dream to join this team, and eventually I got to join it, and yeah, then I got my first PC, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I have some vivid memories. I started quite early because my brothers and my dad actually introduced me.
Oh, your dad as well?
Yeah.
I see, I knew your brothers, I didn't know your dad.
Also my dad, yeah. But I think there's a picture of me somewhere when I'm like 6 or 7, trying sitting there. I think what I remember is maybe the old Dust, and
standard Dust,
and Ancient as well in the CSOs,
Okay.
and having the duels. That was my favorite weapon when I was a little kid. And it actually nowadays they're super viable.
Now it's come into it.
Back in Source they weren't, but yeah, that's my earliest memory.
It's been a while ago. Actually, that was like 25 years ago, maybe. Yeah, I mean, I think it was 99 or something.
Yeah.
I've been playing a little bit because we haven't had like the stable internet connection, so we had that modem that cuts off your home phone. That was totally
when you get a phone call, dead, gone.
Different times, right? So like we had neighbors who were like an IT company back then, and my dad was like having some games from them, and he's giving them games. So they brought CS to us at some point. That was still a beta version, like 5.2, I think, when I think M4A1 had a scope back then. So it was a completely different game. But that's the first time I've tried it. Then we went over to their place to play a little bit on the proper internet, but we started playing more and more from that day. That was like 99, something like that.
Do you remember your first impressions of it, like the feeling when playing that game?
Actually, that was like the second or third game I've played with other people, because that wasn't a thing back then, right?
Player games,
yeah, so it was like I played some Unreal Tournament, and of course like Quake. It was all, you know, my dad bringing games to us, and like we've tried different things. He figured out, I mean, that's crazy, but like he connected two PCs with like a printer cable, and you could play like that with other people in Quake. So that's how we started with playing with our neighbors.
Yeah.
And then, I tried CS and I totally loved it from the start because there was a bunch of different people running on the server. You could play with, other people and like prove yourself. So I really got into it very fast.
More interactive, very social as well.
Yeah.
And competitive at the same time.
Eternal Fire did put up a fight, but this time around they weren't able to best Falcons. I've got Madra with me here to talk through this, and I want to just talk about the Veto, because obviously you played them so many times, you guys start to know each other well. Last time around when you played Train, it was so good for you guys. This time around, what kind of differences did you notice?
To be honest, not a lot of difference, but I think the prep was okay, but individually we didn't show up really well on Train. And I think it was really a close game because like some clutches in the end of the match, like if Jota wins his 1v1 on the last on City side, maybe we wouldn't Train, but it's okay. Like I think we didn't play also very well on T side. I think it was 8-4, losing the pistol. Today maybe the map, we picked Train instead of Inferno. With my coach we decided yesterday because we knew that there will add a lot of preparation on Inferno. Okay. But maybe this is the only things I can think. We did a good fight, but the only things I can think after all is maybe pick Inferno instead of Train, but it's okay, I think, because we take a decision, me and my coach, and we need to keep beyond, I think. Yeah.
Now looking at this though, right, one thing I'll say is very positive. You guys didn't break going into Dust 2. You may have lost Train, but I saw there was still high energy, there was still belief, and you looked so good on Dust 2. We come into that, you must be feeling fantastic. What was the feeling coming out of Dust 2 before Nuke started?
It was good. I think today, sometimes I say in front of crowd we are not the same, but today we are the same.
Okay, good.
Good communication, etc. I think they just play better today. Obviously, individually, we was not on the top of our form because usually we are way better individually, to be honest. But I think we lost as a team today, and I congratulate my teammates and I congratulate Falcon for the win. You can't win every day. A team need to lose. Today it's us. It sucks that it's always the first match on playoff every time. But it's like this, bro. Keep doing, accept it and keep doing.
I know you guys will always keep going. You always keep going and pushing to make yourselves better. But do you feel like you are starting to improve as a team on the stage? Are you seeing that work?
Yeah, we are improving. To be honest, I also have a lot of fix in my mind, but like example, in 4 days we go in the ESL Pro League again. Oh, wow. So yeah, and we play the play, not the main tournament. So it's gonna be long also. Yeah. So I have a lot of fix. We can't track a lot, but I think it's okay. We need to keep fighting. I think I'm proud of my teammate, like I told you. It was way better today. And hopefully one day we're going to success what our dreams is.
Are you still overall proud of what you guys shown at this event? That you can still make a playoff run?
Yeah, I'm obviously proud. Big pictures. But it was a tournament that we can win. Some people say that we can win. So yeah, it's a little deception because there was not Spirit, Vitality, G2, Navi, big names, big four. So yeah, a little deception, but Falcon is also a good team. They have a lot of good individuality. So it's not a shame to lose against them, I think. We did our best, but today it was not a good day at office, and we need to accept and learn for that.
Lastly, anything you want to say to all the Turkish fans out there and also your lovely family at home?
Yes. So first of all in English, Defne, Ceren, Aslan size çok seviyorum. I love you so much, my family. And boys in Turkey, thank you very much for your support and every role in the world. Beyler, savaşıyoruz, her gün bir savaş. Devam etmek lazım artık. Yani gelecek turnuva 4-5 gün sonra. Yani elimizden geleni yapıyoruz gerçekten ekip olarak. Yorgunuz ama o yorgunu karşı çıkmaya çalışıyoruz. Bazen olmuyor. Bugün biraz olmadı. Ama rüyalar devam ediyor. Size seviyorum. Destekleriniz için çok seviyorum. Size çok seviyorum.
Thank you very much, Madra. We'll see you at the next events. This team has been grinding hard. They've been playing so good. I wish them the best of luck going forward. Let's see how they go on in future tournaments.
Welcome back to PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. The last quarter-final of the day is about to get underway. It's between FaZe versus Saw. So I asked the panel, do you want to play a game?
Good one, Rich.
Workshopped it.
I don't even know if half the audience here has watched that one, unfortunately.
Saw?
They're pretty young nowadays, you know?
Classic.
I guess
that is a pretty popular horror film, I think.
Yeah,
Well,
it is
look-
Counter-Strike fans too, so they're a little older.
Listen, and there's a whole franchise, but anyway, if we're talking about horror shows, we can talk about what happened to Saw just before this tournament. That was what I was setting up, Maui. You're off the desk next time. That was terrible. Right, anyway. So, no, what has happened to them is the worst thing that can happen before you go to a big tournament, one that you're hoping to maybe get a few upsets in. You just get told, yeah, this roster's dead, by the way, guys, but sorry, we booked the tickets. Just go do it. And that's what's ended up happening. And by the way, I read an interview coming into this where one of the players, I think it was Roman, said, oh, no, we found out about it like pretty much just before we went. Like, as we were traveling, essentially. So I don't really know what to make of Saw. Like, the reality, guys, is they shouldn't be in the playoffs.
I mean, Saw has been a perpetual free fall for a while now. I mean, you look ever since they decided not to play our Aerodose at the RMRs, and they wound up not making the major because of it. And then obviously he was out of the team, and then Jerks eventually leaves the team as well. And they go pair up and they go play on an IP. And this team has never been able to really find the talent they needed to replace what they lost. Like Story, solid opper, but they really lost two huge big rifling pieces. Yeah. And they just haven't really been able to fully recover. But at this tournament, they have somehow defied the odds. They beat 3D Max to find themselves here on this stage in the quarterfinals, and that has to be commended.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And I'll certainly say this. It is an odds-defying story to beat 3D Max. That did not look on the cards at all. They were given complexity as well, though, you know, so it all evens out.
They're playing incredibly well to punish, Richard. Anytime a new team is coming into them and they don't have their protocols outlined, they miss a smoke, they miss a flash, I will say people like Story, people like SHR, they've played to punish fantastically well. In fact, the way that they dismantled complexity was just if there's a single gap in that smoke, Story is not the flashiest opper, he's not the craziest, but he'll find those kinds of gaps. And that's really all it takes sometimes is that you're just making less mistakes than your opponents. And I can say that Saw winning the last 3 series in the fashion that they did, that's really what jumped out at me. It just felt like they were playing a more airtight style, whereas the guys on some of those other teams, 3D Max complexity, they let the pressure get to them, and they missed a couple nades.
Yeah. And you know, look, the dead team buff is a very real thing. You know, when the pressure's off, like, what are you really playing for? Like, your next contract, I guess. I
mean, it certainly helped SHR out, and he's been playing the best Counter-Strike I've seen him play since he joined this team in this tournament. I mean, he was supposed to EU Jerks replacement. He was supposed to be that aggressive rifling star, and he really struggled to fill those shoes. But these last couple of series against 3D Max and Complexity, he has played very, very well, and Story has hit heights he never really reached last year. I mean, again, he was kind of like their third star as an opper, but now he's really, you know, done some heavy lifting at this tournament.
And the VRS forecasts tell a potentially sad story because, as you can see, Saw, if they do lose this one against FaZe, which, let's be real, that is likely, they're going to go down to 20th. There's already been some chatter online that if they don't do well here in Cluj, that there could be a chance maybe Saw decide to temporarily shutter, maybe don't have a team. We're going to wait and see. It would be a loss because I think, you know, I've always had a lot of respect and time for the Portuguese scene, obviously coming from a Source background. Historically, they had some good rosters back in the day. So, and I used to love the, you know, the excl LAN parties and stuff they had out there. So I'm hoping that we can see a resurgence of Saw. It's just, it's not going to be
they can't be upset. They've already by far exceeded expectations just by making these playoffs in my books, and they don't lose any ranking. Like, even if they lose this game, they remain in the same spot. That's pretty good considering your team is technically dead and you're having to build a whole new roster after this event anyway.
Well,
but a tall order, Maui.
Of course, and we're going to see what they're able to accomplish here because, I mean, actually, Muterus talked about it, that the next iteration of this lineup is just going to be international. Like, they can't keep digging into the Portuguese scene, which I find to be a bit of a surprise, completely honest, because SHR, one of the guys that's likely to be leaving this roster, like, he's been really good. So I'm not sure if there's a little bit of buyer's or seller's remorse that is for their upcoming team and what they're going to be working with next. I guess we just have to see the pieces. Like, it's hard to make the claim that this is better or worse without seeing or knowing what's coming next.
Well, we move on to FaZe, their opponents, and overall favorites for the tournament. It's been a bit of a mixed bag since the Leeds joined, the majority of it good. There have been 1 or 2 weaknesses that we've seen, particularly Nuke, which we're going to see if that comes out in the veto a little bit later. What's the Maui grading so far for the new look FaZe with Alicia?
Well, it's actually not been that great. This is the one tournament where they're finally showing up at the Blast Bounty. They didn't actually even make it out of the online portion of that event. They lost to Pain in an online elimination match. And of course, at Katowice, they were unable to actually make the playoffs as well. So finally, we're seeing FaZe Clan in an arena. This is what everybody came to see. That's why we have the fans in the building right now. They came for FaZe Clan, and they're finally making it work. Elige is working so well with the team this time around. First couple tournaments, there were growing pains between people like Rain, Kerrigan, a lot of spot switching, and now it feels like finally Kerrigan's starting to put the pieces together.
I mean, and even with those growing pains, they still beat G2 and took a map off of Vitality, and they had a pretty tight series against Eternal Fire on that Nuke game that went into multiple overtimes that knocked them out of Katowice. So even at their weakest, which is why I would argue they were at the time, they were still pretty competitive. But now they have been able to have more time to gel, you know, move things around, and let's be honest, they beat some pretty good teams to get here. I mean, yeah, Saul, I guess, was like an easy first opponent, which is going to be a rematch we're going to see here on the stage, but they had to play Eternal Fire and MOUZ Sports to get to this quarterfinals, and they played really well in those series. So tip your hat to them. They've been on a positive trajectory for sure.
For me, the real story in FaZe, though, is how Frozen has found form again. Look, there's going to be a lot of attention on Elige. It's a big signing. When Rops was announced to be leaving, I'm sure FaZe fans were really despondent. And getting Elige, that alleviates some of that. But what you've gained since Rops has left is ultimately the return of Frozen, who was, by the way, really, really good at the start of last year. People seem to forget it wasn't all bad, but he got a lot of flack for what happened in Shanghai. A lot of people were blaming him, and that hasn't been fair. It's been a bit of a crucible for him to overcome, but now he's back and looking as good as ever.
I actually think Frozen's in a great position right now on this team with the makeup that they have on their roster, because look, he didn't really have to change too much about the positions he played. I think the only map they changed his spots were Nuke, where he took over lobby and ramp on the TNT side, but every other map he gets to play basically where he played before. I think the other thing that really helps him is like now not only do you have Kerrigan and Rain as aggressive riflers that you can kind of trade frag behind, well, now you got Elige too. You know, he'll buddy up with Elige sometimes and just trade frag behind him. And so you've taken Frozen, and he used to kind of be their more active extremity player, with Rops being the more passive one. And now it's kind of shifted because now they have Rain playing a lot of extremities, who is a natural born entry fragger. So I think it's just given Frozen even more room, in my opinion, to be able to tuck into that mid to late round position and not have to be relied upon the crate in the openings.
It's early days here, but Elige and Frozen are really showing right now that they might be one of the best rifle duos in the scene, okay? Elige, like Dust said, is going to be taking that space, but Frozen's spacing on trading, the consistency he has with trading, the fact that he's incredibly clutch on top of that, I would argue he's actually more clutch than Rops. I would argue he's more clutch than many of the riflers that we have at this tournament. He probably is. In fact, if I just had to kind of make a general statement, he is the most clutch rifler here.
Perhaps.
Yeah, he is the most clutch rifler here. So when he has a guy, or he has three guys, as a matter of fact, that are willing to take space, take openings, now if you see a late round with him and Brokey, it's lights out. It's been lights out for everybody against them at this one.
Yeah, and look, talking about Brokey as well, I mean, that's where the question marks go to now on FaZe. People are excited about Elige and what that might look like when they finally get the map pool hashed out. Frozen's back. You've got Kerrigan, the GOAT IGL, everyone loves him. Rain is Mr. FaZe. So naturally, when results don't go your way, someone's got to carry the can. A lot of the time, it does seem to be Brokey. How do we feel about that narrative?
I think that's a fair point to make. He certainly had his moments last year where he really did seem to suffer, but let's not forget, Rops kind of took the spotlight because of how incredibly he played in Shanghai to help FaZe make their way to the grand finals. But I think people do sometimes forget that Brokey also played fantastic throughout, you know, a lot of those last couple of series they played in the playoffs, and actually gave them a chance to really push that grand final even further against Spirit. And I think so far coming into this year, at least at this event, and even some of the times at Cato, he actually has looked pretty solid. You know, again, I think a little bit of pressure gets taken off of him when he has an extra aggressor on the team like Elige.
I mean, Brokey's the most hot and cold player ever.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, you get you know, lights out Brokey doing things that only Prime Simple was able to do, and then you have the other version of Brokey, and I've seen this guy take more shots on Nuke's vent ladder than any other player in Tier 1 CS. It's like, come on, relax, dude. Like, you need to sometimes set yourselves up for a good fight, because sometimes the mechanics get him into trouble. He's seen himself make the most unbelievable plays that any opper could possibly make, and then he constantly has that sort of blind faith in himself. And I think Kerrigan loves that, but also probably at times wishes he could reel it in a little bit more. So at this tournament, it really has been pretty smooth sailing in my eyes. I don't think he's really had to hit that just unbelievable level that we sometimes see out of him, but if push comes to shove, he's going to be the better opper in the server today.
And of course, the big narrative talking point is, like, FaZe really do need to win this one. I think maybe in the future, just hearing stuff behind the scenes without bringing it to the broadcast, broadcast. You know, there's probably a chance FaZe might sit out 1 or 2 events in future as well. They're going to want to get this one in the bag, and then we'll see what the future might bring. They're the clear favorites left. I think it's a really savage indictment of where they would be if they weren't able to beat the remaining field in the tournament, frankly.
If they didn't win this, Richard, it'd be a disaster. Yeah. Half the people here wouldn't even show up tomorrow. Come on, what are we talking about? We get an Assault game versus, what, Falcons? This is going to, like, people would just be lost,
hey,
okay?
Falcons were like the home team.
I don't even know how we're going to guide the action tomorrow if we get that one, okay? No, people bought their tickets for FaZe Clan because Ema didn't show up, and they want Kerrigan to get to the grand finals here. I mean, this would be a Herculean effort for SAW to even take a map off of them. We'll see what the veto unfolds and how it shows us like what's possible here, but this is anything but like 1 to 10 odds, I think, is an understatement for how much of the favorites FaZe are.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where SAW had to be commended for what they were able to achieve. They went down 0-2 in groups. They looked like they would be one of the last teams out. They were in such a dire position because of the roster situation that they're in right now, yet they marched their way all the way back into a playoffs appearance. And sure, they beat a couple of weaker teams to do that, but a win over 3D Max is pretty legit to me, especially against the situation that SAW are facing. So, yeah, I think they've already done more than enough, in my opinion. Yes, FaZe are the heavy favorite. Anything they do now is just a bonus, but I will commend them what they've done so far, but it's now time to leave.
Yeah, I mean, look.
You're
You gonna show him out, Dust? What are you gonna do? You're gonna hold the door open for him?
I could, you know.
That is absolutely fair. I agree with you. So now we're going to go over to the stage. James Banks is going to introduce the teams.
Thank you very much, Richard. We're down to our last quarter-final game. Cluj, are you with me? You've been keeping the energy nice and high all day long, but I want to see you really raise the roof for this one. So give it to me. Let's hear it! That's more like it. Now our first team, they're coming in with a new look. Rejuvenated, some might say. They added a North American talent, and they even didn't struggle in the group stage, which they normally do. This is a team that only has one thing on their mind, one thing that they're used to, and it's winning that trophy just behind me. Give it up for FaZe Clan! Looking to continue their spree of upsets is a team that came into this event looking to make roster moves. They were a dead team walking, but they continued to power through from 0-2 to make it here to the playoffs. Can they continue this Cinderella run? Well, we're about to find out. Make some noise for SAW! Our teams have taken to the stage. Kerrigan, Mutiris, come join me up here. Rain, you can come as well if you want, man. You can do whatever the hell you want. Now, Kerrigan, You went through this group stage, 3-0. It's not what normally happens for you guys. Must be a pretty good feeling.
Also a strange feeling. I'm just happy that I had a less stressful days the last few days. So yeah, we're ready to play, and obviously we haven't been fully tested, but we know what Saw can do. We saw that in Cologne, so we're not underestimating this time.
Yeah, you had that problem before, but it's a very different Saw, who you also beat in the group stage. But given what they've been able to do here, given the fact they fought back from 0-2, you have to give them that respect, right?
Going 0-2 to 3-2 is very hard for any team out there, and especially when you think about maybe some of the players, we all know they're getting switched, so they're playing for honor. And when you play against a team that plays so much for honor and the last ride, it's always going to be a tough game. So I'm just looking forward to play.
I'm looking forward to see it go down as well. Now for Mutiris, when we spoke at the beginning of the event, you said you didn't really know what was going on or what you were supposed to do. The pressure is off now and it seems to be working out. So how is the feeling when you all step onto this stage today?
Well, I mean, the feeling, it's a bit the same, I think. I think we did something unexpected. But yeah, coming to the playoffs, I think we just need to enjoy. We are playing against a great team. So that's what we're going to do, and I hope that we can do a good fight against them.
I want to see a good fight from you guys. You have shown it in a lot of these games. But in terms of your leading and how you're leading the team now, are you leading in a different way? Do you feel more relaxed, more comfortable doing it because it's been this kind of a crazy run?
I mean, when we are in this crazy... I mean, the team, it's not the way I want, I would say. So, yeah, it's kind of crazy calling like that, but like I said, we just want to enjoy and do our best. So, yeah, let's see.
Lovely. Let's see how it goes between the games. The fist bumps are in. You can take your seats and get ready for the match. And Saw have certainly earned everyone's respect with what we've been doing here. Have we got some Saw fans in the house? And then maybe looking at FaZe? And I think just everything right now, all of your energy for Counter-Strike! Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Not used to seeing these respectful exchanges in interviews. It's like Maui on a first date. Gentlemen all round. So anyway, what did you make of that?
I mean, I love what Kerrigan says there, though, about playing for honor, okay? I love to honor my dates, too, when possible. Thankfully, I only have one now.
All of them.
One queen. I have one queen now. Okay, we're going to move on from that, though, Richard. Not enough about my dating life. Enough about what makes this one romantic, okay? Because when we look at this Saw team, we see a swan song of what they were in the past. Roman on the team for over 5 years. This guy is 32 years old. I'm going to be completely honest with you, Richard. This might be his last stage game ever, okay? So I want to just hear it out for Roman in terms of just what he's going to be able to accomplish, what he has done with this roster in general. And I really do think that even if this is the last stage game we play or with Roman or get to see with Roman, I think he's given a lot to Portuguese Counter-Strike.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And by the way, I mean, Mutiris said it in that interview. He's like, look, we've already upset everybody doing what we've done. We feel the same way as if it was a group stage game. And here you are playing FaZe on the stage. Let's get into the veto.
Bans were exactly what we thought they were going to be. What'll be interesting is the picks. I think Nuke would be a target for Saw. It's been one of their best maps and been one of the maps that FaZe have kind of been struggling to adapt into their map pool. So I wouldn't mind that. FaZe picking Ancient, that's definitely been one of their strengths. They're 4-0 with this roster on Ancient, so I'm not surprised to see that come out as their pick.
And then Saw pick going back to the tried and tested Nuke. This is the exact same sort of start that we got from both these teams in the last one.
Saw can win on Nuke. That was the point I was trying to make earlier.
There is a possibility, Richard, and Decider on Dust 2 right there. I mean, all in all, what we saw in the first matchup between these teams on Ancient, on Nuke, showed that FaZe was the better team. Saw is going to have to play better today. They're going to have to control Elige in the middle of the map there. And I like that Saw have shown that they are actually something to worry about when it comes to Nuke. You can't take them too lightly on that one.
Yeah, but you're going to have your hands full with this first map coming up on Ancient. FaZe have looked so ferocious with this lineup on this map. They have been able to adapt their lineup to it very quickly. And again, they are 4-0 on the year. they've been able to essentially take their T side and just load up their players. Just have, you know, Frozen and Elige taking mid together, have Rain and Elige taking B together. Whatever the case may be, they're playing very aggressive and in-your-face Counter-Strike. Kerrigan, he's just roaming and being the glue that the team needs to be. You need him the whole day, he'll go a whole day for you while you do your things on mid and B. You need him to help lead a hit, he'll do that too. Just showing the incredible amount of flexibility all across this map. And then you get that same Frozen and Elige combo defensively at middle, and that is such a powerful front to try to get past. They are so effective on dictating the pace of that area of the map, and that's going to lead into a lot of success, I think.
The only thing I'm curious about is, okay, again, I'm peeking at their monitors right there, and we got FaZe picking Ancient, but it looks like they're starting CT side. Is that what we're getting? Is that what we just saw there? I mean, either way, I mean, you did set it up though, Dust. I mean, the fact that Frozen and Elige are in middle, I think that's on both sides of the map actually. And so at this point, like that's the problem. That was the problem for Saw last time. Elige was literally one-tapping people through middle smokes and just getting kills that Saw couldn't deal with. If they can't control that part of the map, they will have to do something on the extremities.
It's going to be very difficult to do that too, though, because you look, Frozen's going to be able to anchor that A side off mid if mid's not being taken, or Brokey will be able to anchor it with the AWP. And you got Rain parked at the B bomb side. Is very good at playing that ramp position and just playing very effectively with Kerrigan. So I think they're going to have their hands full. I think what Saw has done to allow them to be effective and make these playoffs is by playing simple contact Counter-Strike. Keeping a group up together, letting SHR lead, and then letting Agile kind of trade in behind. And then Story, just let him play intuitive with this op. He's been playing really well, making great decisions. That's their win conditions if there's ever going to be any.
SHR, a player that's going to be dropped after this tournament, though, also, he's really struck me. He's been a guy that I honestly I didn't have too much familiarity with, but the more I watch him, the more I actually like it. The more I actually see him, the more I actually feel like Saw are making a mistake. That's also what I think SHR needs to prove in the server today, that even if the game plan doesn't go well, that he can be an asset to this team. He makes very few mistakes in terms of deaths, makes a lot of great choices on his rotations in terms of his defensive sides. Watch his demos. Aim is crisp, man. So honestly, keep an eye out for him and just see if he can make a statement.
All right then, well, if the deck is stacked against Saw, it's time to draw a pair of Canadian Kings. Take it away, Scrawny and Launders.
Thank you, gentlemen. Another excellent pregame, another stage set. A king and a queen ready to take you guys through this one. Mohan, how are you feeling? Because we've already talked about how FaZe become this beast once the playoff starts, and we've already seen this exact same map between these exact same teams, a 13-2 loss for Saw last time around. Could it get worse?
It potentially could, but at least they're starting on a different side. This is Saw having FaZe start on CT and trying their hand at the offense first. But right away, they get blocked out of their idea. This was going to be a straight tactic hit on the A site. And now Elige, who was a nightmare for them on T side last time, will be here aggressing from the top of Cave.
I think you can anticipate this pretty frequently. Elige kind of taking a chunk out of Saw last time around, as the desk alluded to, the reminder of the one taps that were had. Elige's mechanical level, just something you can never really question, and something that he has definitely brought to the table since donning this FaZe jersey. But we get real slow here.
It's a lock-off, and you know, Brokey's probably a little uncomfortable because he can't really see anything except for this one angle. But as long as he's here in a 5v5, he's doing his job. Patience is key. Saw looking to attack from another position first.
Ooh.
And Frozen gets his.
Yeah, that's the tap they're looking for. Brokey connecting onto Story. That's the red room cut off, and nothing but CT kills till that happens. A jumping SHR, a gush now into Temple.
Oh, they have to
but it's
cancel
a
the plan.
fast move out from Elige. Man advantage taken for just a moment there for Saw. Bomb gets dropped on the corner of the bomb site, and we're currently sitting at now 15 seconds. It's always going to be difficult to put this bomb down when there's no smoke or cover on Donut. Could come down to kills. And at the end of the day, there's not a lot of health left there for FaZe, but it's a CT pistol win nonetheless.
You can see that Saw were actually correct about every position they paused in, that the site hit could still come out, but Brokey was so incredibly patient in his quartered position, and he's the one who you would expect might get a little nervous, but I think since Frozen got his first kill, that's when the power went back to FaZe. And Frozen will be, I think, the story of the match here for the event. You know, Elige might have been a star last time on Ancient, but Frozen has been playing his best CS with him on this roster.
we're seeing incredibly impactful moments in many different ways from Frozen, from positioning to utility to frags. Expect to get a show today.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
What the hell did we
maybe
just
it's going to be the Deke show, actually. SHR with a zinger.
Takes a gush back, but it's through the cement, so we'll give him a little bit more of a chance. MP9 commits. No way, Frozen's got.
Alive.
No way. Calm down. Almost a third kill there, but it just primes Brokey nicely. He flexes out for the MP9, gets caught on the jump up. Elige gonna make sure that this one gets converted. And I think FaZe just showing us that they're ready to bare teeth if need be.
That was funny. He like saw one, dipped back, came back in when he saw he was full blind, even though 2 other guys were still shooting at him. Obviously, they were just using pistols, but yeah. In this match, again, where they're trying a rematch on the same 2 maps, but at least they're trying a different side. Last time, the T side was so brutal from FaZe, Saw didn't even get to try T rounds. So, in theory, FaZe know nothing about this T half.
See if it's a switch up that creates a boon early. Brokey, gonna hear that rush. Not even trying to mask this approach. Ooh, through the smoke though, down goes Story. And Story has kind of been that saving grace at times for Saw. We'll see how his game gets going, but right now it's Elige with a follow-up frag. Bomb to be planted by Roman. At the very least, you've got that. A little bit of extra money and a chance with this late walkout. Mutiris able to catch one to bring this down to just a one-man advantage. Up close, insight is SHR looking for more. He's got himself a double kill. Elige out from tempo, brings one off, and it puts Kerrigan into an early clutch attempt. First gun round here for Saw, they just go barreling into the A site, and Mutiris out from middle with critical kills to get Saw on this board early.
I mean, Brokey came back with a plan to clear him out, and he was so ready for that. Perfect spray from him, maintaining middle control, and what more can you ask for here from Saw? That's a vicious A attack, and it's ultimately a 3v5, right? The kills through the smoke is the best part of the round out of FaZe.
The second one from SHR. Swift headshots for his dub. Ooh.
Oh, it's like that. He said we're gonna try to have fun. This one, keep it light.
Kerrigan off to the races with a 5-7. Looks like fun. Trying to gun around with the sidearms. Mutiris out from middle, climbs up. And if he's worried about Kerrigan at the bottom of the ramp, well, guess what? There's a cave player right here to help. Kerrigan's in the middle.
Oh, he's going crazy.
This guy's got 3 kills already. 4th one queued up. You could be watching a Kerrigan ace. If not for him running the other direction.
No, come on back, Kerrigan.
Nah, a real leader.
All the way back. Come on back, Kerrigan.
He eats well, and then he's gonna let his teammates pick up the pieces. Just a little meat for the plebs. Kerrigan gets his and dips. A 5-7 into an AK-47, and that rifle shines. You know, I think it was pretty evident from the pregame with the crowds lean towards FaZe. Everybody here tonight, including FaZe, is kind of just here to celebrate FaZe and watch Saw get bullied somewhat. Everybody could have fun if this is lopsided again, except for Saw.
Yeah, this is a game. Well, I mean, again, going 2-3 in groups, that's something that other teams that were expecting to be better than Saw couldn't do. It's pretty miraculous to see what they managed to accomplish. Even though they did lose to FaZe and Astralis for that 0-2, two of the teams that made it here to playoffs.
The thing with that Saw run, though, is that they beat 2 of the teams who just love losing. In Complexity and in FlyQuest. And then 3D Max, a team who hasn't quite figured out how to win all the time either.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, there's no arguing the...
But I mean, you know, when Complexity lost to Saw, I was like, oh, this is going to be their first series that they win.
Sure.
You know, their second series on land, whatever it is. And then when they 3D Max, it was like, oh, 3D Max, they got the luckiest draw here. You know, they're going to make it into playoffs.
And
but no.
choke.
And as Richard kept pointing out, like, their nuke is actually real.
Sure.
You know, regardless of everything else, their nuke works.
Well, then maybe we'll give him a bit more of a thought once we come to the second map of the series. Right now, Kerrigan, he's kind of invited this rush forward, put a bit of pressure on Rain, that's fine, turns it around, Glock wallbang. Whew, and a Tech9 holds the flank. Frozen getting a little rambunctious.
Yeah, they all are. I mean, they're coming at it with this pace.
Of course.
And they, I think, well, for the most part, it's working out pretty well. But it does mean that some of these rounds are getting traded down.
Well, it's an AK picked up due to that flank frag. Then you've got Elige just waiting, knowing that they're up inside that cave, and he's not wrong about it. Minute here as they sit on top of the bomb that was dropped with the second frag from Rain. Oh, that's so
my
good.
goodness.
Yes.
Excuse me?
Dude, it's been silent for 30 seconds. Oh, Story's gonna get taken out.
No, that's
SHR
crazy.
wall bang back, but that kill.
What angle was that?
Let's celebrate
exactly.
that one.
Yo. That was illegal SHR. Very nicely done. Yeah, as Maui said, his goal here is to prove that this is a mistake, you know, to let him go after this match. And we have seen amazing moments from him. Bro, every bullet. Yeah. No problem. All good.
First hack pause coming out from Saw. As the gun rounds be put back in.
Guys, maybe we should have started CT side.
I do like the change-up. I mean, again, you've just been 13-2'd in the very same event. Like, why not shift it up a bit?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I wonder, like, FaZe have gotten a little time off in between playoffs, and things have been changing so rapidly for them with like all the adjustments that they make. But it feels like the way they ended off in groups, you wouldn't see any more changes. You know, they've got spots that I think they like now. At least they're starting to work. I think there's still some maps like Anubis, which we won't see today, that we'll see tested more by other teams. Maybe they'll make some changes there. But for the moment, it's still Kerrigan playing Cave now. Rain switching with him and playing as the Perma B anchor. And Frozen in his happy place out here in middle. I wonder if they heard that.
Yeah.
There's a double layered lurk here inside of middle. I mean, Frozen's going to have a lot of pressure, but there's also a cave player or donut player to help him out.
Elige going for the spray down on the boost up. Spots the Opper as well. Lost the teammate. Pressure's on. Brokey also kind of pinned in donut. Rain's dead. Everybody's actually fighting at Elige, and Roman's not ready for it. In the anticipation of another mid walkout, you get Elige kind of looking back over here, but it's not the case. Everybody that's left for Saw, which is, of course, 3v2 advantage. But now Elige is going to have to come back and clear up all three. While smoked off, that's just not going to happen. So a bunch of damage done on the approach, but we are getting a good showing out of the gate from SHR.
The A splits are looking solid, man. And yeah, SHR is getting his, that's for sure. Elige will at least maybe be able to survive with this AK, but it's an overall great A-split out of Saw. They put so much pressure. They overstressed mid, and they didn't do it in one way. They had Muterus last time. This time they had two players coming in, and that was enough to overwhelm Brokey and force Elige to peel back at a donut, watch his back, and you can see for a moment he was really confused. Where was the fight going to come from next? They were so scared about even maybe a third player coming in from mid.
So officially tying the amount of rounds that they were able to get versus FaZe on Ancient last time.
And the last A split that came in, you know, it was 3v5 because FaZe got 2 skills through smoke, which you are going to do that sometimes, but still you aren't seeing this, like this fight right here. If you're coming out of donut, you're not seeing them FaZe trying to participate in that duel. Instead, they're playing back and they are trying to go for smoke spams on the cross and sort of crossing their toes that that'll happen.
Materius already out middle. We've got Brokey and Elige trying to attack this from donut. Player is locked in, but they've gone ahead and dealt with the cubby guy. Elige out in the open. It's a fisticuffs. And he gets 2 kills before being dropped out of this one. There's pistols other than Brokey. So if not for Brokey's rifle, we've got 5-7s on the field, but look at Kerrigan going off onto a adventure.
In my opinion, this is a better looking map for FaZe right now with the flank coming in, even though they only have these pistols. Because you've got a Saw who need to stay vigilant and watch everything, and you can see there's too many positions to watch for. Agile, let's see if he turns around.
He just checked it. He just checked it. Kerrigan comes around, cautious, but still expected.
That's a great display of timing and awareness here from Agile. And now we've got Roman moving towards one of the pistols. who will get spotted, taken out, and Brokey, who was last known in Donut.
But he can still stop bomb. That's the weird thing. They're actually walking up. If he kills the opper, if that op misses,
that's good.
then
they covered every position
good
that
chance,
they could
right?
be in.
But they slowed that down, and they anticipate FaZe's moves, and in doing so, we now have a 1-round difference. FaZe lead 4-3.
When we were walking over here, I was like, what does it feel like, man, to play with a dead roster, you know, like, and to win, you know, and to beat teams that are probably crying at night after you beat them, you know, to like qualify to playoffs when you're potentially not practicing enough, or you don't even believe in your teammates, and yet the IGLs they're calling, you're winning some of these games. Like, there probably is some level of regret about what's happening, whether or not it's in your control.
Sure. I mean, what if it's, you know, bad blood as well? What if the guys who know that they're out next week are
I hate this guy, but he frags.
Right?
Yeah, that happens all the time.
But you've still got to get out of bed, roll into the practice room, and prepare for a game versus FaZe, who have looked fantastic, and for the first time ever, cleared a group stage 3-0.
And boo-hoo, you keep winning.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, when SAW qualified for the playoffs, there was no, like, overjoy. If anything, it's like, man, we got to play again next week?
Yeah.
I wanted to go home. I wanted to call this quits. But now I think suddenly sitting 4-4 on this T side of Ancient, have a little fun with it. Soak up the moment. Soak up the frags while trying to minimize death. SHR, the only one to fall here. We are all tied up 8 rounds into this half.
Legit. I mean, good calls so far. And one of the rounds, again, it was a 3v5 that they put FaZe into that they ended up winning. So that could have been a very legit A split as well. This could be an even worse half for FaZe. And they have been running it down almost every round. They even have an eco win inside of this 4. So I don't even know if SAW have shown their full hand, really. We haven't had that full-on B rush.
Speak of the devil. Here it is. Ask and you shall receive. Oh, God. Nade goes flying into the sky. Kerrigan peeks out with it. He's got a one and done. Roman's got the trade frag. Rain keeps the pressure up. Nade sailed past him. And his support suddenly pushed back around the corner, but it's nice to see Rain have maintained this little pocket.
It'd be good if they planted, though. These smokes are going to run out.
Rain's able to find him. Roman barely alive, able to get that plant off. But there is another frag grenade soon enough coming in from Frozen. That could finish off Roman.
The T's can't replenish these smokes.
They're going to put that off a little bit beyond it, sure enough. Off. Can't get the trade immediately, sees the players on the approach. Frozen just lines this up.
I don't think they've seen anything yet.
They haven't. And Agile's dead to the boost up from Brokey, so FaZe happy with that one. Sure, they lose the bomb site, but it's a delayed bomb plant, and with that delayed bomb plant, a very uncomfortable SAW.
I mean, FaZe show us that the most underrated resource in Counter-Strike today is ammo, right? Even being able to shoot through CS2 smokes has its exceptional advantage of being able to, like, spam while someone else looks or shoot back at bullets that come through you. And the B site is very small. It's quite crowded. There's not that many places to stand. And you can see how long they delayed the bomb plant from going down just by spamming the entire time. This is a huge part of the game, and some of this might look like RNG to the, you know, the spectator who doesn't understand, but these timings and spams, they're all very well thought through, and they've been run through like a million times. So when you see these kills come down, don't be too surprised.
Insta boost for Roman. But there's nobody on that long line to duel him. Oh, Mutira is catching a Liege. That's like a classic Liege kill to get the guy in red room from bottom mid. But what goes around comes around, and what goes SAW's way is this B site. To be tied again looks likely, if not for Brokey, who catches the kill pushing up through middle. Kerrigan gonna try to compromise the back of this site before bomb goes down, but it will this time quite quickly. And we've got a long con to be played out by Frozen. Now, as it stands, Story's going to be preoccupied. He actually jumps over to the ramp.
But this just baits him into looking away from Frozen, who's coming up.
Kerrigan. Oh my God. As he approaches, clears the corner, gets the duel picked up, and a wall bang. Come on, Finn. Give him a chance. Story's going to clip him from the sky. Rotation confirmed from that deep line and the flank just when they need it. FaZe to 6. They jump on that bomb with just an extra couple seconds.
Yeah, wow. It does come down to the wire. If Kerrigan does not get that wall bang, how are they going to make this happen? I mean, again, more moments like this. They're not even seeing players. They just understand that there's one solo pillar in the middle of the site. There's only so many spots you can be in. Especially if you have rotators coming in through CT, through long and short. That already eliminates open spots on the site. So don't be surprised when these kills come through. Opening kill went the way of Saw last round. It's just a shot through window. I think probably Elige was asking for it, probably shooting back.
Going Elige.
Yeah.
Well, that's the other thing. You talk about all the shooting through smoke and how ammo is the last resource, but also just opening portholes through smokes. Excuse me.
Everyone on FaZe, 8 kills, Rain 7. That is an extremely tight kill distribution.
Stats here paint a tale of FaZe dominance on Ancient. One of those 10 wins they currently have in the last 3 months, of course, again, a 13-2 over Saw. Back when we were playing it out in Bucharest, but...
And I think their CT side on this map is right now the weaker one without ROPS, but, well, you can see it's still not too much of a problem, it seems like.
Still nice to see Saw keeping it competitive. Seizing the day is really all you can ask of them.
Oh, the A push is so smart here from FaZe. They take the risk, and we have Saw who have not done one thing too much, but they're starting to lean B more than they are A, and Muter's with another one.
With a Galil catching that cave aggression. Thing is, we've actually allocated a Elige in it as well, which is definitely a shake-up in the positioning. Also a big gap in mid.
This is wild. I mean, Frozen hasn't made it all the way through. FaZe are not getting too scared. And they smoke behind Frozen to bait a push in, but it's actually a player walking away. This might work out pretty damn well for Saw if it ends B, because for the moment, Frozen's really hoping they come in his direction.
We get this slow move from Brokey as he approaches Red Room, but the thing is, it's obviously been FaZe playing totally unknown to middle the whole entire round.
And right now, it's just because they haven't even thrown a flash towards Frozen at this point in the round, it gets more and more unlikely that it's going to be the A site.
Latsira is still working up that mid wall.
I don't know if Elige saw that.
I don't think so. Taking over cave control Saw, but I mean, honestly, dude, this push.
This is the timing that Saw opened up for themselves, though. They have to be aware of this.
Yeah, but did they pay the price? Because we see that third member joining cave just too late for Frozen to actually take his head off. Frag grenade goes into the cave. We've got the bomb pushing up from ramp. They'll be watching over here. Brokey has kind of beat his chest, so attention drawn in his direction. Support right here with him. Rain's gonna try to fight this. Missed shots now out of the Opper. We get that pressure out from Red Room. 3v3 and bomb goes down. Frozen strikes. And as he does so, suddenly Story feels that heat, that pinch. The pressure falls to Mutiris. Very difficult for him to get through these two players and then stop the diffuser. So it really comes down to that flank out of Frozen, which even though he didn't get the kill towards Cave, at least he just gets to take his sweet time for the retake.
I think it's a frustrating moment for Saw because they're sort of wandering a little bit in the middle of the rounds. They pulled back from A. They didn't bite on any of the baits over at the A site, but they also didn't get Frozen to leave. And once you go into 50 seconds, 45 seconds, you know that if a team's coming into A, they got to walk in, they have to clear all of A main, and then they exec. Or, at the very best, they go through Donut, and then your A player is still fine by himself having A main to his name. So I just think that Saw didn't realize the options that FaZe were participating in, even without mid control.
Done a good job of keeping the economy online. But not ready for that rain push. So he'll peel back. Drop a smoke in front of it, and that's unfortunately Roman walking wounded. Kerrigan's been a real nuisance up inside cave, and Mutiris has been good at getting the mid frags. He will kill Kerrigan, sure enough. And Rain gets the follow-up. So all of a sudden, we've got Cave held on to. Rain just kind of swatting him off. Like a bunch of flies, 4 frags for Rain. Smushed on the walls of the cave entrance. Brokey clips the wings of the last 8-4 CT side. It's an improvement from Saw, but we know that their defense last time left a lot to be desired.
It would take a superstar performance out of Elige on the second half, which you never know when it's going to strike. But that's pretty much the reason that Saw lost last time, this one man alone. But what we saw from Saw that half was 4 good rounds. I mean, there were some solid calls. They did a good job game plan-wise of exploiting the problems of the A site. They beat the odds in a couple of situations, and they even survived getting ecoed. So not a lot of rounds numerically, but at least some quality ones to think about. Now let's see. Surely they knew Ancient was coming. That's why they probably swapped sides for the pick. So they probably improved this half of the map too, or at least had conversations about what went wrong versus FaZe last time.
Nice multi-frag out of Rain. Enjoy this one before he takes to the T side. See ya. Always nice to see Rain back in cave. You know, I know the positions have been changing around for FaZe Clan, but
I still don't know why they switched that. I think just like put him back there. You know, it's a natural position for an IGL to go to play cave. I get that, but come on, Rain in cave. That's iconic.
It's a thing of beauty. And here we go. Saw to the defense. Now, like you mentioned, FaZe never really had to see what Saw had to offer on the T side because it was so lopsided in their last outing.
What was that, a fruit roll-up on his Glock? What was that, rainbow strip?
It was rainbow flags.
Oh, just, man, that's so cool. You can do so much cool stuff with these stickers.
Wow, man, cool, man, rainbow. Rain in cave again. This time on the attack, and it's 3 defenders in position with utility sailing down. Story in the corner hopes to go unnoticed. Little flash from the obelisk. That's perfect. That is an excellent piece of utility for Story to try his damnedest to capitalize. What?
Roman got a knife.
And how? On the edge of the smoke, whips out the Karambit and makes a little cash, but we've got Brokey and Frozen in a 2 versus 3. Long player's gonna get spotted first. Frozen
they're coming
onto
for you.
Buteris. That's both of the rotators dead. You know Roman's back on cave. How the hell does he fight his way out of this one? With a headshot, that's how. Good trade. Brokey's got that one in the bag, and FaZe Clan with 1 member left take a second pistol on Ancient.
That's such a FaZe moment, man. That's such a FaZe late round moment. So bad goes to worst here for Saw. That's a great round 1. Let's see if the knife money can get you anything nice. What can you buy with that, Roman?
Good push from Frozen.
Yeah.
Definitely takes the pressure off the post plant.
Maui highlighted the late rounds.
Yeah.
Obviously, the GOAT trio was Twist, Brokey, and Rops. But Frozen comes in just perfectly to supplant what Rops pulled off with this team in those late round T-side situations. And it kind of looks like we know what Brokey we're going to get this tournament, and that's a good one.
It would be nice to see if Brokey can find some more consistency with Liege on the team. The same way Frozen's been kind of taking a step forward in form. Ouch. You know, one of the talking points about FaZe Clan in the offseason with the inclusion of Liege was like, this is going to look like a completely different team. I remember, if I'm not mistaken, it was even Rops who said, like, I don't know what that team could look like without me and with Liege instead. And there was a lot of reinvention. We've seen many moving pieces. And the last question will be, well, who can thrive in this new system? And we've seen glimpses of everybody having recent success, but this man right here has shown us some of the nastiest mechanical moments.
Here he comes, Johnny Neutron.
Molotov into Donut. Pistol players start to reveal themselves. And Elish doesn't like the feel of that, so he's going to peel away. Just puts that looming threat on Red Room. It'll draw the attention of SHR. Smoke in front of Roman, who does have that 1 M4, right? The reward for his knife in the round prior.
Pushing this is crazy.
He's going to kill Elish. He's going to stop the plant. Or it goes down, but it's still the planter.
That was worth.
What the hell? Slips an M4 into the buy and then slips it up against the head of 2. If only the pistols could have done something to couple with that. There's a response late from Agile, but he's going to fade away. 7 health, Deagle to his name, wants to save the Kevlar, and that concedes double digits to FaZe Clan.
So they're still going to hit shots. That's nice to see from Saw, but yeah, it's 10 rounds. This half is quickly getting away from Saw already. Unfortunately, losing the pistol does not help. Maybe if Saw win this game, you should shave your head too.
No thanks. I'm good.
I believe in them as well.
What a temptation this event could become for FaZe now that we've seen Eternal Fire and the Mongols both get eliminated. Rosters that, you know, the Counter-Strike world has started to cheer for and expect to not only make playoffs, but go beyond. Trying to get over that hurdle regularly now seems like their problems, but FaZe, kind of the last favorite, so to say, that could still take this to a grand finals. And my God, imagine Elige hoisting a trophy in CS2.
Yeah, we had a lot of false prophets get exposed on stage already here in Cluj, excuse me. And I think that, yeah, what can you say? If it was supposed to be FaZe, Eternal Fire, Mongol, some combination of those teams to make it to finals, that's now wide open.
Because I remember very clearly at the end of last season, Elige saying, next year I'm going to do whatever it takes to win. And we didn't know what that meant exactly, whether it meant he was going to demand new teammates in complexity or if he was going to leave. Nothing illegal. Yeah. Well, you know, gray area is okay. Some rules are made to be broken.
Elige would never break the law.
Nah, of course not. You know, but obviously he's been playing this game for many years, has had the taste of victory, and then a long drought of defeat.
Oh.
Nope. Nope.
Unfortunately, I guess it could have been a knife.
Follow through onto Roman. All's good here for Brokey. He'll double back through A main. That's a safe way to save. And this is FaZe Clan going up 11-4 all too easy.
So not as bad as the last time they played.
Correct.
And still time to make it even better.
Yes.
That's the upside here for Saw.
Silver linings. Again, dead roster walking.
That lining is like 3 inches thick.
It's a dead roster walking that defeats 3 teams who could really use wins right about now. To reiterate, Complexity, FlyQuest, and 3D Max was the journey that this Saw team went down.
We've seen upsets all day. This would be, though, the biggest one. Obviously, the ranking disparity is massive, but it was the same. It was also massive for Astralis, Mongols, and the VRS implications were huge for that one. There's so much more on the line for the favorite in all these games.
Yeah,
all right.
These favorites don't show a moment of slowing down. It is rapid into the B-bomb site. Smoke wall up, so you can plant on that side of it if you're feeling safe. The threat is right here. That grenade softens up the planter, following it up with some spam on that smoke. Look at how little health they have on the fallback.
This execute is wild. They have not taken a fight that they can see. Wall smoke comes out. Now, you need some mollies. They've got them, actually. But there's one smoke from Uterus. This canceled out everything.
There goes the first molly onto it.
Oh, wait, his smoke missed.
Oh, that's not ideal.
Oh, that's the only smoke, guys.
We got Elige with a wallbang frag, and you're going to get
one more molly.
More util over the top, but Agile is on this. It's going to have to be coupled with spam. He gets off, and now that's the time gone. So from the other side of that curtain of smoke, FaZe Clan gentlemanly in that they plant the bomb with no frags.
That is a wild strat.
And then they just play with their food.
It's not, I feel like that smoke wouldn't be totally advisable just because of the amount of variance with like how you can get spammed crossing in. But we saw the best case scenario where everyone got hurt, but no one actually died. And FaZe peeled back with 2 mollies in hand to specifically set up this play. Also with cave control, you can set up the spam. Obviously, that works too. But that was clearly very confusing for Saw. I think they saw that and they thought, wait, they're not really trying this, are they?
To pull that out at 11-4.
You know, a good variation to that too would be to throw that smoke down, go for the plant, and then blow it open. And just have everyone fight.
Exposed?
Yeah,
sure.
As the CTs are spamming back.
Catch them with their pants down. Yo, make a little noise if you've been here for all 4 best-of-3s today.
Oh. Some of you are lying for sure.
Yeah, me included. You guys have been awesome.
Yes.
Big day of Counter-Strike semifinals tomorrow. And someone's lifting that trophy on Sunday. Hell of a crowd for a Friday morning.
Yeah.
We ride this one out, but obviously FaZe doing what I think everybody would anticipate and making quick work of Saw. So far, it's a good enough buy to try to continue play on Ancient. And I do think this series will always boil down to what's going to happen on Nuke. So nobody leave just yet.
Yeah.
Because Nuke is where...
Nuke went 24 rounds last time they played against
Same
FaZe.
teams a week ago. And FaZe gave you that classic entertainment that you've come for. And you've come to know them for.
Saw got to playoffs off of Nuke.
Damn right. Now that smoke fades. You've got 2 CTs on the other end of it. Ooh, bad timing, Kerrigan. Better get that gun back out. Rain almost making the same mistake. Throws a flash to help himself. He dies in that push. And it's a good move from Saw to try to at least pounce on some portion of the map. What does it do? Opens the door. A site can be taken over, but we get this quick flood from Saw, not only into Donut, but with also that mid flank inbound. Good trade frag from Story, spamming that smoke off, but then they start to line up, and you've got Elysian Brokey ready
now he's
to
gonna
make
go.
this happen.
He's out of there.
The B site, he's gone.
Houdini, man. Brokey's running for it. SHR knows right away that he's trying something tricky. Brokey, I wonder how much time he thinks he has, but with the molly down, he knows he's guaranteed this next few seconds. SHR coming through it quick.
It's a huge health advantage for SHR. He's got a smoke, he's got the kit. So you could definitely see a world where he creates a bit of panic here for Brokey.
This is interesting because you can spam it, but you got to do it through the doorway. It's not as much of a lineup. Let's see if he can find it.
Oh, for the map! For the map! All too easy. Brokey ice cold in a clutch. FaZe Clan make quick work of Saw on Ancient, but they already did this. Didn't stop Story and Co. from making this head-to-head competitive on Nuke. So don't go too far, don't change that channel. We'll be back soon enough, and when we are, it is Nuke, the very map that got Saw to the playoffs.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
We saw them come, but we didn't expect to see them do this.
And they come up the ramp. Vexite charging in. Agio waiting. Just that first pyramid. It's going to work out here from the Tyrants and Roman stepping up together, and they're not going to allow FlyQuest through.
The Portuguese side entered Cluj-Napoca as a dead team walking, but with that pressure taken off their shoulders, they heroically went from 0-2 to make their first elite playoffs since 2024. Largely thanks to SHR, who is looking to deliver in his last event for the team.
Can it lock it down? Agile's been huge in overtime, and he's gonna deliver again. No way, 2 kills out, and it all falls on Maka. Saw with a dead roster, FlyQuest, Complexity, and 3D Max. And in the final event, as SHR holds this Saw jersey, they are gonna go to playoffs.
Yes, welcome back. Pretty brutal watch there as FaZe dismantles Saw on their map pick of Ancient. We're going to break it down on the desk now. It's going to be kind of tough to find the positives for Saw on that one. I guess the positive is this, Maui. we didn't really expect them to do well on Ancient at all.
Hey, they did better than last time.
Okay, well, yeah. Oh, wow.
I mean, picking T-side was a bold choice, and it did net actually a slightly better outcome than the last time around, than letting FaZe, who had a flawless T-side, run over you once again. And so, yeah, all in all, I mean, FaZe are taking care of business on this map. Elige, Frozen, Brokey, the trio that you wanted, some highlights from some of the other individuals on the team, and saw, yeah, we unfortunately, Dust, we just don't really expect them to hold a candle to FaZe, so we just got a FaZe highlight reel.
Yeah, I mean, they're exactly what we thought they were, right? I mean, it was not going to be an easy day at the office playing FaZe on Ancient, and we figured that it would be a quick game, and it was. And I think if you're a FaZe fan, you're just happy that they did take care of business. You know, you don't want these games to get squirrely. It's supposed to be an easy playoff game that kind of just gets you on to the next stage. And so to be able to handle it with these is exactly what you want to be seeing out of this team. And FaZe has been doing
I was worried briefly. I'll tell you when. It went 4-1, and then something seemed to upset someone on FaZe. It may have been Elige. And it went to 4-4 after that, and I was like, oh dear, what's happened? But then they did just run
Rich,
away
I know you
with
like hate watching Elige. I know you do.
I hate this man. By the way, I want to make it abundantly clear. There's no way I hate Elige. I've followed his career a long, long time, even back in the StarCraft days, my friend. So I'm
yeah, you watched all those games of the public game queues.
Big fan.
Yeah.
So look,
he was a great Terran player.
Yeah. So no, obviously I followed him a long, long time. I got nothing but love in my heart for him. I just think sometimes in the moment, you know, he's one of those perfectionist players. It is easy to forget that sometimes, and that can have a knock-on effect on some of his teammates. I think that's something to watch out for. But obviously, in a game like this, it's not going to rear its head. But I did have a little bit of trepidation. It was there. I'm not going to lie. I never tell lies.
Another little bright spot here about SAW is that the two players that they're removing actually top fragged for them. I mean, it wasn't like they were blowing anybody away with their performances, but I'm going to just say, I mean, I feel like, yeah, we can say Brokey. We could have picked anybody, honestly, from the FaZe side who would have been the standout player here. But on the SAW side, I'm mostly just curious in how Roman and SHR are going to play, because obviously the chances are going to be taken away from them. I'm not expecting that they're going to get opportunities moving forward because the season's already started. I don't know who's going to be just trying to like, change their team with those kinds of
NIP
rosters.
Getting real Portuguese at the moment.
It's true. I don't think they're going to switch to a full Portuguese-speaking lineup,
Ninjas
however.
in Portugal. That's going to be the new acronym. All right, well, that's deathly quiet. Dust, anything to add about Brokey?
It wasn't bad. Anything to add about Brokey? I mean, he only had, like, what, 4 rounds? He didn't get a kill that entire game. So, yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah. 20 enemies flash. That's the life of somebody that's throwing flashes from spawn on mid. Yeah. I mean, Brokey did a great job in this one. Also, the ending clutch here for him, 3K is his biggest round, actually, to seal the deal for them. This is what you want to see from Brokey, okay? Brokey, obviously, like I said before, hot and cold player versus teams like this, mostly hot. Like, in fact, scalding, smoldering, okay? I feel like it's actually one of the hottest substances on the planet, right there, up there with, what, like heated tungsten or something? I don't know, Richard. Save me from this metaphor.
I'll take it from you here, right? You know, speaking of scolding, that strat that they had, they just threw Molotovs over the wall. I thought we were watching different games there for a second. I'm like, wait a second, I've seen this somewhere before where you just keep throwing fire on.
You can say the game's name. We won't be mad.
No,
it's
okay. Let's not do it at this event. But look, picking up on your point, here's a broader question then. If you're worried about where Roman and SHR are going to end up, do you think the VRS system kind of helps or hinders them potentially finding another team? Because I just feel now that there's so much importance placed on winning tournaments like this and accruing prize money. I think risk-taking on rosters, I think we'll see less of that moving forward. I don't know if you agree.
You need 3 people from SAW to make any kind of big move here, so it would be rather unlikely. You're not really going to gain anything. There's no wildcard points to gain or invites to get. So all in all, no. However, I actually will say the hottest take about SAW possibly right now. SHR is their best player. Even though he's going to get kicked from the team, I think he's their best player now. After watching story demos, SHR demos, I know what Roman is. I know what Mutarus is. I know what Agile is. I've seen Agile demos in the past too. Like, SHR just makes the best decisions, 1-for-1, and he has the best aim of anybody on the team. So I would say that if, in all honesty, he's the free agent that people could probably look out for here. I don't know why he's getting removed from this roster, because everything at this tournament has shown me and confirmed that he is the best player, because he doesn't have the op and he's still putting up better numbers in story.
Has he impressed you, Dust?
I mean, the problem is that he wasn't doing that when he first joined the team earlier this year. The first few tournaments that they played when the team was struggling, he wasn't putting up that same type of performance. It's only now at this tournament against Complexity 30 Max and, you know, I guess this game to a degree is where he's been putting those numbers. So that's the problem, is it just didn't happen soon enough and fast enough. And as Richard was saying, in a VRS system like this where you risk losing one of your spots to get invited to tournaments if you slide down too far in the rankings, you can't afford to take too many L's before you have to decide that, hey, maybe this is not the right team to bring us forward to keep us where we need to be. So that's kind of my issue with it. But you're right. Like, if he continues to, you know, kind of put on a nice eye test and kind of show that he's capable of some great things, and if he can build upon this down the road, then yeah, maybe he could be a prospect in the future. But unfortunately, it came a little too late this time on Saul.
Now, Maui, we are going to break down a little bit of that map before we start setting up new.
Sure.
You had a round you wanted to highlight.
I mean, we got one rollback one. I mean, okay, we got Rain here on one of the last rounds on CT side where hits Kerrigan, him working together. Kerrigan and him kind of been swapping a little bit on who's actually playing Cave round to round. But this was just vintage Rain, okay? Yeah. That's why I wanted to show this one, is that Rain, not the loudest group stage performance, but look at that was just disgusting, okay? The way he nails the guy, tracking him in the air. Like, Rain's aim in any situation is just the coolest, the calmest. It's like, if I could have any player's aim, I'd want Rain on any given day in an arena, because it just looks so slick.
He's been such a great servant to FaZe as well, like down the years. You know, a lot of people, they seem to get their head turned when there's like big contracts flying around or whatever, you know, maybe make moves, you know, but he's just been sat there the whole time. Kerrigan said he's his favorite teammate. You know, they've played together for so long. They have this almost like telepathic understanding.
He's a blue-collar fragger, Rich. Yeah, okay, he just puts in the hours every single time. You get a 1.06 rating and you're happy about it. Doesn't matter what stage it is, online, group stage, grand finals, he's always going to put up something nice.
Yep. It's also nice to see him doing it where he's had to make the most changes of anyone on this team to facilitate this elite transfer. So the fact that he's been able to maintain a great performance, keep the same attitude, and just be a warrior for this team is exactly all you could ask for as an IGL as Kerrigan.
The real Giga Chad. That's what I always say about him.
True.
We look to Nuke. Now, okay, I'll start by tossing this one out there.
Here comes a grenade.
Yeah, here it is. We had no hope for Ancient, but right, we know FaZe are really, really, really good. One of the best teams in the world on that map. Was always going to be a tall order for Saw. Saw's best map is Nuke, and I think FaZe are having problems on Nuke right now for reasons it will probably take a professional Counter-Strike analyst to explain, Maui.
Well, I will say that one reason that this matchup gets a little bit dicey for FaZe is that Saw became good around July, August of last year. In fact, in the Cologne playoffs, it is the map 3 where Saw was able to take down FaZe. So they're going back to it not only because it's a comfort in the short term, but the long term. That being said, that was when they added Barry to the coaching staff. That was probably one of the most slept on coaching moves of last year. It boosted Saw in the rankings, got them that playoff berth in Cologne, got them that playoff win over there. And I would say they're just holding on to the vestiges of it. Their mid-round decision-making is incredibly decisive. They're very fast. They have a wealth of outside yard splits that they can use in order to just put Elige in a blender. And honestly, I think that this is going to be a bit of a challenge for them.
Yeah, I want to keep my eye on Frozen on this game. This is the map that is the only one that he's had to make changes. You know, he is now playing that ramp area, you know, on the CT side. He's going to get tested a little bit. There's been definitely some times where I've seen Saw be successful because they're able to take SHR and Agile, just kind of pair them up and just do these ramp room takes and just very quickly take lower. That's the one big thing about Saw, I think, that makes them so effective, is that they're so decisive. They don't really second guess themselves. Once they start to get a little bit of an opportunity and get some space, they just take it and go. They don't loll around. They don't wait until the clock gets low. They just, you know, go ahead and take the advantage that they got and try to make something happen. They play simple textbook Counter-Strike, and they're very comfortable on this map and doing it. And Rich, to your point, you're right. This is one of the maps of the pool that FaZe has had a little bit harder of a time kind of adjusting with the Legion and Rain because there is so much overlap between those two players. And they've tried to do the best they can by putting like a Liege by A door so he can kind of still play towards outside like he's used to, but that still is Rain's turf,
I
right?
mean, Elige even said it in an interview. He said, look, I have been struggling a little bit in this map. There's no hiding it. The numbers don't lie. The performances don't lie. What have you observed about how he's been adjusting?
I guess the thing with Elige is that I'm not always sure if he gets the comms as clear as he wants to in terms of should he rotate down the vent? Are they going to go for a lobby crunch to retake space that they lost outside? Like, the protocols on Nuke are what always are tested in these high level matchups. And for me, with Elige, I just think that his protocols with complexity are probably different than the ones that he on FaZe. So when he's reacting to information on one side of the map, he's thinking that they're going to make this kind of play, and that'll make him 1-2 seconds a little bit slower than he would have been on complexity, which on that team too, they weren't super sharp either. So I think that this is obviously a map he's going to grow on. I will say, Rich, I think they're going to do better than last time. I think they're going to win by a little bit more, maybe like a 13-8 here.
Let's be fair. Like, even though they struggled on this map, their losses are to like Eternal Fire and Overtimes and Vitality, like 2 of the best teams in the world, right? So they're still taking care of business whenever they play against quote-unquote lesser opposition, which is who they're facing in Saw, and they've already beaten this team on this map earlier this tournament. So I do think they still come in, obviously, as a heavy favorite to 2-0 this series. But again, if Saw is going to still keep the Swan song singing, it would be on a map like this one. This would be their best bet to try to get something done. And maybe they can try to target Elige at A-Door, or try to target the Yard, try to see if they can split those guys up and make something happen. But again, I think the other thing is maybe try testing Frozen at Ram. That's a new position for him. See if you can try to brattle him a little bit. But so far, so good as far as I'm concerned when it comes to that position. So yeah, it's a long shot, but we'll see.
If it was any other team with any other IGL, I might not float this, but is there a chance that maybe we do see Nuke go out of the pool and maybe Train come in, something like that? I mean,
for FaZe, you mean?
Yeah, I feel like with Karrigan, anything is possible. And like, I genuinely believe they have problems on this map. I think Saw are going to win this. So anyway, we are about to find out. You ain't got time to answer the question. The game is live. It's going to be Scrawny and Launders calling this one.
Classic strategy there, Richard. Make a boiling hot point and hand it away. Nuke up next between FaZe and Saw. I'll tell you this, our desk wanted to know whether Frozen can get tusted over by Ramp, but of these 6 successful first kills that Saw had on their T side, 4 of those 6 outside. There's been a lot of outer play to the favor of them from Story, from Mutiris, and I think that that is what they're going to try to tap back into yet again. If there's any improvement on the defense from FaZe, I think it's all about outer.
Yeah, I like that. I like that view for sure.
Fast
Rain here to
push.
stop him. The doorman. A couple of kills between him and Elige.
Range on that thing, not quite, Brokey.
Yeah, having fun with it though. He struck fear into their hearts. And a bullet between the eyes here for Story. With the push continuing forward, of course, he never gets enough.
From a Zeus attempt into the USP 1 tap. Tries to keep that pressure up. SHR is going to find him in the process. Now the bomb is awkwardly dropped where? Somewhere here outside of main?
Yeah, Agile's coming up to wrap through Mini. He heard the vent drop, but they still see the bomb.
Thing is, SHR was chasing Brokey, and all that does is queue up Frozen, who was biding his time, playing patiently over on the ramp, drawn forward into the action, and so a 50 HP clutch demanded
It was a novel idea though to drop in, and then try to wrap back through Secret. I don't know if there's a chance that he can get away, but 40 seconds. Let's see if he can make it weird.
It's not a bad plan in terms of getting bomb possession. That's, the first thing on this checklist. Pick next up.
He needs to start working. Because
get a laser headshot on the door guy, but it's actually Frozen who keeps it quick. FaZe Clan gonna go ahead and collect yet another pistol for the series.
Yeah, it was funny because like the bomb is so close to you by the vent, but you open yourself up to so many more angles. Whereas like actually dropping down the vent really quickly and then running out to Secret is only like 5 or 6 seconds. So thing is, the round kind of ends when the first 2 kills take place and Brokey hits that shot. Brokey hits that shot. What are you supposed to do?
Watch this one.
Yeah. Super clean.
Yeah, they do be clean indeed.
Yeah. It is funny though, like Elige clearly hates this map right now.
Yeah.
His best performance so far on Nukes, 27 kills and 38 deaths.
Not good enough.
Yeah, they ended up losing that game versus Eternal Fire. That was a banger. We obviously casted that one. But he's still figuring it out. Oh. Some of us have it figured out.
Oh my God. Yeah. That new bomb is looking good. And the new MP9 looking the same.
What has Brokey been eating today? That's what I want to know.
Lee's gonna make some cash here, SMG in hand. Player up above you. Desert Eagle's gonna try to drop someone. It will.
Nice.
Brokey pays the price, but then you get a fast one from Karrigan up onto the rooftops. SHR walking around with a Zeus trying to get some revenge, I suppose.
Let's see if we can find a good angle. This will be tough. Yeah.
I mean, the thing is they're all jumping around, so he's gonna have the advantage of
He's probably so confused.
Surprise, but at this range, Glock versus MP9. I put my money on Karrigan, so he'll find those last 2 converted with ease. And just one more thing for Elige before we see the gun rounds come out.
As many things as you want, Connor.
Okay, I think that this is actually one of the maps where I've seen Elige make some of the worst decisions when it comes to trying to bite off more than he can chew, right? If there's been any kind of criticism for Elige so far in a FaZe jersey, I think it's been like just, 1 kill.
You're talking about that Eternal Fire game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a lot of overcommitments. And it was like one of their first games together.
Yeah, sure.
And
Growing pains.
yeah, he was, because like, I think when he walked through smoke, he's like, yeah, Frozen would walk through the smoke.
Right.
But then he was totally out of position. So But again, I like seeing him start out aggressive. So I'm expecting it to balance out in the end. But yeah, the FaZe chemistry on Nuke, that's been codified over many years.
Yes, sir.
And that's even, remember, people always forget, but Frozen has already played with Kerrigan. So he had an edge, right? He played with Kerrigan on MOUZ Sports. He's learned the ways.
Elige doing what one of few North Americans do in joining a European team. To go on to win is now the next goal. Twists, MOUZ, Elige. Quiet, but Story's able to get out from Squeaky. The thing is, they've pushed already into the hut, so with that, Kerrigan's got a piece of map control with him, but as he backs up, oh my god, he catches them off!
He's still alive.
No way!
Come on.
Double MP9 headshots.
No! What's happening?
Roman's getting weird on the ladder with Elige jumping around him.
What the?
There's another one on the smoke. What has happened here? It absolutely falls apart inside the A site.
Again, Kerrigan was destined to die. He was going to die. He's going to die without a kill 100%. And then he got 2.
He backs up into that bomb site, gives himself a jump scare, but also scares the hell out of that guy. And to get a second kill.
Nah.
Unreal.
Wait till they nerf the MP9, man. I'm telling you. All right, so that's how that one plays out. Now we've got the one Galil half armor buy here with Tech9 to support.
Try to keep that pressure up. Squeaky, Rain blind as a bat. And then smoked out of the moment, but he's content to try to challenge. We've got the bomb now down vent. Interesting situation.
Yeah, no rotations just yet.
Saw have been able to gather this at the very least, a bit of presence down on B and a bomb plant with it. Not going to stop that from going down. It all boils down to the retake. We've got 3 kits out there on the field, so it shouldn't be a problem. You've got already multiple bodies inside of the ramp, so you'd think the trade train could work well as Frozen takes to the tip of the spear.
Muterus, P250 gets the kill.
Weird, man. Oh, Roman looks away. Agile down beneath, gets sprayed out. And that's going to be SHR now on his own. It is a huge 1v4 demanded of him. 3 kills left, and he only ends up getting that first one on Frozen. But with Kevlar and Tech9s and a fast rush down B, you basically get what you'd hope for.
Yeah, one more kill, maybe he could delay for time, but no, not going to happen. So vent drop was a clear timing. Like, they heard him go down there. They knew it was happening, but they also knew there were still players upstairs to watch for. So marginally scary situation here for FaZe, but I think in general, they kind of feel like downstairs getting taken over, and they're like, yeah, it's just pistols. If we play this one slowly, it's better than just overcorrecting. Very shrewd on the rotations.
Ooh, again, fast one, Roman. Gonna catch a player transitioning.
Okay.
Kerrigan never saw that coming. And so he'll go down with hands busy. Fast response out of Elige and Rain dropping grenades inside A site. Bomb is in.
Oh, what a find,
it's
man.
on the hut. Bomb is on the hut, and it's kind of stuck there.
Oh, Muterus
able to find Frozen. That's a good trade back. It's gonna even us up. Stories also dive down the vents, wrapping up around Secret. I mean, Elige is going to be compromised, and he doesn't expect that at all. Way too easy for him. But every time Brokey is put into a clutch, we hold our breath a bit.
Okay.
Because you've stepped into him.
If the bomb is still upstairs, Brokey's trying to go a little 1 layer deep and assume that they're trying to avoid him. But him with the op up in heaven, I don't think that's the biggest threat as long as they get out of hut in general. So Brokey, again, trying to go 1 step, looks like a bit too deep. Now the molly would have ruined his position anyway, but he can turn this into a hut wrap. It's an unlikely clutch here for Brokey, but that's actually what he's really good at.
Dual Berettas in hand, kit on his belt, picks up a little bit more utility.
Impact grenades for these low HP players. Ooh. What is Brokey going to conjure up?
Can't you guys feel it in the air?
Yeah.
Brokey on the slow approach, both players back sight. Brokey, first one is right there for the taking.
Oh, but it's not a real dink. Look at the HP.
Realizes, yeah, Op's probably better for the job, and he's worried about getting flanked, but that's not the case, so he has misread this. Saw 2 members in the bomb site. He will take that as a ticket to leave. And shout out Saw, because it's straight up aggression out of the gate, keeping pressure on that A site, and doing so finding Kerrigan unprepared. Not always easy to find Kerrigan unprepared.
Yes, that's true. That's the most prepared man I've ever seen play this game, I think. So hard to find that.
So first round on the board for Saw.
I'm going to tell him. I'm going to tell him to find you.
Only one player survives, so everything reinvested here for Saw. It's nice. It's one round early. It's nice.
More of that.
Yeah, hopefully for Saw's sake. Kerrigan comes at the door from a different direction. Elige gonna lock this one down. I tried to highlight the success in opening kills from Saw on Outer, but Elige has other ideas today. Already 5 versus 3, and remember, one player survived, so a critical one. And is that another moment where maybe Elige could just chill?
Just looking for a way to die, I feel like.
Right,
but
you've got 2 frags to your name. You could have just relaxed. Instead, of course, an op is gonna be on the prowl trying to find you.
He's insatiable, man. He's insatiable.
Agile having an advantage on Secret means this 3v5 has been evened out.
Yeah, all right. Now they can try to make it a little bit more strange. That's the bomb that gets spotted over on Secret steps, but because it is Secret, it's purgatory. You can go up, you can go down. CTs have to respect and try to make a read. Commitment upstairs as Frozen drops down onto the floor.
Well, that's not ideal.
It said all clear.
I think. Frozen doesn't like the sound of that.
They do a fake flash here. I mean, there's no one inside the lobby. They could still wrap, and that's the value of taking outside control in the beginning. So it looks like a good move here from Saw. I mean, even Vent will be a slow rotation. And once you drop onto the floor of Upper, it takes forever to get back downstairs.
Brokey's slowly coming down, though.
Yeah, it'll come down to Brokey, in fact.
He was worried about Hell for a second.
They don't have smokes, though.
Looking to come down, and so you think that... No, they don't. They've got a flash.
Then you
Easy
just
pickup on Roman. And that bomb's been able to at least get into sight. The only plant really offered is on Astralis.
Brokey has a molly as well, but he's a little bit late to this.
Oh. Now Story misses the op shot on the vent play, who now is going to contend with that single door.
Oh, no
Brokey's
scope.
going to land a no-scope of all things. Story getting flushed into the vent, fragged, flashed, and played with. Frozen takes an extra second before going in for the peek, and Story knows his chance is slim, so a bomb plant means nothing. It is a walk away to save the op. Back-to-back rounds where only one member survives for Saw. FaZe answer instantly.
They're trying to make it worse than last time, which isn't cool. Because last
13-11.
time, they did the job. But yeah, they do have something to prove for themselves on Nuke in terms of their record and in terms of integrating Elige to make sure he feels comfortable and understands how FaZe move on the map. I mean, this is the litmus test of Tier 1 teams. That Nuke has always been the toughest map to beat the best teams in the world on. It's always a testament to teams like Saw that are coming up and having such an impressive record. Well, I mean, it's not an impressive record, but close win losses. I mean, trying to draw up a nice narrative for Saw, but I mean, for the expectations for this team, they're getting a lot of rounds.
Of course, yeah. The expectations of a dead roster should be no wins, let alone 3 playoffs, and any rounds that can be shown versus FaZe. That's, well, that's a bit rude.
Brokey playing crazy today. Crazy on Ancient, crazier on Nuke.
Honestly, I would say a very welcome sight as we move on through playoffs. Elige doesn't waste a moment locking into top secret. Interesting one, though. Nutiris, he's going to have a path behind these smokes. And Elige not looking to go too deep on the swing out to clear. So now that's 4 players from Saw making this walkout happen. They're using that smoke as a path to get into Garage. Or is it all about coming to Elige? Because he's actually able to clip the wings of the offer. Good trade frag, but through smoke, there's Nutiris, right? Using that wall to catch them off guard. Kerrigan turns back, Wild Door remains smoked, and so there can't be a join up between the 2 remaining members here of Saw.
No molly opposite vent. Roman walks through the smoke completely. Kerrigan, timing on the swing, gets his. Another for Kerrigan.
And SHR has to double back because, well, that bomb stuck out on the dirt. Frozen was able to drop that bomb by catching the player who went for the cross, and then Rain's on cleanup duty with 3 members standing tall for FaZe. That's a 6-1 lead.
They were just trying to use the diagonal smokes to press up against them. We see sometimes people make this mistake of going too far away from the smokes, and if someone's standing on top of the railing on Heaven, they could just see ahead, or if someone tries to jump. But
just a glimmer.
They didn't move. They didn't move fast enough, and they didn't molly Secret beforehand. So Elige just had such a valid position, and wow, clean one here for Rain. He's just death matching.
Getting a few of those out of the FaZe Clan.
Also known as Land Clan. Yeah, that's the thing about FaZe. Don't let FaZe into playoffs.
And, you know, usually we can say don't let them into playoffs because they find themselves in the middle of a group stage, getting scrappy, not playing to their full potential. This is different.
Yeah.
They've started this event with a nice clean 3-0. Kerrigan said it on stage.
They were a little confused.
It was kind of weird. It was an odd experience, right? But also enjoyed the few days off in between, not having to compete. You know, that's one of those things with FaZe. You actually get a chance to, God forbid,
on this
practice.
When they came into Copenhagen, they barely made it to playoffs and then lost in the quarterfinals. And they cited getting exhausted after playing a whole event, especially the maximum amount of rounds in a stage, because it took too long to get to playoffs. They're a team of old men. They need to do these things fast.
Got to make do with the early bird special. Making mincemeat of Saw. But still, I mean, this constant threat from Saw to get into Secret's been going well. Again, we're kind of grasping for silver linings, but that's definitely one of them. We'll see if this off angle from Elige, something different from him and his positioning, will at least get some damage. There's the second player to swing, and Elige is going to deal with both, basically.
Yeah.
Peels away into the site. Mutiris able to try to chase him, gives over some real estate.
He could have fought this if he wanted to. That guy's low. Kerrigan takes again. Another pseudo dink through the wall. He's still high on HP, but Story.
Love it.
Oh, chance to multi.
Story's been happy to just walk out with the element of surprise.
All three.
No, that's a snap down from Heaven into the backside.
Wow.
Okay.
He's got the pen.
Let's cue that to the highlight reel, shall we?
Nah, that's ridiculous.
Replay, please.
That's pretty much the perfect way to defend against him, too. Well, that's how you can win a round.
Yeah, everybody sit up straight, because we're going to have to watch that one back. That second vent, Heaven, and then a snap down into sight. One man, 3 entries. And by doing it again with just this quiet walkout through the squeaky smoke, we saw Kerrigan get the better of him 1 round to go. This time, Story just tiptoes his way out, and it comes with Saw's second round win.
Yeah, they are getting a touch sloppy with that timing.
So let's watch this together, shall we?
Tavin first. Oh. Oh. Yeah, that's the fly swatter.
Let's get a golf clap going. Thank you, thank you.
Yes.
Now full speed.
Yeah.
See ya. Sorry, Kerrigan. No extra seconds. You know, Story was the glimmer of hope for Saw.
Yeah. He's nice, man.
He was playing as the highest rated player throughout the struggles of the team. And one of the critical reasons that they have managed to get onto this stage to begin with. So never too late for him to tap into that potential. And again, they're just going to try to burst out onto the A site. It's been what's working. Oh, but the dink comes out from Rain twice. 2 players tagged up as they try to just find positioning. Instant push out from Heaven, out of Kerrigan. Maybe rushing the fact you've got 3 players, 1 bullet from death.
Everybody's
and still
1 HP.
It's a post point.
And they're
out.
They're out? Wow, just because of that, they lost 1 player. And because Rain didn't finish off either of his targets, they don't even know about the damage, really. This is the only commitment. Well, nice one, Saw. 5 alive round win.
Dare I say it, the game begins.
Yeah, yeah. They can easily make a real T-half out of this now. They'll all get to run the max distance as well and get out of dodge. Not bad.
Very respectful. Good, this is the sign of what we all signed up for, which is going to be that classic 24-round FaZe heartbreaks.
You think this one goes 24?
Well, the problem with FaZe winning as quick as they have so far at this event, with them coming 3-0 through the groups, is that we're not getting that classic FaZe. The entertainment factor has been a little more one-sided as of late.
That's true, the rough and tumble FaZe.
You know, that's why we love them.
Yeah, it's like the team that's the favorite and the underdog at the exact same time.
They can't get too good. So here we go, chance for SAW to make this T-side competitive. It was a 6-6 half last time, and this is Broky's chance to go above and beyond. We see that op already moving up into lobby, misses the chance at striking down a second. That brings Roman back out from Squeaky.
Oh, why is he watching this?
I don't know.
Oh my God.
He predicts it.
My goodness,
Roman
it actually
walks
works.
back in, covered over by the op. Now, Story's been great on the entries. What about a 1v3? We've got Broky on the line. Broky misses a chance, but Frozen's right there. It's that clean double push out of the ramp room that nets total lobby control for FaZe and a 4-round lead with it.
Another one, clean and easy. Thank you, I love you too. Love you so much. Connor didn't say it back.
I commitment issues.
Cluj is a great city. We didn't know what to expect coming here. We've been to Bucharest a couple of times, but it is a quaint town. People seem happy here.
It's because Counter-Strike's back.
Because Counter-Strike's back. Yeah, it's been like 10 years.
Only 5 people at this event were at the original Cluj Major, and one of them is Pimp. Who could have seen that coming?
That's how you know it was bad.
Frozen down on site, quick evacuation of the ramp room, doesn't want anything to do with those fast-moving SAW members, because I'll say that, they've been fast. And Story, now swinging with the op, has managed to find an aggressive hut play out of Broky, who feels to me like he just wants to get this series over with. Like a semifinals lock-in needs to be done ASAP, but his 10-3 will be sat to the sideline in round 11. And I like this redirection from SAW. Just as easily could have gone down into the B site where we do have 2 of the FaZe players waiting. Elige is coming back at hell, worried about Outer, but right now, I think he's going to find a nice bit of timing.
Oh, Elige, yeah. Well, SHR. Oh.
Lower player dies. Elige finds a back turn. Rain has killed one of the guys who got up into heaven, but there's a second. Agile, able to turn that down ladder. It draws Mutiris out from the squeaky door, and poor Frozen, who made that contact early on ramp, is going to have to come out with a 1v3 if he wants this round win. Well, and, I wouldn't say this one's possible.
There was a little bit of confusion on this round for sure. It went a little bit both ways, but honestly, SAW found the gap for the most part. They had FaZe rotate down, they took over hell control, and Elige got 1 kill, but they already had 2 up in heaven. That was pretty perfect, if you ask me. So Frozen, I think I'll be happy to just keep this gun. But yeah, it is another round. We got 5 alive on the last one for SAW, 3 now. A potential chance to get 5 rounds on T side. That's enough. That's enough to make Richard's prediction come true.
Scale of 1 to 10, how crazy is that prediction? SAW win this.
I mean, it's not as crazy as giving FaZe a 0% chance to win the event.
That's true. He did also say that.
I'd say it's a good 7.5.
Getting
crazy.
senile in his old age. 7-4 and 1 to go. And
you think he'd be riding with the old guys, you know?
Yeah, that's you'd think.
Rain and Kerrigan.
MP9s.
Richard, the 3 Rs.
Mm-hmm. Wait, what? Rain, Kerrigan, and Richard, 3 Rs? What are you talking about?
I'm getting old, too. That was a joke.
8th to be had.
Shabra.
It's looking like a great chance for SAW 5-round half. Just a couple measly deagles. A duo of MP9s. And a few nice change-ups from SAW throughout this T-side that got him on the board. So this time, Mutiris again. Again, Outer, man, trying to find those openings, but he jumps down into the circling sharks of Rain outside main. Story, oh, nice double.
This guy
Anticipates
rifles.
that peek out of Rain. Muteris' pathing has been found out. He's got to be careful because there is a defender out there, and he's a little preoccupied with the guy in spawn. Sure enough, Elige, as those smokes fade, finds his contact. And it's a 3v3 retake. Final round of the half, so Frozen's got to try to get out from vent. Not ideal. And it's an easy clamp down. But Roman takes a bit of damage in that engagement. Flash offered up for the main push. Agile comes out from the second vent, and it's Brokey to die last. 5 rounds on a T-side's not half bad when 4 of the 5 in the last 5 rounds. Saw are making a go of this.
Yeah, man. I mean, they made FaZe look like they almost weren't trying, but it's really because they didn't know how to hold the upper site. They just went from a tough upper exec with slow rounds to a faster tempo doing the exact same thing. These are some great kills that came out of Story as well on the rifle. That was awesome to watch. And now I think I'll have to wonder. We're switching over to CT side. Can we make Richard's dreams come true?
Nice to see Elige at the top of the board for FaZe Clan, I think, despite the return of rounds that Saw are able to post.
Yeah, and he takes a lot of risks. And so far, this is his best score line, I think, to start a half on Nuke. 101 ADR for Elige.
12-7.
We switch over to T side, and I think that some of those risks are actually they're more welcome. I think it's going to be good to see him take more liberties and swing. And I think throughout the map pool of FaZe Clan, Elige is improving T sides faster than he's improving the CT sides because there's only so much that you can do to replace that anchor role that's been missing for FaZe. So let's see it. Elige starting off very well here on the defense, looking to put his best Nuke performance up so far.
See that graphic right before it starts, the 4 multi-kill rounds of Story in his 11 frags so far this map. Again, dead roster walking, but he has been their brightest star. In a time of turmoil, can one man be enough? That bat first with players looking to press into him. Muteris, it's a bit of a warning to the T's who know now they're surrounded, trying to fight out of this. Looking good. 3 versus 5 for FaZe to have to deal with. They respond quickly, and now just like that, double man advantage has been taken out of Saw's hands.
Yeah, that's good damage control here from Elige as they take back to get into heaven, and the CTs are a little bit worried about this, so they fall out. I don't think this will help their case, but actually playing from lobby controls, not too bad of a position.
Dude, Agile just hiding behind this box. His teammates, again, moving around in lobby to head over to ramp. I mean, he's going to be alone on A for quite some time if FaZe commit.
That was actually a good spot, man, because, Heaven's going to come out, clear all the positions on the site, including the opposite vent, and that would give him a timing peak, but Agile's sort of dropping his guard a little bit.
Saw it first.
Yeah, he did.
But I mean, what? Oh, perfect! Now it opens up his 2 teammates to climb up the ladder. That is such a critical headshot from Agile.
They could go down the vent, but
if they
don't
feel
really,
like it. But now bomb's been thrown to the dirt, Frozen. He'll bring one down. That is such a good find from Agile. And a second pistol, the first pistol round, however, of this series that Saw are actually able to win.
Yeah, no kidding. They make it look nice as well. Great shots outside to start this off, and it was FaZe playing from the back foot every single frag down to the last. This lead has damn near evaporated.
Good on them to close out that 5 versus 3, because once Elige gets a double, things look a little sketchy. Scout on Kerrigan. Okay. Let's see what he's got up his sleeve. Glocks all around him. And the only person he's really going to find is going to be Story at long range. First tag's good. Ooh, tapped out twice.
Okay. I mean, that is more than a small find here this early into the round. While they're wrapping outside as well, the CTs are starting to get nervous.
Interesting turn of events here.
Look at the positions having to change. They've got to morph their setup now. Watch their backs.
They're careful about Heaven on the approach.
Boosting from this side.
Yeah.